Villain, relaxed, reincarnation of Lao Cao, mine, everything is mine. Wang Zhenxing traveled to a world composed of many urban cool novels and became a handsome and rich diamond king. In the beginning, the protagonist's beautiful mother still has a crush on him. However, according to the setting in the plot, he is actually a cannon fodder supporting character, and he does not have normal abilities. Sorry. Fortunately, the system gives you a choice. Option 1. According to the original plot arrangement, take good care of the protagonist's mother, maximize the role of the tool man, and then receive the box lunch. Reward: a grand funeral, and the protagonist personally carves the words "good old man" on the host's epitaph. Option 2. Forget the plot, I don't want to be the protagonist tool. If I want to become a villain, I have to kill the protagonist. Reward: restore that ability, and obtain the villain aura. Is it even necessary to think about it? Definitely choose 2. A Bentley drove into an ordinary neighborhood. Most of the residents in the community are ordinary residents, and suddenly a Bentley comes in a little abrupt. However, where does the security guard at the door dare to stop this kind of car, regardless of whether the other party lives here or not? Anyway, it is right to open the door and let it go. Boss, 2 arrived. A middle-aged male driver stopped the car and cautiously alerted a man in the back seat. The man in the back seat slowly opened his eyes, and his expression looked gloomy. His name is Wang Zhenxing, and he is a traverser. His current identity is the owner of a billion-dollar company, currently 36 years old. There is nothing to say in terms of appearance, and the body management is also quite good, and you can all play the handsome uncle of idle dramas. The incomparably excellent external conditions, coupled with huge assets, are the dream objects of many women in Qingling City. It stands to reason that there are such conditions for crossing over, and it should be very satisfied. In fact, Wang Zhenxing was quite satisfied at the beginning. But he soon discovered a problem, and that was that he was a bit issue. Moreover, he crossed with a system. The system told him he is actually a supporting role in the protagonist camp. His existence is to serve the protagonist and create conditions for the protagonist to pretend to be forced to hit the face. And his ending in the book is because the protagonist Puff Niu provokes a villain. The villain did not find the protagonist, and as a result, Wang Zhenxing, who was close to the protagonist, was killed. After knowing this, it is strange that he can be in a good mood. The only consolation is that the plot of the novel has not yet begun. The protagonist has now gone to the mountains to learn their skills, and has not yet gone down. And Wang Zhenxing's current role is to take care of the protagonist's young mother and not let her be bullied by the villain. Wang Zhenxing came to the community to visit the protagonist's mother. According to the plot, Wang Zhenxing has been taking care of the protagonist's mother for a year. The protagonist's mother lost her husband very early, and there is a double lack of emotional and physical aspects. Wang Zhenxing's excellent conditions, coupled with some care in life, naturally attracted the protagonist's mother. It's just that Wang Zhenxing understands that according to the arrangement of the original plot, he did not have the life of the protagonist's stepfather. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been given a "that doesn't work" setting by the damn dog author. Boss, aren't you going up? Do you want me to help you carry things up? The car was silent for a while, and the driver asked in a low voice again. Taking care of the protagonist's mother has a hairy meaning, and I didn't even get any benefits, and later because the protagonist puffed up the girl and killed the pond fish, gone. Wang Zhenxing complained angrily in his heart. But right now, the plot of the novel has not officially begun, and the host can make a choice. Option 1. According to the original plot arrangement, take good care of the protagonist's mother, maximize the role of the tool man, and then receive a box lunch. Reward: a grand funeral, and the protagonist himself engraving the words "good old man" on the host's epitaph. Option 2. Go to Nima's plot. Lao Su doesn't want to be the protagonist's tool man, he wants to become a villain and kill the protagonist. Rewards: restore that ability and get villain aura. Note: villain halo and protagonist halo are inherently opposite, which is easy to attract the protagonist's hate value, so option 2 has a certain risk. Please choose carefully, and cannot be changed after making a choice A. Text panel that popped up in his mind. Wang Zhenxing was stunned for a while, and after reacting, he suddenly felt a burst of ecstasy. The dog system originally had this function, said earlier. A few days ago, after spoiling his ending, there was no movement, so that he couldn't eat well and sleep well these days. I choose the second. Wang Zhenxing couldn't wait to communicate with the system with his mind and made his own choice without hesitation. Where there is a risk, there is a risk. But after all, it can be restored. Otherwise, as a man, but also a handsome and rich man, he can contact so many beautiful women. Isn't this more uncomfortable than death? The host makes a choice, restores the man's ability, and obtains the villain aura. After getting the response, Wang Zhenxing was still a little uneasy, so he took out his mobile phone to open Douyin, picked up some short videos of beautiful women dancing and watched it, and soon felt that he had improved significantly. It's restored. Wang Zhenxing turned off his phone, breathed a sigh of relief, and began to think about the problems he was facing. According to the system's explanation, he now has a villain aura, which can easily attract the protagonist's hatred value. It's just that the protagonist wants to trouble himself, and he always needs a tenable reason. I have taken care of the protagonist's mother for so long, it is impossible for the protagonist to turn his face over, right? And at present, the plot has not really begun, and the protagonist has not officially appeared. The protagonist's mother is his own talisman. Firmly grasp this talisman first. Wang Zhenxing carried some things and walked into a residential building alone. Jingle bells. Coming to a door, Wang Zhenxing reached out and rang the doorbell a few times, and then waited. Soon, someone from inside the house came to open the door. A gentle and charming beautiful woman wearing house clothes appeared in front of Wang Zhenxing's eyes. This beautiful woman is the protagonist's mother, named Shu Yurro, 37 years old, only 1 year older than Wang Zhenxing. Although she is 37 years old, Shu Yurro's skin is white and tender, and there are no obvious traces left by the years, and if she is in her 20s, no one will doubt it. It's just that in terms of temperament, Shu Yurro has a mature charm that young girls do not have. Maybe it's because of motherhood. In the plot, the setting of the protagonist is a big handsome guy. Shu Yurro's genes are naturally indispensable. Revitalization is coming, come in and sit. Shu Yurro opened the door wide and invited Wang Zhenxing in with a smile, the eyes that seemed to tear people's souls like water, and the timbre and voice of the touching mature woman, but they could not be seen from the little girl. Wang Zhenxing saw it in his heart. Although it is said that men love 18 from beginning to end, Shu Yurro's appearance and figure are really no worse than 18. Walking into the sofa in the house and sitting down, Wang Zhenxing's eyes never left Shu Yurro's body. Shu Yurro made tea and brought it over, and noticed that Wang Zhenxing's eyes seemed to be a little different from before, but if you want to say what is different, you can't say. However, Wang Zhenxing's gaze made Shu Yurro secretly happy. Wang Zhenxing had never looked at her like this before. What's wrong with anything dirty on my face? Shu Yurro smiled strangely and asked Wang Zhenxing. No, it just feels like you're different from before. After taking a sip of tea, Wang Zhenxing responded without hurry. What's different? Shu Yurro was curious. It's more beautiful than usual. Wang Zhenxing said sincerely. They're a lot older, and where is it still beautiful? A trace of undetectable heart weakness flashed in Shu Yurro's eyes, and he smiled self-deprecatingly. In fact, she spoke with Wang Zhenxing on the phone yesterday and knew that Wang Zhenxing was coming over today, so she deliberately put on makeup. However, the makeup is very light and very inconspicuous. Unexpectedly, he was actually noticed by Wang Zhenxing. It's just that Shu Yurro is not a little girl, even if she is weak-hearted, she still pretends to be very calm on the surface. This expression management and emotion management can be said to be quite good. If she had changed to a little girl, she would have already turned red-faced. For Shu Yurro's answer, Wang Zhenxing just smiled. Shu Yurro is in her 30s, although this is true. But as long as it is a woman, it will definitely look in the mirror. Of course, Wang Zhenxing didn't believe that this woman couldn't see that she was beautiful. Continuing to take a sip of tea, Wang Zhenxing did not dwell on this issue, but busied himself in the house. I did some work such as changing light bulbs, repairing faucets, and unclogging sewers. Shu Yurro is a kind woman, I take care of her so much, even if I have a conflict with her son in the future, she will protect me a little, right? Wang Zhenxing thought uncertainly while busy. After more than half an hour, it was finally over. Don't look at him now as the boss of the company, but he is also self-made, and he has done all the dirty work before. Small things like changing light bulbs are completely out of the question. Shu Yurro followed the whole process, helping Wang Zhenxing hand over tools or something, and her eyes were always on Wang Zhenxing's body. I have to say that the man who does things seriously is very handsome. Especially Wang Zhenxing himself is a big boss of a company, and he is not too dirty or tired to do this kind of hard work. Shu Yurro saw it in her eyes, and her heart was very moved. The important character Shu Yurro has a favorability of +5 to the host, and the current total favorability is 55 heartbeat. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 counterattack points. The host's attribute capability panel is turned on and can be viewed at any time. Wang Zhenxing, who was washing his hands, suddenly sounded the voice of a cute girl in his mind. He is certainly no stranger to this voice. This is the sound of the system. After communicating with the system, Wang Zhenxing immediately opened it to view. Host: Wang Zhenxing. Chi luck value: 36. Note: ordinary popularity luck value is 50. Villain aura: 166. Counterattack points: 100. Combat power value: 86. Note: normal adult male combat power value is 50. Charm value: 93. Note: normal adult male charm value is 50. Special skill: none. Glancing at the panel attributes, Wang Zhenxing first wanted to complain about the chi luck value. Ordinary people have a luck value of 50, but he actually only has 36. No wonder it will be canon fodder supporting characters in the original plot. The protagonist's luck is generally very high. How can he fight the protagonist? The host does not have to be discouraged. By suppressing the protagonist, changing the plot, and plundering people or items that originally belonged to the protagonist, etc., you can seize the protagonist's chi luck value, which is converted into the host's chi luck value. That's pretty much it. Wang Zhenxing nodded secretly, and then asked the system, what is the use of villain aura other than the hatred value that easily attracts the protagonist? The villain aura has a suppressive deterrent effect on the protagonist and the villain, and even makes the protagonist and other villains submit, but the premise is that the host's villain aura points are high enough, and the larger the gap in aura points, the more obvious the effect of suppression and deterrence. In the same way, if the host's villain halo index is low, it is easy for other protagonists and villains to suppress, but successful evil can increase the villain value. Please work the host. But remind the host that the host's current villain aura index is too low, and if it does too much, it may be retribution, or even lightning. That means you don't want to be cannon fodder, you have to work hard to be evil, but they have become villains, and they can't do good things, right? Wang Zhenxing quickly figured it out, and then asked, what about counterattack points? Points can be exchanged for various abilities and items in the system mall. As long as there are enough points, the host can even exchange for the abilities that the protagonist has. Single quote. What can I exchange for that 100 points? Wang Zhenxing asked expectantly. Back to the host, nothing can be exchanged, and the things with the lowest value in the mall need 1000 points. After asking, Wang Zhenxing somewhat understood the gameplay of this system. After Wang Zhenxing washed his hands, he turned off the faucet. Shu Yurro took a towel and asked him to wipe the water on his hands. After wiping his hands, Wang Zhenxing subconsciously sniffed the towel. There was a faint smell on the towel, which actually smelled extraordinarily good. Where to hang? Wang Zhenxing raised the towel in his hand and asked. Give it to me. Shu Yurro took the towel and noticed Wang Zhenxing's face, so he said, there is a little dirty on your left side of your face. Yes. Wang Zhenxing wiped the left side of his face, but he didn't wipe it several times in a row. I'll help you. Shu Yurro picked up the towel in her hand and stepped forward to gently wipe it for Wang Zhenxing. But when Wang Zhenxing changed the light bulb just now, his face was stained with some dust. Shu Yurro's movements were cautious. While helping Wang Zhenxing wipe the dust on his face, his eyes inadvertently looked at his face. After staring at it for a while, he noticed some gaps before withdrawing his gaze. It's really hard work for you today, thank you. Shu Yurro washed the towel, hung it on the pole outside, and said to Wang Zhenxing. It's too polite, we are old friends, but if you are really embarrassed, I will have difficulties in the future, you can help me. It is inevitable to turn faces with the protagonist in the future, and Wang Zhenxing is also vaccinated in advance to test Shu Yurro's attitude. You are a big boss, what can be difficult? Shu Yurro smiled. The world is impermanent, this is not accurate. I'm just a woman, I can't help much, but if you need my help, I will definitely go to the soup and die. Heavy words, heavy words. Wang Zhenxing saw that her words were sincere, and he couldn't help but smile. It's time for dinner. Shu Yurro asked Wang Zhenxing to stay for dinner. Wang Zhenxing wanted to get in touch with her more, so he agreed. After Shu Yurro heard this, she was stunned. Because in the past, when Wang Zhenxing ate, the other party always refused because he was busy. Unexpectedly, this time Wang Zhenxing actually agreed directly. Shu Yurro was overjoyed and hurriedly went out to help the nearby vegetable market buy more food. When she returned, she put on her apron and went to work in the kitchen. Wang Zhenxing occasionally went to the kitchen to take a look. Let's not talk about how the cooking is, just looking at the picture of Shu Yurro cutting vegetables and cooking, it feels picturesque. And when the food was served, Wang Zhenxing tasted it and felt very amazing. It's worthy of being the protagonist's mother. The various attributes related to good wives and good mothers are simply full. Wang Zhenxing ate several large bowls of rice. After the meal, I sat for a while. I didn't expect it to be so late. While chatting, Shu Yurro looked outside the window and it was dark. She is a woman who lives alone, and a man stays in the house at night, which will cause more or less gossip among the neighbors. Be a very reserved woman, even if the heart is attracted to this man, she will still keep an appropriate distance rationally. Shu Yurro's words are actually a hint. Wang Zhenxing naturally heard the meaning, and he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed in his heart. In the end, Shu Yurro is out of sight. In case of conflict with her son in the future, can she be reliable? Shu Yurro tactfully issued an eviction order, asking the host to make a choice. Option 1. As if you didn't understand the hint, Dead Skin Lai Face continued to stay here and then attacked at night. The success rate of the attack was 100%, and Shu Yurro's favorability returned to 0 afterwards. Remind the host that this choice is more evil, exceeding the villain's Halo index range, and it is easy to be unlucky. Option 2. Get up immediately to leave, Shu Yurro's favorability +2. Bonus. Perfect body. Wang Zhenxing also counted on Shu Yurro as a talisman. Of course, he would not choose the first option, not to mention that there might be bad luck afterwards. The second option, of course, is chosen. I suddenly remembered that I had a meeting in the evening and was going to the company. Wang Zhenxing got up to leave. Shu Yurro sent him out with some reluctance, watching his figure disappear around the corner. After a while, Shu Yurro withdrew his gaze. The house fell silent again. Shu Yurro cleaned up the dining table, then washed the dishes, sat in the living room and watched TV for a while, only feeling chatty. Living alone is really boring. There wasn't even a single person around to speak. Shu Yurro sighed, took a bath and went back to the room to rest. But until the dead of night, she twisted around, and couldn't sleep. Night. After taking a bath, Wang Zhenxing admired his perfect body in front of the floor-to-ceiling mirror for a while. Although he is already 36 years old, his appearance and figure are too capable of fighting, and he is not inferior to young people in their 20s. Because of the perfect figure, the charm value of the panel attribute increased from 93 to 113. That's a 20-point increase in charm points. If you know that the charm value can be 95, you can be considered a super handsome guy. The charm value of 113 can be imagined. Lying on the big bed, Wang Zhenxing sorted out some plot information in his mind. Shu Yurro's son is called Chinyi, the protagonist. Chinyi left Qingling City more than a year ago because he had a festival with Qingling, a super rich second-generation villain. This rich second generation let people deal with Chinyi. Chinyi escaped from Qingling City like a dog who lost his family. Protected by the protagonist's aura, Chinyi luckily met a master, and then went to Kunlun Mountain to learn skills. Shu Yurro, as Chinyi's mother, was also implicated. Shu Yurro also owned a clothing company before, although it was not large, but it could also make $1 million a year. However, because Chinyi offended the rich second generation, Shu Yurro's company was suppressed and collapsed. But even so, the rich second generation was still not relieved, and sent someone to find Shu Yurro's trouble. Splashed paint or feces on Shu Yurro's door for a month or two. After Wang Zhenxing came forward, he reluctantly calmed down the matter. The reason why it is reluctant is because Wang Zhenxing's company has a market value of 1 billion, and the rich second-generation family has tens of billions of assets. The gap between the two is significant. If that rich second generation is determined to take revenge, it is not something Wang Zhenxing can stop at all. The main reason is that Shu Yurro, as the mother of the protagonist Chinyi, is blessed by the protagonist of luck. For more than a year, Shu Yurro has been at peace. Of course, Shu Yurro definitely didn't know this. In her opinion, the rich second generation did not harass, it was entirely because of Wang Zhenxing. The reason why Shu Yurro was moved was inseparable from Wang Zhenxing's own excellence, but part of it was because of gratitude. Therefore, Shu Yurro's talisman is not yet strong. While the protagonist Chinyi has not yet officially appeared, I must establish a stronger relationship with Shu Yurro, preferably more important than her son Chinyi in her heart. Wang Zhenxing pondered in his heart. It is not easy to make a mother value her man more than her son, but it is not impossible. After all, there is history to prove this. For example, doesn't Empress Dowager Qin care more about concubines? In the end, he even turned his face with his son. Wang Zhenxing's physical condition is not weaker than that concubine at all. But what exactly do I do? Wang Zhenxing pondered. If he continued to get along normally, he was almost certain that Shu Yurro's liking for him would most likely be locked in the level of heartbeat when Chinyi appeared. To go further, there is basically little hope. And when Chinyi appeared, Wang Zhenxing wanted to continue to close the relationship with Shu Yurro, which would only be more difficult. If you want to make the relationship between the two heat up quickly, you can only plan. Wang Zhenxing thought about it and soon had an idea. 2 days flew by. Shu Yurro opened a small fruit shop near the community. The fruit store does not earn much, but it can cover living expenses. Today, Shu Yurro guarded the fruit store as usual. A young couple came to the store to buy fruit. Shu Yurro waited for the couple to finish buying, and then weighed the account. It's a total of 335.53 pieces, let's remove the fraction, 330 pieces. Shu Yurro said with a smile. Wow, it's so expensive, it's more than 300 yuan. The young woman was surprised. The fruits in my store are already cheap compared to the market price, there is absolutely no pit for you. If you don't believe it, you can go to other fruit stores and take a look. As a kind woman, Shu Yurro is very sincere in doing business and never deliberately slaughters customers. I don't have to go to other fruit stores, it's not that I haven't bought it, if I change to another store, I estimate that it will cost 400 yuan. The young man responded to Shu Yurro, and then said to his partner. Fool, it's just more than 300 pieces, as long as you like, I will buy you as much as you want. Honey, you are so nice. The woman was very happy, and she kissed the man on the face. What is this doing in public? Although the man complained, he had a grin on his face. What's there, we're all getting married soon, you're still afraid of jokes. The woman said. That's right, then this side is also kissed. The man rolled his face. The woman gave her partner a blank look, but lived up to her expectations, leaned her head over and smacked her face on the other side of her partner. And there is. The man was still not satisfied and pouted. Nasty, the woman scolded with a smile, but still met her partner's expectations. Shu Yurro was very embarrassed next to her. It took a full minute for the two to let go. The man scanned the code to pay the bill, and then left with the fruit and the woman sweetly. What a happy couple. Shu Yurro looked at the two, her eyes full of envy. As a woman, she is also a very beautiful woman, single for many years, and deep down she actually hopes to have such a partner. Instead of guarding the fruit store during the day and empty beds at night. Shu Yurro has been living like this for more than 10 years, not only has she not been used to it, but she feels more and more tormented. Fortunately, it is now daylight. If it is evening, Shu Yurro will definitely close the shop and go home, and then hide in the bedroom to comfort herself. No way, if you don't adjust it, she will really go crazy. Shu Yurro didn't think about finding a partner, and even had an ideal partner. That's right, it's Wang Zhenxing. It's just that Shu Yurro cares about his son Chinyi's thoughts. When Chinyi was very young, he was very resistant to Shu Yurro finding him a stepfather. Although his son Chinyi has been missing for a long time, what if he comes back one day? Because she cared about her son's thoughts, Shu Yurro tried to restrain herself. Shu Yurro thought about it for a while, and a few more customers walked into the fruit shop. These guests were dressed up in bells and whistles, and did not look like serious people. Shu Yurro became a little worried. After a while, these people picked out the fruit, but they deliberately found fault, saying that they had bought rotten fruits and asked Shu Yurro to compensate for the huge amount of money. Shu Yurro cleans up the bad fruits in the store every day, of course, knowing that it is not her own problem, so she refuses to lose money. A few young people were dissatisfied and began to smash stalls in the store, smashing the fruits of a store to pieces. Shu Yurro was so angry that she almost fainted. Hey, what are you doing? There was a sudden sound of cheering at the door of the fruit store. But it was Wang Zhenxing who came. Seeing this, a few young people smashed the fruit stall in the store again, and then quickly ran. Looking at the mess in the store, Shu Yurro cried angrily. The host succeeded in doing evil, and instructed people to smash Shu Yurro's fruit shop behind the scenes and get 20 villain aura points receiving. The system message, Wang Zhenxing smiled secretly. That's right, he found a few young people who smashed the fruit store. What's more, the couple who showed affection in front of Shu Yurro before were all actors he was looking for. Shu Yurro has been running this fruit shop for almost a year, and she has a lot of feelings for this store, and she is angry and aggrieved when she sees that the store has been smashed undecently. Wang Zhenxing looked at the fruits in the store, expressed sympathy for Shu Yurro, and asked about the process with concern, and then said, "These people must have deliberately come to find trouble. Have you offended people recently?" "Nope," Shu Yurro affirmed. "Then it could be an old feud." Wang Zhenxing poured dirty water on others' heads. "It should be." Shu Yurro nodded and agreed with him. After all, for no reason, how could someone deliberately come to make trouble? This must have been the son Chini who offended the rich second generation before and sent someone to make trouble. After determining the people behind the scenes, Shu Yurro's thoughts of the newspaper official suddenly disappeared. The other party is not short of money at all, and you can spend money every day to invite different people to smash things, and there is nothing you can do with the other party. It's better to stop the loss in time. Don't open this fruit store. Wang Zhenxing gave advice. But I make a living from this fruit store, and if it closes, there will be no financial resources, and it will cost money for rent, water, electricity, food and clothing. Shu Yurro was worried. This fruit shop earns thousands of yuan a month, but if you are willing to let me take help, you will also open a fruit shop for half a year. Wang Zhenxing said. You've helped me enough, I'm really embarrassed to accept your help. Shu Yurro was ashamed. If you can't get by in your heart, you will borrow me. Wang Zhenxing said. Why are you so nice to me? Shu Yu asked softly. What do you say? Wang Zhenxing met her watery gaze and asked rhetorically. How do I know? Shu Yurro only felt that her heart was beating hard, and she was a little afraid to look at the man in front of her. I used to study in a university, you were still my senior sister, and then I also worked as a business partner for a while. You have difficulties, of course I will help you. Of course, Wang Zhenxing will not directly open up. If he says it through, he will lose the initiative. Based on previous experience, Wang Zhenxing knows that in terms of feelings, if any one of men and women speaks first, they will be in a passive position. Although Wang Zhenxing did not intend to talk about feelings with Shu Yurro, he just wanted to go away. But the truth is pretty much the same. Because of these, Shu Yurro was a little disappointed. How else? Wang Zhenxing asked with a smile. Shu Yurro didn't speak, her eyes were radiant and complicated, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Wang Zhenxing helped Shu Yurro clean up the mess in the fruit store together. After half an hour, it was barely cleaned up. Your shirt is open under the armpit. Shu Yurro wiped the fragrant sweat on her forehead, and suddenly noticed Wang Zhenxing's clothes. Oh, really? It doesn't matter, throw a different piece and it is. Wang Zhenxing didn't care. The texture of your shirt is so good, it is estimated that it is thousands or even tens of thousands, but it is just sewn, it is a pity to throw it, let me help you sew it. Shu Yurro took the initiative. That's fine. Wang Zhenxing nodded, called the driver who was guarding the car outside, and went to buy a shirt. After the driver delivered the new shirt, he walked to the Bentley outside, not daring to disturb the boss. Wang Zhenxing took off the slitted shirt. Perfect muscle lines on the upper body, like a work of art. Shu Yurro's eyes straightened. It was also the first time she saw Wang Zhenxing's figure. Although I had guessed before that Wang Zhenxing's physique was very good, I didn't expect it to be so perfect. Shu Yurro glanced at it a few times. Rao was very good at emotional management, or couldn't help but blush. Shu Yurro's favorability to the host +2, the current total favorability is 59 heartbeat. Wang Zhenxing pretended not to notice Shu Yurro's gaze, and continued to change his shirt without thinking about himself. In fact, he deliberately broke the shirt, and guessed that the saved Shu Yurro would feel sorry for the shirt and prevent him from throwing it away. And his purpose in doing this is naturally to show off his perfect body in Shu Yurro. Wang Zhenxing swallowed slowly, and it took a while to change the new shirt, which made Shu Yurro feast his eyes. Give, trouble you. Wang Zhenxing handed the sewn shirt to Shu Yurro. Don't bother, I'll wash it and bring it to you after sewing. Shu Yurro only felt that her throat was a little dry, and after coughing for a while, she took the shirt, and only then responded out loud. Night falls. After Shu Yurro finished eating at home alone, she took out the needle and thread at home and mended her shirt. After about 10 minutes, the shirt was sewn and repaired. Shu Yurro unfolded her shirt and looked at it, comparing the stitching place with the other side, and found that there was almost no difference. Immediately afterwards, Shu Yurro was ready to wash her shirt by hand. But just as she got up, she suddenly smelled something strange on her shirt. When Wang Zhenxing helped clean up the fruit store during the day, he sweated a little. The shirt on the body naturally has some smell. This smell is normally not good. However, when Shu Yurro smelled this smell, she didn't have a trace of disgust at all, but her heart couldn't help but throb. Shu Yurro subconsciously bit the corner of her lips, and the ghost was ghostly, and put her shirt next to her beautiful nose and sniffed more. This feeling is as if it is incomparably close to the owner of the shirt. This made her lonely inside, as if she had some comfort. How can I do this? Shu Yurro was secretly ashamed and put her shirt down. However, there was no rush to wash. Anyway, Wang Zhenxing is not in a hurry to ask for this shirt, and it will be the same for him in a few days. It was getting late. Shu Yurro went back to the bedroom to rest. Still like yesterday, she couldn't sleep over and over. When I finally got some sleep, I was woken up by the movement of a family upstairs. Shu Yurro listened carefully and found that it was a couple upstairs fighting. The woman's voice sounded miserable, obviously in defeat. This kind of movement, Shu Yurro is not the first time to hear it. It's just that the movement of the previous fight was very small, and she plugged her ears with a tissue, so she couldn't hear it at all. But the couple upstairs fought particularly fiercely today. Now advocate having a second child, or they are preparing to have a second child. You can't blame people either. Shu Yurro could only block her ears. But even if you block your ears, you can still hear clearly. Shu Yurro, a woman who has been single for many years, hearing this kind of movement on a big night is undoubtedly a huge mental torture for her. In the end, Shu Yurro was really tormented and went to the living room to carry the unwashed shirt to the bedroom. Revitalization. After a moment, some low whispering came from the dark bedroom. The host did evil successfully, and behind the scenes, he instructed Shu Yurro to fight upstairs and his wife at night, mentally torturing Shu Yurro and obtaining 20 villain aura points. Shu Yurro's favorability to the host +5, the current total favorability is 64. Adoration. Early morning. Wang Zhenxing just woke up and saw 2 messages received late last night. It's really not in vain that he spent money to hire actors, and the income was really good. Shu Yurro's favorability finally exceeded the degree of heartbeat and reached admiration. In this way, there is more room for maneuver. Wang Zhenxing was also not in a hurry to take the initiative to contact Shu Yurro. Now Shu Yurro has only been tortured so much that she can't sleep for one night. And Wang Zhenxing gave Shu Yurro 30,000 yuan to the couple upstairs, letting them fight hard every night for half a month. The couple were just ordinary migrant workers, and the 2 of them worked hard for a month, and their combined income was only 10,000 yuan. The price of 30,000 yuan is enough to make the 2 of them work extremely hard. What's more, fighting is still one of the processes that the husband and wife must go through, and it is not a very difficult thing. Time passed quietly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Shu Yurro's fruit shop was closed, and there was nothing to do during the day, which was very boring. She used to be busy with the fruit store during the day, and she had a sustenance. At night, because I am too tired during the day, it is easy to fall asleep. Once people are idle, they are prone to crankiness. Shu Yurro is in this state now. Bored during the day and often messy thoughts. The lack of emotions is also gradually magnified. And at night, I heard movement upstairs again. What Shu Yurro does most often now is to hold her mobile phone and wait for a call. Expecting someone to call. But after waiting for several days, I didn't wait for the call I wanted to wait. In the end, Shu Yurro couldn't hold back her thoughts, took out her mobile phone and took the initiative to dial a familiar number to go out. Wang Zhenxing, who was dealing with some company affairs in the office, heard his mobile phone ring. After glancing at the caller number, he smiled, put down the contract in his hand, and answered the phone slowly. Revitalization, didn't bother you with work? Shu Yurro asked gently. Is there something going on? Wang Zhenxing asked. That, Shu Yurro subconsciously wanted to say, returning the shirt that Wang Zhenxing had before to him, but suddenly remembered that the shirt had not been washed. Now there is not only the smell of sweat on the shirt, but also the breath left by Shu Yurro herself. Now it is obviously not suitable to return the shirt to Wang Zhenxing. Are you talking about that shirt? Washed well, right? Wang Zhenxing asked. It was originally washed, but it was blown to the ground by the wind and soiled, so I'd better wash it again and bring it to you. Shu Yu Judo. Good. Wang Zhenxing nodded. Shu Yurro did not hang up the phone. Her mind tried to think about other topics, and after a few seconds of pause, she said, "The sewer in my house is blocked again, do you have time to come over tomorrow? What dish do you want to eat? I will buy it in advance, and eat here when the time comes." After hearing this, Wang Zhenxing couldn't help but smile. After waiting for several days, I waited for Shu Yurro to take the initiative to send out an invitation. Wang Zhenxing kind of wanted to give up dealing with the company's affairs and promised Shu Yurro. But at this moment, a cute girl's voice sounded in his head. The important character Shu Yurro sent an invitation and asked the host to make a choice. Option 1. Promise her to help dredge the sewer in the past and eat there by the way, with a success rate of 50%. Option 2. Refuse her, continue to dry her for a few days, Shu Yurro's favorability is +5, the next time you go to her house to help, the success rate of staying is 99%. Single quote. Now you promise to have only half the chance to stay there, Wang Zhenxing was secretly surprised. Shu Yurro has been tortured for several days, but she can actually bear it. It is worthy of being celibate for many years, and the resistance is still not bad. Fortunately, I didn't rush to agree just now. There are a lot of things in the company these days, I can't spare time, let's take a few days. Wang Zhenxing responded to Shu Yurro on the phone. In a few days Shu Yurro was a little disappointed after hearing this, but she didn't force it. Okay, call me when you have time, I'll go grocery shopping in advance. Well, I still have business, let's not talk about it first. After Wang Zhenxing finished speaking, he quickly hung up the call. Shu Yurro's favorability to the host is +5, and the current total favorability is 69. Adoration. Soon, Wang Zhenxing received the news. Politely refused Shu Yurro, and really gained a good impression. For men, the more they don't get a woman, the more they want to. This seems to apply to women as well. The more men can't get it, the more women want to. Wang Zhenxing smiled playfully, and then buried his head in dealing with things at work. He used to have a male secretary with strong business skills who could help with work matters. It's just that the secretary was going abroad a few days ago, so he resigned. Wang Zhenxing has not yet found a suitable secretary, so he has to deal with a lot of company affairs. It was busy until 9 o'clock in the evening that Wang Zhenxing finished dealing with today's affairs. It seems that it is necessary to find a competent secretary as soon as possible, otherwise it is always so busy that there is no time for entertainment. Although Wang Zhenxing is full of energy, he can't help but feel a little tired. And so busy until now, I haven't eaten dinner yet. After stepping out of the company office building, he asked the driver to go to the nearest hotel. Upon arrival at the destination, the driver waits in place. Wang Zhenxing walked into the hotel's restaurant, ordered some dishes, and ate alone. After eating quietly for a while, there were some quarrels at a table not far away. But it was a hotel waitress who accidentally poured on the guest's body while serving tea. The guest said he was burned and asked for compensation. The female waitress is very beautiful, she is in her early 20s, and she is apologizing. Wang Zhenxing subconsciously glanced over there. It's not that he wants to be nosy, but seeing that the female waiter's figure is a little top, he can't help but take a look. The heroine Lin Ketching is in trouble, ask the host to make a choice. Option 1. Shut me up and treat it as if I didn't see it. Option 2. Go up and help the guest scold her angrily, let her lose money, pay hard. Villain Halo points +20, Lin Ketching's favorability -30. Option 2. Give help, Lin Ketching's favorability +5, reward advanced fighting skills. It turns out that this female service is still a heroine, no wonder her figure is so great. Wang Zhenxing was abrupt. The first option can of course be simply ignored. The second and third options have the value of choice. He now has money, and Yan has a figure, if he can still fight, it will be more perfect. Although with his identity, it is unlikely to fight with ordinary people, it is always harmless to have one more skill, at least to defend himself. And with advanced fighting skills, you may be able to arrange a script for yourself to save the beauty when needed. It's just not too wonderful. After making a decision, Wang Zhenxing stretched out his hand and beckoned to a beautiful waitress passing by. The beautiful waitress looked at the side of the quarreling table, and wanted to go over there, but Wang Zhenxing's action made her have to stop. Wang Zhenxing has an extraordinary temperament, and he is a rich and noble man at a glance. She is a little waiter, how dare she ignore people? Sir, is there anything I need to do for you? The beautiful waitress held an empty plate in her hand, shortened her body, and asked softly. Wang Zhenxing silently took out a stack of cash from his body, and first pulled out 5, this is for you. Then he placed another thick stack of cash on the empty plate of the beautiful waitress, and continued. You take these, let the guests over there stop arguing, I've been busy all day, I just want to have a quiet meal. After speaking, Wang Zhenxing continued to eat without taking care of himself. Yes, sir. The beautiful waitress was stunned at first, then nodded happily and walked towards a short distance. Lose 10,000 yuan, otherwise this matter will not be over today. Madam, I've only been working here for a few days, and I really don't have that much money. If not, ask your family to ask for it, I don't believe that your family can't get 10,000 yuan. Lin Ketching looked embarrassed. Her family conditions are not good, let the family take out 10,000 yuan, that is undoubtedly let her parents cut the meat. Hurry, don't waste my time, your manager, call your manager over. The female guest did not adhere to the unforgiving way. At this time, the beautiful waitress with the plate came over. 6e, can you? Lin Ketching saw her friend coming over, and subconsciously wanted to ask her to borrow some money. My friend is not careful, why should he be so aggressive, to lose money, right? These are enough for you, right? Feng Qianchen said, flicking the cash on the plate on the table in front of the female guest. The female guest took a cursory look at the stack of cash, estimated it to be 15,000, and couldn't help but smack her tongue. In fact, asking for 10,000 is just casual talk, even if it is a few thousand, it is comfortable in the heart, and the tea is warmer, not hot, just wet a little cloves. Okay, let's leave it at that. The female guest said satisfiedly. The quarrel stopped, and the matter was finally resolved. Sissy, thank you, I will return this money to you. Lin Ketching pulled Feng Qianchen to the side and said solemnly. This money is not mine. Feng Qianchen shook her head and smiled. Who is that? Lin Ketching was puzzled. Oh, that handsome boss over there. Feng Qianchen nodded in the direction of Wang Zhenxing. Lin Ketching looked in the direction indicated by her friend and saw a man dressed in bright and exquisite clothes eating silently. I don't know him, why should he help me? Lin Ketching was puzzled. He just told me that he had a busy day and just wanted to eat quietly, and the movement here just disturbed him from eating. Feng Qianchen explained. In order to eat a quiet meal, throw out more than 10,000 pieces casually. Lin Ketching's rosy little mouth was surprised to swallow an egg. Rich people, of course, their ideas are different from ours, spending 10,000 may be similar to ordinary people spending a piece. Feng Qianchen stared at Wang Zhenxing's side, and suddenly remembered something. Looking at his appearance, it seems to be a little familiar. By the way, I remembered, he is the famous Diamond King Lao V. It seems to be called Wang Zhenxing, no, is called Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing, it's even more handsome than rumored, I heard that it was still built from scratch, which is really powerful. Lin Ketching also secretly looked over there, and couldn't help but admire it. The heroine Lin Ketching has a favorability rating of +5 to the host, and the current total favorability is 35, friendly. The host slightly affects the direction of the plot and gets 100 counterattack points. Wang Zhenxing was eating, and paused after hearing the news from the system, and at the same time saw someone looking at him out of the corner of his eye. Smiling secretly, he continued to eat in silence. Soon, he sensed someone coming this way. Sir, thank you for helping me out just now. Hearing a pleasant female voice beside him, Wang Zhenxing raised his eyes slightly to look at her. Just now, far away, I could only see Lin Ketching's amazing body curves. Now it's closer, and I see it more realistically. Natural fair skin, melon seed face, delicate facial features. There are no traces of makeup on the face. This is a natural beauty. There is still a trace of girlish youth that has not completely faded. This temperament is generally only seen in female college students. It's just a trifle. Wang Zhenxing glanced at her lightly and said without care. For you, it may be a small thing, but it is a big help to me. That money I'll give it back to you later. Lin Ketching, as a girl from a poor village, has a sincere and simple temperament, and always feels overwhelmed when she owes things to others. No need, Wang Zhenxing said indifferently. No, I will definitely return it to you. Lin Ketching insisted. Wang Zhenxing was stunned for a moment, raised his eyes and looked at her again, and from her face, he saw a stubbornness. Okay. Wang Zhenxing was too lazy to fight with her. Then take the liberty of asking, what is your contact information? Lin Ketching asked in a low voice. Wang Zhenxing stretched out his hand. Lin Ketching agreed, quickly took out his mobile phone, and handed it out with both hands. Wang Zhenxing took the mobile phone and dialed a number to go out. Lin Ketching soon heard the vibration of Wang Zhenxing's body uploaded to the mobile phone. Wang Zhenxing hung up the call, returned the mobile phone to Lin Ketching, and continued to eat in silence. Sir, that doesn't bother you. Lin Ketching said gratefully again, and then quietly returned to his friend. Feng Qianchen asked curiously about the process. Lin Ketching told truthfully. You are stupid, people have helped you pay, you still have to insist on paying back people, more than 10,000 yuan, this is not small money. Feng Qianchen hated the Tao that iron is not steel. But I owe money to people, I don't feel like I can go. Lin Ketching said. Oh, I don't know what to say about you. Feng Qianchen knew the character of her friend, and after complaining, she did not continue to entangle on this topic, but she couldn't help but say with some emotion. Sincerity is indeed a special skill, that is the Diamond King old 5 who countless women can't get close, you actually want to get people's contact information. How many numbers, let me also remember it. Feng Qianchen asked excitedly. Lin Ketching naturally would not refuse, took out her mobile phone and flipped out the call record, so that Feng Qianchen could take a look. Feng Qianchen took out her mobile phone and saved the number, and after comparing it several times, she confirmed that it was correct, which was reassuring. Sissy, what do you want his number for? Lin Ketching asked suspiciously. Rich and graceful, and generous, if anyone can be her woman, it is really a blessing. Feng Qianchen looked at Wang Zhenxing not far away without blinking. Attractive men who are pleasing to the eye even when they eat. He seems to be over 35, you are almost 10 years old, you still want to be a woman. Lin Ketching was surprised. What about being a teenager, don't you think he's attractive? And also handsome and golden. Feng Qianchen looked excited. But it's a teenager. Lin Ketching shook her head. If she finds a partner, she can only accept a 5-year age difference at most. Otherwise the age gap is too large, and it is estimated that there will be a generation gap, right? What about being a teenager, if you don't know him and he tells you that he is in his 20s, you won't suspect it, right? Feng Qianchen asked rhetorically. Well, if you like it yourself. Lin Ketching didn't argue with her anymore. Feng Qianchen suddenly sighed, it's useless to just like it, people definitely can't look at me, I just want to ask people about career problems and see if I can let him give me some life advice. People are self-made business tycoons, and their insights and vision are certainly extraordinary. Just pointing me out may be enough to save me a few years of detours. Wang Zhenxing took a shower after returning home to relieve his fatigue. At this time, a strange phone call suddenly came. After a pause, he answered the phone. Hello Mr. Wang, I am the waitress of the Century Hotel, my name is Feng Qianchen, we met a few hours ago, and you gave me a tip of 500 yuan at that time. Feng Qianchen said cautiously on the phone. How do you have my contact information? Wang Zhenxing frowned. I asked my friend Lin Ketching to come, but don't worry, I have no malice, I am about to graduate in my senior year now, I am very confused about the future, I want to ask you some questions, so I can plan the future life path. Feng Qianchen spoke sincerely. Friends with Lin Ketching. Wang Zhenxing's impatience in his heart was a little less. Lin Ketching is the heroine, and you can reap a lot of benefits from her. Wang Zhenxing was still calculating, looking for someone to check Lin Ketching's details. Unexpectedly, Lin Ketching's friend suddenly took the initiative to contact him. Instead, you can learn about Lin Ketching through Feng Qianchen. Don't you look at the time, it's past 11 o'clock at night. Although he planned to get closer to the other party, Wang Zhenxing did not seem very courteous. Otherwise, it will inevitably arouse suspicion. Moreover, Feng Qianchen and Lin Ketching are friends, and their chat with Feng Qianchen may fall into Lin Ketching's ears. Sorry to disturb you, then I hung up. Feng Qianchen said in disappointment. My time is precious, I don't have time to talk to you too much. Tomorrow night I may go to the Century Hotel to eat. What do you need to ask? You can come over then, but I won't give you too much time, 5 minutes at most. Wang Zhenxing's tone sounded a little indifferent, but in fact, he was looking forward to meeting Feng Qianchen in his heart. Although he had only seen Feng Qianchen once, he could see a full impetuosity in Feng Qianchen's eyes. Such people are often in a hurry and do not have the patience to be down to earth. This is true for many recent college graduates, and this is not an isolated case. As long as it is properly handled, this kind of person is easier to control. If Feng Qianchen can be used for herself, then it will be able to provide unlimited convenience for approaching Lin Ketching. Thinking so, Wang Zhenxing recalled Feng Qianchen's appearance. Feng Qianchen belongs to the kind of petite girl. He is about 163 tall. The overall look is thin where it should be thin, and the place where it should be fat is fat. It is a typical example of a twig-bearing fruit. Although it is not as beautiful as Lin Ketching, she is also a rare petite beauty. If 100 is a full score, Lin Ketching can score 97 points, and Feng Qianchen can probably score 92 points. Between 90 and 95 points, it can be called a first-class beauty. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Feng Qianchen was overjoyed when she heard Wang Zhenxing's promise. After finishing the call, I returned to the house and even jumped with excitement. What's so happy? Lin Ketching came out of the shower and asked curiously after seeing Feng Qianchen's abnormality. Both were seniors graduating and were about to find an internship, so they shared a house for convenience. It's just that both of them hit a wall and have not found a satisfactory job with their professional counterparts, so they are currently working as waiters at the Century Hotel together, intending to earn some money to maintain rent and daily expenses first. Didn't nothing, just see a funny short video. Feng Qianchen lied. She was afraid that after Lin Ketching found out, she would follow her to find Wang Zhenxing tomorrow and ask Wang Zhenxing some questions. Wang Zhenxing said on the phone before that he would only give her 5 minutes. Feng Qianchen still felt that she had less time, and of course she didn't want to be occupied by others, and she had won the opportunity that she had won so hard. Even if this person is his good friend Lin Ketching. After all, people are always selfish. Feng Qianchen is naturally no exception. The time quickly came to the next day. Feng Qianchen and Lin Ketching were originally working the day shift today, and they could leave work in the evening. However, because of the agreement, Feng Qianchen replaced with a waiter and went to work. Lin Ketching went back first. Wang Zhenxing, who finished a day's work, came to the Century Hotel for dinner. Feng Qianchen was about to look through the autumn water. While Wang Zhenxing was waiting for the food to be served, Feng Qianchen came to the table. Mr. Wang, good evening. Feng Qianchen bent down humbly and greeted Wang Zhenxing. Sit down first, before you ask questions, I need to ask you some questions to get a general understanding of your situation, so that I can give you some insight. Wang Zhenxing also does not talk nonsense, and directly enters the topic. Feng Qianchen was a little nervous, and carefully sat in front of Wang Zhenxing. This posture is a bit of a child's sense of déjà vu that has just gone to kindergarten to listen to a teacher's lecture. What does Mr. Wang want to ask? How many boyfriends have you talked to? Why do you ask this? Feng Qianchen didn't understand. Senseless feelings will only accelerate your mental internal friction, and if you want to get ahead, you can't put extra energy on feelings. Okay, answer my question. Haven't talked about it. Tell the truth. I really haven't talked about it. If I lie, it will make me ugly. Good, you already have an important condition for success. Wang Zhenxing looked at the gold watch on his wrist and began to time. You start asking questions, and the 5-minute timer begins. Feng Qianchen knows that opportunities are rare, and of course she will not grind it. Mr. Wang, I am studying journalism at Qingling University, and now Feng Qianchen was ready to briefly introduce her situation first. However, as soon as he said a few words, he was interrupted by Wang Zhenxing's words. You said you studied journalism, so there must be a background in this area in your family, right? Nope. Feng Qianchen shook her head. So you still choose journalism? Wang Zhenxing questioned. Why, is there anything wrong with this major? Feng Qianchen looked wooden. Wang Zhenxing smiled a little. I can tell you with certainty that without this background, it is difficult to find a good job in this industry, even if you can luckily find a job in journalism, but after more than a few decades, you will only stay put. In short, the future is bleak. When you chose this major, didn't your family stop you? Feng Qianchen said with some inferiority. My family is very average, my parents don't study much, where will they know this? Then I advise you to change your employment direction. Wang Zhenxing said lightly. I still had excellent grades in school, did I work hard and have no chance of making a career in journalism? Feng Qianchen asked impatiently. Wang Zhenxing said slowly. It seems that you really haven't been beaten by society. If you don't believe it, although you can try, you can come out with hard work, it's just a scam. It's like people told you before, hard work can get rich, but in fact, hard work can really get rich. Feng Qianchen was suddenly dumbfounded. Because it seems to be true. However, the education from childhood to adulthood told Feng Qianchen that she would succeed if she worked hard. Feng Qianchen was really unwilling in her heart and wanted to maintain her beliefs, so she found evidence to refute Wang Zhenxing's view. There is an entrepreneur surnamed Ma, who once graduated from college, isn't it also mediocre? Now sitting on a huge game company, the hottest social software is also from the entrepreneur's company, isn't this hard work? The one you are talking about, his old son was originally the boss of the company, and he was the boss who opened the company decades ago, do you know the gold content of it? Wang Zhenxing said. What about the famous real estate boss surnamed Wang, who didn't study and then went to join the army, didn't he make his fortune by hard work? Feng Qianchen said again. You probably don't know how many medals his father-in-law has on his shoulders. Wang Zhenxing replied calmly. What about another man who started out on an online shopping platform and is known as Ma Daddy? He used to be just a teacher. It's right to be a teacher, but people's family backgrounds are not bad. They have a lot of network resources, and they also have a certain amount of wealth accumulation, otherwise why can they experience several entrepreneurial failures but still raise funds to continue entrepreneurship? What about the other boss surnamed Lu who founded an online shopping platform for electrical appliances? He was born poor. He really doesn't have much background, but Katsu is looking for a great wife who helped him a lot when he first started his business. Oh, by the way, she should be considered an ex-wife now. So, what about you? You're always starting from scratch, right? Wang Zhenxing took a sip of tea to moisten his throat. Me. I really didn't have much money at the beginning, but my old son left me a lot of contacts. Actually, the success of these successful people you think is related to their own efforts, but effort is only a factor in success. Choices, opportunities, luck, vision, etc., these are 100 times more important than hard work. And now that the times have changed, the economic landscape is stereotyped, it is not easy to make a fortune. Of course, this does not mean that there are no opportunities, but, why do you think it is your turn? Young man, see the reality. Wang Zhenxing is shattering her original beliefs and cognition bit by bit. After Feng Qianchen listened, the whole person was completely confused, and asked woodenly, then if I want to get rich, can you give some advice? Make more use of your own advantages, such as you are quite beautiful, which is your superiority over other women, and pay attention to the nobles around you. With the help of a good nobleman, it is better than you struggle for decades. Wang Zhenxing saw that the fire was almost over, and immediately hinted. Elegant. Feng Qianchen savored it carefully and seemed to have some understanding. Mr. Wang, can you be my nobleman? Feng Qianchen asked boldly. Wang Zhenxing was noncommittal, just looked down at the gold watch on his wrist. 5 minutes is up. Feng Qianchen's lowly face suddenly turned pale, and she wanted to continue to ask something, but she was afraid of annoying people, so she could only get up slowly. However, just as Feng Qianchen was about to leave, Wang Zhenxing suddenly spoke up again. Help me go to the luxury suite, I want to rest here today. Feng Qianchen turned around and took some cash and a certificate from Wang Zhenxing's hand. Of this stack of cash, 1,000 of them were tips for Feng Qianchen to run away. Feng Qianchen couldn't help but be a little stunned when she saw it. She works as a waitress here in the hotel, and her salary is only a few thousand a month. The tip given by the big boss is 1,000 yuan. Rich people are arrogant. Mr. Wang, wait a bit, I'll do it right away. Feng Qianchen bowed in response, and then went to the front desk to check in for Wang Zhenxing. After a few minutes, she returned with a room card. When she handed the room card to Wang Zhenxing, she ghostly glanced at the room card more. 8,081. Feng Qianchen subconsciously silently read the number on the room card in her heart. After Wang Zhenxing finished eating, he took the room card to the designated room, and then took a bath to relieve his fatigue. Halfway through, the phone suddenly rang. Wang Zhenxing looked at the call and found that it was Shu Yurro calling. Hee, revitalization, didn't bother you. After the phone was connected, Shu Yurro's gentle voice sounded. No, I'm not busy right now. Well, what are you doing now? Take a bath. Hearing the reply on the phone, Shu Yurro's mind subconsciously remembered the picture of Wang Zhenxing shirtless that day. That perfect body seemed to be engraved in her mind. When she thought that Wang Zhenxing was taking a bath, she even inadvertently made up the picture. It was just that the brain made up for a few seconds, and I suddenly felt extremely ashamed. Tomorrow and Saturday, are you busy as a big boss? Shu Yurro bit the corner of her lip and asked aloud. The secretary resigned before, and now the company has a lot of affairs to deal with, which is a bit busy. Wang Zhenxing's words are true. In recent days, I have been getting up early and getting dark. It's not that he didn't think about finding a secretary to fill the vacancy as soon as possible. It's just that it's not easy to find a suitable and competent secretary for a while. After Shu Yurro listened, she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, and she was embarrassed to call Wang Zhenxing to help repair light bulbs and the like, so she could only say with concern. Well, pay attention to your body, don't get tired. Well, it's okay, you should rest well. After Wang Zhenxing responded, he hung up the call. Shu Yurro over there sighed again and again after hearing this. She would like to have a good rest, but the movement upstairs every night in recent days has been too much. The two people upstairs simply don't know how to be ashamed, and they don't know how to converge. Shu Yurro condemned in her heart. And just when the condemnation was over, the upstairs began again. Shu Yurro watched TV hard and diverted her attention. Half an hour passed, and I didn't remember a little about the plot of the TV. Therefore, she could only silently take out the nail clippers and cut off the long nails of her left hand to polish them. Next, wash your hands with hand sanitizer. Shu Yurro is a very hygienic woman. After doing this, Shu Yurro returned to her bedroom and then turned off the light. 11 o'clock in the evening. Century Hotel. Wang Zhenxing had not rested, leaning on the bedside with a book and reading. At this time, there was a knock on the door outside. Wang Zhenxing got up and went to open the door. Mr. Wang, it won't bother you, will it? Feng Qianchen stood timidly at the door. Wang Zhenxing didn't feel surprised when he saw her, but he said lightly on the surface. You are working in the restaurant department, why are you still in the housekeeping department, and I don't seem to have called room service? I'm already off work, but I still have a question I want to ask Mr. Wang. Feng Qianchen looked sincere. What? That's the question Mr. Wang you haven't answered, you be my noble. I'm not your dad, for no reason, why should I help you? I Feng Qianchen was speechless. Or, do you have anything to help me with? I think I should have. Feng Qianchen took a step forward, and then slowly closed the door behind her. After a while, the sound of water came from the shower room. Alas, why don't young people work a down-to-earth basis, they have to take shortcuts. Wang Zhenxing sighed while reading the book. The host successfully committed evil, guided the female partner Feng Qianchen to go astray, and obtained the villain aura point 30. The female partner Feng Qianchen has a favorability of +10 to the host, and the current total favorability is 60, love. The host protagonist Chini gets the love of the female partner Feng Qianchen, which affects the plot trend and gets 200 counterattack points. Wang Zhenxing's excellent appearance conditions allowed Feng Qianchen to reach the level of 50 heartbeat at first sight, and after friendly exchanges, it directly increased by 10. A famous female writer said that there is a shortcut to quickly enter a woman's heart. Sure enough, don't lie to me. As for Chinyi, the protagonist of the truncated beard, this was not expected by Wang Zhenxing. But after thinking about it, Chinyi, the protagonist, is more vigorous than Niu, and he is also handsome. It is also quite normal to gain the affection of female partners. Of course, this is unlikely. Because he was cut off by Wang Zhenxing. And Feng Qianchen reached the level of adoration, then she could better arrange for her to do something. Relying solely on money relationships to maintain it, Wang Zhenxing is a little uneasy. 3 poles in the day. The sun shone in outside the window. Feng Qianchen opened her eyes tiredly, and the whole person only felt cracked. turned his head to look at the pillow next to him. Empty. He had long since left, but had left a check on the bedside table. Feng Qianqun got up with difficulty, took the check and looked at it, and counted a string of zeros after one. Lack. Feng Qianqun was stunned, only feeling a little trance, and after repeating the count 3 times, she was sure that she had not counted wrong. That's right, it's 100,000. If I work part-time, how long will it take to earn 100,000? And this is still just what he gave casually. There was also a message on his phone that he had sent early in the morning. This is your pocket money for this month, take it and dress yourself up first. A month's pocket money. After Feng Qianqun was surprised, she suddenly became ecstatic. She was stupid, and after coming here last night, she did not talk about any concrete return for this deal. In the middle of nowhere, some stories happened. If the other party pretends that nothing happened afterwards, then there is nothing she can do. Fortunately, that didn't happen. Lift the quilt and there are a few plum blossoms on it. Losing the beauty that had been preserved for many years, Feng Qianqun couldn't help but feel a trance, but she didn't feel regret. She continued to lie for an hour or two in the plush bed of a fancy hotel she had never stayed in before getting up and going to a nearby pharmacy. At noon, Feng Qianqun received the information and went to a luxury restaurant in advance. The private room was set by Wang Zhenxing a long time ago. The reason why Feng Qianqun came first was naturally to avoid being noticed. After all, Wang Zhenxing is Qingling's somewhat famous Diamond King Old Fifth, and he is well known. Feng Qianqun waited for about half an hour before she saw Wang Zhenxing enter the private room. The king, Mr. Wang, you are here. Feng Qianqun couldn't think of what title was appropriate, so she used the previous title. Order whatever you want. Wang Zhenxing handed the menu over. Oh. Feng Qianqun trembled and took the menu, and saw many expensive dishes. The cheapest dish was 1,000 yuan. Feng Qianqun looked at it all and smacked her tongue, and finally only ordered 2 dishes. Wang Zhenxing then ordered 2 more, and then pressed the summons button in the private room. Soon, a waitress walked into the private room to record the dishes ordered by the guests. When the waitress was recording, she frequently looked at Wang Zhenxing, and looked at Feng Qianqun strangely. Apparently, she seemed to recognize Wang Zhenxing. The waitress's eyes flickered, guessing the relationship between the two. After recording, she was ready to leave. Wait a minute. Wang Zhenxing suddenly spoke. Distinguished guest, is there anything else you need? The waitress asked politely. Niece, would you like some red wine? Wang Zhenxing asked Feng Qianqun. Feng Qianqun was stunned for a moment, and then reacted, shaking her head and saying, no need. That's okay. Wang Zhenxing said to the waitress. The waitress smiled and nodded, then exited the private room. Remember, I'm your cousin, and you're my cousin. Wang Zhenxing added to Feng Qianqun. Well, I remembered. Wang Xian. Feng Qianqun nodded like a chicken pecking rice, but halfway through the words, she suddenly realized that it was wrong, so she changed her tone again. I remember, uncle. Well, Wang Zhenxing nodded. Niece, I am in a hurry in the morning, and some things have not been told to you. Do you plan to be idle and do nothing, or do you want to realize your self-worth? Wang Zhenxing asked Feng Qianqun. Self-worth, of course. As a well-educated female college student, Feng Qianqun is still a little pursued. Well, I have a little friendship with the deputy station of Qingling TV, and I can introduce you to Qingling TV. For Feng Qianqun's choice, Wang Zhenxing is still more willing. If Feng Qianqun was really idle and did nothing, she was afraid that the other party would come to pester him if he was fine. Enter Qingling TV. Feng Qianqun was surprised and delighted. As soon as she graduated, she entered the city TV station, which she could not have imagined before. Sure enough, it is good to have connections. If you let the students in the class who are majoring in journalism know, then they will definitely be envious to death. Thank you, Uncle Feng Qianqun said excitedly. Your friend Lin Ketching, what major is she studying? On the way to the meal, Wang Zhenxing began to get down to business, and he sounded to Feng Qianqun. Majoring in business administration, Feng Qianqun said. How's the professional grade? Very good, I get a scholarship every year. Not only do I not have to take tuition from my family during college, but I can also send a little money to my family. When Feng Qianqun said this, she was envious and jealous. After Wang Zhenxing listened, he nodded slowly. Normally, the heroine is rarely a simple vase, in addition to high appearance and good figure, at least in a certain professional field has extremely high ability. Lin Ketching is obviously extremely good at business administration. With this ability, he is a good person who manages the company. Wang Zhenxing is currently planning to find a secretary to help with the company's affairs. This Lin Ketching may be a good choice. Once Lin Ketching became his subordinate, it would definitely be more convenient to brush up on the reward. Wang Zhenxing continued to inquire about Lin Ketching. Of course, Feng Qianchen knows everything and says everything. After almost asking, the meal was over. This restaurant also offers accommodation. After Wang Zhenxing finished eating, he took him upstairs to take a nap. Of course, Feng Qianchen also followed to take a rest. The female partner Feng Qianchen has a favorability rating of +5 to the host, and the current total favorability is 65 love. When Wang Zhenxing left, he found that there was a system message for half an hour. I was too attentive before, so I didn't pay attention. How to say it? I can only say that I have been in love for a long time. Good niece, help me do something. If it is done, uncle will give you 500,000 pocket money. Before leaving, Wang Zhenxing explained some things to the weak and confused Feng Qianchen. When Lin Ketching came home from work, she saw Feng Qianchen trying on a new dress. The texture of several new dresses is particularly delicate, and the workmanship and style are excellent. Even if Lin Ketching has not seen any brand name goods, he can guess that these dresses are not cheap. Sissy, these dresses are so beautiful. Lin Ketching looked envious. Of course, thousands of pieces apiece. Feng Qianchen couldn't help but feel a little proud. So expensive. While Lin Ketching smacked her lips, he looked at her with some doubt. She had known Feng Qianchen for a few years, and she had never seen her so generous before. Feng Qianchen noticed the doubts in Lin Ketching's eyes, and immediately remembered that her uncle had explained to her not to reveal the matter of the two. Even if she reveals the slightest, she definitely has no good fruit to eat. After thinking about it, Feng Qianchen said seriously, "But Ching, I don't hide from you. My family's conditions are actually very good, but I used to study, and my family limited my economic conditions. I was sluggish before and wanted to rely on my own efforts to struggle, so I didn't accept the arrangements at home, but I was ruthlessly hit by reality. Now I want to open, so I accept the arrangement of my family and prepare to work at Qingling TV." Lin Ketching, out of trust in her good friend, and relatively straightforward, after hearing her say this, she did not suspect it, but just envious. "Go to work at Qingling TV, sissy, I really envy you." Seeing her reaction, Feng Qianchen's vanity was greatly satisfied. In college, she has always been pressed by Lin Ketching, and now she can finally beat her in one aspect. Even if it's a trade-off. But to be honest, Feng Qianchen did not feel a loss. Wang Zhenxing's conditions are excellent, and the appearance alone is excellent. Even if it is to find such a boyfriend, it will be doubly face-saving to take it out. Not to mention that people are hugely rich and willing to spend money on yourself. It is also not in vain that she used to pick and choose, did not accept the pursuit of the general opposite sex, and has always remained single. Ketching, I plan to go to the Century Hotel tomorrow to resign from the job of waiter, and you should also resign with me. Feng Qianchen remembered her uncle's instructions and suddenly said to Lin Ketching. Lin Ketching sighed slightly, "Shishi, you have a new job, but I haven't yet. I'd better work as a waiter over there first, and then resign when I have a new job. I stumbled upon a job ad today and saw that there was a job that was right for you." Feng Qianchen hugged her shoulder affectionately. "What kind of work?" Lin Ketching asked expectantly. "Revitalization Group is recruiting the president's secretary, and if you study business administration, it can also be regarded as a partner with your major. How dare I, a recent college graduate, be able to hire such a position? Why don't you try it, and don't lose anything? If you don't worry, don't quit the job over there in the hotel, this is not enough. But the position of the president's secretary, I think it's a little." Lin Ketching watched too much TV, and was a little afraid of being dived. "But Ching, can your brain not be so dirty? The president of the Revitalization Group is Wang Zhenxing, the famous Diamond King of Qingling. How many beautiful women are pasted? People can't look at you. Do you think people will look at you?" Feng Qianchen crossed Xiao Man's waist and counted down. Hearing this, Lin Ketching suddenly felt a little embarrassed. She had also met Wang Zhenxing before and had received help from others. He doesn't look like that kind of person. And Feng Qianchen is right, people are so good, what kind of woman don't have it? Okay, then I'll put in my resume and try it. Lin Ketching came to the bedroom, sorted out his resume, and then opened the notebook to search the recruitment interface of the official website of the revitalization group, and submitted the resume. After doing this, it's time to wash and rest. It's just that Feng Qianchen stayed in the shower for a long time and didn't come out. In the shared house, there is a shower room. Lin Ketching could only wait. It took about 10 minutes before Feng Qianchen came out with a bath towel. Lin Ketching took the clothes and was about to walk in, but saw Feng Qianchen twisting and twisting as she walked. "Sissy, are your feet okay?" Lin Ketching asked with concern. "The floor was a little slippery, and I just accidentally twisted my foot in the bathroom." Feng Qianchen replied. "Seriously? Do you want me to buy you some medicine?" "No need, I have my own medicine." During the day, Feng Qianchen specially went to the pharmacy to buy medicine, but it was only an anti-inflammatory medicine, not a treatment for bruises and sprains. "Do you want me to help?" "No thanks, I can do it myself." Of course, Feng Qianchen couldn't let Lin Ketching do it for her. "Well, okay." Lin Ketching turned around and walked into the bathroom. After about a few minutes, Feng Qianchen suddenly broke in. Lin Ketching was taken aback. "It's going to scare people to death at first glance. I forgot something, take it." Feng Qianchen said. "Then you knock on the door first." Lin Ketching looked flustered. In order to save money, the two shared a very cheap house. The facilities in the house are a bit old, and the bathroom door is broken and cannot be locked. "I'm sorry." Feng Qianchen smiled and glanced at Lin Ketching a few more times before leaving. In a location that Lin Ketching couldn't see, he even secretly took a few pictures with his mobile phone. Feng Qianchen returned to the bedroom, opened V, clicked on the uncle dialog box with the remark, and then sent out a few photos just now. Wang Zhenxing, who was in the mansion, suddenly heard the message prompt. Click on the message and see that it is a few photos. The people in the picture blocked the key places, but the wonderful scenery in other places could not be obscured. "Isn't this Lin Ketching?" Wang Zhenxing immediately recognized it, feeling a little surprised at the same time. Lin Ketching is even more hidden than it seems. It is worthy of being the heroine, and her appearance is simply the top. "What are you sending me this for?" After admiring for a while, Wang Zhenxing typed and asked Feng Qianchen. "I thought you would like it, so I sent it to you." Feng Qianchen explained. "She is not a fool." Wang Zhenxing explained that she asked Lin Ketching to apply for the president's secretary, and she guessed that Wang Zhenxing had special intentions. "Because I was afraid of falling out of favor, I made my own decisions and did something to please me. What do you think of me? Don't try to guess my purpose, just do what I tell you." Although he was satisfied with the photos, Wang Zhenxing was afraid that Feng Qianchen's impolite behavior would lose Lin Ketching's trust. If that's the case, then Feng Qianchen loses her greatest value. "Yes, I see, I will never dare again." Feng Qianchen was terrified and hurriedly typed. Wang Zhenxing was a little uneasy, thought about it and then sent some news over. "Remember, don't talk nonsense. If you reveal something that shouldn't be revealed, then you'll be in big trouble. Forgot to tell you, the process of our transaction, I secretly filmed the video. As long as I edit it a little, erase my appearance, and then post it online, I won't have trouble, but you are absolutely discredited and spurned. So, remember my advice to you, understand?" "Understood. I must be tight-lipped and will not talk nonsense." Feng Qianchen's face turned pale, and her hands were shaking when she edited the news. The host successfully committed evil, intimidated the female partner Feng Qianchen, and obtained 20 villain aura points. Receiving the news from the system, Wang Zhenxing laughed badly. In fact, he was not interested in photography, just to scare Feng Qianchen. And Feng Qianchen herself is uncertain whether Wang Zhenxing made such a move at that time. Because Feng Qianchen is the first time, she is very shy, plus she is more devoted. So most of the time in the process is with your eyes closed. He didn't notice anything Wang Zhenxing did at all. What it looks like for 5 minutes. Wang Zhenxing received another message. "Do you usually like to watch any anime?" The news was sent by Feng Qianchen. Seeing this news, Wang Zhenxing only felt inexplicable. "I don't have this time." Feng Qianchen, then you should have watched anime before, right? Just name a few. Wang Zhenxing, Hulu Baby, Popeye, Sailor Moon. Whether it is before or after the crossing, Wang Zhenxing is not a young man in his early 20s. Those who are more impressed, that's all. After Feng Qianchen saw the news, she was stunned. She prefers cuz, and in the years of college, she has also gone to cuz all kinds of beautiful anime female characters at comic exhibitions many times. It's just that Wang Zhenxing said these anime, she has never cuz. But she has heard of these anime and probably knows the characters in these anime. What's your favorite character in Sailor Moon? Feng Qianchen asked. The characters in Hulu and Popeye are weird. And there are many beautiful characters in Sailor Moon, and it looks good when you cuz. Water Ice Moon. Wang Zhenxing thought about it, so he replied with 3 words. Feng Qianchen, well, I see. Wang Zhenxing, inexplicably, what do you ask these for? Just ask, it's nothing, it won't bother you. Feng Qianchen did not answer Wang Zhenxing's question, but decided to keep it a secret and surprise him at that time. After sending this message, the chat ended temporarily. Feng Qianchen opened the online shopping platform and bought a set of cuz clothing for Shui Bingyu. Later, I bought dozens of pairs of socks in a brand-name sock store. Types include mid-tube socks, calf socks, over-the-knee socks and high stockings. In terms of colors, it is even more diverse. Black, white, red, yellow and more. Feng Qianchen chose for a long time before she finished it, and her eyes were sour. But there is no way. Just now, she was really scared by Wang Zhenxing. So Feng Qianchen could only take the initiative to do something. Although she has no previous experience in love, Feng Qianchen has learned some strategies from some friends in the internet. Now is the time to put what you have learned into practice. As long as you do your duty, there must be no reason for a boss to target yourself, right? The other side. After Lin Ketching finished washing, he received a call from the revitalization group. On the phone, she was told to go to the interview tomorrow. Lin Ketching agreed excitedly. The next morning, she dressed up simply, went out and took the bus to the headquarters building of the revitalization group. In the lobby of the personnel department, there are dozens of interviewers. Among them are men and women make up the majority. In terms of age, most people are around 30 years old. These are all here to apply for the secretary to the president. Lin Ketching is in her early 20s, which is very young among these people. Generally speaking, the position of secretary to the president of a large company requires people with certain work experience. Very few recent graduates, or graduating college students, apply for this position. Lin Ketching looked around nervously. The few men around, their eyes were shrewd and sharp, and they were elite figures at a glance. Competing with these people, Lin Ketching believes that he is far inferior. Lin Ketching subconsciously compared herself with the women around her. Women with good looks and good figures abound around. Of course, most of these women are beautiful by makeup. But it's a delight to look at. Lin Ketching wiped ordinary creams when she went out, although she was naturally beautiful, but in this pile of beautiful women, it didn't look conspicuous. And there are also women who dress more boldly. It's even about to come out of the air. And Lin Ketching, wear some loose clothes to cover your good figure tightly. Compared with them, there is no advantage at all. With so many people grabbing a position, and I'm so much worse than them in every way, how can I have a chance to get elected? Lin Ketching suddenly became lost. Sister, you've just left the university, right? While waiting, a woman dressed in bold heavy makeup asked. Yes, how do you know? Lin Ketching was a little surprised. Of course, I guessed, as a woman, to apply for the position of secretary to the president, she didn't work dress, obviously she didn't have any social work experience. The woman with heavy makeup explained. In the position of the president's secretary, ability is the first, why do you have to work dressing? Lin Ketching humbly asked. Haven't you heard a word? There's something the secretary does, it's okay. The woman with heavy makeup gave her a, look. Lin Ketching has naturally heard this sentence. Otherwise, when Feng Qianchen talked about this yesterday, she would not have the kind of concern that she was afraid of diving. The revitalization group is a regular company, which that's unlikely, right? Lin Ketching said uncertainly. So you're young. The woman with heavy makeup scoffed. After Lin Ketching heard this, his brows immediately frowned. If it is really like this woman said, then she really has no interest in this position. It took about 2 minutes. A capable male manager with a work card walked into the interview hall. Those who dress frivolously, you can leave directly, you are eliminated. After glancing at the interviewers in the hall, the male manager found that there were many women dressed boldly, and suddenly announced their majesty. This remark caused dissatisfaction and protests from some female interviewers present. What do you think this place is? Is it a small company in the lower 9th rank? This is the revitalization group, recruiting competent secretaries. You guys dressed up fancy, what are you going to do here? Want to seduce our president? You might as well go and inquire about who our king is. Might as well tell you that the previous president's secretary was a man. So, put away your crooked thoughts. The male manager shouted at those who were dissatisfied with the protests. Wang Zhenxing was originally a supporting role in the protagonist camp in the setting of the original plot. In terms of character and image, it is absolutely incomparably brilliant. The whole company is praised. Even the ant who cleans in the company building will give a thumbs up when talking about Mr. Wang. After hearing the words of the male manager, those dissatisfied voices gradually subsided, and regretfully left one after another. There are a few women dressed in unrestrained clothes, who continue to stay without face. The male manager directly pointed to each other by name and asked them to leave. The number of women who came to apply in the hall soon decreased by more than half. Seeing this situation, Lin Ketching couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that his previous worries are completely superfluous. This is a regular company, and the recruitment is also a serious secretary. What was I thinking about? How can you worry about such a thing as being submerged? Moreover, that Mr. Wang had seen it before. People don't expect anything in return to help them solve their problems. How do you actually speculate about others? It really shouldn't be. What's more, there is a high probability that he will not be able to be hired. However, there should be a beginning and an end to what is done. Even if you can't apply, you can at least accumulate some interview experience. Lin Ketching relaxed her mind and calmly waited for the next interview. Without any expectations, Lin Ketching was not nervous. In the second round of interviews, she has always maintained a good attitude, and she has always been calm when the interviewer asks questions to assess her ability. Lin Ketching's grades in college have always been very good, and she has won scholarships every year. Theoretical things simply do not bother her. When the second round of interviews was all over, many people were eliminated. Only 5 people remained. Lin Ketching was one of the 5. The other 4 people who passed looked at Lin Ketching, who was a little immature, and they all felt a little surprised. Even Lin Ketching himself felt incredible. Our company's recruitment has never been based on seniority as the hiring criterion, and our president also said that people who have a lot of work experience in the workplace will have too solidified thinking. On the contrary, people who have no work experience may have unexpected performance. Those who pass you, don't be happy too early with high qualifications, and don't be discouraged if you don't have qualifications. An interviewer noticed the emotions of several interviewees and said these words very solemnly. This sentence is not that Wang Zhenxing has said hello in advance, but that the recruitment guidelines of Zhenxing Group have always been like this. You know, Wang Zhenxing was originally a supporting role in the protagonist camp whose identity was the protagonist. In the eyes of all the employees of the revitalization group, his image is great and glorious. In particular, some of the elders who followed Wang Zhenxing's initial entrepreneurship have reached a feverish worship of him. Soon, the final round of interviews came. Office of the President. Wang Zhenxing was checking some documents, and a female deputy manager of the personnel department knocked on the door, and then walked in to report the interview of the president's secretary. In today's interview, Wang Zhenxing was not involved. Even the interview process was not designed by him, but the interview process of the personnel department. Oh, a college student majoring in business administration who is about to graduate, the interview score is actually the highest. After listening to the report results of the female deputy manager, Wang Zhenxing was a little surprised and took it for granted. Although he is not involved in the interview process, as the president, he certainly knows the process of the HR interview. All positions in the revitalization group, including the position of secretary, must undergo a test when recruiting. That is the character test. As a group full of positive energy, the company will never tolerate employees with poor moral character. Of course, this character test is tested secretly, not on the surface. Except for the insiders of the revitalization group, other people who came to the interview did not even know that there was this process. This character test is conducted on the way to the interview room during the final round of interviews. Interviewers may encounter these things while on the road. When passing through a corridor, there may be a garbage can on the floor that has overturned, or an ant who cleanses and twists her foot, etc. And Lin Ketching, as a heroine from a poor family, kindness is a necessary virtue for her. When she went to the interview room, she met a female employee who was dizzy because of low blood sugar. Lin Ketching's handling explained what it is called, a fool delays his future in order to help others. But in fact, it is fools have fools. The character test accounts for a large proportion of the overall interview score. Although Lin Ketching is a college student about to graduate, he is still relatively good when answering theoretical questions and has obtained a good score. It makes sense to get the best interview score in the end. Mr. Wang, according to your meaning, who is the best person to choose for the position of secretary? The female assistant manager asked. According to normal circumstances, the person with the highest interview score can undoubtedly get the job. But because the position of secretary mainly serves the president, it is still necessary to ask Wang Zhenxing's opinion. In this regard, Wang Zhenxing had expected it. He guessed that Lin Ketching could go to the last round of interviews, but he did not expect that Lin Ketching's interview score was the highest. Originally, a reason had been prepared in advance to hire Lin Ketching, a newcomer, but now it is actually useless. According to the company's rules, just go through the normal process. Wang Zhenxing responded solemnly to the female deputy manager. Yes, Mr. Wang. The female assistant manager nodded, quietly exited the office and closed the door. Personnel. Lin Ketching and 4 other interviewees were waiting for the results. The remaining 4 interviewees are all qualified people with more than 5 years of experience in related work, and all of them are more confident and feel that they can apply. On the other hand, Lin Ketching is also more confident. However, her confidence is that she feels that she must not be able to record. Because in the last round of interviews, she missed time and made the 3 interviewers wait a little longer. The 3 interviewers almost black-faced the whole time when they asked questions. In this case, there is definitely no chance. The reason why I continue to stay here and wait is just out of politeness. Lin Ketching was even thinking about what to eat after leaving here at the moment. Because she woke up too early in the morning, she hadn't eaten breakfast yet, and her stomach was almost hungry. Who is Lin Ketching? An employee of the personnel department came up and asked several people waiting for the results of the interview. I am. Lin Ketching immediately raised his hand in response, thinking that he could finally leave. What would he eat later? You're hired. The staff of the Hour department reports the results of the interview. Eliminated, then I can go. Wait, what did you just say? Lin Ketching reacted halfway through speaking. You have been hired, report to the personnel department as soon as possible. The employee continued. I was hired. Lin Ketching was a little incredulous. A senior who is about to graduate, he actually stood out among so many qualified and experienced applicants and became the secretary of the president of a large company. It's magical. Not only Lin Ketching was surprised, but the other 4 interviewers were surprised. Hearing this result, the other 4 immediately questioned. I want to know why I didn't get hired. The HR employee didn't want to explain, and couldn't. Because he didn't know why Lin Ketching was hired. The 4 people who were not hired did not adhere to it, saying that there was a shady scene. At this time, the deputy manager of the personnel department came over. In terms of work experience, you are indeed quite good, but as a company, you need to have a sense of responsibility, no matter what other companies do, but in our revitalization group, responsibility are more important than qualifications and experience. One of the things that our king always says is that money can no longer be earned, but if the conscience is gone, hee. The deputy manager of the personnel department did not finish speaking, but looked at the 4 people and sneered. When the noisy 4 people heard it, they remembered the situation on the way to the interview room during the last round of interviews, and suddenly realized why they were not hired. If the money is gone, you can earn it again, but if the conscience is gone, what's behind it? But although not completely, this word sounds very positive. I don't seem to be in the wrong place. This company atmosphere is too good. That Wang is really amazing. Lin Ketching said silently, and a deep admiration for that Wang Zong rose in his heart. The heroine Lin Ketching has a favorability rating of +2 for the host, and the current total favorability is 37. Friendly. Host cut off protagonist Chini let the heroine Lin Ketching work, affecting the direction of the plot. The protagonist Chinyi's luck value is -30, and the host Chi luck value is +30. Wang Zhenxing, who was sitting in the office, received news from 2 systems. This made him feel a little happy. The heroine's favorability has increased, and the benefits are self-evident. And while hiring Lin Ketching, it actually affected the plot direction. It's not hard to guess. Lin Ketching has a very strong ability to manage the company, and in the original plot, he should have worked for Chinyi and helped Chinyi earn a lot of money. But now this original plot will definitely not happen. Wang Zhenxing has already hired Lin Ketching, but there is nothing to do with Chinyi. Counting up, this is the first time that Wang Zhenxing has harvested gas luck value. Previously, from Shu Yurro and Feng Qianchen, he did not get luck points. Lin Ketching really deserves to be the heroine. Putting away his thoughts, Wang Zhenxing continued to put himself into work. As a company president, I'm actually very busy. Wang Zhenxing does not even have a secretary at present, and many affairs need to be handled personally. But it's a few busy days at most. After Lin Ketching joins, Wang Zhenxing intends to quickly let her take over the company's affairs. Wang Zhenxing only wants to work for an hour a day, and then use the rest of the time for entertainment, as well as get rewards from the heroine and female partner. Since he chose to become a villain, it is inevitable to turn his face with the protagonist Chinyi in the future. The protagonist and the villain are like natural enemies, and only one can survive. Wang Zhenxing wanted to take advantage of Chinyi's appearance to make himself stronger as soon as possible. Only then will there be capital to confront it. 2 days later. 9 o'clock in the evening. Wang Zhenxing finished work and came to a restaurant. Feng Qianchen was already waiting. Uncle is here. Seeing Wang Zhenxing appear, Feng Qianchen greeted with a sweet smile, and immediately got up and moved a stool. After Wang Zhenxing sat down, she also poured a cup of tea. Sissy, is it too smooth to go to the TV station today? Wang Zhenxing took the tea and moistened his throat, looked at her with the eyes of an elder looking at a junior, and asked with concern. There is an uncle, you said hello in advance. Of course it went well. I was assigned to a children's column internship in Taiwan. Feng Qianchen replied. I talked with my friend of the deputy station. Your image is cute and sweet. It should be very popular with children. There is a lack of a female host in that column. You first accumulate some work experience. As long as you are a little more competitive, you can host the show later. Wang Zhenxing looked kind and said slowly to Feng Qianchen. Thank you, uncle. I will definitely live up to my uncle's expectations. Feng Qianchen said excitedly. Wang Zhenxing nodded. Introducing Feng Qianchen to the TV station, in addition to finding a professional job for Feng Qianchen, there is also the intention of hoping that Feng Qianchen will play her value as much as possible. As an official media, TV stations still have a lot of energy. Wang Zhenxing can use this to learn some official information. After all, he introduced this job to Feng Qianchen through connections, which consumed human favors. If Feng Qianchen went there to mess around, it would be a little worthless. How much follow-up has to pay off, isn't it? After chatting for a while, the dish came up. During the meal, Wang Zhenxing asked Feng Qianchen about the situation of Lin Ketching's parents. Ketching's father works as a farmer in the countryside, and her mother works as a nanny in a rich family on Qingling's side. Feng Qianchen replied. Do you know where that rich family is? The countryside is too far away. Wang Zhenxing is not willing to go, and it is obviously more convenient to start from Lin Ketching's mother's side. There is a saying that if you want to get a woman, you must first get your mother-in-law. I don't know, but I can ask her. Feng Qianchen said. No thanks. Wang Zhenxing shook his head. If Feng Qianchen asked rashly, it might make Lin Ketching feel strange. Wang Zhenxing still felt that it was better to check it out. Lin Ketching has completed the entry procedures and should officially start the internship tomorrow. During the onboarding procedure, you need to fill in the names of your parents and other information. Name, working in the housekeeping industry. From these two pieces of information, you can find out where Lin Ketching's mother works. Of course, the average person can't do it. But as the boss of a large company, Wang Zhenxing still has a lot of connections, and it is not difficult to do this. The next morning, Wang Zhenxing came to the office a little listlessly. Good morning, Mr. Wang. Lin Ketching, who was wearing professional clothes, came to Wang Zhenxing and said hello politely. Wang Zhenxing only felt his eyes brighten. A workplace outfit adds a sense of maturity to Lin Ketching, which contrasts sharply with the residual youthfulness on her face. The combination of maturity and youth gives Lin Ketching a different kind of charm. Just appreciate and appreciate, Wang Zhenxing is still very serious on the surface. I don't know how the people from the personnel department were selected, but since you were hired, you should at least have some ability. I hope you don't disappoint me. The majestic aura cultivated in the position of president for a long time made Lin Ketching a little apprehensive. Yes, Mr. Wang, I will do my best. He looked at Wang Zhenxing cautiously, and continued. Your face doesn't look good, didn't you rest well last night? Hearing this, Wang Zhenxing was stunned. He had already tried hard to cheer up, but he was still seen by others. Indeed, he didn't rest well last night, and he still has Water Ice Moon in his mind. This is all to blame on Feng Qianchen. No wonder the other day, I inexplicably asked him what anime he liked to watch. It turned out to have been premeditated. However, although it was premeditated, Wang Zhenxing still liked it. Otherwise, you wouldn't be left without rest. Correcting his face, Wang Zhenxing said solemnly to Lin Ketching. The previous secretary has been leaving for a while. The company's affairs are quite heavy. I often deal with it alone until midnight. I hope you can get started as soon as possible during the internship, otherwise I will consider rehiring the secretary. Yes, I will definitely try. Lin Ketching said in a panic. Help me make a cup of coffee, and I'll explain the work you have to do today. Okay. Lin Ketching nodded. When she joined, an employee took her to familiarize herself with the company's environment. After leaving the office, she went to the pantry to get busy and quickly returned with coffee. Wang Zhenxing drank a few sips of coffee and mentioned his spirit, and began to arrange work for Lin Ketching. The president's office is large, with restrooms and breaks, as well as cubicles for secretarial work. It is not unreasonable that there is an easy misunderstanding between the president and the secretary. Of course, at present, Wang Zhenxing's office has not happened anything that is not a foreigner. After Wang Zhenxing's arrangement, Lin Ketching went to work in the cubicle. Although he had excellent professional results during college, when he really took over the work, Lin Ketching still felt that he was one head and two bigger. A lot of things you can't learn in college. Lin Ketching encountered someone who didn't understand, so he could only bite the bullet and ask Wang Zhenxing. It's like asking a teacher when you were in school, when you have a problem you don't understand. It's just that Wang Zhenxing is not a kind teacher. Similar things, after Wang Zhenxing taught it once, he didn't have the patience to teach it a second time. Although Lin Ketching is excellent, he is not always able to draw inferences. At the end of a day's work, Lin Ketching was scolded at least 20 times. It is the so-called strict master who is a high apprentice. Wang Zhenxing was not soft-hearted and scolded Lin Ketching on the first day of work. Of course, scolding and scolding, among them, the revitalization of Duwang is still well grasped. After scolding Lin Ketching so many times, he did not receive the news that Lin Ketching's favorability had declined. It's just that Lin Ketching's grievances are inevitable, and he secretly cried when he was in the compartment. The host scolded the heroine Lin Ketching and obtained 40 villain halo points. Don't waste my lips and tongue. Wang Zhenxing happily accepted the reward. At the end of the day's work, Wang Zhenxing found a place to have dinner. Because there were important things to do, I didn't ask Feng Qianchen to accompany me to dinner today. During the day, when he was at work, Wang Zhenxing took the time to look at the personal information that Lin Ketching filled in when he joined the company, and learned that Lin Ketching's mother was called Lu Fang. Through his connections, Wang Zhenxing found some information about Lu Fang from a housekeeping company. After solving the dinner problem, he went to a private detective agency and hired someone to investigate Lu Fang's daily activities. It's easy to get things done with money. 2 days later, I got the news. Looking at the content sent by the private investigator on the mobile phone, Wang Zhenxing soon had a plan in his heart. And Lin Ketching's side is still scolded every day. It's just that the number of times I was scolded was much less than when I went to work on the first day. Just as the so-called strict master is a high apprentice, the result of Wang Zhenxing's scolding is to accelerate Lin Ketching's growth in the workplace. Although he has only been employed for a few days, Lin Ketching can now handle some simple company affairs. Wang Zhenxing's workload has also been reduced a lot, and it is much easier. I didn't disappoint too much, and I did a pretty good job. Near the end of work, Wang Zhenxing reviewed the documents processed by Lin Ketching and smiled gratifyingly. Lin Ketching was stunned for a moment. This is the first time since joining the company that the boss has spoken so pleasantly, which made her a little flattered. This is all Mr. Wang, you taught well. Lin Ketching replied solemnly. I've been scolding you these days, you won't have a grudge in your heart, right? Wang Zhenxing asked tentatively. Boss, you are for my good, of course I will not have resentment. Lin Ketching shook her head. Although she has been scolded these days, she has learned a lot. As a straightforward and kind heroine, how can she not tell the difference between good and evil? Wang Zhenxing looked at the gold watch on his wrist. It's time to leave work now. There is no need to distinguish the relationship between superiors and subordinates. You don't have to be so upright, you can treat me as an ordinary friend. How can this work? In my eyes you are not only my boss, but also my teacher and elder. How dare I treat you as an ordinary friend? Lin Ketching hurriedly shook his head and said with a serious face. Wang Zhenxing was stunned when he saw her reaction, and then he smiled a little. The age difference between the two is there, more than a teenager, plus the relationship between superiors and subordinates. Lin Ketching did not dare to treat him as a friend, and it was also a normal reaction. Wang Zhenxing is also not in a hurry. Although he was 37 years old, he still looked very young. Holding hands with a young girl and going out shopping, there is no sense of discord at all, and it looks like a young couple. Lin Ketching is now his secretary, and there will be more opportunities to get along in the future. Wang Zhenxing has a way to change Lin Ketching's attitude. By the way, Mr. Wang, when I was interviewing, I listened to my colleagues. You often said a sentence, but I didn't hear it completely. Money can't be earned. If the conscience is gone, what is the back? Lin Ketching suddenly remembered a question before, and suddenly sought an answer at this moment. Hearing this, Wang Zhenxing subconsciously wanted to answer, if the conscience is gone, of course, you can earn more. However, in order to maintain a positive image, he can only say with a solemn face, if the conscience is gone, it will be punished. As an entrepreneur, you must have a sense of social responsibility and a conscience. That's a lot of hard work. Lin Ketching listened, and couldn't help but raise a strong admiration. This is why the company's efficiency has gradually declined in recent years, and you still insist on doing charity. These days to help deal with the company's affairs, she also knows the company's general situation. Revitalization Group is keen on philanthropy, and even though the company's efficiency has gradually declined in recent years, the amount of money invested in philanthropy has not decreased by half. Yes, Wang Zhenxing said hard. Mr. Wang, you are too great. Lin Ketching felt a little excited, and felt that it was really his honor to work in such a conscientious company. Lin Ketching's favorability to the host has increased by +3, and the current total favorability is 40 close. The host affects the direction of the plot, gets a counterattack point of 200, the protagonist Chini's luck value is -40, and the host's luck value is +40. Wang Zhenxing soon received 2 messages. If he had a choice, he actually wanted to make a little more money against his conscience, so that he could change to a better car and house. But the company's positive and brilliant corporate culture is there, and it is not something that Wang Zhenxing can change at will. Even if Wang Zhenxing is the president and chairman. As for the decline in the company's efficiency in recent years, it is not a business problem, but it has been suppressed. In the final analysis, this matter can be regarded as Chinyi's merit. Because Chinyi provoked a super-rich second generation, Wang Zhenxing protected Chinyi's mother Shu Yurro, which led to the suppression of the company. That super-rich second-generation mother is a strong woman, and she is also the richest woman in Qingling. Wang Zhenxing had contacted him before and wanted to mediate this matter, but the other party did not give face at all. If nothing else, that rich second generation and his mother should be villains. If my villain's aura is high, can I find an opportunity to recruit them? Wang Zhenxing had a whim. The richest woman died of her husband at a young age, and she has been alone for many years, about the same age as Shu Yurro, and she is quite well maintained and beautiful. 8 o'clock in the evening. Lin Ketching and Feng Qianchen had dinner together. In order to facilitate work, and also to better see Wang Zhenxing, Feng Qianchen has already found another house and moved outside. The two hadn't seen each other for days. During the meal, the two exchanged information about their respective work, knowing that each other was going well at work, so they congratulated each other. Hey, sissy, what's wrong with your knee? During the meal, Lin Ketching found that his good friend's knees were red, so he asked with concern. I accidentally fell over. Feng Qianchen replied with a smile, and immediately changed the topic. But Qing, I really envy you. I can work with the famous Diamond King Lao Wu. Just looking at such a handsome face every day, it is estimated that he will be in a good mood, right? When Feng Qianqian said this, her eyes were full of envy. Wang Zhenxing has nothing impeccable in her image, it is too in line with her aesthetics, and she likes it very much. When I go to work during the day, the figure of Wang Zhenxing often appears in my mind. Feng Qianqi's situation, like a girl who has just fallen in love, is very obsessed with her boyfriend. I didn't see it for a while, and I thought in my heart, as if I couldn't wait to be with my lover all the time. Don't talk about whether you are in a good mood, anyway, I am walking on thin ice, for fear that I will be scolded if I do not do well, but I am still very grateful to him, he is really powerful, although he has only worked for a few days, but I really learned a lot from him. Lin Ketching responded to Feng Qianqian's words. Well, then you study hard, do a good job, and I wish you to turn positive as soon as possible. I have inquired about the secretary of the president of the revitalization group, with an annual salary of at least 700,000. Feng Qianqian said. I don't dare to think about turning positive, but I will work hard. Although modest, Lin Ketching also raised some expectations in her heart. 700,000 annual salary, this is something she never thought about before. When she was in school, she set herself a goal of earning 20,000 a month after 5 years of work. Early morning, Wang Zhenxing left the mansion and did not go to the company immediately, but took the Bentley to a vegetable market nearby. According to the intelligence obtained by the private investigator, Lin Ketching's mother Lu Feng comes here every morning to buy vegetables. Wang Zhenxing was on a whim, so he came to see the environment here for himself. The road near the early morning wet market is a bit crowded. Bentley was on the road, and it took a long time to move some distance. Finally, the traffic jam is almost over, and there seems to be another accident ahead. It turned out to be blocked again. Seeing this, the driver got out of the car and went to see the situation ahead. Boss, someone fainted on the zebra crossing in front of him, so he blocked the road. It seems that the road will not be accessible for a while. The driver came back to report. The front is blocked for so long, even if the ambulance comes, it will be blocked, and no one will come to help. Wang Zhenxing asked. Who dares to help this year? Driver rode. Wang Zhenxing nodded. Indeed, if it were not for the wealth of the family this year, who would dare to help people on the road? I looked at the gold watch on my wrist and found that it was almost time to go to work. As the boss, Wang Zhenxing certainly cannot be deducted money because he is late for work. It's just that it's not a matter of being stuck in traffic all the time. Wang Zhenxing got out of the car and looked ahead. Of course, he didn't want to help people, he just wanted to see if he could clear the road and let his car pass. A moment later, Wang Zhenxing came to the zebra crossing where someone fainted. There were many people watching the excitement around, but no one dared to step forward to help. Instead, an ant carrying a dish approached the fainted man. Looking at the ant's actions, it seems that she wants to help, but she is a little scared. After struggling for a while, the ant made a decision, put the dish in her hand on the side of the road, and prepared to help people. It's just that the person who fainted was a relatively fat woman in her 50s, and she also lost consciousness. Lu Feng can't be supported alone. Can anyone help? Lu Feng asked the people around her. No one answered. Wang Zhenxing didn't care at first, but when he saw the appearance of the ant, he felt a little familiar. Take out your phone and open the photo sent by the private investigator and compare it with the ant. Lin Ketching's mother. Wang Zhenxing was stunned, and then some smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Born in the countryside and the mother of the heroine Lin Ketching, this Lu Feng is really very kind, and she dares to help when she sees someone fainting on the road. Lu Feng saw that no one around seemed willing to help, so she gritted her teeth and stomped her foot, preparing to carry the fainted woman alone. At this moment, Wang Zhenxing stepped forward to stop her and reminded her in a friendly manner, don't move her first, some injured people are in special situations, and if you move at will, you may cause secondary damage. Ah, is that so? Lu Feng saw that he was dressed brightly and looked like a successful person, so naturally she did not doubt his words, and she was immediately taken aback. Wang Zhenxing knew some basic first aid knowledge, so he checked the woman's situation. It was determined that the woman had breath and was not injured by the impact. After checking, Wang Zhenxing breathed a sigh of relief. Because you don't have to help with artificial respiration or something. It's blocked like this, the ambulance can't get in when it arrives, help with the handle, I'll carry her out. Wang Zhenxing said to Lu Feng. Good. Lu Fang nodded like pounding garlic, helped to help, and helped Wang Zhenxing carry the fainted woman on her back. The weight of this fainted woman is estimated to be close to 18, which is really not light. Fortunately, Wang Zhenxing's physique is still good and can withstand it. Wang Zhenxing's driver came over and wanted to carry someone for the boss. However, Wang Zhenxing refused. Since he wants to brush a good impression, of course, this kind of thing needs him to come in person. In about 5 minutes, Wang Zhenxing carried the person to the front of the congested road section and handed the person into the hands of the ambulance personnel. The emergency call was made by Lu Fang. After receiving the person, the ambulance personnel demanded 200 expenses. Still charged. Lu Fang brought the money to buy vegetables, and after buying vegetables, there were only a dozen yuan left on her body. Ambulances are not free. Wang Zhenxing explained, generously paid 200 yuan for the ambulance, and also paid 3,000 yuan for medical expenses. After receiving the money, the ambulance quickly pulled the person away. Young man, you are such a kind person. Lu Fang looked at Wang Zhenxing with a kind face. Boy. Wang Zhenxing was a little crying and laughing. The information filled in by Lin Ketching is not only her mother's name, but also her mother's age. Lu Fang seems to be only 39 years old. Counting up, Wang Zhenxing is only 3 years younger than her. However, Wang Zhenxing looks much younger than he actually is, and Lu Fang used to do farm work in the countryside, and the wind and sun naturally aged relatively quickly. In contrast, the two looked like inferiors. Auntie, your heart is also very good. There were so many people there just now, only you dared to step forward to help the woman who fainted. There are not many who dare to help people on the road this year. Wang Zhenxing also did not correct it. And Lu Fang's generation, that and Lin Ketching are the same generation. Just right. I didn't think so much at the time, and I saw that the man fainted on the road and didn't move, so I went over and looked. Lu Fang has also heard about well-wishers helping people and then being blackmailed. At this time, thinking of the action just now, I can't help but be a little afraid. If this kind of thing really happens, it is estimated that it will cause trouble for the child. But let Lu Fang choose once, she will still do it. Auntie, I still have to go to work, go first. The good impression has been brushed, and Wang Zhenxing did not continue to talk more. Okay, I'm going back to make breakfast for my employer too. Lu Fang also reacted, and she still had dishes on the side of the road. Congestion gradually resumes traffic. Wang Zhenxing came to Zhenxing Group in a Bentley. Syllable. A stack of documents that were 1 foot high suddenly piled up on Lin Ketching's desk. Wang Zhenxing gave a majestic order, read these documents in the morning, sort them out and report them to me concisely. Processed so many documents in a morning. Lin Ketching shivered. Questions. Yes, can you add an extra afternoon? Lin Ketching bargained weakly. You have something else to do in the afternoon, accompany me to meet a business partner. Wang Zhenxing said. Huh. Lin Ketching admitted that his eloquence was not very good, and his eyes couldn't help but widen a little after hearing this. Wang Zhenxing looked at her expressionlessly. Good boss, obey. Lin Ketching knew that this was the prelude to the boss's scolding, and reflexively responded quickly. Seeing Lin Ketching's reaction, Wang Zhenxing nodded secretly. After these days of teaching, the little secretary is almost obedient to things at work. This situation is exactly what Wang Zhenxing wants to see. Throughout the morning, Lin Ketching was busy. Near noon, he reluctantly finished processing the documents and reported them to Wang Zhenxing. Good, I thought you couldn't finish. Wang Zhenxing nodded with satisfaction. Hearing the praise, Lin Ketching immediately showed a happy smile, feeling full of accomplishment, and proudly curled the corners of his mouth. This demanding boss does not easily praise people. It's not easy to get a compliment from his mouth. Lin Ketching has no emotional experience, and does not know that this situation is actually very dangerous. When a woman is so easily emotionally affected by a man, she is likely to fall in love. Afternoon. Wang Zhenxing took Lin Ketching to meet with business partners to discuss the renewal of the contract. Zhenxing Group mainly produces daily chemical products, such as shampoo, shower gel, etc., and needs to establish long-term cooperative relations with some supermarket chains. This time, it was because the contract with a supermarket chain expired that the contract was negotiated. Lin Ketching brought relevant materials and accompanied Wang Zhenxing to meet the company's partners. When discussing the renewal of the contract, Wang Zhenxing occasionally asked Lin Ketching to speak. Lin Ketching had never had this kind of work experience, and was a little nervous. The renewal lasted a few hours. Mainly around the point of the purchase price, you and I bargained back and forth. But in the end, the renewal ended in failure. When Wang Zhenxing and Lin Ketching came outside, it was dark. "Boss, I'm sorry, I blame my business ability is not good." Lin Ketching saw that Wang Zhenxing's face was a little gloomy, shrunk his neck, and timidly apologized. Wang Zhenxing glanced at her lightly and did not speak. Lin Ketching has just arrived at the company, and some of the situation is not well understood. In fact, the renewal of the contract could not be negotiated, and it had nothing to do with Lin Ketching's business ability. Instead, there are other daily chemical companies that deliberately lose money to compress the price of daily chemical products, shrink the profit margin of the revitalization group, and even make the revitalization group unprofitable. From the standpoint of supermarket chains, in the case of incomparable quality and popularity, of course, it is to choose cheaper products. This failed renewal has been repeated several times this year. According to this situation, the revenue of the revitalization group will get worse and worse, and it is possible to eventually face bankruptcy. And the person who drove all this behind the scenes was the son of the richest woman in the Qingling spirit. Wang Zhenxing knew that there was definitely no chance of winning a hard fight. After all, the other party's assets are tens of billions, and they can't compare with others to burn money. But to turn things around, it's not without opportunity. It is the so-called thief first captures the king. Take down the one who is a mother. Are you afraid that her son will disobey? Wang Zhenxing began to calculate some things in his heart, but he was not in a hurry to attack. The outside must first settle inside, or get the side around first. "Boss, can I do something for you?" Lin Ketching saw that Wang Zhenxing did not speak for a long time, so he said again. "Please let me eat something," Wang Zhenxing said. Lin Ketching's eyes were round, but he didn't dare to refute it, so he could only bite the bullet and say yes. With her little salary, how can she afford to invite her boss to dinner? "I'm afraid that if you eat casually, you have to eat yourself bankrupt, right?" Wang Zhenxing did not take the car, but walked along the road. Lin Ketching followed silently. After walking for a while, passed by a food stall. "Right here." Wang Zhenxing sat down at an empty table at the food stall, and then expertly ordered something. Lin Ketching looked at him incredulously, as if he didn't expect the boss to be so grounded, as if he wanted to get to know him again. "Boss, are you used to eating?" Lin Ketching asked a little worried. "What is not used to eating? I have not suffered before, I used to come to this kind of place often." Wang Zhenxing's tone showed some nostalgia. When Lin Ketching heard this, he immediately felt close to this boss, and he also ordered something happily. The heroine Lin Ketching's favorability to the host has increased by 5, and the current total favorability is 45 close. The host affects the direction of the plot, and gets a counterattack point of 300, the protagonist Chini's luck value is -50, and the host's luck value is +50. Wang Zhenxing smiled secretly. Does he really like to eat food stalls? Of course not. This food stall business is quite good, with more than a dozen tables. Most of the guests are young people, some of whom still have tattoos on their bodies, and they look like streetwalkers. When a beautiful girl comes to eat in such a place, it is easy to get into trouble. After Lin Ketching came here, her outstanding appearance immediately attracted the attention of some young people. Of course, at the moment, I just noticed, and no one came to make a pickup or something like that. Lin Ketching himself does not know it, his attention is all on the boss, and he is trying to alleviate the negative emotions borne by the boss because of the failure to renew the contract. It's just that Lin Ketching is not very good at comforting people, and after thinking for a long time, he can't think of any good way. After a while, the things ordered by the two were served. 2 bowls of fried noodles, plus a table full of barbecue. "Boss, you eat. When I used to be in a bad mood, I like to eat. Turn depression into food, eat full, and my mood will improve." Lin Ketching looked at the things on the table, his heart moved, and he suddenly said to Wang Zhenxing with relief. "Are you stupid? What does the matter of renewing the contract have to do with eating? If I eat more, can I still renew the contract with people?" Wang Zhenxing glanced at her. Lin Ketching shrunk his white neck, a little embarrassed. "Well, to put it bluntly, boss, I really won't comfort people, or else how about you scold me? If that makes you feel better." Hearing Wang Zhenxing looked at her in surprise. Did she scold Lin Ketching a lot during this time, making her commit Stockholm Syndrome? Actually let himself scold her. Scolding, how many times can you let me hit it? Wang Zhenxing followed her words. This Lin Ketching was embarrassed. What? Dumbfounded, eat quickly. Wang Zhenxing said angrily. Lin Ketching then saw that Wang Zhenxing was joking, smiled stupidly, picked up the things on the table and ate them. After a busy day, she was almost hungry. You know, she's a big foodie. My biggest hobby is eating good food. In about half an hour, the food on the table was swept away. Most of the food went into Lin Ketching's stomach. Wang Zhenxing looked at Lin Ketching strangely, his eyes inadvertently swept over her rugged place, and he thought to himself, no wonder it grew so big, it turned out to be so edible. Single quote. Boss, what are you looking at me for? Lin Ketching paid attention to his gaze. See if you can eat it. Wang Zhenxing said. Okay. Lin Ketching blushed and lowered her head in embarrassment. Wang Zhenxing looked at her beautiful red face, and his heart shook, but he didn't look at it for too long, but glanced at some street slippers in the food stalls, thoughtful. Throughout urban cool novels, the heroine is usually a troublemaker, and she follows wherever she goes. Once the heroine encounters trouble, the protagonist will appear in time to help the heroine solve the trouble and win the favor of the protagonist. And now that Lin Ketching has been in the food stall for so long, those street skaters actually don't come to harass them. Lin Ketching is not beautiful enough. This is clearly not. Is it because the protagonist does not appear, so this kind of plot does not happen? Or is it because of yourself? In the plot of the novel Shuangwen, the heroine goes out to have a meal, or goes to a place like a bar, and the guys who come to harass the heroine are usually villains. And Wang Zhenxing himself is a villain, with the aura of a villain, and has a suppressive deterrent effect on small villains. He deliberately brought Lin Ketching to the food stall to eat, hoping to encounter an incident in which a hero saved the United States. But now that everything is almost finished, I haven't seen a street slipper coming over to talk to Lin Ketching. It's too noisy here, I'll find a quiet place and make an important call. Wang Zhenxing decided to do an experiment, took the mobile phone and gestured to Lin Ketching, leaving her field of vision. However, Wang Zhenxing did not go far, and after walking a distance, he observed Lin Ketching's side in the dark. Sure enough, when Wang Zhenxing left for about 5 minutes, a young man who had noticed Lin Ketching a long time ago couldn't hold back and came to Lin Ketching's side. Beauty, is your companion gone? How boring it is to be alone, come and sit with us. The yellow-haired young man held a glass of wine and said to Lin Ketching. Thanks, no thanks. From a distance, Lin Ketching could smell some alcohol, his brows couldn't help but wrinkle, and he replied with some disgust. My friend over there looks at me, give me some face, give me your number, and I'll leave immediately. The yellow-haired youth said. I don't know you, why give you contact information? Lin Ketching refused. Xiaohuang, come back if you can't do it, don't be disgraced. It's just that people don't want to deal with you at all. The yellow-haired young man's companion watched from not far away, and suddenly became coaxed. Hearing the coaxing, the yellow-haired young man felt that his face was lost. Beauty, you heard it all, you can even pretend, otherwise I will be embarrassed. Are you embarrassed? What does it have to do with me? Please go away. Lin Ketching is still very spineless, but he is not a smooth and worldly person, and he is unwilling to cooperate with what performance. After all, she didn't know each other. What's more, this yellow-haired young man gave people a feeling of disgust. Lin Ketching didn't even want to talk to the other party, of course he wouldn't agree to this kind of thing. The yellow-haired youth's companion continued to roar behind. This yellow-haired young man couldn't get off the stage, so Lise said to Lin Ketching, don't give face at all, right? Lin Ketching ignored him. Toast, don't eat, eat and punish wine. The yellow-haired young man drank a little wine and saw that Lin Ketching did not cooperate, so he came forward and wanted to reach out and slap her. What for? A cheer came in the distance. But Wang Zhenxing saw that the time was almost right, and quickly came out to stop it. Lin Ketching was frightened by the yellow-haired young man's actions just now, his face turned a little pale, and after seeing Wang Zhenxing coming, he subconsciously hid behind him for protection. Wang Zhenxing has a perfect body. No matter which angle you look at, it is very beautiful. Lin Ketching stayed behind him at the moment, looking at the back of this great shore, and a strong sense of security rose in his heart. Subconsciously, she moved her steps again, getting closer to Wang Zhenxing. It's nothing, it's just to invite your friend for a drink, since she doesn't drink it, then forget it. The yellow-haired young man saw that Wang Zhenxing was dressed brightly and his momentum was also extraordinary, and he didn't dare to provoke a little, and he converged his arrogance just now. Did I let you go? Wang Zhenxing stopped him. Just now, this yellow-haired young man wanted to raise his hand and hit someone. Lin Ketching must be angry in her heart. How could Wang Zhenxing let the yellow-haired youth go easily? Moreover, he waited for a long time before waiting for this opportunity. So what else do you want? The yellow-haired youth asked. Wearing a cheap outfit of hundreds of dollars, carrying a glass of wine for more than $12, and looking crooked and cracked, you don't look in the mirror to see what you are like, you actually want to talk to my friend, are you also worthy? Wang Zhenxing mocked mercilessly. Lin Ketching listened behind him, and only felt extremely relieved. The boss is simply her mouth. On the other hand, the yellow-haired young man was poked in the scar, and his face suddenly turned red. But for the sake of face, he still stiffened his head and said, You kind of say it again. Wang Zhenxing did not give the other party steps at all, and repeated what he had just said. A street slipper, why let him give face? What a thing. The yellow-haired young man was even more embarrassed, and in a fit of anger, he went to the table next to him to pick up a beer bottle, gesturing to smash Wang Zhenxing's head, and roared on his mouth. Nima, are you looking for death? Boom. The crisp sound of the beer bottle touching the melon seeds of the head sounded. But it was Wang Zhenxing's eyes that were quick, grabbed the beer bottle in the yellow-haired young man's hand, and then hit him. The yellow-haired young man was in pain, and suddenly covered his head and squatted on the ground. Bright red flowed from between the fingers. Seeing this, some of the yellow-haired youth's companions immediately grabbed stools and other things and surrounded them. Wang Zhenxing pushed Lin Ketching aside so that she would not be affected. A real street fight soon unfolded. This is the first time Wang Zhenxing has used it after fusing advanced fighting skills. This fusion not only learns advanced fighting techniques but also gains fighting experience. Reactions such as dodging and attacking are like muscle memory. Wang Zhenxing knocked down one with one punch, and 5 or 6 imposing guys were quickly knocked to the ground. Seeing this, some of the remaining people immediately retreated, not daring to go up. Lin Ketching opened her small mouth in surprise, looking at the scene in front of her incredulously. The boss is also too powerful, actually able to fight. Seeing that the remaining companions of the yellow-haired young man did not continue to fight, Wang Zhenxing naturally would not catch up and fight. When others do it, he also shouts for legitimate defense, and if he chases others to fight, it is excessive defense. Lao Wang knows the law. Boss, you didn't hurt anything, did you? Lin Ketching trotted to Wang Zhenxing's side and asked with concern. It's okay. Wang Zhenxing shook his head, then took out his mobile phone and took the initiative to dial the bureau's number. Boss, I'm sorry, I caused you trouble. Lin Ketching said apologetically. I don't blame you. Wang Zhenxing shook his head. You remember, you are my secretary, and no one can force you unless I let you drink. Lin Ketching worked with Wang Zhenxing every day during this time, and he has long been accustomed to the boss's domineering and strong. After hearing these words, a sense of warmth and security suddenly surged in his heart, raised his eyes slightly, and involuntarily, looked straight at him with those jewel-like beautiful eyes. The heroine Lin Ketching has a favorability of +5 to the host, and the current total favorability is 50 heartbeat. The host affects the direction of the plot, and gets a counterattack point of 300, the protagonist Chini's luck value is -50, and the host's luck value is +50. Wang Zhenxing pretended not to notice Lin Ketching's wrong eyes. He took out his cell phone and made a call to the lawyer. If something like this happens, of course, it can't be stopped. And there are many people watching lively, and some people are even holding their mobile phones to record. After the lawyer came, Wang Zhenxing told what happened. Mr. Wang, do you want them to be detained for half a month, or sentenced to a sentence of less than 3 years? After hearing this, the lawyer asked Wang Zhenxing. Severely punished. Wang Zhenxing said solemnly. Okay, I see. The lawyer nodded. When people from the authorities arrived, lawyers approached them. The fault of this matter was not Wang Zhenxing, but the yellow-haired young man who did it first. The people in the bureau take this matter very seriously. Wang Zhenxing is not an ordinary person, but a well-known entrepreneur who is also enthusiastic about philanthropy. For this kind of conscientious entrepreneur, the government certainly likes it quite much. Such a conscientious entrepreneur was almost beaten on the street. It makes perfect sense. The people of the bureau attached great importance to this matter and immediately reported the matter to the top management. The meaning of the top is also severe punishment. At the same time, it is also necessary to check whether these young people have made any mistakes in the past. If there is, punish several crimes. The yellow-haired young man who took the lead, as well as those who helped the yellow-haired young man to do it, treated his injuries in the hospital, and thought beautifully in his heart that this was a nobleman. I think I can deceive the king to revitalize a large amount of compensation money and make a fortune or something. But when they learned that they were likely to enjoy the treatment of eating and covering for less than 3 years, they were all frightened. Next, Wang Zhenxing came to work in the company as usual, very leisurely. It's much easier now than it was a few days ago. Lin Ketching has made rapid progress and worked seriously at the same time, and has been able to help him deal with many company affairs. Wang Zhenxing is a little idle at the moment. He took a spare phone out of the drawer and pressed the turn-on button. This spare phone is used to contact people and do something less honorable. After the phone is turned on, there are several unread messages on it. It was sent by the residents upstairs of Shu Yurro. Boss, I can't stay up a little, for 12 days in a row, I really can't beat my strength, can I stop here? The final payment is less. Boss, did you see the information? It's the 13th day now, so it's not worse than these 2 days, right? Boss, it's been 14 days, I really can't hold on, the field is fine, but the cow is really tired to death, and I really can't plow. Wang Zhenxing looked at this information and smiled playfully. Judging from the words of the information, this guy should be quite dedicated, and his wife has made noise for Shu Yurro downstairs for more than 10 days in a row. The time Wang Zhenxing originally agreed with the other party was 15 days. But it's not a bad day. Shu Yurro has been left to dry for so long, it's time to go and offer condolences. Wang Zhenxing took his spare mobile phone and began to edit the text message, asking for the other party's account. After getting the account, he transferred 20,000 through Feng Qianshan's account. The final payment would have been 10,000. Wang Zhenxing gave 10,000 more. This extra 10,000 is to make the other party forget about it. After the transaction ended, Wang Zhenxing directly destroyed the calling card and threw it into the trash. After drinking a few sips of tea, Wang Zhenxing took out his commonly used mobile phone and dialed a number to Shu Yurro. Your sewer over there should be through, right? The phone was connected, and Wang Zhenxing asked. No, it's been blocked for days. Shu Yurro's tone was mournful. Didn't you call a professional to come over and get through? Wang Zhenxing asked. No, I went to tinker with it myself, but it didn't work. Shu Yurro explained. Then I'll go over and take a look today, but I can't go until after work, and I guess I can come to you at night, is it convenient? What's inconvenient? You just came, eat at my place at night, what dishes do you want to eat? Just buy some. Okay, then I'll buy it casually, and you can't be picky then. How come? I believe in your craft. Okay, see you later. End the call. Shu Yurro went out to buy vegetables. When it came to the downstairs of the complex, I happened to meet the young couple who lived upstairs. Shu Yurro subconsciously looked at the two. I saw that the man's whole person looked a little sluggish, his eye sockets were deeply sunken, and his complexion was very bad. On the other hand, the woman's face was very rosy and radiant. Shu Yurro glanced at this woman more, a little envious, and a little jealous. When the two sides staggered over, Shu Yurro also looked at the things the two bought and saw dishes such as oysters and pork loin. Apparently, the couple had just returned from the wet market. Town. Near the train station. Boy, you have a kind, wait for me. Several young people with blue noses and swollen faces immediately fled after dropping a cruel word to a young man. The teenager watched them leave playfully and threw the mobile phone in his hand. He had just come out of the mountain and was about to take the train to Qingling City, but suddenly found a problem. That is, there is no money. Unexpectedly, at this time, he actually met a few young people who wanted to rob money. It's a blessing in disguise. These young people were also unlucky, not only failed to rob the wealth, but were also robbed. The teenager turned on his mobile phone and dialed a familiar number to go out. It took about 10 seconds for the phone to connect. Just listening to the other end of the phone, there was a noise, which sounded like a vegetable market. Hey, hello. Soon, a gentle and mature woman's voice came from the phone. When the teenager heard his mother's voice, his heart felt extremely warm. "Who are you looking for?" The other side of the phone asked again. The boy opened his mouth and had a lot to say, but he didn't know where to start for a while. This young man was none other than Chinyi, who had just learned to go down the mountain. "Mom, honk." Chinyi had just sorted out his emotions and called, but the phone had already hung up. So, Chinyi dialed the number again. After ringing a few times, the phone was back connected. "Boss, how do you sell oysters?" Chinyi suddenly heard Shu Yurro's voice. It was clear that mom was shopping for groceries, and this was not said to herself. It's just that Chinyi remembers that his mother doesn't seem to like eating oysters. What to buy oysters for? "Hey, who are you looking for?" Shu Yurro spoke up again. "Mom." Chinyi's emotions surged, and he called out in a low voice. The wet market was very noisy, and Shu Yurro couldn't hear it clearly, so she asked repeatedly, "Who are you looking for?" Chinyi paused and wanted to raise his voice to call. But before he could brew his emotions, the phone was hung up again. Shu Yurro is busy shopping for vegetables now, but she doesn't have time to talk too much with a strange phone. Chinyi looked at the mobile phone and was slightly depressed. However, listening to my mother's voice, it seems that life is passable. I really didn't entrust the wrong person. Uncle Wang is a good person, and he really took good care of his mother and did not let his nemesis hurt his mother. Mom seems to be busy now, so I'm calling her at night. Chinyi thought to himself. 7 o'clock in the evening. Wang Zhenxing came to Shu Yurro's home with a bottle of red wine. Come, and bring something." Shu Yurro came out of the kitchen wearing an apron to open the door and caught a glimpse of Wang Zhenxing carrying a red-wrapped gift box bag in his hand. "It's just a bottle of red wine, suitable for women to drink, can beauty and beauty." As Wang Zhenxing spoke, he also looked at Shu Yurro. I saw that Shu Yurro was dressed very delicately today, and she also applied lipstick on her mouth, which looked bright and moving. Also specially put on makeup. Wang Zhenxing smiled secretly, but it was not broken. After hearing that it was red wine, the smile on Shu Yurro's face became a little stronger. At her age, she really needs to take more care, and red wine is a good thing. And since Wang Zhenxing sent it, it is definitely not a bargain. Sit casually, I'll go stir-fry first. After Shu Yu said with a smile, he twisted his waist and went to the kitchen. The two were on the phone before. Shu Yurro estimated the time and was stir-frying in advance. Wang Zhenxing only waited for less than 10 minutes before he could start eating. Oysters with garlic, scrambled pork loin, roasted sheep scorpion, yam goji berry soup, scrambled eggs with leeks. Looking at the dishes on this large table, Wang Zhenxing was a little confused. Isn't it a little too much? I always heard you say that I am too busy at work, so I fry more dishes to replenish my body, don't you like it? Shu Yu asked softly. Like, of course. Wang Zhenxing smiled. He's really been a little tired lately. I have to go to work during the day and watch cuz at night, and it's not the same. Water Ice Moon, Fire Dance, Chun-Li, Platelets, Asuna, Rem. From some familiar, to some unfamiliar. Wang Zhenxing's knowledge has become more and more extensive. Just like it. Shu Yurro smiled all over his face, and first filled a small bowl of old hen soup for Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing took a shallow bite, and then took some more dishes, and couldn't help nodding frequently. Shu Yurro's cooking skills are so good, raw as Wang Zhenxing is used to eating dishes in large hotels, and it is difficult to pick out any flaws in these dishes. If Shu Yurro opened a restaurant, the business would be absolutely hot. Wang Zhenxing ate a lot. Shu Yurro saw that he liked to eat the dishes he made so much, and the smile on his face became even stronger. In the simple house, the two sit opposite each other and have dinner together. This made Shu Yurro feel very warm. The soft lighting in the house also adds a bit of romance. Would you like some red wine? Shu Yurro suddenly said on a whim. If you want to drink, then accompany you to drink. Of course, Wang Zhenxing would not object, and immediately opened the bottle of red wine he had just brought. Bang! The crisp sound of glass goblets gently clashing sounded. Shu Yurro took the cup and took a sip, and suddenly frowned. Why is this red wine a little rushed? Oh, I forgot to tell you, this red wine is higher than ordinary red wine, but this is a good red wine. The effect of beauty and beauty is very good. A bottle costs 100,000 yuan, and others cut and sold it to me. Wang Zhenxing explained. A bottle of 100,000 yuan is so expensive, it can't be wasted. Shu Yurro was surprised, but she didn't expect Wang Zhenxing to send such an expensive wine. There is still half a glass of red wine in the glass, and it is said that everything will be drunk. Shu Yurro continued to drink hard, and when half a glass of wine was drunk, his face became more and more rosy, his eyes gradually became confused, and he became a little drunk. Wang Zhenxing drank several cups in a row, and also rose some faint drunkenness, but his brain was very clear. After eating, Wang Zhenxing sat in the living room for a while and watched TV for a while. Which room has a blocked sewer pipe? Wang Zhenxing suddenly asked. The sewer in the bathroom in my bedroom. Whoops. Wang Zhenxing came to the bathroom, turned on the flushing faucet and looked at it, and found that everything was normal. Hey, it's really strange, I was blocked before, how can I get better? Shu Yurro looked puzzled. Wang Zhenxing did not expose it and returned to the living room. It's not early, I called the driver to come over. After continuing to sit in the living room for a while, Wang Zhenxing took out his mobile phone and dialed a number to go out. Seeing this, Shu Yurro was secretly a little anxious. However, after Wang Zhenxing's phone called, no one seemed to answer. This driver is also too undedicated, has he already rested? Wang Zhenxing looked dissatisfied. Probably so. Shu Yurro was calm on the surface but secretly rejoiced. I'd better take a taxi home by myself. Wang Zhenxing got up and walked towards the door, but his walk was a little shaky. Revitalization, you drank too much, I'm a little uneasy to go back so late. You, if you don't mind, just stay here for one night. Shu Yu Judo. I'm afraid it's inconvenient, right? Wang Zhenxing looked hesitant. What's inconvenient, as long as you don't dislike the simplicity here? Shu Yurro said. That all right. Wang Zhenxing, reluctantly, agreed. 10:30 in the evening. Bang dang dang. A green-skinned train is moving. On the train, Chini dialed his mother's number. After waiting for a few sounds, it was immediately hung up. Chini frowned and redialed. The indication you can get is that the other person is turned off. It's so late, won't mom still be busy, or is it because it is a strange call, so my mother directly blocked it? Chini guessed in his heart. Call Uncle Wang and ask him what his mother is doing now. Based on his memory, Chini dialed another number to go out. After waiting for a few rings, the phone was hung up again. Forget it, it seems that Uncle Wang is also busy, and he is calling him tomorrow to ask. Chinyi sighed. The important female partner Shu Yurro's favorability to the host has increased by 10, and the current total favorability is 79, unswerving. The host secretly became Chinyi's stepfather, which greatly affected the plot trend and obtained 500 counterattack points. The protagonist Chinyi Chi luck value is -100, and the host gas luck value is +100. Congratulations to the host for having more than 300 luck points. You can choose one of the 3 fortunes of financial luck, gambling luck and peach luck to bless yourself. Wang Zhenxing, who was in a state of holy Buddha, suddenly received several messages. Chi luck value reaches a certain level, there is actually such a reward. This was a complete surprise for Wang Zhenxing. Looking at the 3 journeys, Wang Zhenxing suddenly thought. Financial luck and gambling luck are both rich and can be classified as one category. Wang Zhenxing is also considered a rich man. Not particularly needed for money. And against the protagonist, money does not play a decisive role. Wang Zhenxing chose Taoyuan. Early morning. Sunlight shines through the window into a simple and clean bedroom. Shu Yurro was still sleeping, but there was a happy and sweet smile on the corner of her mouth. Wang Zhenxing next to him often gets up early, and naturally wakes up as soon as the biological clock arrives. Buzzing. The sound of the phone vibrating sounds. Wang Zhenxing picked up his mobile phone and looked at it, and found that it was an unfamiliar call. This number was called once last night, but Wang Zhenxing was very busy at that time, so he hung up directly and did not answer the phone. Who is this, Wang? Zhenxing swiped the answer button. Uncle Wang, it's me, I'm Chin Yi, didn't bother you. Immediately a voice came from the phone. Chin Yi. Wang Zhenxing was taken aback, and then pretended to be happy. Xiao Yi, you finally have news, if your mother knows, she will definitely be very happy. Uncle Wang, do you know what my mother does? Does she need to work the night shift? I called her last night and she didn't answer. Chin Yi asked. Hearing this, Wang Zhenxing suddenly remembered that Shu Yurro's mobile phone also rang last night. It's just that Shu Yurro was also very busy and hung up the phone directly. It turned out to be Chinyi calling. Your mother used to open a fruit shop, but now the fruit shop is closed and unemployed. Wang Zhenxing replied. Then why is my mother so busy that she doesn't have time to answer the phone at night? Chinyi was puzzled. Hearing Chinyi's inquiry, Wang Zhenxing secretly felt amused. Why didn't Shu Yurro answer the phone? Of course he knew the reason, but could this tell Chinyi? Is your mom busy at night too? This is unlikely, she lives alone, what can she be busy with at night? It is estimated that it is a strange call, so I did not answer it. Wang Zhenxing replied on the phone. Well, it must be. Chinyi felt that it made sense, and then said sincerely, thank you Uncle Wang for taking care of my mother for more than a year. Wang Zhenxing turned his head and glanced at Shu Yurro, who was still sleeping, and replied to Chinyi with a smile, own people, no need to thank you. Uncle Wang, you have been alone for so many years, you should have found a partner, right? When can I drink your happy wine? Chinyi asked with concern. There are so many affairs in the company, even if you have time to talk about love, and after a few years, it is almost 40 years old, and it is difficult to find the right person. Wang Zhenxing sighed. Emotional matters depend on fate, I believe Uncle Wang will definitely find a suitable partner. Chinyi blessed. Then borrow your words. Wang Zhenxing smiled. By the way, Uncle Wang, does my mother have any private feelings? Asked Chinyi tentatively. Oh, Xiaoyi, do you want your mother to find you a stepfather? Wang Zhenxing asked in surprise. Of course not. Chinyi's face darkened. Since he was a child, he resisted Shu Yurro to find him a stepfather. Wang Zhenxing left the bedroom and came to the living room, only then replied. I just help your mother in life, occasionally go over to see her, help her repair light bulbs, faucets, and unblock the waterway. As for private relationships, I don't bother to ask, I really don't know much about this. Chinyi was silent for a few seconds after hearing this, and suddenly changed the topic. Uncle Wang, I'm about to return to Qingling, I want to collect debts from my enemies, I hope you can help me then. After hearing this, Wang Zhenxing secretly sneered. I really want to say to Chinyi, are you really welcome, let me a company with a market value of only 1 billion to compete with other companies with tens of billions. Good, definitely. Wang Zhenxing agreed with his mouth. Also, Uncle Wang, I return to Qingling's affairs, I hope you keep it secret for the time being. Don't tell anyone, it's best not to even tell my mother, then I want to surprise my mother. Easy to instruct. Good, good. Wang Zhenxing repeatedly agreed. After the call, he fell into deep thought. I have received some plot information from the system before, it stands to reason that Chinyi should not have come out of the mountain so quickly, why did he return to Qingling soon? Communication system, Wang Zhenxing asked. The host affects the direction of the plot, and the protagonist's luck is correcting the plot, so it will appear in advance. So it is. Wang Zhenxing was abrupt. At this time, there was some movement from the side of the bedroom. But it was Shu Yurro who woke up. Wang Zhenxing returned to the bedroom and looked at her for a while. The atmosphere is a bit awkward. Alas, blame me. Wang Zhenxing broke the silence, as if he was very remorseful. I don't blame you for this. Shu Yurro shook her head. This is not a slap in the face. If she wasn't happy, nothing would have happened. Shu Yurro looked at Wang Zhenxing with bright eyes, wondering how he would handle the future relationship between the two. For Shu Yurro, of course, she hopes to be upright and bright, and walk hand in hand with Wang Zhenxing to the street. It's just that Shu Yurro also knows that this is a bit too extravagant. After all, her own conditions were there. And Wang Zhenxing. The big boss with money looks so handsome. I am somewhat unworthy of him. I just received a call from Xiaoyi. Wang Zhenxing said coldly. Xiaoyi called you. Shu Yurro was a little unbelievable. Not only did you call me, but you called you, just the phone you hung up last night. Huh. Shu Yurro's face was red, and she thought that she was lucky that she didn't answer the phone at that time. Xiaoyi said that he is about to return to Qingling, and specially asked you about emotional matters. I told him, I don't know this, but listening to his tone, it seems to be very repulsive for you to find him a stepfather. Xiaoyi is like this, very repulsive to this, I can't. Shu Yurro sighed, and then pleaded. Our business, or first let's keep it a secret. Confidentiality. But my conscience is uneasy. Wang Zhenxing said. I know you're a good man, it's my problem, don't feel overwhelmed. Shu Yurro was relieved. What if Xiaoyi knows about this? Wang Zhenxing asked. If you don't say it, I don't say it, how will he know? Shu Yurro asked rhetorically. There is no impermeable wall in the world, what if he knew? I can feel that he is very resistant to you finding him a stepfather, and if I really let him know, I am really afraid that he will kill me. Wang Zhenxing said. How is this possible? Shu Yurro was amused. I'm not afraid of 10,000, I'm afraid of what if. Although I think this kind of thing is impossible, if Xiaoyi really dares to be disrespectful to you, I will definitely stop it, even if I don't want my life, I must take care of you. Shu Yurro looked at Lin Lang and said with an affectionate face. Seeing Shu Yurro's statement, Wang Zhenxing was immediately relieved. This talisman is considered stable. It's really not in vain that I wasted so much waste strength. You're going to work, what breakfast do you want? I'll make it for you. Shu Yu asked softly. Don't rush to work, I'm the boss, even if I'm late, who dares to deduct my wages? Wang Zhenxing laughed, laughing a little strangely. After Shu Yurro froze for a while, she gave him a coquettish look. Revitalization Group. Office of the President. Lin Ketching looked at the empty boss chair and couldn't help but have some doubts. Usually the boss arrives before him, why is it that it is time to go to work today, and the boss has not come yet? Lin Ketching was still waiting for the boss to arrange work. The boss doesn't arrange it, and she doesn't know what to do first. While waiting, Lin Ketching was a little bored, so he exercised his muscles in the office and started yoga. Although naturally beautiful, Lin Ketching still pays great attention to body management. During college, I often did yoga. It's just that the overalls are a little inconvenient. Lin Ketching had a larger range of movements because of his yoga and made his work clothes crack. Fortunately, she still has spare overalls. Lin Ketching locked the office door and changed her clothes. And at this moment, Wang Zhenxing pushed the door and walked in. The door is fingerprint unlocked. Even if it is locked, Wang Zhenxing can open it with his fingerprint. Two people, four eyes facing each other. Lin Ketching did not panic and shouted. It's just that the scene was very embarrassing for a while. Wang Zhenxing maintained a serious appearance, and after glancing into the office a few times, he closed the door and waited outside. Can you still encounter this kind of thing? Is it because of the peach luck added to your body? Wang Zhenxing thought to himself. A few minutes later, Lin Ketching opened the door. Mr. Wang, why are you here so late today? Lin Ketching never mentioned the embarrassing thing just now, pretending that nothing had happened. I practiced in the morning for a long time, and I didn't pay attention to the time. Responding casually, Wang Zhenxing quickly felt wrong, and turned to say, what do? Do I still need to report to you? While speaking, Wang Zhenxing had already walked to the office chair and sat down. I didn't mean that, I just cared about you. Lin Ketching hurriedly waved his hand, and when he spoke of the back, his voice was as thin as a mosquito. Wang Zhenxing's hearing was not bad, he barely heard it, but he didn't debunk it. Today's itinerary is on the desk. This was obviously prepared by Lin Ketching in advance. The schedule is very simple, with one meeting in the morning and one in the afternoon, and the Qingling Charity Summit in the evening. The two company meetings were directly skipped, and Wang Zhenxing fixed his eyes on the Qingling Charity Summit. Flipping through the memories in his head, some information about this meeting poured out. The main initiator of this charity summit is Wang Zhenxing himself. It was launched 2 months ago. The organizers are several departments of the Qingling official mansion. This is what happened when Wang Zhenxing crossed over. His original identity was set up as a supporting role in the protagonist camp, and he was keen on philanthropy, which is why there was such a thing. Wang Zhenxing subconsciously wanted to release the pigeons and not go to this meeting, but after weighing it up, he immediately dismissed this idea. These were several government departments that he said moved Qingling, and it took a long time for the government department to prepare for this meeting. If you don't go, you will lose your integrity and good feelings on the official side. The speech will be written. I need to speak on stage when I go to the charity summit, and help me write a speech of about 800 words. Wang Zhenxing assigned Lin Ketching a task. It will be, but I'm afraid I won't write well. Lin Ketching was a little embarrassed. You write first, I will teach you to revise if there is something that is not suitable, but if you are wrong in one place, you will be punished once. Wang Zhenxing said. Still punished. Lin Ketching looked dejected. Wang Zhenxing was silent and looked at her silently. Yes, I'll write it right away, Lin Ketching responded inertially, and then hurried to work in the compartment. After Lin Ketching left, Wang Zhenxing rubbed his forehead, a little melancholy. Doing charity definitely requires money. And he, as the initiator, must pay for it. If it was more than a year ago, the company was operating well and the efficiency grew steadily. Taking out some money to do charity can be described as painless and can also win some fame. But the revitalization group has been suppressed in recent years, the efficiency is gradually declining, and it is undoubtedly self-inflicted to do charity. Can you have a good talk with that smelly lady of Han Mei? Wang Zhenxing said. Han Mei is the richest woman in Qingling, and she is the mother of the rich second generation that Chini offended. This Qingling Charity Summit, the official invited almost all Qingling famous business people, Han Mei will definitely not be absent. As long as he goes to the charity summit, he will inevitably meet Han Mei. As soon as he thought of this Han Mei, Wang Zhenxing gritted his teeth a little. If it weren't for this lady's crackdown on his company, he would have made more money this year and wouldn't have just opened a Bentley. Other big bosses are all kinds of luxury cars, and he drives back and forth in a Bentley every day, and the mansion he lives in does not even have a swimming pool. Angry, but it's not a way to collide with this woman, maybe you can sacrifice your hue. Wang Zhenxing secretly calculated in his heart for a while, and then communicated with the system to check the recent gains. Host: Wang Zhenxing. Chi Luck Value: 305. Villain Aura: 166. Counterattack Points: 1700. Combat Power Value: 186. Charm Value: 113. Special Skill: Advanced Fighting Skill. Fortune Range: Peach Luck Elementary. After glancing at it, Wang Zhenxing set his sights on the counterattack points. Counterattack points can be exchanged for things in the system store. What can 1700 counterattack points be exchanged for? Wang Zhenxing had a little expectation in his heart. Dragon Tiger Dan 1000. Perspective Eye 1100 Advanced Medical Skill 1500. The mall shows some of the three things that Wang Zhenxing's current points can exchange. Wang Zhenxing first set his sights on the Dragon and Tiger Dan. This elixir sounds like a good thing. But what exactly does it do? As soon as his mind moved, Wang Zhenxing looked at the roll of Dragon and Tiger Dan. Dragon Tiger Pill. After eating, you can get a very strong body and greatly improve the kidney ability. Wang Zhenxing's eyes suddenly lit up. It's just that although the Dragon Tiger Pill is good, it is not his current necessity. After all, it is not a beautiful 3000. And his body was already healthy, and now it is enough. As for see-through eyes, it is naturally a good thing. Some of the protagonists, gold fingers or clairvoyant eyes, do obscene things with clairvoyance, and make a fortune by gambling stones and the like. Wang Zhenxing was a little moved, but he still did not exchange it, but chose advanced medical skills. Advanced medical skills are also the ability that the protagonist possesses, and from the perspective of function, it is stronger than the perspective eye. Wang Zhenxing spent 1,500 counterattack points in direct exchange for advanced medical skills. Soon, some medical knowledge entered his mind. Wang Zhenxing took some time to digest it and thoroughly integrated it. An hour later, Lin Ketching came to Wang Zhenxing with the written speech. Wang Zhenxing gained an ability and subconsciously practiced with Lin Ketching. Traditional Chinese medicine pays attention to the word hope. Lin Ketching's body is still healthy, but he should not have rested well recently, coupled with the pressure of work, causing a slight imbalance in endocrine, resulting in the physiological period is not as regular as before. Mr. Wang, the speech is ready, you can read it. Lin Ketching gently placed the manuscript on the desk in front of Wang Zhenxing. Picking up the manuscript, Wang Zhenxing took a cursory look and found that there were at least 5 places that were inappropriate. Wang Zhenxing picked up a pen and circled the inappropriate places, change all the places where the circles are drawn. Yes. Lin Ketching nodded and carefully picked up the manuscript from the table, but he froze in place. Why don't you go yet? Wang Zhenxing was surprised. Didn't you say that you will be punished for writing badly? Lin Ketching asked rhetorically. Wang Zhenxing was abrupt. Just now, I saw that Lin Ketching was not in good spirits, so I didn't want to punish her, but she actually took the initiative to ask. Good guy, she wouldn't really have Stockholm Syndrome, would she? If that's the case, then you really can't be too polite to her in the future. 10 push-ups. Wang Zhenxing said casually. 10 push-ups. Lin Ketching was stunned by this novel punishment method. Too little. No, I'll do it right away. Lin Ketching quickly did the standard 10 push-ups on the spot, not daring to paddle at all. She often practiced yoga during college, and her physical fitness was still very good, and 10 push-ups were completely difficult for her. Qingling Center Building. This is the most luxurious office building in Qingling and one of the iconic buildings of Qingling, with a total height of 505 meters. The headquarters of Han Mei, the richest woman in Qingling, is located in this Qingling Center Building. The building has 100 floors and houses more than 50 mega companies, both domestic and foreign. Fenghua Group is just one of them. However, of these 100 floors, Fenghua Group occupies 20 floors. It's incredible. This shows the arrogance of the richest woman in Qingling. The top floor of the building. Fenghua Group headquarters. It's time for an afternoon break. In the lounge in the president's office, there were some strange sounds. At this moment, the door to the president's office was pushed open. A young man of about 20 walked into the office and came to knock outside the lounge. "Mom, I have something to find you." The youth shouted outside the door. "Don't make noise with me during your lunch break, are you deaf?" A woman's angry voice came from inside the door. The youth was taken aback. He knew that his mother had a habit of taking lunch breaks, and he hated being disturbed during breaks, and if it wasn't for an emergency, he would never come. "Mom, don't be angry, I have something urgent to find you," the youth explained. After a few minutes, a beautiful woman walked out of the lounge. This beautiful woman is the richest woman in Qingling, Han Mei. Although she was close to 40 years old, the years did not leave any obvious marks on her face, and she looked like she was 27 or 8 years old. Han Mei is very willing to spend money on maintenance, spending at least 8 million a year. But this money is like a drop in the bucket for her. Han Mei's gloomy face came to the soft chair in the office and sat down. The young man in front of her, that is, her son, was called Han Jia. Han Jia's father was a man and died early. Therefore, Han Jia is surnamed with his mother. "Mom, are you going to a charity summit tonight?" Han Jia was afraid of his mother, stood straight at the desk, and asked softly. "There is something to say directly," Han Mei said coldly. "This charity summit was initiated by that Wang Zhenxing, and his company's current efficiency is not good. Take this opportunity to let him bleed more money to do charity. It is best to let his company's capital turnover problems, and then bring down his company." Han Jia gritted his teeth. "Do you know how much it has taken to suppress the revitalization group over the past year?" Han Mei did not reply immediately, but asked rhetorically. "This, how do I know this?" Han Jia shook his head in embarrassment. Suppressing the revitalization group is simply a practice of hurting the enemy by 1,000 and self-harming 800, and in the past year or so, it has burned 100 million. Han Mei said. "I just can't swallow this breath. I let Chini run away, count him lucky. I can only find Qinyi's mother Shu Yurro to get angry, but that Wang Zhenxing always blocks it," Han Jia said hatefully. Han Mei looked at his angry and corrupted appearance, shook her head slightly, and after a pause, she said expressionlessly, "You should really be glad that I only have your son." "Mom, you promised." "Thank you, Mom. That doesn't bother you resting anymore." Han Jia was overjoyed and left happily. Han Mei watched her son leave and couldn't help sighing. If she had other children, then she would definitely not indulge Han Jia so much. But no way. Han Mei had only been married one day, and her husband burped. This is still luck, to have such a child as Han Jia. And after her husband died, Han Mei did not look for another one. Han Mei has not been in a good mood since her 39th birthday a few days ago. When she was a girl, a mysterious fortune teller counted her. The fortune teller said that she had great fortune between the ages of 20 and 39, and Kev. After Han Mei graduated from university, her business went smoothly, and she became the richest woman in Qingling in her 30s. This proves that she does have great fortune. And the early death of her husband also confirms this point of Kefu. After the age of 39, Han Mei's fortune will tend to be ordinary. And Han Mei has just celebrated her 39th birthday now. In other words, if there is no good fortune, it will not be kept. Han Mei's original ideal was not only to become the richest man in Qingling. But without great fortune, can Fenghua Group go further? Han Mei originally did not believe in fate, but the experience of the previous 20 years or so was indeed as the fortune teller said. If Fenghua Group does not seek development, it should always be able to keep its business, right? Han Mei changed her mind. In addition to having great fortune in the past, she also had very strong management skills, so she had the confidence to keep the family business. After thinking about this, Han Mei's mood changed a little better. She went back to the lounge, washed her hands and cleaned up, and then continued with what she hadn't done. Her husband died so early, because Kefu did not dare to find another partner, but as a normal woman, Han Mei could only regulate herself regularly. Otherwise, people will have problems. However, as soon as Han Mei was about to start self-regulation, she suddenly became excited again. She has no fortune, and at the same time she will not be able to kill. So, is it okay to think about finding a partner? When Han Mei thought of this, her cold and proud face gradually showed some expectations, but after a few seconds, they dissipated without a trace. She is a very proud woman, but also has a cleanliness fetish. Categorically, I will not go to find one at random because of demand. Unless, this man can enter her heart. It's just that this possibility is too small. Han Mei has been in the business field over the years, and has seen too many outstanding elites. But he has never been moved by anyone. Or to be more precise, she has not been moved by anyone since the beginning of her relationship. The reason why I got married in the first place, to put it bluntly, is a marriage of interests, and has nothing to do with feelings. Night is falling. Qingling Pier. Luxury cars from all directions are pouring towards this side. Giant cruise ships are parked here at the pier. Tonight's charity summit is held on this cruise ship. A Bentley sent Wang Zhenxing to Qingling Pier. Elsewhere, this 3 million Bentley can attract countless lights. But here today, it seems unremarkable. Wang Zhenxing looked at several Rolls-Royces around, a little envious. Taking out the pass, Wang Zhenxing walked onto the cruise ship. There is still half an hour before the charity summit, but most of the people have already arrived. It is a very good social occasion. Some acquaintances greeted each other when they met. And some who don't know will also find opportunities to get acquainted and communicate. After Wang Zhenxing came here, many business people greeted him, almost all of them smiling. But Wang Zhenxing knew that most of these guys must scold him in their hearts. After all, when you come here, you have to pay some money to help charity. And businessmen, how many of them have a conscience? As the initiator, Wang Zhenxing naturally has the greatest hatred value. Of course, there are also some people who really smile at Wang Zhenxing. Most of these people are from the government. They don't need to pay money, they just need to organize it, not only to win a good reputation, but also to increase performance. In their eyes, Wang Zhenxing is simply a living bodhisattva. Some people came over one after another to greet Wang Zhenxing. There are those with good intentions and some with malicious intent. But either way, it is not a good thing for Wang Zhenxing. Because that means he might be put on hold to donate more money. And if you donate less, you will most likely be made a fuss. This charity summit has multiple media outlets. Once Wang Zhenxing does not perform well, there will definitely be negative news tomorrow. Things must not be allowed to go in this direction. Wang Zhenxing began to think about countermeasures, and soon came up with an idea, that is, to pretend to be sick. In fact, before coming, he thought about pretending to be sick and absent. But getting sick for no reason at the charity summit is really easy to arouse suspicion. But if something happens in front of everyone at the summit, and you are physically sick, then others have nothing to say. Thinking so, Wang Zhenxing, who was standing on the deck, inadvertently looked at the gentle river, and some smiles suddenly appeared at the corners of his mouth. The conference is held in the banquet hall of the cruise ship. But it was not yet time, and most of them gathered on the deck. There is a lot of abundant food on the deck, and it is a buffet style, which can feed people who have not eaten dinner. Of course, very few people actually go to eat food. More people were holding red wine and socializing. The charity summit was attended by celebrities from the Spirit dynasty. It's a rare social occasion. 20 minutes left before the meeting. On the entrance of the cruise ship, there was a sudden uproar. Wang Zhenxing looked away suspiciously. I saw a beautiful woman in a black evening dress, surrounded by many people, slowly came to the deck. Some of those who are crowded are worth hundreds of millions, and some are worth more than $1 billion. These people are placed outside, and they are definitely bigwig-level figures. But at the moment, it was like a humble greeter. For nothing else, just because the beautiful woman in the black evening dress was Han Mei, the richest woman in Qingling. Wang Zhenxing looked away and looked around. The same as a beautiful woman, Shu Yurro is dignified and elegant, and Han Mei is strong and domineering, like a queen. What would it be like if the queen lowered her haughty head? Wang Zhenxing thought with some curiosity. Mr. Han, that is Wang Zhenxing of the Revitalization Group, that is, the main initiator of this charity summit. A boss with a net worth of hundreds of millions engaged in the daily chemical industry suddenly pointed to the direction of Wang Zhenxing and said to Han Mei. In business, peers have 3 points of hatred. The owner of Kai Raihua Company, knowing that Han Mei suppressed the Revitalization Group, is certainly willing to watch a good show. As shrewd as Han Mei, of course, he can see this person's mind. Of course, Han Mei had heard the name Wang Zhenxing, but she had never seen it with her own eyes. Perhaps the two had appeared on the same occasion before. But Han Mei really never paid attention. It's not nice to put it a bit. The owner of a billion-dollar company is just an insignificant small role in Han Mei's eyes. Also worthy of her Han Mei's attention. But this time, Han Mei promised her son Han Jia to pit the king at the charity summit to revitalize. Han Mei felt that it was still necessary to recognize it, so as not to even be able to distinguish between people when she got it, which would be a little embarrassing. The beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and Han Mei looked in the direction pointed by the person next to her. Because of her long-term work, she was a little short-sighted, unable to see Wang Zhenxing's appearance clearly, and only saw a perfect figure. I heard that this Wang Zhenxing is a Diamond King Old 5. The figure is really good, not like most bosses with a big belly, but after all, he is a middle-aged man. No matter how well his body is managed, he should not be able to cover up the traces left by the years on his face. After all, he can't always maintain it like a woman. Without seeing his face, Han Mei commented lightly in her heart. She walked slowly, getting closer and closer to Wang Zhenxing, and her face gradually became clear in her field of vision. Of course, after seeing it completely, Han Mei was shocked. Wang Zhenxing's body did not have the greasy of a middle-aged man at all, and he looked very young, like he was 27 or 8 years old. Tall and perfect body, full of heroic facial features, angular face, mature and stable temperament. Combined, these qualities are extremely lethal for women. Especially for a mature woman who has been single for a long time, this directly doubles the lethality. Wang Zhenxing was carefully dressed up before coming here, and this image and temperament, even if he goes to the international red carpet, can attract countless eyes. Han Mei's heart was extremely uncalm at the moment. It's just that her emotions and expressions are well managed. Obviously she appreciates Wang Zhenxing's appearance, but she still looks indifferent on the surface. Even Wang Zhenxing didn't see any clues. And the person next to Han Mei didn't see Han Mei's mind even more. Many people know that Feng Hua is suppressing revitalization. There is never a shortage of those who tend to be inflammatory. Soon some people in the audience started talking loudly in order to please Han Mei. Mr. Wang is really a person of great good, and he launched this grand charity act. I don't know how much money he is going to donate. To revitalize such a large company, you have to donate 20 million. It's only 20 million, that's too much to look down on President Wang. In my opinion, President Wang will donate at least 50 million. No, 50 million is still less. How can I donate 100 million, it is grand enough. For these remarks, Wang Zhenxing smiled, and then said without hurry. Revitalization is just a small workshop that produces daily chemical products, not as good as the bosses here. I will follow you to donate. If you donate 100 million, even if I empty the cash flow of revitalization, and even add my own pocket, I will accompany it, all for charity. Good deeds can accumulate virtue. How many of those who can make a lot of money have no conscience? Lack of virtue is by no means less. As soon as these words came out, those who ran on the crowd stopped talking. When Han Mei heard Wang Zhenxing say this, she was also concerned in her heart. She can become the richest man in Qingling, thanks to financial luck and her own ability, but she has also used some dishonorable business methods. If there is really such a thing as retribution, then she will definitely not be able to escape. The richer the person, the more he believes in cause and effect. In order to seek peace of mind, many bad people like to chant and worship Buddha. Han Mei believes in these things even more. When she was a girl, the fortune teller accurately predicted her future fortunes. She didn't believe that. My fortunes have dissipated now. If I continue to suppress revitalization, will there really be retribution? Han Mei suddenly had the idea of giving up the suppression of the revitalization group. Over the years, Wang Zhenxing has been committed to charity and is a person of great goodness. Will he be punished for targeting such a good person? Speaking of which, she and Wang Zhenxing do not have the slightest grudge, and the reason why she suppressed the Zhenxing group was only because she connived at her son Han Jia. But what gives Han Mei a headache is that in recent years, the revitalization group has been suppressed, and it is estimated that it is not so easy to make good friends with Wang Zhenxing. After all, this Wang Zhenxing seems to be an honest person who is jealous and hatred. Han Mei was overjoyed. What she was thinking, of course Wang Zhenxing didn't know. Wang Zhenxing was curious at the moment whether he had charmed Han Mei. His eyes examined Han Mei, trying to see through her mind. But this Han Mei hid her emotions too well, and she couldn't see anything at all. Carefully dressed up, it seems to be of little use to this lady. Wang Zhenxing was secretly a little disappointed. At this moment, Han Mei suddenly spoke up. This charity summit is a great act of kindness. In fact, no matter how much you donate, it is a heart. When the people around heard this, they were suddenly a little surprised. Because of Han Mei's words, there was a faint meaning to relieve the siege for Wang Zhenxing. Isn't Fenghua suppressing revitalization? Han Mei didn't put Wang Zhenxing on the rack, let him ride the tiger difficult, and actually relieved him of the siege. What is this lady counting to the chassis? Wang Zhenxing was also a little confused about Han Mei's thoughts. Mr. Wang, I heard of your name earlier, and it's nice to meet you. With a faint smile on her face, Han Mei stretched out her white hand. Wang Zhenxing subconsciously glanced at Han Mei's hand, and saw that she did not have long nails, nor nail polish or the like, but her fingers were long and delicate, and she looked beautiful. What a big name is not famous. President Han looks up to me. Wang Zhenxing stretched out his hand and shook one. I thought that Han Mei was just polite in front of people, but when shaking hands, he obviously felt that Han Mei's hand trembled slightly. This surprised Wang Zhenxing. A character like Han Mei, just shaking hands, shouldn't be nervous, right? Wang Zhenxing couldn't figure it out a little, and could only think that this was Han Mei's accidental reaction. After shaking hands, Han Mei quickly staggered with Wang Zhenxing and went to greet the people in the official office. The eyes of the people around were mostly on Han Mei. With Wang Zhenxing's net worth, it is not very conspicuous here, and not many people pay attention to him. Raised his hand and looked at the time of the gold watch. We are now about 15 minutes away from the start of the meeting. Wang Zhenxing knew that he was looking for an opportunity. Han Mei, this lady, is not happy or angry, and it is difficult to guess. Although Han Mei showed favor just now, Wang Zhenxing felt that this lady might be paralyzing herself. Wait until you relax, and then give yourself a knife coldly. In the business world, there are countless such people. Wang Zhenxing walked freely on the deck with a wine glass, then came to the railing, pretended to watch the night scene on the shore for a while, and then pretended to accidentally roll down from the railing. A pop sounded. What sound? Some people heard the movement, leaned against the railing, pulled their heads out to look, and found someone fluttering on the water. Someone fell overboard. There were shouts in the room. The people around immediately stopped talking and came to the railing to check on the situation. Including Han Mei. Who is that, who fell into the water? At night, the light is unknown, and everyone can only see someone fluttering on the surface of the water, and it is impossible to see who that person is. But looking at the man's random fluttering, he obviously can't swim. It's Mr. Wang of the revitalization group. A witness at the scene said. What about the lifeguards? Where are the lifeguards? Han Mei asked the people around her. When some people heard this, they immediately went to the cruise ship to deliver a message. On the water, Wang Zhenxing pretended to flutter for a while, feeling that it was almost the same, and then slowly sank. As a traverser, he brings some basic skills with him. Swimming is one of them. And the setting of Wang Zhenxing in the plot is that he can't swim. This is Wang's plan for revitalization. No one here knew he could swim. He pretended to fall into the water, then became unconscious and lay in the hospital for a while. With advanced medical skills, it is still very simple to pretend to be a disease, and there is no need to worry about being seen through. As for whether there will be danger, Wang Zhenxing has thought about this question. First of all, the river is free of sharks and piranhas and the like. Therefore, it is impossible to be eaten by fish. In addition, his luck value is as high as more than 300, which is very high compared to ordinary people. With such high luck, it is not so easy to have trouble. Therefore, this plan is likely to succeed. As long as you dodge the charity summit, then it's all easy to say. Nothing moving. Onlookers by the railing saw the water gradually calm down. And at this time the lifeguards had not yet arrived. There are some people who can swim around, but they are not professionals, and if they rush to save people, they are likely to put themselves in danger. Who would take such a risk if you are either rich or expensive? Swish. The sound of zippers sliding sounded, and a gorgeous evening dress landed. But suddenly Han Mei stepped forward. Han Mei also had clothes under her evening dress, revealing her arms and thighs. Although it was a little unsolemn on this occasion, she couldn't care so much. Poof. Han Mei jumped directly into the water. Someone at the railing held a spotlight to provide light. Han Mei sank into the water, looked around, and finally saw Wang Zhenxing, who was slowly sinking, and then swam towards him. Wang Zhenxing sensed that someone had jumped into the water, so he pretended to struggle in the water, but what he didn't expect was that it would be Han Mei who jumped into the water to save people. Stunned, Han Mei had already swam to her side. In order to show that he can't swim, Wang Zhenxing's hands are still fluttering indiscriminately. Unexpectedly, I accidentally hit something that should not be touched. The ferocity is by no means inferior to Shu Yurro. This is Wang Zhenxing's assessment. And after this evaluation, he gradually stopped fluttering and pretended to faint. Seeing this, Han Mei was a little lucky. The most feared thing about underwater rescue is the struggle of the person who fell into the water, which will increase the difficulty of rescue. Wang Zhenxing has fainted now, but it is convenient for rescue. Han Mei grabbed one of his arms and dragged it up. It's just that Wang Zhenxing, as a tall and powerful man, is still a little difficult to drag. Han Mei swims slower. Lest Wang Zhenxing completely suffocated, Han Mei could only give him anger. Sensing the movement on his lips, Wang Zhenxing, who was pretending to be dizzy, was stunned. Something is wrong with this woman, obviously suppressing her own company. How can she save herself without hesitation? Han Mei is kind-hearted. Han Jia is definitely a villain. As Han Jia's mother, Han Mei must also be a villain. To say that saving people out of kindness is absolutely impossible. If it's not because of kindness, it's because of special emotions. The villain Han Mei's favorability for the host has been increased to 60 adoration, and the host affects the direction of the plot and gets 300 counterattack points. Wang Zhenxing quickly received the prompt message, which made him a little surprised. He only met Han Mei for the first time today. It seems that Han Mei fell in love with him at first sight. It's just that Han Mei is good at hiding her emotions and doesn't let anyone see the clue. It seems that the peach is here. Wang Zhenxing quickly thought of the reason. The level of his fortune is only elementary at present, and the impact on the heroine is not so great, but the impact on other female partners or female villains seems to be quite large. Originally, I just wanted to pretend to be sick by falling into the water, but I didn't expect to have an unexpected harvest. Although Han Mei is very good at swimming, she held her breath for a long time, plus dragged a person, and gradually couldn't support it. Fortunately, at this time, the lifeguards finally came. With the help of lifeguards, Wang was quickly carried onto a hovercraft. Wang Zhenxing continued to pretend to be unconscious. Han Mei probed his snort and found that he was actually out of breath, and he didn't care about the presence of others, and immediately gave him cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Wang Zhenxing's top was removed, and the perfect muscle line was revealed. Han Mei's eyes lit up. It's just that at this critical moment, there is no time to continue to appreciate. As a strong woman, Han Mei likes sports and has many basic skills. Swimming and CPR are just two of them. After Wang Zhenxing performed cardiopulmonary resuscitation many times, he finally heard Wang Zhenxing cough and spit out some river water, and coincidentally, it happened to be when Han Mei was performing artificial respiration. Han Mei was caught off guard and passively ate a lot of river water, but she didn't care. "Hey, wake up," Han Mei called, but received no response. Wang Zhenxing is still in a coma, but his breathing has returned to normal and should not be life-threatening. After a while, Wang Zhenxing carried a car and sent it to a nearby large hospital. A storm has passed temporarily. The charity summit was held as scheduled. Wang Zhenxing, as the main initiator, although absent, did not have much impact. The next day, Central Building, already awake and out of danger, huh? Okay, I see. Han Mei received a call in the office, and her heart was a lot calmer, and after finishing the call, she wanted to go to work immediately. Since yesterday's incident, she was quite worried about Wang Zhenxing's condition, but with her identity, it was inconvenient to stay on the hospital side. When she works today, she is always a little absent-minded. Now finally don't worry. However, when Han Mei wants to focus on her work, she will always lose her mind from time to time and will remember some pictures from yesterday. Thinking about it, I couldn't help biting my lip. Yesterday I concentrated on saving people, and I didn't feel it carefully when I crossed the gas underwater and went ashore to do artificial respiration. But today, when she thought back to this, she blushed and her heart jumped. Han Mei wanted to force herself to calm down, but found that it didn't have much effect. It's almost noon now, and it's almost time to leave work. Han Mei was not hungry at all, and planned to go to the lounge to adjust herself first, and then go to eat. But at this moment, his son Han Jia came to the office angrily. I didn't teach you, do you have to knock on the door first when you enter the office? Han Mei scolded. Han Jia ignored his mother's scolding and gritted his teeth and asked, Mom, didn't you promise me that you would help the situation at the charity summit and let Wang Zhenxing donate a little more money? Why backtrack? Listening to her son mention this, Han Mei was a little weak-hearted, the coldness on her face dissipated a little, and explained lightly, Wang Zhenxing accidentally fell into the water and fainted, was sent to the hospital, and did not attend the meeting. Okay, then don't mention that beforehand. Mom, why did you save Wang Zhenxing, that guy? Wouldn't it be better if he fell into the water and let him drown? Han Jia asked. Han Mei was stunned. Regarding the matter of Wang Zhenxing's falling into the water, it is inevitable that it will have some impact, and the organizers of the charity summit asked the media present to hide it and not announce it to the public. But there were too many people present at that time, and although there was no news, there must have been some news coming out. Han Jia seemed to have heard some rumors. This matter is complicated to say. In short, saving the king and revitalizing is not my intention. Han Mei said confusedly. Mom, is that really the case? I heard that you give people artificial respiration. Han Jia questioned. Where did you hear that? Han Mei was taken aback. This is not heard, but it seems, a friend of mine also sent me a photo. The picture is you doing artificial respiration for Wang Zhenxing. Han Jia said, and took out his mobile phone and showed Han Mei the photo. The facts were in front of her, and Han Mei couldn't refute it. Mom, you won't fancy that Wang Zhenxing, will you? Han Jia asked a little nervously. His old son died early, lacked his father's love, and his mother Han Mei managed such a business empire alone, which was indeed not easy. Han Jia still has some filial piety. He knows that he is not capable of managing the company, so he hopes to have someone to share for Han Mei. But Wang Zhenxing and Chinyi are a gang, friends of the enemy, then naturally they are enemies. Han Jia didn't want Wang Zhenxing to be his stepfather. What are you talking nonsense? Poked by her son, Han Mei was anxious. Is it nonsense, Mom? You know it in your heart, but there is one thing I want to remind you. Han Jia said. What do you want to say? Han Mei was puzzled. That Wang Zhenxing is almost 40 years old, he has not been married, he has no girlfriend, he has not heard that he has a lover or the like, and he has never gone to entertainment places. How can there be men in this world who are not interested in women? If there is, it only means that there is something wrong with this person. Han Jia said. Han Mei felt ridiculous at first, but then she thought a little about it. Wang Zhenxing's conditions are so good, it is understandable that he does not want to get married, but it is indeed a little strange that there is no woman. Han Mei has been widowed for many years, and she has not looked for another because she has a cleanliness fetish, coupled with strict self-requirements, and cares about her reputation. A lock can be opened by many keys, that is called a rotten lock. Han Mei wants to be a good lock. And for Wang Zhenxing, one key can open many locks, that can be called a master key. So, there is no reputation problem. After all, in public opinion, it is not a shameful thing for rich men to find more girlfriends. Is there really something wrong with Wang Zhenxing? Han Mei was suspicious. But this is only speculation after all. If you want to know the truth, you can only find an opportunity to verify it. Mom, you believe me, as a man, I still have a lot of say, that Wang Zhenxing definitely has a problem. I dare to pack a ticket. Seeing that his mother was silent for a long time, Han Jia added. You think everyone like you likes to spend time drinking everywhere? Han Mei asked rhetorically. Men don't spend days drinking, so what's the point of living in the world? Han Jia laughed. Give me a little serious, you will get married in a few days, I don't care what happens to you in the future, at least give me a little more honesty within a month, otherwise every month in the future, you don't want to get more than $1 million pocket money from me. Han Mei warned. Mom, if there is no million a month, then how can I live? Han Jia cried bitterly. I'm not kidding you. Han Mei said. Actually, I don't want to get married either. If I didn't think it was cool to rob Chinyi's girlfriend, I would have dumped that woman long ago. Han Jia looked indifferent. The wedding date has been set, the invitations have been sent, I don't care if you want it or not, this marriage must be married. Got it, Mom. It's okay, you can go, remember to knock on the door the next time you enter my office. Qingling First Hospital. Wang Zhenxing, who was lying on the hospital bed, opened his mobile phone and looked at it. The phone was soaked in water after falling into the water yesterday. But fortunately, this mobile phone is waterproof, there is no failure, and it can be used normally. There are a lot of missed calls on the phone. The most common call was Shu Yurro's call. After eating vegetarian for so many years, I suddenly broke my abstinence and ate meat, and if I want to eat vegetarian again, it is simply more uncomfortable than death. Shu Yurro saw that Wang Zhenxing was not moving last night, so she took the initiative to call him. Who knew that no one answered the phone? Shu Yurro initially thought that Wang Zhenxing was busy, but then called every once in a while, and no one answered. It made her anxious. In addition to Shu Yurro's call, there was also Lin Ketching's call. Lin Ketching's call was in the morning. Obviously, Lin Ketching saw that the boss did not come to work, so he called to ask. The remaining calls were from business partners and friends. Wang Zhenxing only returned a call to Shu Yurro. Something happened yesterday and I couldn't answer the phone. What are you looking for me to do, is there any urgency? After the call was connected, Wang Zhenxing pretended not to understand Shu Yurro's mind and asked. No, it's just a little boring and want to call and talk to you. Shu Yurro said reservedly. How inconvenient is it to talk on the phone, isn't it better to talk face to face? Wang Zhenxing said with a smile. Chinyi is about to return to Qingling, and before he returns, of course, he must contact Shu Yurro more. What do you want to eat at night? Shu Yurro turned her heart and quickly asked. Make up for it, otherwise I'm afraid I won't be able to stand it. You're dead, and you still make fun of me, don't tell you. Shu Yurro hung up the call with a blushing heartbeat, and went out to buy vegetables with a bright look. Wang Zhenxing opened the V letter again and looked at the information. Feng Qianchen sent a few messages over, the content, naturally the new cuz clothing purchased online arrived, and I wanted Wang Zhenxing to observe in person and give some advice. I'm not free today, I'll tell you when I'm free. Wang Zhenxing decided to criticize it well, but today is really not available, so it can only be another day. After sending the message, a doctor came soon after. The doctor said that Wang's test results were normal and he could be discharged from the hospital at any time. In this regard, Wang Zhenxing is not surprised at all. His original plan was to use medical skills to fake his poor physical condition, and then lie in the hospital for a while to avoid the storm of the charity summit, but after learning that Han Mei had different appearances, he gave up this idea. Therefore, they are examined normally. He was in good health, and it was natural that he was discharged from the hospital after the examination. Wang Zhenxing called the driver to bring a new set of clothes, and then waited at the hospital. After about half an hour, the driver came. Wang Zhenxing changed his clothes and was discharged from the hospital. However, just after leaving the hospital building, the mobile phone suddenly rang. The call is an unfamiliar number. Wang Zhenxing paused, and then answered the phone. Mr. Wang, can we talk? A cold and somewhat charming woman's voice came over the phone. You are. Wang Zhenxing heard this Han Mei's voice, but pretended not to hear it. Han Mei. It turned out to be President Han, I don't know what to do. Wang Zhenxing said in a tone that was neither cold nor enthusiastic. My car was parked outside the gate of the first hospital, and you saw it when you came out. Han Mei said. Wang Zhenxing's eyes narrowed. This Han Mei obviously knew in advance that she was discharged from the hospital, so she came here in advance. What do you want to do? Wang Zhenxing asked the driver to go to the car and wait, walked out of the hospital gate by himself, and then swept his eyes and saw an eye-catching extended version of Rolls-Royce. Walked towards the Rolls-Royce. A middle-aged female driver saw Wang Zhenxing coming and politely invited him into the car. The extended version of the Rolls-Royce is very spacious, no less than a small room, and the interior is luxurious, especially the starry sky is actually set with real diamonds, shining. After Wang Zhenxing glanced at it, he was very moved. He also really wants to own such an extended version of the ultra-luxury business vehicle. After looking at the interior, he looked at Han Mei. Han Mei sat on a luxurious table and chair, slightly cocked Erlang's legs, and a high heel was half hung on her little feet wrapped in high C. Where it grows, and where it is big, it grows. The overall outfit does not look like the usual cold and proud female richest man, but is more beautiful in the city, and it is a somewhat frivolous kind. It is completely different from Han Mei's usual dress in the workplace. And Han Mei's eyes looking at herself are a bit similar to Shu Yurro's eyes looking at herself. Simply put, this is a look that eats people. But this Han Mei is indeed a very attractive woman. Even if she is old, she is close to 40. It's not convenient to talk here, let's change places. Han Mei spoke. Rolls-Royce started and came to a remote road. The female driver got out of the car and closed the door. Only Han Mei and Wang Zhenxing were left in the car. This extended version of the Rolls-Royce is custom-made, and the sound insulation is needless to say. No matter what is said in the car, it cannot be heard outside. If you have something to say, just say it. Wang Zhenxing pretended not to know her intentions, so he said coldly. I saved you so badly, I don't need this attitude. Han Mei frowned slightly. Now it's just the two of us here, no need to say scenes, you are suppressing my company behind the scenes, I still want to be polite to you. Wait, you say, you saved me. Wang Zhenxing pretended to be confused. At that time, the situation was chaotic underwater, and he pretended to be dizzy in the back, and he was not fully awake until today. He didn't know who saved him, it was the normal reaction. If you don't believe me, you can ask the person who went to the meeting yesterday. Han Mei said. Wang Zhenxing pretended to be suspicious, and then took out his mobile phone and dialed a friend's number. After questioning, it was confirmed that it was Han Mei who first jumped into the water to save people yesterday. Why are you doing this? Wang Zhenxing collected some coldness on his face, pretended not to know the reason, and asked Han Mei. In fact, I only recently learned about the suppression of your company, this matter was done by my son, and it has nothing to do with me. Han Mei looked sincere. Your son has such great ability to control several companies behind the scenes, and he can do this kind of thing without you. Wang Zhenxing questioned. Han Mei said slowly, I am such a son, I am too indulgent, but this matter is really not my intention. If I had known, I would never have condoned him to come here like this because I really admired Mr. Wang's person. After all, spending so much money on charity, ordinary businessmen really can't do it. Of course, I know it's hard to get your understanding for saying that. So after you fainted yesterday, I donated an additional 100 million as charitable funds in your name. I will make amends to you, Mr. Wang. After Wang Zhenxing listened, he said directly, in this world, there is absolutely no free lunch, everyone is very busy, say what you are doing for this. It's very simple, I just want to talk to you with Mr. Wang, make a friend. The corners of her mouth with precious lipstick curved, and Han Mei smiled slightly. Wang Zhenxing pretended not to understand the deeper meaning of Han Mei's words, snorted, and said, after so much effort, do you just want to make friends with me? How is this possible? Just say your purpose. Seeing his reaction, Han Mei was secretly anxious. This person is not attendant in his brain, he has said this, why don't he understand his own meaning? Did he have to break it himself to understand what he meant? Really just want to make friends with you, and nothing else. As a woman, Han Mei still made a face, did not say it directly, but hoped that Wang Zhenxing could realize it. We're not all the way, I'm afraid we can't be friends. Wang Zhenxing said. Han Mei had a secret headache. Is this man attendant? Why can't I understand the deep meaning of my words? Is she missing friends? What she lacks is, will this Wang Zhenxing really be as his son said, and there is a problem in that regard. Han Mei guessed and wanted to verify it. If Wang Zhenxing really has a problem, then she should die this hard early. After thinking about it, Han Mei chuckled. In this way, if it is not a friend, then the 100 million I donated in the name of President Wang can only be paid for by President Wang himself. At that time, when chatting casually, Wang Zhenxing did casually say that everyone donated 100 million, and many people heard it. Unexpectedly, Han Mei actually took advantage of Wang Zhenxing's sending to the hospital and really donated 100 million in his name. Although the market value of the revitalization group is 1 billion, the liquidity that Wang Zhenxing can take out will last 100 million. But the consequence of this is that it will cause problems in the capital chain of the revitalization group and plunge the company into crisis. Han Mei proposed that she could not make friends with Wang Zhenxing, so she backhanded this as a threat. It's just that the premise of this blackmail success is that Wang Zhenxing is an honest person. If Wang Zhenxing didn't want to face, he could not admit it. Because as long as he has no morality, he will not be kidnapped by morality. You vicious woman, deliberately hurt me. Wang Zhenxing pointed angrily at Han Mei, his chest heaving. You look angry, but what can you do with me? I am right in front of you, what do you dare to do to me? Han Mei scoffed, deliberately provoking him. Of course, Wang Zhenxing saw that she was deliberately agitated, and got up from her seat and grabbed her arm in anger. Seeing Wang Zhenxing's action, Han Mei was not shocked and rejoiced in her heart, and said with great contempt on the surface, you haven't been married for many years, and you've never found a girlfriend. I think it's not because you're too busy with work, but there is a problem in that aspect, so let go of my hand, you can't do anything with me. Hearing this, Wang Zhenxing finally had some understanding. Han Mei deliberately provoked herself, originally to verify whether there was something wrong with him. After figuring this out, Wang Zhenxing certainly wanted to prove himself. But thinking about it, if it was so easy to let Han Mei succeed, it would be too boring. The more you can't get something, the more precious it is. Wang Zhenxing is not a random person. At the very least, it can't be casual now. After all, I have to go to Shu Yurro's house for dinner at night. Chinyi's return is imminent, and Wang Zhenxing certainly wants to perform better in front of Shu Yurro, so that he can occupy a more important position in Shu Yurro's heart. However, although it can't be fully proved, at least let Han Mei know that Wang Zhenxing is a normal person and there is absolutely nothing wrong with him. I'm so decent, you're ridiculous. Wang Zhenxing said to Han Mei. Oh, useless man. Of course, Han Mei couldn't believe Wang Zhenxing with just a few words, so she continued to taunt. Don't you force me. How about forcing you, do you dare? Oh no, you don't dare, you can't, huh? You. Wang Zhenxing was angry and wanted to prove something, but at the critical moment, he suddenly braked. You bad woman, you must have hidden a camera in the shadows, right? Then tell me afterwards that I won't fall for you. Wang Zhenxing looked like he saw through all the conspiracies, sneered, and then got out of the car and called the driver to pick him up. Han Mei's mood at the moment was a bit messy. However, it did not prevent Wang Zhenxing from leaving. Because of the answer she hoped to get, her hand had told her. For this answer, Han Mei was very satisfied, and she was overjoyed. Wang Zhenxing is simply the kind of legendary man who has 3 180s. No, to be precise, Wang Zhenxing has exceeded the standard. Take Wang Zhenxing's house, which is definitely more than 180 square meters. After a while, Wang Zhenxing was picked up by the driver. You can't escape the palm of my hand. Han Mei watched Bentley fade away in the car, her red lips smiling, like a hunter watching his prey. If Wang Zhenxing knew what Han Mei was thinking at the moment, he would definitely feel very funny. Good hunters tend to appear as prey. Is the identity of the hunter and the prey really like Han Mei? In the evening, Wang Zhenxing drove a Bentley to Shu Yurro's house alone. Shu Yurro is cooking. Wang Zhenxing is a little hot today, and when he waits to eat, he is not very patient. There are still 2 dishes, I can open the meal when I finish it, you go to the restaurant and wait, there is oil smoke here. Shu Yurro smiled, his face full of gentleness. Wang Zhenxing felt that the oil smoke was a little choking. This range hood has been used for too long. Tomorrow I will find someone to change it, change tens of thousands of yuan. Changing a range hood for tens of thousands of dollars is too luxurious, so you don't have to spend so much. Shu Yurro felt sorry for the money for him. If you are smoked by oil more, it will get old, are you sure you don't change it? Wang Zhenxing asked. Hearing the word old, Shu Yurro was shocked. At her age, she is indeed afraid of this. Although it looks like a flower and a moon at the moment, what about in a few years? Then listen to you. Shu Yurro agreed, and then said, you go out and wait. You're busy, I'll just take a look here, leave me alone. Wang Zhenxing said. What's nice to see in the kitchen? Shu Yurro asked with a smile. Yes, you. Wang Zhenxing looked at her. Shu Yurro instantly blushed. The kitchen is a place to cook, the host is really indecent, and the villain halo points are +20. Is that okay? Receiving the news, Wang Zhenxing was surprised and delighted, feeling that he had found a new way to brush the villain's aura points. Excluding the 20 that is now added, the previous villain halo points were 166. When Wang Zhenxing faced Han Mei before, his aura and momentum were slightly inferior. He knew that Han Mei's villain aura points were not low, at least not lower than the value of 166. Therefore, his villain aura could not cause the slightest deterrence and suppression to Han Mei, and even was slightly suppressed by Han Mei's aura in turn. I have to increase the value of the villain's aura a little more, so that I can be in a better position in the battle with Han Mei. Wang Zhenxing said. Late at night, the train travels at high speed on the tracks. There are still 2 hours left until the terminal, Qingling. Qinyi's heart was a little excited at the moment. He was born in Qingling and grew up in Qingling. This is his hometown. However, more than a year ago, because he offended the rich second-generation Han Jia, he fled from Qingling like a dog who lost his family. Now, he's back. Come back for revenge. For more than a year, Chinyi studied art in Kunlun Mountain and suffered unimaginable hardships, but he was rewarded. In his eyes, Han Jia is now an ant that can be pinched to death at will. It's just that solving Han Jia like this is too cheap for him. When Chinyi was in Kunlun Mountain, he thought about how to deal with Han Jia. He wants to slowly torture Han Jia, make Han Jia rebel, make the Han family's business empire collapse, and finally let Han Jia die in bitter remorse. A thick anger flashed in Qinyi's eyes, and it took a long time before it slowly dissipated and was replaced by the color of longing. To take revenge on Han Jia, he was not in a hurry. He hasn't seen his mother Shu Yurro for a long time, and he misses it very much. It is now 11 o'clock in the evening, and when the train is at 1 o'clock in the morning, it will arrive at Qingling. The few money that Qinyi had received from the street slippery before had already been spent on the way. After arriving at Qingling railway station, where should I go when it is so late? After thinking about it, Qinyi dialed a call to Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing was looking at the scenery on the balcony at the moment, and was originally reluctant to answer the phone, but after seeing that it was Qinyi's call, he hesitated and answered it anyway. However, before answering the phone, he patted Shu Yurro. Shu Yurro turned around and looked at him suspiciously. I saw Wang Zhenxing raise his mobile phone, obviously to answer the phone. Shu Yurro agreed, nodded to indicate that he understood, and must have clenched his teeth and did not speak. Uncle Wang, I will arrive at Qingling North Station at about 1 o'clock in the morning, you can pick me up. Qinyi said this on the phone, not polite at all. Arriving at 1 o'clock in the morning. Wang Zhenxing frowned, a little reluctant to pick up someone. It's too late at this point in time, and don't let people rest. Isn't Uncle Wang convenient? If it's not convenient, just send a car to pick me up. Qinyi said. It's not inconvenient, I'll pick you up when I get to the point. After thinking about it, Wang Zhenxing agreed, and calculated to ask Qinyi what skills he had learned this year. Uncle Wang, you can bring my mother over by the way, but don't tell her who to pick up, I want to surprise her. Qinyi said again. Okay, I'll take her. Wang Zhenxing was halfway through speaking, and suddenly realized something and changed his words. It's so late, your mother should rest, are you sure you want me to inform her? I'm sure, after Uncle Wang picks me up, I still want to send me to live with my mother, and I always want to disturb her. Qin Yidao. That's right, then I'll go to your mother's house in an hour, and then pick her up to the train station. You should also be there at this time, just enough to pick you up. Otherwise, go early, so as not to be gossiped. Wang Zhenxing said. Uncle Wang is really thoughtful. Qinyi smiled. Hee, then that's the first time, I'm still a little busy here. Wang Zhenxing said. It's so late, Uncle Wang, what are you busy with? Qinyi was curious. Today's business is finished today, the work is not finished, you must not work overtime to complete. So that's the case, then don't bother Uncle Wang, bye. The call ends. Is it Xiao Yi? Shu Yurro asked happily. It was quiet on the balcony on this big night. Although the voice of the phone was small, Shu Yurro still faintly heard a familiar voice. It was just that Qinyi knew something. Shu Yurro gritted her teeth and didn't say anything. Now that the call was over, Shu Yurro immediately asked. Yes, he arrived at Qingling North Station at 1 o'clock in the morning, let me pick it up, and let me take you with him, and didn't let me tell you who to pick up, saying that he wanted to surprise you. Wang Zhenxing felt that there was nothing to hide, and directly said the matter. I know that Xiao Yijiren Tianxiang, it must be fine. Shu Yurro was overjoyed and a little impatient to see her son. Xiao Yi comes back, I'm afraid I won't be able to come to your place for dinner often in the future. Wang Zhenxing said coldly. When Shu Yurro heard this, the joy on her face gradually converged a little. This is indeed a problem. However, it is always a happy event that my son returned safely. Xiao Yi grows up, it is impossible to stay at home every day, there will definitely be a chance, is it a big deal to eat out? Shu Yurro thought of a way to get the best of both worlds. That's right, Xiao Yi has been abandoned for more than a year, it is estimated that he will not be able to study well, he is now 18 years old, I think I can find him a class. Wang Zhenxing suggested. But Xiao Yi doesn't have a diploma, what can he do? Shu Yurro was worried. The work is left to me to arrange, he is still young, he needs to exercise well, and he can still become a talent without a diploma. Wang Zhenxing said. Really is troublesome trouble you. Shu Yurro was grateful, but suddenly became a little incoherent. It's 12 o'clock in the morning. The host is watching the scenery on the balcony late at night, there is a bad weather, and the villain halo points are +30. Shu Yurro's favorability to the host +3, the current total favorability is 82, unswerving affection. Wang Zhenxing received a prompt message from the system. 12:30 in the morning. Wang Zhenxing drove the Bentley and drove Shu Yurro to Qingling North Station. At 1 o'clock in the morning, I arrived at my destination. The exit gate of the North Station is open, and many passengers walk out of it. Wang Zhenxing and Shu Yurro waited by the exit. A minute or two later, a handsome young man with a dust servant appeared in front of the two of them. Xiao Yi, it's great that you came back safely. Shu Yurro was a little excited. Mom, I miss you so much. Chinyi was equally excited. Chinyi's father burped before he was born. Shu Yurro pulled Chinyi up alone, and there was no need to talk about the relationship between mother and son. Mom, how have you been doing for more than a year? Did that Han Jia get in trouble with you? Chinyi asked. I've been in trouble for a while, but fortunately there is your Uncle Wang, Xiao Yi, during the period when you disappeared, my mother was okay. The corners of Shu Yurro's mouth pouted with a smile, there was sweetness, there was happiness. Chinyi nodded gratifyingly, but suddenly saw that Shu Yurro's expression was a little strange. Mom, why is your face a little red, is it uncomfortable? Shu Yurro was startled and covered her somewhat heated face before explaining to Chinyi. It's not uncomfortable, it's just that seeing you come back, it's a little too exciting. Saying that, he glanced at Wang Zhenxing next to him without a trace. It's late, let's go back first, what you mother and son want to say, you can say more time later. Wang Zhenxing was afraid that Shu Yurro would leak his mouth, so he quickly changed the topic. Hearing Wang Zhenxing's words, Chinyi subconsciously looked at him. After more than a year, Uncle Wang is still as beautiful as before, still full of manly charm. It's just that for some reason, Chinyi looked at him at this moment, and some inexplicable disgust suddenly rose in his heart. And Wang Zhenxing looked at Chinyi and had the same emotion in his heart. One of the two is the protagonist and the other is the villain, just like a natural enemy. Wang Zhenxing knew the reason, and his appearance was as usual. Chinyi felt very puzzled, and after thinking about it, he could only think that it was, and felt that Uncle Wang and his mother were closer, so he would rise this emotion. Bentley on board. Wang Zhenxing is a driver. Shu Yurro chatted with his son Chinyi in the back seat, asking him about his experience over the past year. Chinyi replied that he had lived peacefully in a small mountain village for more than a year. After Shu Yurro listened, she did not doubt it. Wang Zhenxing understood that Chinyi was lying, but he didn't break it. Mom, how is your life now? Chinyi asked in turn. After you left Qingling, my clothing company was not doing well, and then it went bankrupt, and then I opened a fruit store to make a living, but it closed some time ago due to business problems, and I am not working yet. Shu Yurro answered her son's question, deliberately not mentioning Han Jia's targeting of clothing companies and fruit stores, so as not to make her son jealous and find others to take revenge. The Han family is powerful, how can Chinyi fight it? Chinyi listened to his mother's story, his expression changed, but he did not speak. Half an hour later, the three came to the house in Shu Yurro's community. Mom, have you been living in this old house? Chinyi walked into the house and saw the old decoration around. His brows suddenly wrinkled, and he subconsciously looked at Wang Zhenxing, with a slight dissatisfaction under his eyes. Wang Zhenxing noticed Qin Yi's gaze and really wanted to go up and grab the rabbit cub's ears and give him a few big mouths. He didn't owe anything to the Qin Yi family, and taking care of Shu Yurro before was completely out of friendship. Moreover, he did not propose to give Shu Yurro a better living and living environment. It's just that Shu Yurro refused herself. Moreover, in order to protect Shu Yurro, he was also suppressed by Feng Hua and suffered a lot of economic losses. Xiao Yi, I can't blame your Uncle Wang for this, it's that I want to live by my own ability. Shu Yurro explained. The relationship between the two before was far less than that extent, and of course she was embarrassed to accept the living conditions given by Wang Zhenxing. When Qin Yi heard this, his brows quickly stretched, and he was even slightly pleased. The fact that Mom and Uncle Wang saw each other proves that the relationship between the two is just friendship, and nothing else. Qin Yi walked around the house and came to the balcony. It didn't rain or dry clothes this day, why is there so much water on the ground? Qin Yi asked curiously towards the living room. Hearing this, Wang Zhenxing and Shu Yurro, who were in the living room, subconsciously glanced at each other. You answer him. Wang Zhenxing gestured a lip shape. Shu Yurro's scalp was numb, as if she hadn't heard Qin Yi's question. Seeing that he didn't get a response, Qin Yi actually came to the living room and asked repeatedly, Mom, why is there so much water on the floor of the balcony? How do I know? Ask you Uncle Wang, when he came here to pick me up, it seems to have gone to the balcony. Shu Yurro shakes the pot. When Qin Yi heard this, he set his sights on Wang Zhenxing. Qin Yi discovered something surprising and cast a puzzled look at the host, asking the host to make a choice. Option 1, showdown with the protagonist Qin Yi. Boy, I want to be your stepfather. Reward: 1 Dragon Tiger Dan. Option 2, do not showdown, bully the protagonist Qin Yi young and ignorant, and muddle through. Reward: Detective Note: this technique can view the protagonist, supporting characters, and villains, abilities, combat power, and other information. A Dragon Tiger pill is worth 1000 counterattack points, which is a good thing. However, in Wang's view, the first option is a trap. If he had a showdown with Qin Yi now, he would most likely be thrown from the upstairs. This is the 7th floor. Falling down does not die and is crippled. Wang Zhenxing directly chose the second option. Oh, before I came here to pick up your mother to the train station, your mother said to clean up and go out again. When I was waiting for her, I was watching the scenery on the balcony with a cup of tea, and accidentally poured the tea on the ground. Wang Zhenxing explained in a serious way. So it is. Qin Yi nodded. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the exploratory technique. After receiving the reward, Wang Zhenxing immediately withdrew it and used it, and probed Qin Yi. Protagonist: Qin Yi luck value, 686. Protagonist aura, 358. Combat power value, 1534. Charisma value, 99. Ability Goldfinger. Advanced medical skills, advanced divination, Qinchi calligraphy and painting mastery, superior swordsmanship, superior light skill. After checking it, Wang Zhenxing gasped. Qin Yi was higher than himself except for the charm value, which was inferior to himself. Especially the combat power value, the gap is huge. Wang Zhenxing's combat power value is only 186. Qin Yi is actually as high as 1534. There was no choice for a showdown just now, and it was really wise. It's not early, I have to go to work tomorrow, so I'll go back first. Wang Zhenxing looked at the gold watch on his wrist and got up to leave. It's late, drive on the road and be safe. Shu Yurro reminded with concern, and said to his son Qin Yi, Xiao Yi, send your Uncle Wang. Got it, Mom. Qin Yi nodded in agreement. When taking the elevator downstairs. Uncle Wang, can you help me check Han Jia? I want to know his birthday, where his ancestral grave is, and his recent important movements. Qin Yi said. What do you do with these? Wang Zhenxing asked. Of course, there are grievances and revenge. Although my mother didn't say it, I knew that the closure of the clothing company and the closure of the fruit store must be Han Jia from it. This breath my mother can swallow, I can't swallow. Qin Yi had hatred in his eyes. The Han family is powerful, don't say that you are a child, even if it is me, it is far from an opponent. Wang Zhenxing sighed. Uncle Wang, I'm 18 years old, but I'm not a child. After I left Qingling, I actually entered a sect to practice and learned a lot of skills. And it was easy to deal with the Han family, and I hid it from my mother before, because I was afraid that my mother would worry about me. Chinyi confessed. Worship the beginner school to practice. In modern society, there are still sects. Xiao Yi, you won't have strayed into the organization and been brainwashed, right? Wang Zhenxing wanted to set up words, and said with a questioning face. Uncle Wang, although your business is quite big, but your insight is still shallow, you can't think of anything in this world. There are more. My master is a real worldly master, I just studied with her for more than a year, and I benefited a lot. When Chinyi mentioned master, it was difficult to hide the look of admiration on his face. Is your master male or female? How old is it? Wang Zhenxing asked. Woman, as for how old I am, I don't know, but it's very beautiful. She looks only about 20 years old, like a fairy who has fallen into the mortal world. Chinyi's expression brightened when he said these words. This stinky boy must have the idea of rushing the master, and he is really a disciple. Wang Zhenxing looked at his narrowed look and said decisively in his heart. Chinyi always returned that he was younger, and he was revitalized by Wang Zhenxing in 3 or 2 sentences, and he set out a lot of information. In Shuangwen's novels, there are many rebels like Chinyi. However, if the rebels want to succeed, it is usually in the later stages of the plot. In the early stage of the plot, the protagonist has not really grown up, and generally still abides by his duty, only daring to put this thought in his heart. Wang Zhenxing kind of wanted to expose Chinyi's thoughts. It's just that, as Chinyi said, his master is a worldly master, and he will definitely not show up easily. Wang Zhenxing can't see anyone, how can he sue? This idea can only be kept to heart for the time being. Okay, I'll help you inquire about Han Jia. Only then did Wang Zhenxing respond to Chinyi's request. Don't tell my mom about this, I don't want her to worry. Chinyi instructed. I must be tight-lipped. Wang Zhenxing swore an oath. As soon as he returned home from driving a Bentley, he received a call from Shu Yurro to greet him. Wang Zhenxing responded that he had arrived home safely, and then said, when Xiao Yi sent me downstairs just now, let me investigate Han Jia, and let me hide it from you. Xiao Yi asked you to investigate what these are doing, is it to take revenge on Han Jia? Shu Yurro exclaimed. Definitely, Wang Zhenxing said. What can I do about this? Shu Yurro worried. He's a child, what do you take to fight with the Han family? I really can't think about it. But don't worry, I see it this way, send him to a factory that packs food and wraps to make screws, and this person will not be cranky when he gets tired. Wang Zhenxing gave advice. Okay, I'll talk to him in a few days. Shu Yurro felt that it was feasible. Once people are busy, they don't think about it, which she can say she knows very well. If Xiao Yi went to work in the factory, he would not live at home, and it would be convenient for Wang Zhenxing to come here to eat. This matter cannot be delayed, let him go right tomorrow, let him break off his thoughts as soon as possible. As for the factory, I will help you find it. Wang Zhenxing said. Well, it's hard for you, it's good that you helped me come up with ideas. Shu Yurro rejoiced. It's not hard, I also treat Xiao Yi as my own child, and I hope he is good. Wang Zhenxing said bitterly. I am really touched that you have this heart, but Xiao Yi has never been related to you. I know Xiao Yi, you treat him as a son, but he may not really treat you as a father. If you want a baby, I can live for you. Shu Yurro spoke amazingly. Wang Zhenxing broke out in a cold sweat when he heard this, and at the same time he was a little happy. Shu Yurro could say such words, obviously caring about him. This matter is not urgent, we still plan in the long run, let Xiao Yi break off the heart of revenge on the Han family. Wang Zhenxing said. Well, listen to you. Shu Yurro responded obediently. Early morning. When Chinyi was washing in the public restroom, he found that the water in the basin could not get down. Shu Yurro came over to check, and immediately said, it should be that the sewer is blocked, see when your Uncle Wang is free, I called him to come and get through. Uncle Wang, a big boss, will still dredge the sewers. Chinyi was surprised. Don't look at your Uncle Wang now, a big boss, but he has also suffered hardships before, and he is very capable. Change light bulbs, fix faucets, and unclog sewers, he will. If something happened in my house before, your Uncle Wang came to help deal with it. Shu Yurro said with a smile. Mom, I wasn't there before, so let me do such a trivial thing in the future. Qin Yidao. You are a child, how can you do these things, let your Uncle Wang come. Shu Yurro stopped immediately. If Chinyi did the work, there would be no valid reason for Wang to come over. Mom, I'm not a child now, I've turned 18 years old, I'm an adult, Chinyi said dissatisfied. Okay, you're an adult, okay. Mom is unemployed now, just rely on you to earn money to support mom, I'll find you a job, you go to work to make money. Shu Yurro said. When he woke up in the morning, Wang Zhenxing sent the address of a factory. Shu Yurro was originally still having a headache, how to open this mouth, heard Chinyi say that he had grown up, and simply followed his words and pushed him to work. Mom, I've just come back, let's talk about it in a few months. Chinyi was not happy. He has so many skills, to treat people, or to give people divination, wouldn't it be faster to get money? How much money can you make by giving people a part-time job? Is it going to be a few months? But the family is almost unable to open the pot. Shu Yurro looked sad. Isn't it? Didn't Uncle Wang help you? Chinyi was surprised. Uncle Wang has already helped me a lot, always reaching out to people, I'm embarrassed, do you think he is really your father? Shu Yurro asked rhetorically. When Chinyi heard this, he felt reasonable, and could only say, Mom, you don't have to worry, just leave the money-making matter to me. If you don't object, I'll take you to find a job later. Shu Yu Judo. I'll just go by myself. Can I rest assured that you go alone? What if you scam someone? Mom, you put 100 hearts, I won't let people deceive. If you say no, you just can't, I'll accompany you to find a job. Mom, tell you clearly, your son is not what he used to be, he has learned brilliant medical skills, where he still needs to work for people, help rich people to see a doctor casually, then the money will come in an uproar. Chinyi, I see that you are crazy, you were not good at studying before, and after disappearing for more than a year, you learned brilliant medical skills, do you treat your mother as a fool? Mom, what I said is true. I'm done with breakfast, hurry up and have breakfast, and I'll take you out to find a job after eating. I'm not going. Are you going or not? The mother and son argued. Just then, the doorbell rang. Shu Yurro went to open the door and saw Wang Zhenxing coming with some fruits and supplements. What to do with this multiplicity? Shu Yurro grunted and invited him in. Bought for Xiao Yi. Wang Zhenxing looked enthusiastic. In fact, he just wanted to see if Shu Yurro had done Chinyi's ideological work and let Chinyi enter the factory to punch screws. I just heard you arguing outside the door, what happened? Wang Zhenxing asked. Uncle Wang, I really know how to heal and want to make money through medical skills, but my mother just doesn't believe me, let me go out to work, how much money can I earn a month by working? Chinyi complained. Chinese medicine is broad and profound, which can be learned in a year, revitalization, do you think it is possible? Shu Yu Judo. TCM is difficult to learn. Wang Zhenxing knew that Chinyi could heal, but of course it was impossible to help Chinyi speak. Uncle Wang, if you don't believe it, I can show you the disease to verify whether I am lying. Qin Yidao. Hearing this, Wang Zhenxing's heart moved. Both he and Chinyi have advanced medical skills, if they change their veins and pretend that they are sick, can they hide it from Chinyi? As long as Chinyi made a mistake in diagnosis, then Shu Yurro would definitely not trust his son to heal. In this way, Chinyi could only be forced to enter the factory to punch screws. Is it okay to pretend to be sick? Wang Zhenxing thought about it. You kid, can you speak? Your Uncle Wang is fine, isn't this a curse? Shu Yurro accused her son, and then apologized to Wang Zhenxing. Revitalization, children can't speak, don't go to your heart. It's okay. Wang Zhenxing shook his head generously at Shu Yurro, and then said to Chinyi, Xiao Yi, you can take a look for me, if it is really accurate, I will believe you. Good. Chinyi was overjoyed and began to revitalize the vein for Wang. Chinyi pressed on Wang Zhenxing's pulse, and after tens of seconds, his face gradually became shocked. After finishing the pulse, Chinyi was a little unbelievable, so he called twice more, and finally confirmed it completely. No wonder Uncle Wang has never been married, and he hasn't even looked for a girlfriend, it turns out that this is the reason. Pretending, okay. Shu Yurro was slightly annoyed and urged her son. Even the most gentle woman will still have a temper when facing a rebellious and disobedient son. In Shu Yurro's eyes, Chinyi's behavior was rebellion. Of course, there is no good tone to speak. Uncle Wang, Chinyi stopped talking. For a man, this kind of thing is too humiliating, if you say it directly, where will Uncle Wang's face fall? What's wrong with your Uncle Wang, say? Shu Yurro wants to expose her son's lies and end this farce. Mom, can you avoid it? I want to talk to Uncle Wang alone. Chinyi said. Don't think I don't know, are you trying to spread me apart and then beg your Uncle Wang to lie to me? You are my son, can I still not know that you have that thought? Shu Yurro felt that she saw through everything. Mom, it's not like you think, Uncle Wang, he really has a physical illness. Chinyi explained bitterly, and then said to Wang Zhenxing seriously. Uncle Wang, you should understand your own situation, do you really want me to say it directly? Don't need to make my mom shy away. I feel healthy and fine. Wang Zhenxing's gaze deliberately dodged. Chinyi caught his subtle expression and was more sure of his diagnosis. Uncle Wang, since that's the case, then I'll say it bluntly, Chinyi reminded. I'm really not sick. Wang Zhenxing stammered. Uncle Wang, it's you who has a hard mouth, you can't blame me, I said it bluntly, there is something wrong with you in that aspect, Chinyi said bluntly. Xiao Yi, what nonsense are you talking about? Wang Zhenxing laughed. Uncle Wang, don't pretend, you clearly are. Chinyi wanted to completely expose him and show his brilliant medical skills. I think it's you who pretends. Shu Yurro interrupted Chinyi's words, your Uncle Wang is so healthy, what are you talking nonsense? Mom, this is true, Uncle Wang, he really has a problem, Chinyi said urgently. Shut up. Is there anything wrong with Uncle Wang? Your mother and me. Shu Yurro was angry with her son, and subconsciously wanted to refute, but when she said it, she realized that it was wrong, and she was abruptly, can you still not know? The words swallowed back. Your Uncle Wang looks fine, don't curse him, do you hear? Shu Yurro looked stern and changed her words. Seeing that his mother was very angry, Chinyi did not dare to refute for a while, so he looked at Wang Zhenxing and said, Uncle Wang, just tell the truth, is my diagnosis wrong? As long as you admit that my diagnosis is correct, I am absolutely sure that I can cure you. Xiao Yi, I'm really not sick, don't be angry with your mother. Wang Zhenxing said. Uncle Wang, your mouth is really hard enough, do you really want to keep going like this? Don't marry a wife for the rest of your life. Chinyi asked with a sole question. Enough. Shu Yurro really couldn't listen to it, and reprimanded, Xiao Yi, you said that you are an adult, where are you like an adult? Don't say that your Uncle Wang has no hidden disease, even if there is a hidden disease, you say it in person, is it appropriate? Listen to your mother, you obediently go to find a class. Chinyi grew so big, it was rare to see his mother so angry, although he had some grievances in his heart, he did not dare to talk back. The atmosphere became a little stiff. Seeing this, Wang Zhenxing pretended to look at the time, then said that he was going to work and left quickly. Chinyi finished breakfast silently, and then followed his mother Shu Yurro out. It took half a morning for Chinyi's job to be finalized. It's hard to play screws in this electronics factory, but at your age, you need to exercise well, and your mother will come to see you when she is free. Shu Yurro said to Chinyi, who was full of reluctance. Mom, are you really willing to let me work here? Chinyi sold miserably. Did you say it yourself, you grew up and wanted to earn money to support your mother, and you regretted it? Shu Yurro is a little reluctant, but it is inevitable that his son can't open the trouble to find the Han family, so it is better to let him suffer a little by playing screws in the electronics factory. Of course not, I will definitely make a lot of money for my mother. Qin Yidao. Mom doesn't expect you to make a lot of money, as long as you're healthy and safe. Shu Yurro's face softened. The two chatted a few words at the gate of the factory, and an assembly line team leader came over and urged, asking Chinyi to familiarize himself with the factory environment with him. Chinyi followed the group leader and left and walked into the factory. After Shu Yurro watched her son's figure disappear, she also left here and went directly to the vegetable market. In the morning, Chinyi didn't know how to block the sewers, so he could only call Wang Zhenxing to come over at night and take a look. Of course, Shu Yurro had to buy some good food in advance. The host lets the protagonist Chinyi enter the factory to play screws, affecting the direction of the plot, and obtains a counterattack point of 200. The protagonist Chinyi's luck value is -20, and the host's luck value is +20. Wang Zhenxing, who arranged tasks for Lin Ketching in the office, happily accepted the reward. Boss, what are you laughing at? Lin Ketching noticed Wang Zhenxing's expression and was a little curious. Of course, Wang Zhenxing couldn't explain to Lin Ketching, and suddenly changed the topic. Your performance during this period is very good. I decided to end your internship period early, officially hire you as my secretary, with an annual salary of 700,000 yuan. I asked the legal department to draw up a contract. You will go to see it later. If there is no problem, you will sign it. He had read Lin Ketching's entry information and knew that today was Lin Ketching's birthday. Letting Lin Ketching turn positive in advance is one of the birthday gifts given to her. Really, are you sure? Lin Ketching opened her rosy little mouth in surprise, very surprised. I don't want to say a word twice. Go to the legal department in an hour, and I'll take back this decision when it's late. Wang Zhenxing's face was solemn. Boss, I know, now go to work immediately, and go to the legal department in an hour to sign the contract. Lin Ketching went to work first. When the time comes, go to the legal department immediately to sign the contract. After that, he returned to the cubicle of the president's office, and worked hard, hoping to leave work on time. She celebrated her birthday today, and her mother Lu Fang made an appointment with her in advance to go to the house she rented to make a good meal and celebrate her birthday. Lin Ketching wanted to go back on time. Time passed, and it was evening. Lin Ketching finished the work assigned by the boss and reported to the boss. It was a good day. After Wang Zhenxing listened, he nodded appreciatively. Boss, can I leave work then? Lin Ketching opened her eyes wide and asked expectantly. Off work. Performed so well, let's work overtime. Wang Zhenxing smiled, and then arranged a bunch of work for Lin Ketching. After Lin Ketching listened, one head and two big. To complete these tasks arranged by Wang Zhenxing, it may not be until 11 or 12 o'clock in the evening. Boss, these jobs should not be in a hurry, can you? Lin Ketching was cautious, wanting to bargain. But before he finished speaking, he saw Wang Zhenxing's oppressive gaze looking over. I'll go to work right away. Lin Ketching lowered his head and said. After arranging work for Lin Ketching, Wang Zhenxing left work on time. Many employees are also leaving work. The entire office building gradually became deserted. Assign me so many jobs, I actually got off work, this bad boss. I should have protested just now, afraid that what he would do, would he not be able to eat people? Or I secretly leave work, anyway, this bad boss is not there, and no one is watching me. No, there is monitoring in the corridor, and this bad boss will know when he looks at the monitoring tomorrow. Lin Ketching complained in his heart, wanting to pick the pick and leave work directly, but he was afraid to meet the anger of the boss tomorrow. After struggling internally, he could only accept his life and continue to work. But after a while, the office lights suddenly went out. Is there a power outage? Lin Ketching was surprised. The office door was suddenly pushed open. Someone walked in with a cart pushing a 10-layer cake and humming a birthday song. Of course, after the birthday song was sung, a female employee who had a good relationship with Lin Ketching put the beautifully made princess crown on Lin Ketching's head, and about 20 people congratulated in unison. Lin Ketching, happy birthday. Looking at this scene, Lin Ketching was surprised and moved. Such a ceremonial birthday, she experienced it for the first time. The 10-layer cake is too visually impactful. And the crown on her head, which is not something shoddy, but a very exquisite handicraft, definitely not cheap. Especially the colleagues are very enthusiastic, and the stars hold the moon and treat her like a princess. The atmosphere among the colleagues of the revitalization group is good. Although Lin Ketching has not been working here for a long time, he has also made many friends. Choked up, Lin Ketching wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. Colleagues quickly coaxed Lin Ketching to continue the birthday process. Make a wish, blow out candles, and eat cake. This cake is so big that 20 or so people can't finish it. The extra cake was joked about by everyone. On Lin Ketching's white face, a lot of cake was smeared and turned into a small flower cat. Okay, everyone don't make trouble, President Wang will come tomorrow, and when he sees the mess here, he will definitely be furious. Lin Ketching stopped everyone from continuing to fight. Don't worry, it's just a birthday celebration, Wang will not lose his temper. A female employee who worked more often in the company smiled and was relieved, and then asked Lin Ketching. Today's birthday, but do you have an appointment? I promised my mother to go home for dinner, but I still have work, so I can only go back after work. Lin Ketching said with a bitter face. You have your birthday today, you are all off work, how can President Wang arrange a job for you? When some people in the audience heard this, they couldn't help but laugh. Really, Mr. Wang did arrange a job for me. Lin Ketching said. Fool, this 10-layer birthday cake, as well as the custom-made crown on your head, were all bought by Mr. Wang, deliberately making you work overtime, just to give you a surprise, someone explained. So it is. Lin Ketching suddenly realized. Just now, she complained about her boss in her heart, and dared to love the boss to celebrate her birthday, which was so heartfelt. The owner is really a person who is cold on the outside and hot on the inside. But he is a small secretary himself. Why did the boss go out of his way to celebrate his birthday? Does the boss have strange thoughts about himself? Otherwise, why be so nice to yourself? Thinking of this, Lin Ketching's face gradually turned red. Lin Ketching's favorability to the host is +5, and the current total favorability is 55 heartbeat. Wang Zhenxing, who was on the way to Shu Yurro's house, suddenly received news. But Ching, why are you still blushing? You won't be thinking about it. Mr. Wang also celebrated the birthday of the former secretary, and he is still a man. Oh, you are not a special case. Mr. Wang just had the habit of celebrating his secretary's birthday. Someone noticed that Lin Ketching looked strange, and immediately made fun of him. It's so hot, I just blushed a little, so I didn't think about it. Lin Ketching immediately refuted and ate a few bites of cake. Although the cake was very sweet, she suddenly felt a little bitter for no reason. After celebrating the birthday, everyone started to help clean up. Lin Ketching and her mother said that they would go home for dinner, so they did not go out with their colleagues to continue to have fun. And after leaving the company, they took the bus and went straight back. In order to celebrate her daughter's birthday, her mother Lu Fang specially took a leave of absence from her employer and fried a lot of good dishes in the house her daughter rented. During the meal, Lin Ketching couldn't wait to share happy things with her mother. Became the secretary of the revitalization group in advance, with an annual salary of 700,000 yuan. After hearing this, her mother Lu Fang did not feel happy, but frowned. She heard her daughter say a few days ago that she went to a large company for an internship, but she didn't know what her daughter was doing. At this moment, listening to my daughter mention it, I knew that my daughter was working as a secretary. Lin Ketching, I raised you so big, I didn't let you learn bad and degenerate. What kind of work are you doing badly, and you have to be a secretary for someone? Lu Fang doesn't have much hobbies, and usually likes to watch some TV series. The position of female secretary has almost no positive image in TV series. With such a preconceived notion of occupational discrimination, how can Lu Fang not be angry? Mom, I'm doing a serious job, not what you think. Lin Ketching explained. Then let me ask you, is your boss a man? Lu Fang asked. Yes, that's right. Lu Fang interrupted her daughter's words, and continued, those rich male bosses, their hearts are very dirty, there is something to let the secretary do, if there is nothing to do. Speaking of this, he felt a gaffe and changed his words. In short, I have seen this kind of thing a lot. Mom, you all watch TV series, right? Lin Ketching was a little depressed. The TV series is also based on real life. You have only worked for a few days, so easily let you become regular, and pay you an annual salary of 700,000 yuan, is such a boss normal? While you haven't taken a crooked path yet, quickly quit this job for me and find another job. Lu Fang said reasonably. Mom, the atmosphere in my company is really good, colleagues are very friendly to each other, it's really not a smoky place, you trust me, Lin Ketching explained bitterly. HMPH, your mother and I eat more salt than you eat, don't try to lie to your mother. This matter is not discussed, Mom never expects you to make a lot of money, I only hope that you will be honest, don't take a crooked path, tomorrow I will personally accompany you to resign. Lu Fang's tone seemed to be non-negotiable. A good birthday meal, just like that, spent in an unpleasant way. After eating, Lu Fang cleaned up the mess, and then watched the TV series in the house. The TV series just broadcasts the plot of a young girl from an ordinary family who comes to the city to work hard, and then goes astray, with a fat-headed and greasy boss. Lu Fang couldn't help but substitute the young girl into her daughter Lin Ketching, and suddenly became angry, gritted her teeth and turned off the TV, ruthlessly not watching the bloody TV series that she usually loves to watch. The next morning, Lin Ketching got up quietly, wanting to go to work secretly without her mother. Unexpectedly, her mother Lu Fang got up earlier. As soon as Lin Ketching walked out of his room, he saw his mother sitting in the living room, and even breakfast was made in advance. Eat breakfast quickly, after eating, I will go to the company with you to resign. Lu Fang said with a straight face. Lin Ketching was helpless, and after eating breakfast slowly, he he and his mother went out to wait for the bus at a nearby bus stop. While waiting for the bus, Lin Ketching prayed for a traffic jam on the road. Lin Ketching knew that her mother had only taken one day off, and it was logical that she should go back to her employer's house this morning, and she couldn't delay for too long. If there is a traffic jam on the road, my mother may change her mind and stop going to the company with herself. But Lin Ketching was a little disappointed that the traffic jam during the rush hour did not happen today. The bus went very smoothly to the bus stop next to the Zhenxing Group building. "Mom, I'm over there, come with me." Lin Ketching wanted to take a long detour, so she pointed her mother in the opposite direction. However, Lin Ketching has a habit since she was a child, that is, when she lies, her fingers will unconsciously draw circles on her clothes. Lu Fang as a mother, naturally understands her daughter. She ignored her daughter's words, but asked the passers-by next to her how to go to the revitalization group. The enthusiastic passerby immediately pointed out the direction to Lu Fang. Lu Fang thanked the passers-by, and then angrily slapped her daughter's butt. "Dead girl, learn badly, right, even your mother dares to deceive. I used to do farm work, and Lu Fang's strength is not small. This slap is not light." Lin Ketching suffered pain, both humiliated and aggrieved. She was so old that her mother actually beat her ass like she did when she was a child. However, she is a filial child, even if she is beaten by her mother, she endures it silently, and she doesn't even talk back. Lu Fang took Lin Ketching and soon came to the building of the revitalization group. Lin Ketching has a work permit, so he can naturally enter smoothly. But Lu Fang was not an employee here, and was stopped by the security guards. "Mom, the company does not allow family members to enter casually, you still have to go to the employer's house to cook, or you better leave first, otherwise the employer is angry and may fire you." Lin Ketching wanted to persuade her mother to quit. "I'm waiting here for half an hour, your boss always has to go to work, I don't believe I can't wait for him." Lu Fang leaned on the gate and did not leave. When Lin Ketching heard this, he could only pray secretly, hoping that the boss would come to the company later. As long as mom runs out of patience, she will naturally leave. But just when Lin Ketching came up with this idea, he suddenly saw a man with a powerful aura and a mighty figure walking towards this side. "Oh my god, why did the boss come to work early today?" Lin Ketching was a little broken. She struggled to think of a solution, when suddenly a flash of inspiration flashed. "Doesn't my mother know my boss? As long as I don't say it, my mother won't recognize it. Mom, this is the company gate, let's not get in the way." Lin Ketching pulled her mother to move to the corner of the gate to avoid being recognized by Wang Zhenxing passing by, and deliberately turned her back, wanting to pretend to be an ostrich. "Hey, boy, you work here too." Behind, came the voice of my mother's joy. Lin Ketching was puzzled and secretly turned his head to look. I saw that my mother had walked in front of her boss Wang Zhenxing, with a smile on her face. "Auntie, it's such a coincidence, I actually saw you here." Wang Zhenxing also said hello with a smile, and his eyes inadvertently looked at a familiar back in the corner of the gate. Lin Ketching has an outstanding posture, even a back is very beautiful, and at the same time has a high degree of recognition. As the old saying goes, it's good fertility. Wang Zhenxing recognized it at a glance. Lu Fang will appear here, definitely Lin Ketching is related. However, Wang Zhenxing pretended not to know, and just smiled and talked to Lu Fang. "Yes, it's a coincidence, my daughter also works here." Lu Fang felt very coincidental, and after sighing, she suddenly lowered her voice and asked cautiously, "Young man, can I ask you something?" "Auntie, ask whatever you want, just ask." Wang Zhenxing said generously. "How is the owner of this company?" Lu Fang asked quietly. "In the psychology of employees, others should be pretty good." Wang Zhenxing told the truth. In the eyes of the employees of Zhenxing Group, Wang Zhenxing's image is very positive and he is a super good boss. "I mean, the owner of this company, is he a lust?" Lu Fang was too lazy to go around the corner, afraid that she would delay here for too long, so she simply asked bluntly. Before Wang Zhenxing could answer, Lin Ketching in the rear hurriedly came over to stop it. "Mom, don't ask, he's my boss." Lin Ketching felt embarrassed today, and lowered his head and did not dare to look at Wang Zhenxing. "This guy is your boss?" Lu Fang's face was shocked. "Mom, don't call it nonsense, what a young man, my boss is just a few years younger than you," Lin Ketching hurriedly corrected. When Lu Fang heard this, she was suddenly a little embarrassed. However, Wang Zhenxing does look very young, and she can't be blamed for misunderstanding. Xiao Lin, it turns out that this is your mother. Wang Zhenxing heard Lin Ketching call Lu Fang that, and showed some surprise at the right time. Yes, boss. Lin Ketching nodded. No wonder you look beautiful, it turns out that you have such a beautiful mother. Wang Zhenxing sighed. This sentence made Lu Fang and Lin Ketching blush at the same time. Say smile and smile, my age, there are many wrinkles on my face, where is it beautiful? Lu Fang blushed and waved her hand. I can't say that, beauty is not in the bone, as soon as I look at your bone appearance, I know that you were a big beauty when you were young. Wang Zhenxing praised it matter-of-factly. Lu Fang was overjoyed when she heard this, and even a little proud. When she was young, she would indeed be a famous beauty in 10 miles and 8 towns. Otherwise, she would not have given birth to such a beautiful girl as Lin Ketching. By the way, you came here, what happened? Wang Zhenxing asked again. Didn't nothing, just stop by and see where my family Ketching works. Lu Fang's. Wang Zhenxing knew she was lying, but she also did not expose it. Ketching, you are working here, I am also going to work. Lu Fang saw that there were many people coming and going here at the gate, and she was afraid of delaying her daughter's work and was ready to leave. Sister, since you have something, then I won't invite you upstairs. Wang Zhenxing said politely. Don't call me sister, just call me aunt, call me aunt. Lu Fang hurriedly corrected his title. Wang Zhenxing was stunned, then smiled heartily, and said to Lin Ketching, Xiaolin, you send your mother, it's okay to be late for a while. Okay, thanks boss. Lin Ketching nodded sharply and quickly took her mother to the bus stop. Mom, how do you know my boss? On the way, Lin Ketching asked curiously. Lu Fangdang was about to tell the last time he saw Wang Zhenxing. The boss is really a good person, and even people who don't know each other are willing to help. The image of Wang Zhenxing became more brilliant in Lin Ketching's heart. Lin Ketching's favorability to the host is +5, and the current total favorability is 60. Adore. The host affects the plot trend, and 300 counterattack points are obtained. The protagonist Chin Yiki luck value is -30, and the host Chi luck value is +30. As soon as he pushed open the office door, Wang Zhenxing received 2 messages in a row. Bus stop. Lu Fang and Lin Ketching were still chatting. Daughter, there are not many kind bosses in this year, you work well here, you have to listen to your boss and work hard, Lu Fang said with flying eyebrows, and suddenly realized a key problem. By the way, is your boss married? Nope. Lin Ketching shook her head. Do you have a girlfriend? None either. That's great. Mom, what are you talking nonsense, what is too good? Lin Ketching was shy and pretended not to understand. If you hadn't gone to college, in our hometown, Wa would probably have played soy sauce. My dad and I are very anxious about your emotional affairs, now that you are working, you should also pay more attention to the matter of finding a partner, your boss is so good, don't you have a little idea? Lu Fang's concept is relatively old, and she feels that her daughter is 22 years old, and she may not be able to marry later. After all, in her village, women of the same age as Lin Ketching are pregnant with their second child. And Lin Ketching, growing so big, I haven't even talked about love. I just treat him as a boss, but I don't have any other ideas, and I'm just a little secretary, where people can see me. Lin Ketching's restless little hand drew circles again. Lu Fang didn't bother to expose her daughter, but just said. I remember watching a TV series before, it was about the love story of a female secretary chasing a male boss, I can't remember what it is called for a while, and when your mother remembers, I will tell you, let you learn and learn from the experience. Mom, just watch those bloody TV series, how can you take it seriously? Lin Ketching couldn't help but complain. The mother and daughter chatted while walking, and soon came to the bus stop. After Lin Ketching saw her mother leave, she hurried back to work. When Lin Ketching was working, she thought of her mother's words from time to time and thought about it. Although the woman chases the male compartment veil, but the boss is such an honest and serious person, it should be unlikely that he will accept a girlfriend who is more than 10 years younger than him, right? Jingle bells. The phone on the desk rang. Lin Ketching's train of thought was interrupted by the landline phone, and he quickly picked up the phone and said, Hello, this is the office of the president of the revitalization group. Lin Ketching answered several calls in a row, all from former partners of revitalization. The reason why they are former partners is because they did not choose to renew their contract after the cooperation with revitalization expired. This time they called and offered to renew their contract. Lin Ketching reported this to Wang Zhenxing. At this time, Wang Zhenxing was browsing financial news. Several daily chemical companies controlled by Fenghua behind the scenes suddenly raised the company's daily chemical products to normal prices. In terms of fair competition, these daily chemical companies have no advantage at all in comparison with Zhenxing Group. Revitalization, whether it is word of mouth or heritage, is much stronger than these daily chemical companies. Those large supermarket chains are also wise enough to turn their heads and want to cooperate with revitalization. The emergence of this situation is obviously related to Han Mei. Han Mei stopped suppressing the revitalization group. Wang Zhenxing continued to browse the news, and soon saw the news about the fundraising of the charity summit. At the charity summit, who donates how much, not directly to give money or payment, but to announce the amount donated, and the money will be made up later. Since the end of the charity summit, all the funds have now been fully received, totaling 734.52 million. Among them, Wang Zhenxing donated 100 million yuan, which was officially praised. Wang Zhenxing himself knew very well and did not donate a dime. This money must have been made up by Han Mei, and it was also in the name of the revitalization group. Han Mei paid for it, and Wang Zhenxing reaped fame. Afternoon. There are high-ranking government personnel to revitalize the group's condolences. Wang Zhenxing naturally welcomed warmly, took everyone to visit the company, and also took photos with people from the official office. There are official reporters, following the record to shoot. It is expected that this will definitely be in the primetime news on official television. Revitalization Group can make another wave of fame. If you can do business with the government and have some connections, the benefits are self-evident. At this charity summit, Wang Zhenxing can be regarded as making numb. Shortly after seeing off the government personnel, Wang Zhenxing left the company and went to the central building. Han Mei was so sincere, of course she wanted to meet her. I want to see your chairman, there is no appointment, but you can tell her that my name is Wang Zhenxing. Came to the front desk, and without waiting for the lady at the front desk to ask, Wang Zhenxing spoke. The hostess immediately called the chairman's office. In 10 seconds, the call was over. Mr. Wang, please follow me. The hostess respectfully leads the way. Take the high-speed elevator to the top floor. Knock knock. Chairman, Mr. Wang is here. The hostess knocked on the door. Please come in. A flat voice came from inside the office. The hostess pushed open the door, and after Wang Zhenxing entered the office, she closed the door and left. There were two people in the office. One is Han Mei, and the other is Han Mei's female assistant. After seeing Wang Zhenxing come in, the female assistant took out the precious tea. After brewing the tea, I immediately exited the office. Wang Zhenxing and Han Mei sat opposite each other across the tea table. Han Mei's gaze was uncontrollable, and she looked at Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing received government officials today, and also had to be interviewed on camera, so he dressed up carefully. A straight black suit sets off the perfect body well. The thick hair combed up the big back and the delicate facial features all highlight the charm of mature men. In addition to the appearance, there is also a powerful aura. Han Mei just glanced at it, and her heart couldn't help but tremble, and she even felt a little nervous. This is very incredible for Han Mei. She had seen people with strong winds and waves, and there was almost nothing that could make her nervous. But this feeling still appears. There are two reasons for this. Han Mei was fascinated by Wang Zhenxing's appearance and was intimidated by Wang Zhenxing's aura. After unremitting efforts, Wang Zhenxing has already made his villain aura points exceed Han Mei. The villain aura will have a suppressive deterrent effect on each other. When Wang Zhenxing saw Han Mei last time, his words were restrained and a little cautious. But this time, he felt very relaxed. Wang Zhenxing did not go to see Han Mei, but first looked at the layout of this luxurious office. Whether it is the area or the decoration, it is necessary to kill the king to revitalize that office. In contrast, his president's office was too rudimentary. It is worthy of being the richest woman in Qingling. Retracting his gaze from the surrounding arrangement, Wang Zhenxing looked at Han Mei. Han Mei was wearing a professional outfit, wrapped very tightly, with black hair coiled, light makeup painted on her face, and looked very dignified and delicate. It's very different from the last time. Sensing Wang Zhenxing's gaze, Han Mei's eyes dodged, and her hands and feet moved inadvertently, but she seemed to be uncomfortable with it. She didn't know that Wang Zhenxing was coming today, and if she did, she would definitely dress up in advance, instead of the usual attire at work. You've done so much, what do you want to do? After taking a sip of tea, Wang Zhenxing broke the silence, but asked knowingly. I have already answered this question, there is no other meaning, just want to make friends with you. Han Mei pushed the teacup brewed with tea in the direction of Wang Zhenxing's arms. The friends in Mr. Han's mouth probably don't mean ordinary friends, Wang Zhenxing said. Hearing this, Han Mei was a little relieved and delighted. This guy is finally a little enlightened. Mr. Wang thinks it is, that is. Han Mei's red lips pursed with a smile. Wang Zhenxing smiled, did not speak, just took a sip of tea and savored it. He also collected a lot of good tea, and his ability to identify tea is still good. The tea that Han Mei used to entertain him should be an authentic Wu Da Hong Pao. This tea can cost as much as 10 million kilograms on the market. And money may not be able to buy it. The good teas collected by Wang Zhenxing are at most 100,000 pieces a kilogram. Although he and Han Mei belong to the ranks of rich people, the gap is still quite large. In this world, no one doesn't like money, you can make a price. Han Mei said with great wealth. That's right, but President Han overlooked one thing, that is, everyone will have their own bottom line. Wang Zhenxing said. 10 million a month. Han Mei stretched out a green-white finger. Wang Zhenxing's expression was flat, and he didn't care about the number she reported, but he was a little distracted, and his gaze fell on Han Mei's fingers. One thing he had always found strange. Shu Yurro and Han Mei do not have the habit of growing long nails, nor do they do manicures. Lin Ketching and Feng Qianchen are just the opposite, not only have long nails but also do beautiful manicures. The older a woman gets, doesn't she like to have long nails? Wang Zhenxing was a little curious. 30 million a month. Han Mei saw that Wang Zhenxing was indifferent, so she raised the price. You may be underestimating my Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing smiled and continued to taste tea. Such an expensive authentic Da Hong robe is not so easy to drink, and it is more tasteful. Is 30 million a month a lot? It's quite a lot. But he is the boss of a billion-dollar company. If people know that because 30 million a month to give people a little white face, wouldn't it be ridiculed? 50 million a month. Han Mei's chest rose and fell slightly, and her mood fluctuated slightly. Not counting the purchase of a car and a house, she may spend 50 million a year. Money is not everything. Wang Zhenxing glanced at Han Mei, his expression still calm. 70 million a month. Han Mei gritted her teeth and felt some pressure. 70 million a month, 840 million a year. Although she is the richest woman in Qingling, most of them are real estate, and there is not much liquidity. Or to be more precise, most rich people don't have much liquidity on hand. Take Wang Zhenxing himself. He holds a majority stake in Revitalization Group. The net worth is about 800 million. But the cash flow that can be taken out directly on hand will not exceed 20 million. My king will never betray himself for money. Han Mei, you are dead. Wang Zhenxing sneered in disdain. 90 million. Han Mei is a little on top. For the man in front of her, she is determined to win. Han Mei, do you think my Wang Zhenxing has never seen money? 100 million. There are some things that cannot be forced. 1 month, 120 million, my ability is limited, I really can't be more. You win. Wang Zhenxing gave Han Mei a thumbs up. He didn't want to sell himself for money, but Han Mei gave too much. 120 million a month, 1.44 billion a year. His revitalization group is only worth $1 billion. You agreed. Han Mei was delighted. Mr. Han is embarrassed. If I don't agree again, it will be too bad to give you face. However, I have a few conditions, and I hope that President Han can also agree. As a businessman, Wang Zhenxing certainly wants to get the best rights for the deal. Tell me about it, as long as it's not excessive, I can promise you. So much money is willing to give, and Han Mei doesn't care about the other party mentioning a few more conditions. First, you can't interfere in my life. Second, we cannot make our affairs public. Third, I only have 10 hours a week for yours. Wang Zhenxing stretched out 3 fingers and counted out the 3 conditions. The first 2 are fine, and the last condition I want to change to 15 hours. Han Mei controls such a large group as Feng Hua, and she doesn't have much free time, and at the same time, She doesn't want the other party to get involved in her life, at the very least, she doesn't want him to get involved for the time being. After speaking, Han Mei thought for a while, and added, also, the term is 1 year, and after 1 year, we have nothing to do with each other. How can you get tired of a year, right? Han Mei doesn't want to spend an extra 1.44 billion yuan every year in the future. Wait, I'll add a condition. Wang Zhenxing also said. What? Han Mei frowned. You authentic big red robe, give me a few kilograms. Wang Zhenxing smiled. Han Mei couldn't help but roll her eyes. This is for entertaining distinguished guests. I only took a total of 2 kilograms at the beginning, and I used some. I can only give you 1 kilogram at most. 1 kilogram is 1 kilogram. Wang Zhenxing nodded reluctantly, and then stretched out his hand with a smile. Then I wish us a happy cooperation. Han Mei was a little happy and a little depressed, and after a pause, she reached out and shook Wang Zhenxing. Then, she took out a blank check, wrote it with a pen, and handed it to Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing took the check, carefully counted the zeros on it, confirmed that it was 120 million, and accepted it with a smile. The host betrays himself for money and gets 40 villain aura points receiving. The news, Wang Zhenxing couldn't help but be excited. I have already paid you the first month's salary, and I will requisition you for an hour. Han Mei is a person who does great things, and she is much more courageous than Shu Yurro. Now, Wang Zhenxing looked outside through the floor-to-ceiling windows. The sun hasn't set yet. Got a problem. Then return the money, okay. Han Mei stretched out her hand. Wang Zhenxing put the check in his pocket. What a joke, this money is in hand, how can it be returned? Fenghua Group Front Desk. Near the end of work, Han Jia suddenly came to the company, inquired about the reception at the front desk, made sure that his mother Han Mei was in the company, and then took the elevator to the top floor. Because it is off hours, the frequency of elevator use is relatively high. It took Han Jia 10 minutes to reach the top floor and go to the chairman's office. Han Xiao, President Han is meeting with important distinguished guests for a while. Han Mei's assistant was waiting outside the office, and when he saw Han Jia's actions, he stepped forward to stop it. I'll talk to my mother about something, and I'll leave after that. Han Jia waited for the elevator for too long just now, and he was very anxious. Han Xiao, let's wait for a while, wait until President Han finishes seeing the distinguished guest. The female assistant continued to obstruct. It is certainly not simple for her to be the assistant of the richest woman. Although I don't know what major things Han Mei wants to talk about with Wang Zhenxing, from the fact that Han Mei asked her to take out a big red robe to entertain Wang Zhenxing, it can be judged that Wang Zhenxing is a very important guest. The two talked for a long time inside, but they didn't come out. Obviously the important matter had not yet been discussed. If Han Jia was allowed to enter rashly, he might disturb the distinguished guests and attract Han Mei's anger. What great guest is more important than my son? Han Jia didn't have the patience to wait, so he directly passed the female assistant and reached out to push the office door. Han Jia turned the doorknob and pushed the door hard. But I found that I couldn't push it away. The door seemed to be locked back. When you meet a guest, why did you lock the door? Mom, it's me, open the door, I have something to tell you. Han Jia shouted outside the door, and slammed the door hard to make a big movement. The office was silent for a few seconds. Boom. It seemed that something had slammed on the door, making a loud noise. Han Jia was taken aback, and the impatience in his heart turned into shock. Although his mother Han Mei is stern, he has never been so gaff as to smash things in his impression. Han Jia a little regretted not listening to the female assistant, but the matter had come to this, and he couldn't just leave, so he could only bite the bullet and wait outside. A moment later, the office door was opened. Han Jia hesitated for a long time before he walked in with trepidation. There are ceramic fragments at the doorway. It is caused by the breaking of a broken teacup. Han Jia swayed left and right to avoid stepping on the fragments, and slowly came to stand obediently in front of Han Mei. I saw that Han Mei's face was cold, but in this coldness, there was a strange rosy. Han Jia guessed that this must have been caused by anger. Opposite Han Mei, there was a very attractive man sitting. Han Jia had seen him and knew that he was Wang Zhenxing. For the people with Chinyi, Han Jia naturally hated it, and immediately looked at Wang Zhenxing with wide eyes. Wang Zhenxing was aware and cast a flat gaze at Han Jia. Han Jia's heart was inexplicably weak, and he was intimidated by Wang Zhenxing's qi. What important things do Mom and Wang Zhenxing talk about? Disturbed by me, you actually lost such a big temper. Retracting his gaze to look at Wang Zhenxing, Han Jia muttered in his heart. How many times have I told you that you came to my office to knock on the door, and you really didn't listen to it? Han Mei gritted her teeth and looked at Han Jia. I knocked on the door. Han Jia shrunk his neck and said. Is that a knock on the door? Han Mei questioned. Han Jia shouted just now, and slammed the door with his hand, scaring her a lot. Of course, frightening is only one aspect. Han Mei was angry, and Han Jia really didn't come at the right time. Last time because Wang Zhenxing ran away halfway, Han Mei held a fire in her stomach. After a few days, the opportunity finally came again. As a result, Han Jia came over in a hurry. Han Mei is now very irritable, like a balloon that can explode at any time. Mom, the next time I come to you, I will knock lightly, I promise. Han Jia knew that he was wrong, and did not dare to anger Han Mei again. Office door direction. A cleaner is carefully cleaning up the debris. It was the female assistant who called out. Pour me a glass of ice water. Han Mei said to the female assistant. Yes, Mr. Han. The female assistant nodded, turned around and was about to pour water. Wait a minute, get me a drink too. Wang Zhenxing stopped the female assistant and added. Soon, 2 glasses of ice water were served. Han Mei and Wang Zhenxing took the water cups respectively and drank the ice water in one gulp. How did I teach you? Without a little politeness, you can't call people, do you? Han Mei's mood calmed down a little, and she suddenly reprimanded her son. Mr. Wang is good. Han Jia thoughtfully squeezed out some smile at Wang Zhenxing. It's called Uncle Wang, Han Mei corrected. Han Jia wondered. Mom and Wang Zhenxing don't seem to have much friendship, why are they so polite to him? Could it be that the two of them know, there is something wrong with Wang Zhenxing? This is impossible. Uncle Wang is good. Han Jia couldn't figure out the reason, but he obediently changed his words. Your Uncle Wang and I now it is a cooperative relationship with our Feng Hua, and when we meet in the future, you give me politeness. Han Mei instructed. Got it, Mom. Han Jia promised. He didn't understand business matters, but since his mother said so, then he could only obey. If it affects the cooperation between Feng Hua and revitalization, it will not be beneficial to him, the eldest young master of Feng Hua. Suddenly came to me, what the hell is going on? Han Mei calmed down a little and asked Han Jia. Mom, a friend of mine just called me and said that he saw Chini on the street, and Chini returned to Qingling. Han Jia said urgently. So what? Han Mei didn't take it seriously. Of course it is. Han Jia immediately wanted to take revenge on Qingyi fiercely, but soon realized that Wang Zhenxing was there, so he stopped talking. I know what you're thinking, your grudge with Qingyi ends here, don't mention it again. Han Mei knew that Wang Zhenxing and Qingyi's family were quite close. She and Wang Zhenxing have reached a cooperation now, and naturally do not want to make the relationship between the two stalemate because of this matter. Saying that, Han Mei secretly glanced at Wang Zhenxing, wanting to see his expression. One is my good friend, the other is my partner, I can't help anyone, I don't want to help. Wang Zhenxing expressed his position. Because of the cooperation, it is really inconvenient for him to oppose Han Mei. Moreover, Han Jia had to deal with Qingyi, not Shu Yurro. The enemy of the enemy, that is the friend. Counting up, he and the Han family are on the same front. Uncle Wang is really selfless. Han Jia was overjoyed, and he only felt that it was more and more pleasing to look at this elder. Without Wang Zhenxing's cover, wouldn't it be easy to hold Qingyi? Inuko gets married in 3 days, do you have time to have a glass of wine? Han Mei smiled and asked Wang Zhenxing. Get married, of course I want to come to this kind of happy event to make it lively, and I will definitely come then. Wang Zhenxing agreed with a smile, and then looked at Han Jia. What a talent, how old is it? Uncle Wang, I just turned 22 today. Being praised like this, Han Jia was proud and answered obediently. 22, when is your birthday? Wang Zhenxing asked casually. May 8th, Han Jia replied. Wang Zhenxing nodded with a smile. After continuing to make small talk for a while, he got up and took his leave. Mr. Wang, then let's talk about this for the time being today, about the matter of cooperation. I will draw up a plan as soon as possible, and then we will talk in detail. Han Mei is a serious way. Then wait for Mr. Han's call, my mobile phone is generally on 24 hours. Wang Zhenxing replied solemnly. After speaking, the two also shook hands. Just out of the central building, Wang Zhenxing received a phone call. It was Chinyi who called. "Uncle Wang, are you off work?" Chinyi asked on the phone. "Just got off work, what's the matter? I'll send you a positioning, you come over to eat, I'll treat you, we'll talk after we meet." Wang Zhenxing was shocked for a moment, and came to a mid to high-end restaurant according to the positioning. "Xiao Yi, you are working screws in the electronics factory, why did you run out at will? Aren't you afraid that your mother will scold you when she finds out?" Wang Zhenxing came to the private room and said to Chinyi. As far as he knew, Chinyi also had to hammer screws at night and had to work until 10 o'clock at night. It stands to reason that this is not the time to come out. "I am now the deputy director of the workshop, and I am not a general worker, so my time is relatively free, and I don't have to stay in the factory all the time," Chinyi explained with a smile. "You've only been working for a few days, and you've become the deputy director of the workshop." Wang Zhenxing was surprised. Chinyi smiled and explained. It turned out that the director of the electronics factory fell ill while inspecting the workshop, and he successfully treated him. In order to repay the favor, the director of the factory directly promoted Chinyi to the deputy director of the workshop. After Wang Zhenxing listened, he couldn't help but smack his tongue. He knew that the electronics factory could not bind Chinyi for too long, but he did not expect that Chinyi could get out so quickly. It is worthy of being the protagonist, blessed by luck, and can shine wherever he goes. Chinyi happened to know how to heal, and the director of the factory just inspected the workshop and suddenly fell ill. This Nima. Wang Zhenxing kind of wanted to scold the street. "Uncle Wang, order first, don't be polite with me." Chinyi picked up the menu and handed it to Wang Zhenxing. He treated the director of the factory, and in addition to being promoted, he also received a reward of 30,000 yuan, which can fully bear the consumption here. "Xiao Yi, it's not easy for you to make money, you just order it, I don't care." Wang Zhenxing waved his hand. "Uncle Wang, you can order food with confidence, and you can order whatever you want." Chinyi felt that he looked down on people a little, so he insisted. "Since that's the case, then I'm not welcome." Wang Zhenxing was waiting for Chinyi's words. "I ordered all of the restaurant's signature dishes and asked for a bottle of expensive red wine. The dishes add up to more than 3,000 in total, but red wine is a bit expensive, 10,000. The total consumption is more than 13,000. After Chinyi saw what Wang Zhenxing ordered, his mouth couldn't help but twitch. 30,000 yuan was spent almost half at once, how could he not feel distressed? However, for the sake of face, it is not good to let Wang Zhenxing return things. "Uncle Wang, I want you to help find out something, have you found it?" While waiting for the food to be served, Chinyi asked. Han Jia is 22 years old, his birthday is May 8th, and the recent important developments are he got married 3 days later, and as for where his family's ancestral grave is, it has not yet been found. Wang Zhenxing relayed the information that he asked casually to Chinyi. After Chinyi listened, he thought for a while, and a good idea quickly came to mind in his mind. "Uncle Wang, trouble you to help me do something, and secretly send him a gift on Han Jia's wedding day." Chinyi said with a sneer. "Send what?" Wang Zhenxing asked. "Bell. Send the bell." Wang Zhenxing was slightly stunned. "That's right, just the kind of bell that rings in the temple. I will engrave a curse charm in the big bell. As long as the big bell is sent to Han Jia's wedding, it can destroy Han Jia's luck and make Han Jia even his family unlucky," Chinyi said. "Xiao Yi, superstition is not desirable." Wang Zhenxing questioned symbolically. "This is not superstition, Uncle Wang, as long as you do what I say, you will definitely be able to watch a good show." Qin Yidao. Han Jia's wedding, the Han family invited many business people to participate, and I am one of them. But at people's weddings, making this kind of thing is too lacking in morality. Wang Zhenxing declined. "Uncle Wang, as long as you promise to help me do this, I can cure your hidden disease." Chinyi seemed to have guessed that Wang Zhenxing would refuse, and immediately threw out his killer weapon. "Xiao Yi, I don't have a hidden illness. Wang Zhenxing is pretentious. There is no one else here, Uncle Wang, don't hide it." Wang Zhenxing smiled, then took out the formula written in advance and handed it to Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing picked up the formula and looked at it. This recipe is indeed a treatment for hidden diseases, but the effect is very slow. To completely cure hidden diseases, it is estimated that it will take 3 years and 5 years. If Wang Zhenxing prescribes his own prescription, he can prescribe one that will have a faster effect and no side effects. It only takes a month and the results are immediate. Chinyi was at the same level of medical skills as him, but he prescribed a prescription that was so slow to work, obviously intentionally. This was to guard against him. Follow this recipe to grab the medicine. In less than half a year, Uncle Wang, your hidden disease will definitely improve. Chinyi immediately drew a pie. There has been an improvement within half a year, but the effect is limited. For example, a person is paralyzed and can't stand up, but after taking medicine for half a year, he has improved, and he can stand up for a second or two. Only, is this very different from paralysis? I still can't even walk a step or two. Okay, Xiao Yi, I'll help you. Wang Zhenxing greeted Chinyi's mother with a particularly friendly greeting in his heart before responding to Chinyi's request. That's right. Seeing Wang Zhenxing agree, Chinyi smiled proudly, thinking that he had pinched Wang Zhenxing. Is there anything else to pay attention to when sending the bell over? Make it clear together, lest you accidentally cause the usefulness of the bell to disappear. Wang Zhenxing set the words. Uncle Wang, you just need to send someone to pack the big bell and send it to Han Jia's wedding venue. As long as you arrive at the venue, it will haunt Han Jia in a moment, unless you splash black dog blood on the bell within half an hour to break the law, otherwise Han Jia will always be plagued by obscurity and continue to be unlucky. Qin Yidao. Got it. Wang Zhenxing got the answer he wanted and nodded towards Chinyi. After a while, the dishes came up. Wang Zhenxing and Chinyi began to eat. During the meal, an acquaintance passed by the table. But it was Lin Ketching and Feng Qianchen. Hey, boss, why are you here? Lin Ketching was surprised. Have a meal with my friend's son, what a coincidence, you also come here to eat. Wang Zhenxing's gaze swept over Lin Ketching and Feng Qianchen next to her. Pretending not to know Feng Qianchen, he said to Lin Ketching. Well, my girlfriend and I haven't seen each other for a long time, and we both have time, so we made an appointment to eat together here. Lin Ketching explained obediently. Then you guys go eat. Wang Zhenxing didn't talk much with Lin Ketching, because Feng Qianchen next to him had a grudge in her eyes and looked at him directly. Speaking of which, I haven't watched Cuz for a while, and it's no wonder that Feng Qianchen is so resentful. That doesn't bother you. Lin Ketching and Feng Qianchen went to find a seat. Uncle Wang, who are these two beauties just now? Chinyi kept staring at Lin Ketching and Feng Qianchen until the two disappeared from view, then he withdrew his gaze and asked Wang Zhenxing in a fiery manner. The one who spoke to me was my secretary, Lin Ketching, and the woman next to me didn't know. Wang Zhenxing replied. Lin Ketching, this name is so good. Chinyi sighed, envious that Wang Zhenxing actually had such a beautiful secretary beside him. He had already seen that Wang Zhenxing was a peach blossom and was prone to peach blossoms. Lin Ketching's appearance just proves this. It's just that Uncle Wang has something wrong with him. Even if there are peach blossoms, it is useless. Chinyi didn't want to revitalize the treatment for Wang, mainly for this reason. Because he was afraid that he would cure Wang Zhenxing, causing Wang Zhenxing to flood with peach blossoms, and then what story happened with his mother Shu Yurro? Does this Lin Ketching have a boyfriend? Chinyi rubbed his hands excitedly and asked. You fancy someone? Wang Zhenxing asked flatly, but he despised this protagonist of the dog in his heart. But then again, Lin Ketching is the heroine. If Chinyi is not interested, it is strange. Uncle Wang, do you believe in love at first sight? Chinyi looked serious. Wang Zhenxing didn't bother to break him. The shit fell in love at first sight, and the color was almost the same. People are good girls, and they are several years older than you are not suitable. Wang Zhenxing said. Uncle Wang, if I beg you, tell me some news about her. Chinyi looked left and right, and said to Wang Zhenxing in a low voice. This Lin Ketching is a super wangfu. If any man can be with her, he will enjoy endless blessings. If he is in business, then he must be rich. If he is in the officialdom, then he will definitely rise step by step. As long as Uncle Wang can help me pull the strings, I will definitely repay you well in the future. Chinyi swore an oath. When Chinyi spoke, his expression was excited. After Wang Zhenxing listened, his eyes couldn't help but brighten. Lin Ketching is actually still wanting. If he had known this, he would not have been boiling frogs in warm water. However, it seems that it is not too late to know. Xiao Lin, she doesn't have a boyfriend, and she hasn't even talked about love. Wang Zhenxing only replied to Chinyi's previous question. It's so good. Chinyi rubbed his hands excitedly. If I can become her first man, it will be difficult not to get rich. Wangfu women, if there have been many men, then this Wangfu luck will decay a lot. To put it mildly, that is, it will be shared by many men. And if you have not been in love, no Wangfu luck will be very complete. Xiao Yi, you didn't laugh. With that Xiao Lin, can you really get rich? Wang Zhenxing questioned. That's true. Chinyi didn't hide it. Anyway, Uncle Wang had a problem, and he wasn't afraid that he would know this. This Xiao Lin is indeed a good girl. I can introduce you to each other, but if you can really catch her, then you have to be dedicated to others. Wang Zhenxing pretended to support. Uncle Wang, don't worry, I will definitely treat her well. Chinyi swore and did not mention anything single-mindedly. He is planning to be nice to others, but he also wants to be good to his beautiful master, and maybe good to other women in the future. It's just that these things, of course, he can't tell Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing smiled. After eating, Wang Zhenxing came to Lin Ketching and Feng Qianchen's seat. The two girlfriends were still eating. After seeing Wang Zhenxing coming, Lin Ketching immediately put down his chopsticks and stood up to ask the boss what to find him. Wang Zhenxing looked at Chinyi, who was waiting not far behind him, and then lowered his voice and said to Lin Ketching. Xiao Lin, my friend's son said that he fancy you, and he wants me to introduce you. He dropped out of school very early and didn't study. He has been in love no less than 10 times. He is a street boy, and he is currently working screws in an electronics factory. Boss, I see what you mean. You want me to pretend, don't make you embarrassed, right? I understand. Lin Ketching has been a secretary for a while, and his comprehension ability has also improved a lot, and he didn't wait for the boss to finish speaking, and he understood the meaning. Yes, that's right. Wang Zhenxing nodded with a smile. Turning around, he beckoned towards Chinyi. Seeing this, Chinyi quickly trotted over. For street slips, Lin Ketching is very disgusted. Last time in the food stall, he was almost beaten. Fortunately the boss is good, and finally saved the danger. In order to give face to the boss and suppress his disgust, Lin Ketching reluctantly added a V-letter friend to Chinyi. Nice to meet you, I invited you this time. In order to show sincerity, Chinyi smiled and offered to pay. Lin Ketching refused, and Chinyi ran directly to the front desk to settle the bill. You guys eat, let's go first. After the introduction, Wang Zhenxing pulled Chinyi to leave. But when he arrived at the door, Chinyi suddenly covered his stomach and said that people have 3 hurries, and let Wang Zhenxing go first. Wang Zhenxing knew that he was mostly pretending, but he did not expose it. The heroines in urban cool novels are generally very dedicated and affectionate. Since Lin Ketching has someone he likes, he will definitely not easily empathize with other lovers. What's more, Wang Zhenxing also added oil and vinegar to blacken Chinyi. Lin Ketching was too late to dislike Chinyi now. However, in order to be perfect, Wang Zhenxing still sent a message to let Feng Qianchen report the situation on Lin Ketching's side at any time. As Wang Zhenxing guessed, Chinyi was pretending to make a stomach, and after Wang Zhenxing left, he went to Lin Ketching's table again. Chinyi was playful and smiling, wanting to find a topic to chat with Lin Ketching. Lin Ketching was too lazy to deal with him, but he felt annoyed after listening to it too much, so he could only say, I added V to you for the sake of my boss's face. In fact, I don't want to know you at all. We want to eat now, please leave. There's one thing I want to tell you, can you borrow a place to talk? I'll leave after that. Seeing that Chinyi couldn't speak, he turned around. Of course, Lin Ketching will not agree. I am not familiar with you. If you have anything to say, just say it directly, and leave quickly after speaking. Chinyi remembered that Wang Zhenxing had said that he didn't know Lin Ketching's friend. In that case, there is nothing to worry about. There's something wrong with your boss Chinyidao. He saw that Wang Zhenxing was easy to peach blossoms. Wang Zhenxing has money and beauty, and the conditions are very good. Lin Ketching, as Wang Zhenxing's secretary, looks up every day and does not look down, which may have a male and female affection for Wang Zhenxing. Qin Yizi returned, and the main purpose was to tell Lin Ketching about this, that is, to prevent Lin Ketching from liking Wang Zhenxing. Are you neurotic? Why denigrate my boss? Lin Ketching was furious. This is true, if there is something wrong, you must take medicine. You can pay attention to the medicine your boss has taken recently, and you will know that I didn't say a lie. Qin Yi spat all over. Before he finished speaking, Lin Ketching was so angry that he directly picked up the chopsticks and threw them over. Chinyi easily dodged, but seeing that Lin Ketching was angry, he didn't dare to continue to say anything, so he could only leave. He just took a prescription to Wang Zhenxing, and Wang Zhenxing had to take medicine every morning, noon and evening. Lin Ketching and Wang Zhenxing get along day and night, and they will definitely find something. As long as Lin Ketching was suspicious and asked the professionals with the residue of medicinal materials, he would know what kind of disease Wang Zhenxing was using to treat. Lin Ketching and Feng Qianchen finished dinner, and the latter immediately returned Chinyi to say something, and told Wang Zhenxing about it. "I Nima." After Wang Zhenxing listened, he couldn't help but greet Chinyi's mother cordially. This little rabbit cub simply lost his conscience, and he actually blackened himself in front of Lin Ketching. But then again, the two actually blacked each other. Wang Zhenxing hates Chinyi as a street slipper, and his private life is chaotic. Chinyi Black King Revitalization has a problem with that. "I'll go to dinner in the evening." Wang Zhenxing sent a message to Shu Yurro. There was nothing he could do with Chinyi now, but it was still easy to greet Shu Yurro cordially. The so-called unity of words and deeds. Wang Zhenxing has already greeted in his heart just now, of course, he also has to take practical actions. Go to work the next day. Wang Zhenxing suddenly realized that Lin Ketching's eyes were a little strange when he looked at him. Lin Ketching originally did not put Chinyi's words at ease, but then he remembered that the boss was not married and had never found a girlfriend, so he was a little suspicious in his heart. Wang Zhenxing saw through Lin Ketching's thoughts. Lin Ketching's eyes were not discrimination or the like, but concern, care and nervousness. Wang Zhenxing pondered whether to prove it in front of Lin Ketching, but his brain flashed, and he suddenly thought of a brilliant idea that would be calculated. During the lunch break, he went to grab 30 pills according to the prescription given by Chinyi, and also bought a clay pot for boiling medicine. "Xiao Lin, help me boil the medicine." Wang Zhenxing instructed Lin Ketching. "Boss, are you not feeling well?" Lin Ketching's heart moved, and he dared to ask. Wang Zhenxing's eyes dodged for a moment, and then calmly replied, "I've been coughing a little recently, grab some Chinese medicine and eat it, let's go and boil the medicine." "Oh." Lin Ketching nodded lightly, and went to boil the medicine with a heavy heart. After about an hour, Lin Ketching came to the president's office with a bowl of soup medicine. The soup is brown in color, and you can smell a strong bitter smell from far away. It is especially difficult to drink at first glance. "Boss, the medicine is here, it's a little hot now, you can drink it after a while." Lin Ketching carefully put the bowl in front of the desk and said softly to Wang Zhenxing. "Well, you go to work first." Wang Zhenxing nodded. After 10 minutes, "Xiao Lin, send this document to the legal department." Wang Zhenxing said to Lin Ketching in the compartment. Lin Ketching immediately put down the work at hand, and then walked towards the legal department with a stack of documents. Taking advantage of Lin Ketching's departure, Wang Zhenxing hurriedly poured the soup medicine into the inner bathroom of the president's office, and then flushed water several times to wash off all the soup medicine. This soup medicine is bitter just by looking at it, and Wang Zhenxing is not sick, of course, he will not drink this soup medicine. After doing this, Wang Zhenxing returned to his desk. After a while, Lin Ketching returned. Vomiting. Wang Zhenxing was facing the trash can, retching madly, like a vomiting reaction that only came from eating a very bitter soup medicine. Seeing this, Lin Ketching hurriedly went to pour a cup of boiled water. Wang Zhenxing took the boiled water and drank it, and his face finally looked better. However, Lin Ketching still saw that Wang Zhenxing's eyes were red, and there seemed to be a few tears at the corners of his eyes. Dry gagging until tears come out, this soup must be very bitter. Lin Ketching couldn't help but feel a little distressed when he saw it, and at the same time, he was very concerned about the boss's illness. If it is a Chinese medicine for cough, there is no reason why it would be so difficult to drink, and I haven't heard how the boss coughs. Is it really like that street slipper said, the boss is? Lin Ketching became more and more puzzled in her heart. When she boiled the medicine just now, she deliberately left the residue of medicinal herbs and put them in one place. Leave work in the evening. Carrying the residue of traditional Chinese medicine wrapped in a bag, Lin Ketching came to a traditional Chinese medicine hall. Guarding the Chinese medicine hall is an old man with a white beard, who looks like his medical skills should be good. Lin Ketching took out the residue of traditional Chinese medicine and expressed his willingness to pay for the old Chinese medicine doctor to check the effect of this medicine. The old Chinese medicine doctor wore reading glasses, took the residue of Chinese medicine to look at it, and put it on the side of his nose to sniff, and identified the medicinal materials one by one. Girl, if the old man guessed correctly, this should be a treatment for men's incompetence. The old Chinese medicine doctor touched his beard and answered Lin Ketching. Hearing this, Lin Ketching's pretty face instantly turned pale. Boss, he really has a problem. Then this medicine, can it cure it? Isn't it a disease? Lin Ketching asked nervously. I haven't even seen the patient, but I can't judge, but judging from the medicinal materials on this prescription, the medical skills of the person who prescribed this prescription should be good, and it may be possible to cure it, but the effect of this prescription is too slow. The old Chinese medicine doctor replied to Lin Ketching, and after a little thought, he continued. Girl, you can bring the patient here for me to see. I may be able to improve this prescription according to the patient's symptoms, so that the prescription can work faster. Sir, do you mean this? Lin Ketching was slightly pleased. Tricking you to the end, the old man has been practicing medicine in this Jishaitang for 50 years, and he dare not say how brilliant the medical skills are, but he has cured a lot of incurable diseases. The old Chinese medicine doctor brushed his beard, and his wrinkled face was full of confidence. Lin Ketching saw that although this old Chinese medicine doctor was old, he really had an extraordinary temperament, and he immediately believed a little. Next, during the lunch break, Lin Ketching did not wait for Wang Zhenxing to speak, so he took the initiative to help him boil the medicine. Wang Zhenxing still took advantage of the excuse to support Lin Ketching, and then secretly poured out the medicine. When Lin Ketching returned, Wang Zhenxing continued to pretend to be retching. Boss, are you okay? Lin Ketching gently patted Wang Zhenxing's back, trying to relieve the pain of his retching. The medicine is hard, it's okay. Wang Zhenxing wiped the tears that were hard to squeeze out of the corners of his eyes, and then put Lin Ketching on the desk and drank a glass of boiled water. This medicine is also too difficult to drink, or change the medicine, or improve this medicine. I know there is a very powerful old Chinese medicine doctor. After work in the evening, I will take you to see. Lin Ketching asked tentatively. No thanks. Wang Zhenxing immediately refused. Lin Ketching could see that the boss was anxious. After all, this hidden disease is really difficult to talk about. The boss doesn't want to let himself know, which is normal. Boss, go over and take a look, I can avoid it then. Lin Ketching continued to persuade. If you say no, you go to work. Wang Zhenxing looked serious. Lin Ketching, who has always been obedient, did not obey this time. Boss, count me begging you, come over with me to take a look. Lin Ketching was eager, and his tone was full of pleading. Do you know something? Wang Zhenxing was secretly happy, but his face showed some shock. Lin Ketching nodded heavily, and then whispered, I took the leftover residue of the boiled medicine and went to the Chinese medicine hall to ask, and the old Chinese medicine doctor sitting in the hall said that this medicine is a cure men's kind of problems. Wang Zhenxing held his breath and made his face slightly red, looking like he was angry. Boss, I'm wrong, I just care about you, that's why I asked. Don't worry, I won't say anything about this. Lin Ketching shrunk his neck and hurriedly gave assurance. Now that you know I'm sick, will you look down on me in your heart? Wang Zhenxing asked. No, absolutely not. Lin Ketching said urgently. In fact, this is not a disease that cannot be cured. I have been taking medicine for a while, and I can feel some effects. Wang Zhenxing said seriously. Is it? That's great. Lin Ketching was extremely happy. It's just some effects, but it's not obvious. In fact, in addition to drinking this soup medicine, I also have to assist the treatment, but for some reasons, I can't assist the treatment, alas. Wang Zhenxing said thoughtfully, and finally let out a long sigh. Why can't I adjuvant treatment? Lin Ketching was puzzled and asked. Because forget it, it's okay with you, don't ask. Wang Zhenxing deliberately sold Guanzi. When Lin Ketching heard this, his heart became even more anxious, eager to know the answer. Boss, just talk about it, why can't you assist the treatment? Wang Zhenxing hesitated for a moment before replying, because I wasn't married, and I didn't have a girlfriend. What does this have to do with whether you is married, whether he has a girlfriend, or not? Lin Ketching is relatively young and doesn't understand much. Of course it's related, because Wang Zhenxing beckoned to Lin Ketching. Lin Ketching was concerned and listened. Wang Zhenxing said a whisper. After listening, Lin Ketching's pretty face turned red like a cooked lobster. Don't ask so much, now you understand. Go to work. Let me continue to waste like this. Anyway, I don't have a girlfriend, and it doesn't really matter if I'm sick or not. Wang Zhenxing's tone was full of self-defeat. Boss Lin Ketching listened distressed, and secretly plucked up the courage to make a decision. What else do you want to say? Wang Zhenxing secretly looked forward to it. Lin Ketching was difficult to speak, and also learned from Wang Zhenxing's just now, leaned his head over and said a whisper. After Chinyi toured the factory floor, he didn't have much work at hand for the time being, and he only felt that he was chatting in every way. After thinking about it, he suddenly took out his mobile phone, opened the V-letter friend interface, and sent a message to Lin Ketching. Young sister, are you busy? Behind the message, there is also a croaking smile to highlight his sunny and cheerful. After sending the message, Chinyi held his mobile phone and waited. But after waiting for a few minutes, no news came back. Chinyi was a little disappointed, but quickly comforted himself. At this time, after the lunch break, the young lady was at work, so she didn't reply to the message. Young sister, reply to a message when you are not busy, let's chat. Chinyi sent a message again, but the interface showed that it was rejected. I was deleted by my sister. Chinyi's face darkened. In fact, the deletion of Chinyi was not operated by Lin Ketching himself, but by Wang Zhenxing. Xiao Lin, I have already helped you delete my friend's son's friend. This kind of street slippery who is not doing his job, you better not even talk to him. Wang Zhenxing returned the phone to Lin Ketching. Well, boss, even if you don't say it, I will delete him. I don't want to pay attention to this kind of person. Lin Ketching said. Also, Kobayashi, just now excuse me. Wang Zhenxing returned to the point. No, it's okay, I've gone to the bathroom to rinse my mouth. Lin Ketching's face blushed, and he immediately asked with concern. Boss, your illness is better, right? The divine doctor who prescribed me medicine said that taking one course of medicine and adjuvant treatment once, a total of 10 courses are needed, and it is only one course of treatment at present. Wang Zhenxing recalled for a while, and then said seriously. 10 sessions. Lin Ketching was taken aback. It's really embarrassing for you, or forget it. Wang Zhenxing sighed. I didn't say no. Lin Ketching grunted. That's hard for you, Xiaolin, I won't let you help in vain. One course of treatment will pay you 50,000 adjuvant treatment fees, 10 courses is 500,000, what do you think? Wang Zhenxing asked. No, boss, if you give me the cost of auxiliary treatment, then I won't help. Lin Ketching immediately refused. She was willing to help and didn't expect anything in return, and if she charged for treatment, it sounded like a deal. Well, then I remember this love in my heart. Thank you Xiaolin, I will introduce you to an excellent boyfriend when I have the opportunity in the future. Wang Zhenxing spoke tactfully, and did not directly introduce himself to her. Lin Ketching didn't hear what was said, and when she heard her boss say to introduce her boyfriend, she felt a little lost. However, after being lost for a while, she found a loophole in her words and turned her worry into joy. Boss, this is what you said, a word is a decision. However, I have a lot of requirements for my other half, and if you don't introduce one that satisfies me, I will keep pestering you. Good. Wang Zhenxing agreed, and immediately arranged some work for Lin Ketching. After Lin Ketching listened, she pursed the corners of her sore mouth and said, well, boss, then I'll go to work. Go ahead. Wang Zhenxing nodded with a smile. The host is very hateful, the heroine of the pretend sick routine. Lin Ketching, the villain. Halo points +30. The heroine Lin Ketching's favorability to the host is +5, and the current total favorability is 65. Adore. The host affects the plot trend, and obtains a counterattack point of 200. The protagonist Chin Yiki luck value is -20, and the host Chi luck value is +20. Wang Zhenxing received the news one after another, and almost couldn't close his mouth with a smile. He can succeed in the routine, and there is some credit to Chin Yi. If it weren't for Chin Yihei, he wouldn't have found such a good pretense to routine. Lin Ketching. The end of the day is approaching. The end of the day. Chin Yi called over and asked about Wang Zhenxing's big bell. After Wang Zhenxing should have done this before, he sent someone to buy the big clock. Xiao Yi, I'll send you an address, you wait for me there, I'll go over as soon as I'm busy here. Wang Zhenxing replied. Leave the revitalization group building. Wang Zhenxing did not immediately set out to see Chin Yi, but found a hotel for dinner with Feng Qianchen, and then watched the cuz for more than half an hour, and then lit a cigarette to smoke, and then slowly drove the Bentley to see Chin Yi. Uncle Wang, why is it taking so long? Chinyi waited for more than an hour, and he couldn't help but feel a little irritable. The company had urgent matters to deal with, and as soon as I didn't eat after I was busy, I rushed over immediately. Wang Zhenxing's appearance was in a hurry, looking like he was in a hurry. Hearing this, Chinyi naturally didn't want to say anything. Can't you let Uncle Wang ignore the company's affairs and come here directly, right? Wang Zhenxing took Chinyi to a nearby temple. The temple was built for more than half of the day, but the project stalled because the investor suddenly went bankrupt. The temple was newly built and did not accept incense from the faithful. The big bell was naturally not stained with the smell of incense, and could be used to depict cursed runes. Chinyi took out the brush and cinnabar prepared in advance and began to draw the talismans in the big bell. After about 3 minutes, Chinyi finished working. Wang Zhenxing looked at the winding patterns in the bell, as well as some ancient characters. Those ancient characters seemed to be birthday 8 characters. As for those rune patterns, they were completely incomprehensible. It's that simple. Is it casually drawing a person's birthday 8 figures, and then adding these patterns, can make this person unlucky? Wang Zhenxing humbly asked, secretly wondering if he could secretly draw one for Chinyi. Chinyi smiled when he heard this. Uncle Wang, don't look at me drawing patterns easily. In fact, there are many doorways, but it is not useful to draw scoops based on gourds. People with a little talent will have to take 10 years and 8 years to master them. 10 years and 8 years to master Shaoyi. You seem to be only 18 years old, right? Wang Zhenxing questioned. I belong to the heavenly prodigy, and I mastered it in less than 3 months. Chinyi's face was full of pride. Your mother is awesome and gave birth to such a smart child as you. Wang Zhenxing gave a thumbs up and praised. The first half of the sentence is sincere, and the second half is false. Uncle Wang, do you want to learn? If you want to learn, I can teach you, but you have to be in Lin. Chinyi wanted to make a deal with Wang Zhenxing. Don't want to. Without waiting for Chinyi to finish speaking, Wang Zhenxing immediately refused. Not to mention that he didn't have the time to learn. Even if he had time to learn, Chinyi wouldn't really teach. Since that's the case, let's say a fart. Chinyi's face turned dark again, but he still said persistently, Uncle Wang, didn't that secretary of yours add me before? I talked to her in the afternoon and found that she had blocked it. Can you help her add me back? Wang Zhenxing patted Chinyi's shoulder and said seriously, Shaoyi, I have already helped you hold the line. You don't grasp it yourself. It's useless to find me. Shaolin is just my secretary. I can only send her at work. For her private life, I have no right to interfere, you say. This Chinyi said, unable to find a reason to refute it. Okay, the gift I will secretly find someone to send to Han Jia's wedding. You are still young, don't always think about the love of children, have time to call your mother's body a little uncomfortable. Wang Zhenxing said again. What? My mom is sick. After hearing Wang Zhenxing's words, Chinyi was taken aback. Alas, I am to blame for this. Wang Zhenxing sighed, and his face seemed to be a little reproachful. Uncle Wang, what did you do to my mother? Why does my mom get sick? Chinyi became alert and asked. Last night I went to your house to connect to the sewer and accidentally broke the water pipe. Your mother stood by and watched, helped me deliver tools or something, accidentally got wet with water, and listened to her this morning. It seems to be cold. Wang Zhenxing said. Chinyi breathed a sigh of relief, secretly saying that he thought too much. Uncle Wang has a problem. What can happen? Uncle Wang, your skills are really poor. My mother also praised you for your ability, can repair light bulbs, repair faucets, and especially can access the sewers. It seems that she looks up to you. Chinyi complained. Accidental. Wang Zhenxing smiled. Chinyi took out his mobile phone and immediately made a call to Shu Yurro. Mom, Uncle Wang said, you don't seem to be feeling well, right? When the phone was connected, Chinyi immediately asked. What did your Uncle Wang tell you? On the other end of the phone, Shu Yurro, who was resting on the bed, was startled and asked. Chinyi relayed what Wang Zhenxing had just said. Yes, that's right, it's a cold. After Shu Yurro listened, she quickly responded. Mom, I'll go home and see you later. Qin Yidao. No need, you can work in the factory with peace of mind. Don't worry about me, I'm just cold. Your Uncle Wang has already helped me buy medicine to reduce swelling and pain, and it will be fine with a day or 2 of medicine. Shu Yurro stopped immediately. Why do you use swelling and pain relief medicine when you catch a cold? Chinyi wondered. After Shu Yurro listened, she couldn't help but be frightened, secretly annoyed that she was careless. In addition to the cold, your mother also knocked her knees. In addition to the medicine for the cold, I also bought an extra medicine to reduce swelling and relieve pain. Wang Zhenxing explained calmly next to him. As a good villain, it is easy to lie, and his face is not red and his heart does not beat, so that people cannot see that he is lying. Uncle Wang, blame you, why should my mother help hand over tools next to me? Chinyi frowned. Yes, blame me. Wang Zhenxing did not deny it, took Chinyi's mobile phone, and apologized to Shu Yurro. I'm really sorry, I didn't grab you in time to cause you to fall. It's okay, it's not to blame you, you were concentrating on things at that time, and it's normal that you didn't pay attention to other things, it was me who was careless. Shu Yurro did not pay attention to it. Also, when I go to the sewers, I shouldn't be so violent, break your water pipes, and make you cold. Wang Zhenxing's tone blamed himself. You are also kind, if the water pipe is broken, it will be good to repair it, it's okay. Shu Yurro said with relief. What to repair, just replace it directly. Chinyi took the conversation. Yes, new one. Wang Zhenxing echoed. Uncle Wang, you broke the water pipe, you got the money for this water pipe Chinyidao. Okay, I'll get out. Wang Zhenxing readily agreed. That's pretty much it. Chinyi nodded in satisfaction. He was still younger, and he didn't realize that the day he was chatting with the other two was not on the same channel at all. After the call, Wang Zhenxing and Chinyi left the temple. On the way to the Bentley, Wang Zhenxing suddenly saw that there seemed to be several red tickets on the ground. But as a company owner, he didn't rush to pick it up, but reached out and flipped a few red tickets to make sure it wasn't fake money that someone had pranked. Seeing this, Chinyi couldn't help but be surprised. The two walked side by side, but Wang Zhenxing noticed it first. Uncle Wang, your fortune is at stake. After Chinyi took a serious look at Wang Zhenxing, he immediately found something. It should be a coincidence. Wang Zhenxing didn't care much. This is really not a coincidence, Uncle Wang, there is a gathering of fortune above your head, ordinary people can't see it, but I can see it. Chinyi said affirmatively, and then asked curiously. When you went to eat before, Uncle Wang, you obviously did not have this kind of fortune on your head, and after leaving that restaurant, you came to meet us just now, what special things did you do during this period? I didn't do anything, just go to work, eat, and go to your house to the sewers. Wang Zhenxing said. That shouldn't be, there must be a reason, Chinyi said firmly. Wang Zhenxing's heart moved. He also said one more thing, that is, the routine Lin Ketching. Chinyi said before that Lin Ketching was super wanting. This is obviously related to Lin Ketching. Lin Ketching can make his fortune happen just by moving his lips. If this completely tricks Lin Ketching, then what will it be? Oh, I remember, when I was at work this morning, I helped an old grandmother cross the street on the road, is this a special thing? Of course, Wang Zhenxing couldn't tell the truth with Chinyi, and he flickered. It seems that Uncle Wang, your fortune has something to do with this. Chinyi was stunned. Doing good deeds does have a small chance of financial luck. So that's it, let's go. Wang Zhenxing said. Wait, didn't you pick up this Uncle Qian Wang? Chinyi hurriedly called out to him. It's just a few $100s. Wang Zhenxing has been overworked recently, his waist is a little sore, and he is too lazy to bend down to pick it up. Uncle Wang, if you don't pick it up, then I can pick it up. Chinyi was delighted, and hurriedly picked up hundreds of pieces on the ground, patted the ash on it, and then put it in his pocket. After parting with Chinyi, Wang Zhenxing drove home and prepared to rest for the night. But as soon as he arrived home, he suddenly received a congratulatory call from a friend. It turned out that at the close of trading this afternoon, the revitalized stock suddenly rose to the limit. Revital's share price has been very flat, fluctuating around 3%. But in the afternoon, the stock price rose directly by 10%. Wang Zhenxing occupies the majority of the equity of Zhenxing. He was worth 800 million, and theoretically, he directly earned 80 million at once. This made Wang Zhenxing extremely happy. At noon, Lin Ketching moved his lips, and the stocks revitalized in the afternoon directly rose to the limit. Wang Zhenxing is almost certainly related to Lin Ketching. After the congratulations of friends, he suggested that Wang Zhenxing sell some of his shares and make a big profit. Wang Zhenxing just smiled and had no intention of selling the equity. As Chinyi said, Lin Ketching is indeed very prosperous. Wang Zhenxing has not even achieved good things with Lin Ketching at present, and he has such financial luck. If a good thing happens, the fortune will inevitably be even greater, and the revitalized stock price is expected to soar. Now selling the equity seems to be a big profit, but in fact it is a big loss. After ending the call with a friend, Wang Zhenxing was in a good mood, and suddenly had no idea of resting, and went directly to the Rolls-Royce store. Han Mei gave 120 million before, and Wang Zhenxing needed cash flow in case the company was in a situation, so he didn't rush to use it. He is now financially fortunate, and it may be difficult for the company to have problems. With so much money on him, of course, there will be a wave of consumption. Wang Zhenxing has long had the idea of changing cars, and before he had not enough funds on hand, he could only think about it. But it's different now. He has more than 100 million cash flow on hand and can open his hands and feet. Coming to the Rolls-Royce store, Wang Zhenxing is ready to order a Phantom. In the urban cool novel, the protagonist goes shopping almost 100% and encounters the plot bridge that is looked down upon by the salesman, and then comes to a face reversal. But Wang Zhenxing is a villain, and the situation of being looked down upon when he goes shopping will not happen to him at all. Of course, the main reason for this is that the protagonists look fishy and it is difficult to feel rich. Wang Zhenxing is different. His body is full of nobility, and his aura is very powerful. At first glance, it is not an ordinary person. As soon as he walked into the Rolls-Royce store, the sales were as if he saw the god of wealth coming, and he was immediately warmly entertained. Wang Zhenxing smoothly settled on a Phantom, and all the options were top-fied, and the whole car was about 12 million. When paying, Wang Zhenxing did not blink at the corner of his eye. Directly brushed 12 million. No way, there is money and willfulness. The salary that Han Mei gave him every month was enough for him to buy 10 units. After completing the formalities, I just wait for the car to be delivered to the door. Wang Zhenxing left the store and prepared to go home. But as soon as she got into the car, Han Mei suddenly called. I'm going to requisition you for an hour. Han Mei did things quickly, did not beat around the bush, and went straight to the topic after the phone was connected. I just arrived home, and I am ready to rest. Wang Zhenxing has been a little tired in recent days, afraid that he will not be in the state, so he politely refused. It's only 6:30, do you think I will believe such words? Han Mei asked rhetorically. I've been busy with work lately, and I'm a little tired. Wang Zhenxing sighed. In a word, okay, or no. Han Mei was also not verbose, and asked simply and bluntly. Okay. Wang Zhenxing agreed hard. After all, as a man, how can you say no? Han Mei got an answer and immediately sent a positioning to Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing turned on the navigation, drove off, and arrived at a mansion 20 minutes later. The mansion has a garden and a swimming pool. The garden is decorated with precious flowers and plants, and the pool is the size of several basketball courts. After Wang Zhenxing saw it, he pondered that he would have time to buy such a mansion again. How much did you buy this mansion? Wang Zhenxing asked curiously. I bought it last year, about 200 million. Han Mei put it mildly. This mansion is one of the many properties in her name, and the price is among the midstream, and she usually does not live much. This time, in order to facilitate the meeting with Wang Zhenxing, I thought of this mansion. The mansion is usually cleaned regularly by special personnel, and the inside and outside are neat and clean. However, in the huge mansion at the moment, there are only Han Mei and Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing heard the price Han Mei said, and temporarily dismissed the idea of buying a mansion. 200 million mansions, he had to work for Han Mei for 2 months to buy it. Han Jia's wedding is imminent, Han Mei has a lot of things to worry about, and time is limited. After casually taking Wang Zhenxing to visit the mansion, Han Mei asked Wang Zhenxing to go to work immediately. Probably past the time of a song. This class is over. Han Mei's favorability to the host is -1, and the current total favorability is 59 heartbeat. After receiving the news, Wang Zhenxing collapsed a little. I've been busy with work lately, I'm so tired, accidents. Wang Zhenxing was embarrassed and quickly explained. After all, he is not ironclad, overworked and naturally stateless, nor is he like the protagonist of Shuangwen in urban novels, he is a natural kidney fighter. Han Mei didn't complain about anything, but because her expectations were too high, she couldn't help but feel a little lost. It's okay. Han Mei said incorrectly. Wang Zhenxing saw that she was really lying and wanted to continue to explain, but suddenly felt that the more she explained, the worse it might be. To make Han Mei believe it immediately, unless Shu Yurro and Feng Qianchen are found as witnesses. It's just that this operation is not realistic. I left beforehand, you can rest here and leave tomorrow. After Han Mei said this, she left immediately. Wang revitalized the communication system and checked the current counterattack points. Counterattack points, 1200. Wang Zhenxing did not hesitate, directly consumed 1000 counterattack points, exchanged for a dragon and tiger pill, and immediately withdrew it and took it. After a little digestion and absorption, Wang Zhenxing felt extremely excited. My waist is sore. The leg doesn't hurt anymore. I feel like I can go up to the 50th floor in one go. Taking out his mobile phone, Wang Zhenxing immediately dialed Han Mei's number. You're not far yet, are you? Wang Zhenxing asked on the phone. You're off work now, is there anything else? Han Mei was puzzled. I want to go to work. Wang Zhenxing said. I have something to go back to deal with now. Tomorrow my son gets married. I have time to watch the ceremony. If I don't have time, then forget it. That's it, bye-bye. After Han Mei finished speaking, she quickly ended the chat. Wang Zhenxing was a little regretful, but soon he didn't get entangled. Anyway, he and Han Mei are still cooperating, and there will definitely be opportunities to show top business capabilities in front of Han Mei in the future. Wang Zhenxing left the mansion and drove to the commercial plaza. He had long planned to go to Han Jia's wedding, so naturally he couldn't go empty-handed. Coming to the commercial square, Wang Zhenxing took a casual look, walked into a jade shop called Sheng Tang, spent 500,000 yuan to buy a set of jade jewelry, and asked the clerk to pack it in a gift box. Next, the location of Han Jia's wedding was in a luxurious manor. The manor is worth 1 billion yuan, which Han Mei bought to give to her son Han Jia as a wedding gift, and it is also the place where Han Jia lives after marriage. Outside the manor, luxury cars are like rain. As the richest woman in Qingling, Han Mei's connections are naturally very wide. There is an endless stream of guests at the gate of the manor. Wang Zhenxing walked into the manor and put the gifts he brought in the gift storage place. There is a receptionist at the depository who notes down the name of the giver so that it is clear which gift was given by which guest. Wang Zhenxing specially looked at the gift storage place, and saw that there were piles of gifts, large and small, and all of them were wrapped. The big clock that Chini drew the talisman was packaged and sent over, only a fake name was needed, and it was impossible to find out who sent it afterwards. Of course, Wang Zhenxing did not want the Han family to collapse. Han Mei is now a cooperative relationship with him, and the collapse of the Han family does not benefit him in the slightest. The reason why he agreed to Qin was just to see if Qin's means of drawing talismans were powerful. When you get the answer, just go and catch a black dog in time. Wang Zhenxing put away his thoughts, his gaze also withdrew from the pile of gifts, and turned around to prepare to walk towards the wedding venue. But when he turned around, he saw an elegant and noble young beauty. Uncle Wang, hello. The elegant and noble young beauty greeted Wang Zhenxing with a smile. You are. Wang Zhenxing looked at the strange beautiful face in front of him, and felt familiar, but he couldn't remember it for a while. My name is Tang Chinga. The young beauty smiled and said her name. Hearing this, Wang Zhenxing recalled, and almost said, it turned out to be Xiaoya. I haven't seen it grow so big in a few years, let your uncle hug. But fortunately, he braked the car in time to maintain his positive image. Wang Zhenxing and Tang Chinga's father Tang Zheng were friends when they were young, and they had a very good relationship. The Tang family is in the jade business, and the Sheng Tang jade shop that Wang Zhenxing went to yesterday is the Tang family's industry. When Tang Ya was very young, Wang Zhenxing still hugged her, and even took a bottle to feed her milk powder to drink. Although Wang Zhenxing at that time was only a teenager, he could be regarded as having watched Tang Ya grow up. It's just that a few years ago, Tang Chinga went to study abroad and didn't come back during the period. Wang Zhenxing has not seen Tang Chinga for several years, and her impression of Tang Chinga is still stuck in her youthful appearance in high school. Unexpectedly, after 4 years, Tang Chinga has completely stood tall, growing from a little girl to a big girl. It turned out to be Xiaoya. I haven't seen it grow so big in a few years, and my uncle almost didn't recognize it, I'm sorry. Wang Zhenxing smiled. I haven't seen it for a few years, and Uncle Wang has changed a lot. Tang Chinga looked at Wang Zhenxing seriously. Yes. Where has changed? Wang Zhenxing was slightly stunned. Become more Tang. Chinga wanted to say, becoming more handsome, but suddenly realized that it seemed a little inappropriate to say this about elders, so she changed her words, it has become more stable. Oh, it's okay. Wang Zhenxing smiled, and then casually asked, Xiaoya should graduate now, should she inherit the family business or start her own business? Take over the family's business. Tang. Chinga replied without hesitation. Her father Tang Zheng has not been in very good health in recent years and often runs to the hospital. Tang Chinga is a good boy with a lot of filial piety, so he wants to inherit the family business and does not want his father to continue to work for the company's affairs. It's really a good boy, it's good to inherit the family business. Wang Zhenxing praised, and was not surprised by Tang Chinga's answer. Tang Chinga has been a good girl since she was a child, listening to her elders, she has never rebelled, and it is reasonable to grow up and inherit the family business. By the way, I haven't seen you for a few years, Xiaoya should be looking for a boyfriend, right? Wang Zhenxing suddenly thought of something, and immediately asked jokingly. Nope. Tang Chinga shook her head. You've always been in love, right? Wang Zhenxing asked instead. None either. Tang Chinga then shook her head. Wang Zhenxing was a little surprised. Tang Chinga is 22 years old, and she has not been in love. In this day and age, it is difficult to find even a 22. What's more, Tang Chinga is still so beautiful, there must be many suitors. I haven't been in love yet. This is a bit outrageous. Unless. Wang Zhenxing's heart moved, and he immediately checked Tang Chinga's information. Heroine. Tang Chinga Chi Luck Value, 231. Heroine Aura, 209. Combat Power Value, 36. Charm Value, 99. Ability Goldfinger, Full Level Business Mind. Fortune Range, Financial Luck Advanced, Gambling Luck Advanced, Wangfu Elementary. After glancing at the information about Tang Chinga displayed in his mind, Wang Zhenxing instantly realized. What was originally thought to be unreasonable suddenly became reasonable. As a heroine, it's normal that you haven't been in love. Lin Ketching is like that. Even the female partner Feng Qianchen related to the plot has never been in love. After sorting these out, Wang Zhenxing couldn't help but feel a little worried. As a qualified villain, can you let the heroine go? Definitely not. He used to treat Tang Chinga as a junior, but now. The host has evil thoughts about the heroine Tang Chinga, and the villain halo points are +20 Wang. Zhenxing soon received the prompt message. Is this okay? Wang Zhenxing looked at Tang Chinga, and his brain made up some indescribable pictures. However, I did not receive a message from the system this time. Wang Zhenxing gave up directly, guessing that this kind of reward can only be swiped once, and there is no way to go to the card bug. Xiaoya, I'll go to your house as a guest when I have time. Lest Tang Chinga be on guard, Wang Zhenxing did not chat with her more, just happened to see a friend, and after talking with Tang Chinga, he went over to greet his friend. After a few years, Uncle Wang not only did not grow old, but lived younger and younger, and was also very attractive. But why did Uncle Wang never get married? Tang Chinga looked at the figure not far away, and muttered secretly in her heart. Wang Zhenxing exchanged a few pleasantries with his friends, and soon saw Han Mei. Han Mei wandered among the guests, greeted some acquaintances one by one, and finally came to Wang Zhenxing's side. Mr. Wang is also here, welcome and welcome. Han Mei showed a smile, greeted very normally, saw Wang Zhenxing's complexion was excellent, and then asked in a low voice, the spirit looks quite good, did you rest well last night? Of course, does Han always have to change places to chat? Wang Zhenxing replied in a low voice. It's not impossible, but there are only 2 songs in time, follow me. If Han Mei wants to entertain guests, it is naturally impossible not to show up for a long time. You're a little too disrespectful. Wang Zhenxing was surprised. Please, the time of 2 songs, I already respect you a lot. Han Mei said seriously. It seems that first impressions are really important. Wang Zhenxing couldn't help but sigh. That's second impression, but work hard, I hope you can improve a little. Han Mei said this, but did not hold out much hope. But as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly covered his heart. What's wrong, is it uncomfortable? Looking at her actions, Wang Zhenxing asked suspiciously. Suddenly, my heart was beating very hard. Han Mei frowned. Give me the wrist. Wang Zhenxing said. Han Mei was puzzled, but still stretched out her hand according to the words. Wang Zhenxing diagnosed her pulse. You are still healthy, but the endocrine is slightly disordered, and you should often have insomnia. You, the owner of a daily chemical company, actually see a doctor. Han Mei was very surprised. My family's ancestor is Langjong, an ancestral medical skill. Wang Zhenxing casually made up a reason. You can say this with a pulse. It seems that you have 2 brushes. Can you prescribe some medicine to treat my insomnia problem? Han Mei asked for help. She was plagued by insomnia for a long time, went to a big hospital to see it, and took medicine to eat, but it was useless. It's useless for you to take medicine for this symptom, because you don't have a husband, plus you're old again, Wang Zhenxing whispered. When Han Mei heard this, she was immediately very embarrassed, and quickly complained, "That's over, I don't think you can cure this disease." After speaking, without waiting for Wang Zhenxing to speak, she said again, "It's just that what does this have to do with the strong heartbeat I had just now? It's just a coincidence, isn't your heartbeat normal now? Believe me, you're not seriously ill." Wang Zhenxing estimated that the big gift sent by the secret sent person should be at the wedding venue, and he understood the reason in his heart, but of course it was impossible to mention this matter. Will something happen on this happy day? Han Mei was a little worried that this was an ominous sign. Why do you say that? Wang Zhenxing looked at her with some surprise. When I used to die my husband, my heart suddenly beat very hard. Han Mei said very uneasily. After hearing Han Mei's words, Wang Zhenxing couldn't help but be a little stunned. I have to say that Han Mei's premonition is quite accurate. What can happen on a big day? You think too much. Wang Zhenxing breathed a sigh of relief. Han Mei nodded in response, but the uneasiness in her heart did not disappear. As time passed, more and more guests came to the wedding venue. Soon the auspicious time also arrived, and the wedding ceremony began. A couple of newcomers appeared, slowly approaching under the gaze of many guests. It's so romantic. At the viewing platform, Tang Chinga couldn't help but sigh after seeing it. As a woman, when I see someone else getting married, I can't help but be a little moved. Xiaoya also has this day, don't envy. After hearing this, Wang Zhenxing next to him quipped. Not long after Tang Chinga returned, many people in the Qingling business community did not know her. In this place, Wang Zhenxing is the person she knows best. Therefore, when watching the ceremony, Tang Chinga chose to stay with Wang Zhenxing in order to be less bored. Uncle Wang, don't make fun of me. Tang Chinga was thin-skinned and blushed. After speaking, for fear that Wang Zhenxing would continue to tease, she turned to say. Uncle Wang, I have a question, I really want to ask you, don't you know it's convenient? That's up to you to ask why. Wang Zhenxing said. Why have you never been married? Tang Chinga hesitated for a moment before asking this slightly sensitive topic. This question, she wanted to know when she was a teenager, but she didn't dare to ask it before, and took advantage of the fact that she came to watch the ceremony at someone's wedding, and there was an atmosphere, so she asked about it. Of course, Wang Zhenxing couldn't tell the truth with this little niece, but he was very curious to see her. His heart moved, and he sighed and said. Because, I'm waiting for someone. A simple sentence made Tang Chinga smell the breath of the story, and the fire of gossip in her heart burned. Wait for whom? What is the name of this person? How old is she? The person who can make you wait for Uncle Wang must be very beautiful, right? Tang Chinga asked again and again, becoming more and more curious. She's beautiful, it's just that I can't be with her. Wang Zhenxing let out a long sigh. Why can't we be together? Because of the worldly vision. Who is she and is related to Uncle Wang? Tang Chinga became even more curious and kept asking. She's me. Halfway through speaking, Wang Zhenxing's gaze withdrew from Tang Chinga's pretty face and looked to the other side. The newcomer is going to take the oath, shish. Tang Chinga felt so sorry, but she didn't dare to say more, so as not to affect people's weddings. The ceremony has reached a critical moment, the couple has finished their wedding vows, and then exchanged rings. The ceremony is finally complete. Many guests applauded and congratulated. Seeing this, Han Mei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But at this moment, Han Jia coldly vomited a mouthful of blood, and then fainted on his head. The bride, on the other hand, suddenly had a crooked mouth. The sudden situation surprised everyone present. Han Mei immediately stepped forward to check on her son Han Jia, called a few times, but did not get a response, so her eyes searched for Wang Zhenxing's figure in the field. Wang Zhenxing walked out of the crowd and came to Han Jia's side to check it out. While Han Mei was waiting, she received several calls in a row. 3 important subsidiaries of Fenghua Group were temporarily suspended for investigation due to suspected improper business transactions. The successive situations caught Han Mei, who had experienced strong winds and waves, by surprise. How is my son? Compared with the company's situation, Han Mei was more worried about Han Jia's safety. It's not life-threatening, Wang Zhenxing replied. Han Mei breathed a slight sigh of relief, but without waiting for her to say anything, she only listened to Wang Zhenxing and said. But it will be difficult to say later. What disease does he have? Han Mei asked. He's just weak, and he's not sick, Wang Zhenxing said. Then why did you suddenly vomit blood and faint? Han Mei was puzzled. Don't you think it's strange that so many things are happening in your house at once? Of course it seems strange, but why is that? Han Mei felt helpless. Wang Zhenxing did not answer immediately, but suddenly closed his eyes, and then pretended to pinch his fingers and calculate. Someone is calculating your Han family, Wang Zhenxing said after a long time. Uncle Wang, you still know medical techniques and feng shui techniques. Tang Chinga also came over to check the situation, saw this scene, and suddenly couldn't help but ask. Knowing these skills, why did you start a business? Han Mei also looked at Wang Zhenxing, and had the same doubts as Tang Chinga. These are all skills handed down from my ancestors. I should have inherited my ancestral business and become a doctor or feng shui master, but a doctor needs a license to practice medicine, and a feng shui master needs a name. In short, I can't do these 2 lines. In order to survive, I made a decision that went against my ancestors, that is, to turn to business and become a businessman. Faced with the doubts of the 2, Wang Zhenxing slowly said. After Tang Chinga and Han Mei listened, they understood. You said that someone calculated my Han family, so there is a way to crack it. Han Mei seemed to see a glimmer of hope. I've been a businessman for too long, and my skills are a little wasted, so I'll try to give it a try. Wang Zhenxing has a serious doubt. Okay, what do you need me to do? Han Mei asked. I don't need you to do anything, Wang Zhenxing shook his head, and then looked at Tang Chinga. Xiaoya, can you do a small favor? What do you need my help with, Uncle Wang, you say? Tang Chinga is a warm-hearted and naturally willing to help. It's not that difficult, it just needs a hair from you. Wang Zhenxing is mysterious. Doesn't I have a woman's hair? Han Mei remembered that Wang Zhenxing had rejected her just now, and couldn't help but protest a little. What I need is unmarried woman's hair, do you have it? Wang Zhenxing said in more detail. Hearing this, Han Mei immediately shut up. Tang Chinga blushed slightly, then pulled off a hair and carefully handed it to Wang Zhenxing. Here you go, Uncle Wang. Wang Zhenxing nodded, took Tang Chinga's hair, and then his mouth moved, as if he was chanting some esoteric mantra. After reciting the incantation, Wang Zhenxing threw strands of hair into the air. The strands of hair were blown by the breeze and went in one direction. Wang Zhenxing looked in the direction where his hair was flowing, and finally focused his attention on the gift depository. Dismiss the guests first, Wang Zhenxing whispered to Han Mei. Good. Although Han Mei didn't understand, she still did so, apologized to the guests, and tactfully let the guests leave. Uncle Wang, then I'll go too. Tang Chinga saw that many guests left one after another, and she was embarrassed to continue to stay, and she felt a little regretful in her heart, because she felt that she had not seen Uncle Wang show his skills. Xiaoya, you are your own person, don't avoid it. Wang Zhenxing stopped. Tang Chinga felt sweet in her heart when she heard this. Get some people to come and take these gifts apart. After Wang Zhenxing pretended to be a ghost, he felt that it was almost the same, so he pointed to the pile of gifts and said to Han Mei. After hearing Wang Zhenxing's order, Han Mei immediately called someone to come over and open a gift. This wedding hired a lot of labor, which is called how many people are good to do. In a few moments, piles of gift boxes were unpacked. The true face of each gift is revealed. One of the large bells is especially dazzling among the many gifts. After Han Mei saw it, she was even more angry. On this big day, who actually sent a bell? It is clearly the mold that touches the Han family. What kind of bastard actually sent this kind of thing? If I let me know, I must peel this person's skin, Han Mei said angrily. The corner of Wang Zhenxing's mouth twitched secretly. Han Mei immediately asked the recorder to check who sent the big clock. The recorder looked through it and said a very unfamiliar name. Han Mei was completely unimpressed by this name, guessing that it was a fake name. After all, how can you use your real name when you do this kind of thing secretly? There should be something wrong with this big clock, right? But can just a big bell make so many strange things happen to the Han family? Han Mei asked Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing pondered, and after a pause of more than 10 seconds, he responded to Han Mei, if it's just an ordinary bell, it definitely won't be like this. In my guess, there is something in it. Han Mei was concerned and said to the people around her, turn this big bell over. Several people joined forces to turn the bell over, and the red runes inside the bell appeared. Sure enough, it seems that there is a despicable villain with a refined water technique, who is calculating your Han family. Wang Zhenxing spoke. Han Mei looked at this evil thing and frowned, then how to crack it, directly discard this big bell, can it solve the problem? No, your son is already in a state of disguise, and throwing this big bell away now will not solve the problem. Wang Zhenxing shook his head. So what to do? Han Mei asked nervously. The ancestral medical skills, I have now been considered to have mastered them, but the feng shui number has only learned some skin. I have one of this method, but whether it is useful or not, I am not sure. Wang Zhenxing did not pack a ticket, saying that it would definitely be solved. After all, Chini was guarding against him, and there was a possibility of lying to him. In case the method is useless, isn't he embarrassed? What is it? Han Mei asked. Go find a black dog, take part of its blood, and then splash it on the runes in the bell. Be sure to hurry, it may be too late to be late. Wang Zhenxing replied. Han Mei nodded and hurriedly sent someone to find it. After about 10 minutes, the black dog blood was taken. Someone carried a basin and splashed a black dog into the bell. After a while, Han Jia sobered up and asked blankly what happened. Han Jia's bride, the symptoms of crooked mouth and slanted eyes disappeared and returned to normal. Han Mei's tense nerves finally relaxed, revealing a smile like the rest of her life after the disaster, extremely grateful to Wang Zhenxing. Tang Chinga witnessed this scene, opened her eyes, and couldn't help but cast adoring eyes at Wang Zhenxing. The female villain Han Mei has a favorability rating of +10 for the host, and the current total favorability is 69. Adoration. The heroine Tang Chinga has a favorability of +10 for the host, and the current total favorability is 40. Close. The host destroys the protagonist Qin Yi's revenge plan and gets a counterattack point of 400. The protagonist Qin Yi's luck value is -40, and the host's luck value is +40. Han Mei called her son and daughter-in-law over and asked the two to thank Wang Zhenxing. Uncle Wang, thank you so much. I don't know how to repay it. If you don't dislike it, I will recognize you as a godfather. Han Jia heard Han Mei tell the process, and he was also very grateful to Wang Zhenxing, plus he was intimidated by Wang Zhenxing's aura, and willingly raised this matter. Godfather. After Han Jia's wife heard this, she didn't wait for Wang Zhenxing to agree, and directly shouted sincerely first. Seeing this, Han Mei did not mean to object, but just waited for Wang Zhenxing's response. I am friends with your mother, friends are in trouble, I should help, I accept your kindness, I am not married, if I become a godfather, I must not let you shout old. Of course, Wang Zhenxing did not want to agree to this kind of thing, and immediately politely refused. He still prefers to get closer to young people, which will facilitate communication with the heroine. Hearing Wang Zhenxing's refusal, Han Mei was a little disappointed, but she did not force it. By the way, it's best to hide the matter of the big bell for the time being, let alone pass on the things I cracked. Wang Zhenxing instructed Han Mei. I understand. Han Mei nodded. Even if Wang Zhenxing didn't mention it, she would have done it. The guy behind the scene just wants to deal with the Han family, and the innocent Wang Zhenxing is involved. Of course, he has to hide it. Xiaoya, you shouldn't say it either, right? Wang Zhenxing asked Tang Chinga. Uncle Wang, don't worry, my mouth is very tight, and I will never say it, Tang Chinga assured. That's good. Wang Zhenxing smiled. In the meantime, Tang Chinga also took her leave and left. She took over the jade business of the Tang family, and she was also a busy person, and there were many things to deal with. Uncle Wang, since you know how to heal, can you show my father when you have time? Before leaving, Tang Chinga suddenly remembered something, so she said to Wang Zhenxing. Well, I'll definitely go to your house when I have time. Wang Zhenxing said. Then wait for Uncle Wang to come here. Tang Chinga's face was full of joy. After Tang Chinga left, Han Mei received a call. Several companies that were suspended for investigation by Fenghua were cleared of suspicion after investigation and can already operate normally. After Han Mei received the news, she was happy at the same time but also felt incredible. A large bell with a spell painted can make the Han family have various problems. When the law of the big bell is cracked, all problems are solved, which is really evil. Hard work on you. This is my affiliated gold card. The monthly amount is 50 million, take it and relax. When there was no one around, Han Mei handed a gold card to Wang Zhenxing. How embarrassing am I? Wang Zhenxing said on his lips, but his hand directly took the gold card and put it in his pocket. When Han Mei saw his operation, she couldn't help but be stunned, and she was a little smiling after reacting. It's really upright, but it's cute. Han Mei praised, and the more she looked at Wang Zhenxing, the more pleasing her eyes were. Describing a man as cute is not a compliment. Wang Zhenxing frowned. Otherwise, what do you praise? Or, what do you want me to praise you? Han Mei asked with a smile. Of course, the business ability is excellent. Wang Zhenxing was still entangled in the previous affairs. I thought that only women like to listen to nice words, and it turns out that men also like to listen to nice words, but even if I praise you so much, I am clearly lying to you. Well, don't make a face, even if your business ability is average, I like it, sincerely, I will not lie to you. Han Mei rarely softened. Let's talk in a different place. Wang Zhenxing knows that there are some things, no matter how much it is useless, it can only be proved with facts. In the evening, Wang Zhenxing left the Han family's manor and said goodbye to Han Jia. Uncle Wang is leaving, where is my mother, why don't you come and send it? Han Jia felt a little strange, so he called and asked Han Mei. Mom, Uncle Wang said that he was leaving, don't you come to send it off, doesn't it seem to snub people? The phone was connected, Han Jia said. I'll rest in the room, you send Uncle Wang. Han Mei spoke with a weak look. Mom, what's wrong with you, are you not feeling well? Han Jia listened to Han Mei as if she was sick, and immediately asked with concern. There's a lot going on today, it's just a little tired, it's not a big deal. Han Mei's voice was weak. Okay then, Mom, you have a good rest, I'll send Uncle Wang. Han Jia hung up the phone and respectfully sent Wang Zhenxing to the door of the manor. Uncle Wang, you go slowly, you have time to come here as a guest. Han Jia had a smile on his face and handed Wang Zhenxing a valuable cigarette. Okay, I'll come when I have time. Wang Zhenxing took the cigarette light, took a lazy and leisurely puff, and then left in a Bentley. The female villain Han Mei has a favorability rating of +10 for the host, and the current total favorability is 79, unswerving affection. In the car, Wang Zhenxing checked the news he had just received, leaned against the car window, and smoked a few more cigarettes with a smile. Next, near lunchtime, Wang Zhenxing received a call from Chini inviting him to dinner. Wang Zhenxing could probably guess Chini's intentions, so he agreed to him. Leaving the company, Wang Zhenxing drove a Bentley to the restaurant where he had eaten with Chini last time. When ordering, Chini learned well this time, and lied in advance that he only brought 1,000 yuan to let Uncle Wang order leisurely. Wang Zhenxing couldn't pit him like last time, so he ordered some dishes at random. Uncle Wang, I saw the news that Han Jia vomited blood at the wedding, and the wedding venue was in chaos, but then it was fine, what is the situation? While waiting for the food to be served, Chini entered the topic and asked Wang Zhenxing. Limited information was reported in the news. Moreover, the media at the wedding at that time were still media companies under Fenghua Group. The news announced to the outside world is just what Han Mei wants everyone to know. Some things that are inconvenient to spread out are naturally all hidden. There was a little accident. After Han Jia vomited blood and fainted, a relative of the Han family who knew the number of feng shui techniques found the source of the problem, and then broke your method. Wang Zhenxing looked around, and after making sure that he couldn't pay attention, he answered Chini mysteriously. There is such a thing. How did that man break my law? Chini was surprised and asked. At that time, Han Mei asked many people present to avoid it, and I don't know exactly how to break the law. Wang Zhenxing shook his head. It's really a mistake that the Han family actually has relatives who know feng shui numbers, I should have used more clever means at that time. Chini stomped his foot, very regretful. God doesn't help you, this can't help, you can't fight the Han family, it's better to give up. Wang Zhenxing deliberately agitated. This time I was careless, counting the Han family lucky, but I won't let the Han family go. Chinyi gritted his teeth for a while, then asked instead, Uncle Wang, I asked you to check where Han Jia's ancestral grave is, did you find it? Since you insist on revenge, I will not advise you either. Where is Han Jia's ancestral grave? I haven't found it yet, I'll tell you if I find it. Wang Zhenxing said. Then please Uncle Wang. Uncle Wang thanked him. Are you trying to do something to people's ancestral graves? What's the use of this? Wang Zhenxing asked. Destroying the feng shui of Han Jia's ancestral tomb, so that Han Jia's love is hindered and his career is blocked, it is always that everything is not going well. Chinyi felt that it was nothing to tell Uncle Wang, and he didn't hide it. After answering, he suddenly remembered something again, and he said again, Uncle Wang, I have applied many times, Lin Ketching just doesn't add my friend. Uncle Wang, you are a very good person, please help again, let Lin Ketching add my friend back. I'm so big, it's really the first time I've been so moved by a girl, please, Uncle Wang. Seeing Chinyi's sincere appearance, Wang Zhenxing secretly felt funny. The first time you have been so attracted to a girl. What about pulling calves? Shouldn't it be the first thing to be attracted to that fairy master of yours? Even if I force Lin Ketching to add back your friend, what's the use of people not talking? Take a step back, even if people talk to you, what can you do? You don't think that just chatting on your phone can catch people down, right? Wang Zhenxing struck. Chinyi's face was a little displeased when he heard this, but he did not refute it, obviously agreeing with Wang Zhenxing's words. The high phoenix will come, and the flowers and butterflies will come. You have to improve yourself more, don't always be cranky, as long as you are good enough. Are you afraid that you will not be able to attract the girl you like? Wang Zhenxing spoke earnestly and poured chicken soup on him. Uncle Wang, you are so right, I should work hard to make money. Chinyi felt that it made sense when he heard it, and he was not pestering Wang Zhenxing to let him add back to Lin Ketching's friend. That's right, work in an electronics factory. Wang Zhenxing smiled and patted Chinyi's shoulder. But before I can develop, what if Lin Ketching finds another boyfriend? Chinyi soon realized another problem. Lin Ketching is very busy at work, not so idle, most of the time in the company, dealing with the company's employees. You know, our company absolutely forbids office romance, so don't worry about this at all. Wang Zhenxing said with relief. No matter how busy you are, there is always free time. Uncle Wang might as well be like this. You let Lin Ketching work overtime and let her work more, so that she has less time and no mind to focus on falling in love. Chinyi thought of a good idea. Well, for your mother's sake, I'll help you. Wang Zhenxing agreed with a smile. When Chinyi heard this, he was finally relieved. After a while, the dish came up. After Wang Zhenxing finished dinner, he went to see Feng Qianshan's new cuz. After watching cuz, he was still full of energy. Wang Zhenxing had to sigh that the 1,000 counterattack points were really worth it. His current physical state, dare not say that it is iron, but in fact, it is almost the same. In the afternoon, Wang Zhenxing made a call to Han Mei. Free, I'm free now. After receiving the call, Han Mei quickly said. I don't have time now, I have something else to ask you. Wang Zhenxing said. Han Mei was lost for a moment. What are you going to ask me? Where is your husband buried? Wang Zhenxing asked. What do you do with this all of a sudden? Han Mei was surprised. On a whim, I want to go to worship. Wang Zhenxing said flickeringly. Han Mei was so shrewd, of course she knew that Wang Zhenxing was hiding something. However, she didn't care what Wang Zhenxing's purpose was, she only believed one thing, that is, Wang Zhenxing would not harm her. In the Yang'an cemetery, Han Mei replied. After Wang Zhenxing got the answer he wanted, he said something nice, coaxing Han Mei's heart to feel embarrassed, and then hung up the phone. Looking through the address book, Wang Zhenxing found Shu Yurro's number and wanted to make a call to ask where Shu Yurro's husband was buried. However, Wang Zhenxing's phone number has not yet dialed, but he first received a call from Shu Yurro. I'm much better today and can already cook. Do you have any after-work entertainment? On the phone, Shu Yurro's gentle and delicate inquiry sounded. There is one. Wang Zhenxing responded to Shu Yurro's question on the phone. In fact, he was very idle today, and he didn't socialize after work, but just deliberately fooled Shu Yurro. Well, don't drink too much, pay attention to your body. Shu Yurro was a little disappointed, but she didn't force it. Although there is an entertainment, I can push it off. Wang Zhenxing said again. Shu Yurro was overjoyed when she heard this, but she was afraid of delaying Wang Zhenxing's business, so she just said, entertainment is more important, I still won't bother you. It's nothing to make less money, you are the most important thing, I'll put off the entertainment in a moment and go to your place for dinner later. Wang Zhenxing actually wanted to ask Shu Yurro a question, but he thought of asking the same question in person, so he said so. The host lied a lot, deceived Shu Yurro, and obtained 10 villain aura points. Successfully brushed the reward, Wang Zhenxing nodded with satisfaction. On the other end of the phone, Shu Yurro was so moved that she responded softly, for me, you are also important. After ending the call, Wang Zhenxing paid attention to the situation of the stock market. The stock of the revitalization group has risen by 5% since the last time it rose to the limit, and then returned to a stable state. Wang Zhenxing is not like Chini, who can see the fortune above his head. But it can probably be guessed that the financial fortune obtained by letting Lin Ketching assist treatment before should have been almost consumed. Wang Zhenxing really wanted to add financial luck. It's just that I told Lin Ketching before that taking medicine for a course of treatment is only once to adjuvant treatment. If you want to routine Lin Ketching, you will have to talk about it in at least a day or two. Although a little cautious and anxious, in a day or two, Wang Zhenxing can still afford to wait. After work, Wang Zhenxing drove a Bentley to Shu Yurro's house. Shu Yurro made the meal in advance, and as soon as Wang Zhenxing arrived, he could basically start eating. When eating, "Where is your husband buried?" asked Wang Zhenxing coldly. "Buried in the Yong'an cemetery." Suddenly asked, "What is this for?" Shu Yurro was a little puzzled. "Nothing, just want to go to worship." Wang Zhenxing replied. "You really have a heart, I haven't been to worship for a long time, and even I almost forgot what he looked like." Shu Yurro said. "Isn't that going to be?" Wang Zhenxing was a little unconvinced. "What to lie to you, I didn't get married because of love, but I didn't dare to disobey my parents' orders, I had no feelings for him, I haven't been to worship for more than 10 years. Shu Yurro explained a little, and then said tenderly. "Okay, don't mention this, I have all you in my heart." "What about Xiao Yi?" asked Wang Zhenxing with a smile. "Xiao Yi is my son, this is different." Shu Yu Judao. "Speaking of Xiao Yi, he forget it, or don't say it." Wang Zhenxing stopped talking. "What's going on, are you in conflict with him?" asked Shu Yurro a little nervously. "It's a bit of a contradiction." Wang Zhenxing said. "Xiao Yi is a little disobedient, it's my mother's bad job, if you don't feel comfortable in your heart, just be angry with me." Shu Yurro's eyes were expectant. If one day, Xiao Yi and I are in a mess and have to let you take sides, what will you choose?" asked Wang Zhenxing tentatively. Shu Yurro was silent for a moment, and evaded and said, "Don't ask me this kind of question, okay?" Wang Zhenxing looked disappointed. "No," Shu Yurro was sad and wanted to explain. "Forget it, don't say it, eat and eat." Wang Zhenxing stopped chatting, and ate with a sullen head. Shu Yurro was also not good to continue to say anything. The scene fell silent. After Wang Zhenxing finished eating, he silently walked outside. "Are you leaving? Don't you sit for a while?" Shu Yurro came over after making tea, a little confused after seeing his actions, and hurriedly asked. "I'm so tired that I want to go out alone for a walk." Wang Zhenxing didn't have any obvious expression on his face, and after speaking, he didn't wait for Shu Yurro to respond, and left directly. Shu Yurro was stunned in place for a while, and then chased out. Although Chinyi is very important to her, in the year that Chinyi disappeared, although she was worried, she could still live normally. Wang Zhenxing is different. How old Chinyi is, and how many years has Shu Yurro survived? Now that she has finally survived, if she continues to survive, she will go crazy. When the son grows up, maybe he will have a daughter-in-law and forget his mother in the future. But the partner is different, this is the person who will accompany him for a lifetime. Shu Yurro chased out and stopped Wang Zhenxing downstairs. "You are my life, if you leave me, I will die." Shu Yurro couldn't be reserved anymore, eager to express her heart. "Well, I suddenly remembered that something had fallen in your house." Wang Zhenxing turned back to get something. Shu Yurro was stunned for a moment, then sneered, and followed happily. Wang Zhenxing's business ability was already excellent, and after taking the Dragon Tiger pill, his business ability was improved by several grades. Even the Chengxin Hu concubine in history is beyond reach. Early morning. Shu Yu was radiant, got up very early, and prepared a hearty breakfast for Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing finished breakfast and went downstairs to drive. The female partner Shu Yurro has a favorability of +8 to the host, and the current total favorability is 90, unswerving to death. The host affects the direction of the plot, and obtains a counterattack point of 500, the protagonist Chinyi luck value is -50, and the host Chi luck value is +50. Starting the car, Wang Zhenxing did not rush to leave, but checked the news received last night. The business ability is better, and the customer is naturally more satisfied. Wang Zhenxing recalled for a moment, then put away his thoughts, then turned on the navigation and set the destination at the Yong'an Cemetery. Since the father of Chinyi and Hanjia was buried in the Yong'an Cemetery, this saved some trouble. Yong'an Cemetery is located on Yong'an Mountain in Qingling and is a commercial cemetery. After Wang Zhenxing came to the vicinity of Yong'an Mountain, he parked the car, then put on a hat, sunglasses and a mask to cover his appearance tightly. After doing this, he came to the management office of Yong'an Cemetery and found the top management in the management office. The manager was a middle-aged man in the Mediterranean, with a shiny head. Wang Zhenxing didn't say a word, and directly slapped the bearer check of 1 million on the desk. The manager stretched his head, carefully examined the check, his face was shocked, and then quickly went to close the office, and returned with a smile. "This boss is really generous, I don't know what you want to help." Seeing this manager's familiar appearance, Wang Zhenxing knew that the other party had not done anything bad. However, Wang Zhenxing does need such a person to help him. After all, it is impossible for him to do the hard work of digging people's graves himself. "I want to adjust the coffins of the 2 old tombs, but no traces can be seen. This million should be a deposit. If you can do it well, I will pay you the final payment of 2 million in the future." The management was still a little confused when they heard someone ask for this new thing. "Can't do it." Wang Zhenxing slowly reached for the check on the table. The bald manager looked greedy, reached out to take the check first, and said with a smile, "Boss, don't worry, although I haven't taken over such a business before, but I have a professional team, this matter must be done for you in the past. There were also some people who bribed him and did some dishonorable things, but the shot was at most hundreds of thousands smaller, like Wang Zhenxing, who directly gave 1 million deposit, or the first time he encountered. Of course, he did not want to miss such a good opportunity to make a fortune. Midnight. The sound of bumping came from the gloomy cemetery. I saw that under the moonlight, 8 people were digging graves with hoes, and their movements were very skillful and sharp. In addition to these 8 diggers, there are also 2 lookouts. Wang Zhenxing was the supervisor next to him, and after seeing the neat excavation actions of these people, he was slightly surprised and curious about the profession of these people. When the graveyard was almost dug and the coffin was revealed, these people sharply pried open the coffin board and searched for valuable funeral goods. Wang Zhenxing was suddenly a little stunned. He remembers the bald manager who led the team saying that there was a team of professionals. Wang Zhenxing was still curious at that time, what kind of professional team it was. Now I kind of get it. This so-called professional team is estimated to often do some business in the cemetery to search for funeral goods. And the facts are just as Wang Zhenxing guessed. These people quickly dug the graves of Hanjia and Qinyi's 2 old sons, and after searching for valuable funeral items, they replaced the coffins. The soil was then backfilled, then the cemetery tiles were repaved and all traces of the soil were cleaned up. The 2 cemeteries looked the same as they were before the excavation. Wang Zhenxing almost gave a thumbs up and boasted, "Professional." When things were done, Wang Zhenxing was not verbose, and directly paid the final payment of 2 million. "Thank you, boss." The bald manager accepted with a grin. Wang Zhenxing deliberately covered up his appearance to avoid being recognized. Now that the transaction is complete, it is natural to leave quickly. Next, during the lunch break, Lin Ketching boiled up the medicine and brought it to Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing wanted to support Lin Ketching as before, but this time there was no good reason. After a while, the medicine also cooled. In the end, Wang Zhenxing drank a few sips of brown soup under Lin Ketching's concerned gaze. Gagging. This time Wang Zhenxing was really gagging, but not pretending, vomiting so that tears were about to come out, and it took a while to slow down. "Boss, there is more than half left, finish the medicine." Lin Ketching said softly. "It's so hard to drink, I can't drink it." Wang Zhenxing shook his head. Good medicine is bitter. If you want to cure the disease, how can you not drink medicine? Lin Ketching persistently persuaded. Counting the time, it seems that by the second treatment, I feel much better than before. Wang Zhenxing suddenly said. Lin Ketching helped boil the medicine at noon every day, and Wang Zhenxing wanted to think of supporting her every day, and now there was almost no reason to find it, so it was not a way. After all, Wang Zhenxing can't really drink medicine. Although there is no harm in drinking this medicine without illness, it is too difficult to drink. Boss, are you better? Lin Ketching's face was full of joy. I'm not sure, or how about you do me another favor? Said Wang Zhenxing tentatively. Yes, you can. Lin Ketching had long promised to help. Naturally he would not object, but shyness was inevitable. It's just a lunch break, and there's plenty of time. Host routine Lin Ketching, and seize it without going against his will, and obtain part of the protagonist Chini's abilities, which are 10 years of true chi, superior swordsmanship, superior light skill. Note: the reward against the heroine's will is halved. The heroine's will is rewarded twice if it does not go against the will, and the heroine's initiative is rewarded doubled. The host greatly affects the plot trend, and obtains a counterattack point of 1000. The protagonist Chini's luck value is -100, and the host's luck value is +100. Closing square bracket dot. Wang Zhenxing received the system message and was surprised and delighted. It turns out that the woman who robbed the protagonist can still get part of the protagonist's ability. So if you snatch all the heroine, can you get the full ability of the protagonist? Wang Zhenxing excitedly checked his panel, the combat power value item. Combat power value, 1534. The value is exactly the same as Chinyi. It is like copying the protagonist's combat power. In terms of force, Wang Zhenxing is now not inferior to Chinyi at all. In this way, it would be easier to deal with Chinyi. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The company is running, and the employees return to their posts and go to work. The manager of the marketing department came to the office to report to Wang Zhenxing. After the manager walked into the president's office, he saw Wang Zhenxing sitting on the office chair, and Lin Ketching was crying, standing not far away. Secretary Lin, what did you do wrong? When the marketing manager saw Lin Ketching like this, he knew that she was being scolded again. Lin Ketching didn't speak, just sobbed there. The marketing manager saw that she was very aggrieved, and did not continue to tease, but seriously reported to Wang Zhenxing. After the report, the marketing manager left the office and closed the door. Xiao Lin, go to work. Wang Zhenxing wanted to escape, when nothing happened. Only good old people who do something wrong will want to be responsible. I want to resign. Lin Ketching's tone was firm. You're a good employee, the company needs you, you can't quit. Why don't you tell me yourself, what do you want to do? Wang Zhenxing didn't want to let her go, so he asked tentatively. I don't know. Lin Ketching was confused. In fact, I am surprised that my illness can get better so quickly, and this is all due to you. The doctor who prescribed me medicine at that time said that the person who helped me with the auxiliary treatment was best my wife, because the psychological bonus of feelings can make the disease heal faster. Wang Zhenxing was ready to change his mind to stabilize Lin Ketching, so he said with an affectionate face. Hearing this, Lin Ketching stopped sobbing and her eyes gradually brightened. So, you know what I mean? Asked Wang Zhenxing. Got it. Lin Ketching turned worry into joy. She is not a fool. When it comes to this, how can she not understand? In fact, she could obviously oppose it at that time, but because of her emotions, she still acquiesced. It's just Wang Zhenxing spoke again, but after saying 2 words, he paused again. Just what? Lin Ketching twitched. You also know that our company prohibits office romance, and I, as the boss, should lead by example. Wang Zhenxing looked embarrassed. That's right. Lin Ketching also felt that this was a problem. I just told you to go to work, and I thought you could understand what I meant, but I knew that you were clamoring to quit. Wang Zhenxing said. I was too stupid to understand it, but now I understand. Lin Ketching smiled. But Ching, you are really understanding, then in front of outsiders, we are still the same as before. Wang Zhenxing then said the key point, took a tissue to wipe the tears on her snow-white face. I listened to you. Lin Ketching nodded obediently, and then said joyfully, so, I'm your girlfriend now, right? Wang Zhenxing lightly tapped her forehead, but with little effort. Lin Ketching's smooth forehead was knocked, frowning and pretending to be painful, but his heart was as sweet as eating honey. The heroine Lin Ketching has a favorability rating of +5 for the host, and the current total favorability is 70, unswerving. Leave work in the evening. In order to stabilize Lin Ketching, Wang Zhenxing was ready to send her home, and by the way, they went to have a meal together to add some sense of ritual to today's special day. Lin Ketching is naturally willing. Just before leaving the president's office, she deliberately went to the lounge inside, rolled up the sheets with a red face and put them away. When Wang Zhenxing saw her stealing something, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and only after reacting, he smiled heartily. In order to avoid being seen by colleagues, Lin Ketching left first and went to a place near the company to wait. Wang then left, went to the parking lot to pick up the car, and then went to pick her up. After receiving the person, Wang Zhenxing specially went to a restaurant that was far away and had never been to eat with Lin Ketching. After eating, Wang Zhenxing sent Lin Ketching home. You live far away from the company, change the place, you rent a house near the company, so that it is convenient for you to work, and it is safe. After looking at the slightly humble rental house, Wang Zhenxing suddenly said, "The living environment here is not good, and it is a bit far from the company." Wang Zhenxing pondered that if he came to Lin Ketching's house to eat in the future, it would be very inconvenient. "No need, it's okay here, I can just live here." Lin Ketching has paid rent for several months, and if he moves out, the rent cannot be refunded, and he is very distressed about the money. "If you live near the company, it is convenient for me to find you, and I am not used to living in this kind of place, even if I live occasionally, I feel uncomfortable." "Are you sure you don't want to live in another place?" asked Wang Zhenxing. "That all right." Lin Ketching blushed and nodded. Wang Zhenxing directly on the mobile phone, and Lisuo transferred 500,000 to Lin Ketching. Lin Ketching received the transfer information and hurriedly refused, insisting on transferring it back to Wang Zhenxing. She wanted the relationship between the two to be pure and did not want to mix interests. "It's really not wrong to say that you are stupid." Wang Zhenxing couldn't laugh or cry, secretly sighing that Lin Ketching was worthy of being the heroine. She was so good that she didn't want to give her money. "Just when I advance your salary, you use it first. Use this money to rent a good house, and then buy some beautiful clothes and cosmetics. Don't you want to dress up more beautifully?" Seeing Lin Ketching's stubbornness, Wang Zhenxing persuaded from another angle. "But it's only 500,000, and it's all already given, and he doesn't even bother to take it back. Anyway, Hanmei gave him 150 million a month. I went to Yong'an Cemetery and hired a professional team to plan, and it cost 3 million. It's just a small meaning of 500,000. Moreover, the money spent by Lin Ketching, Wang Zhenxing can also benefit. The house can make him live more comfortable, Lin Ketching is dressed more beautifully, and he is more pleasing to the eye. Okay, then count the salary advance for me. Women are pleasing to themselves, Lin Ketching no longer refuses. The heroine Lin Ketching has a favorability rating of +3 for the host, and the current total favorability is 73, unswerving. You are a little tired today, rest well, see you tomorrow. Wang Zhenxing waved his hand and said thoughtfully. Well, see you tomorrow. Lin Ketching also waved his hand, with a sweet smile on his face. Wang Zhenxing turned to leave, but only a few steps away, Lin Ketching called out to him. Is there anything else? Asked Wang Zhenxing. Lin Ketching did not speak, but took a few steps forward, leaned his head forward, and clicked like a dragonfly. I love you and always will love you. Lin Ketching said this sentence with a red face. I love you too, always have loved you. Wang Zhenxing responded smoothly, lying is as simple as eating and drinking water. However, after saying this, he did not receive the news that he had been rewarded with villain aura points for deceiving Lin Ketching. That doesn't seem to be deception either. Wang Zhenxing quickly reacted and thought of the reason. I have always loved Lin Ketching, and there is nothing wrong with this. Indeed, it has always been, just love Lin Ketching. It's just that after calming down, I immediately regained my sanity, thinking with my brain, and not with something else. Leaving Lin Ketching's house, Wang Zhenxing received a call from Chini. Uncle Wang, have you found out where the ancestral grave of the Han Jia family is? Asked Chini. I was just about to call you, and I have already found out that Han Jia's father is buried in number 99, the 90th row of the Yong'an Cemetery. Wang Zhenxing replied on the phone. 369, go up, no wonder the Han family's business is doing so well, It seems that the feng shui of the cemetery where Han Jia's father is buried is very good, but that's the end of it. Chinyi sneered on the phone. What are you going to do? Do you need me to prepare something for you? Asked Wang Zhenxing. No need, I can do it myself. Chinyi refused. It was not that he suspected that Wang Zhenxing would get in the way, but for the sake of safety, he wanted to do all this himself. Okay, then you go do this as soon as possible. I won't talk to you, I'm going to drive to your mother's place for dinner. Wang Zhenxing is not afraid of Chinyi's force now, and he is naturally not as cautious in doing things and speaking as before. Uncle Wang, why do you always run to my house, and it's almost dark? After hearing this, Chinyi was suddenly a little dissatisfied. Your mother just called me and had to invite me over to dinner. If I don't go, wouldn't it be without face? Uncle Wang, after you finish eating, remember to leave quickly. My mother is a widow, and she is easy to gossip. Chinyi instructed. For more than a year since you disappeared, I often went to your mother's place. If someone gossiped, they would have said it a long time ago. How could it wait until now? Okay, I won't tell you. If I go late, your mother is estimated to be in a hurry. Bye. What's late? My mother will be anxious. What do you mean? Hey. After Chinyi heard Wang Zhenxing's words, he immediately thought about it, and immediately wanted to ask Wang Zhenxing what was the situation, but Wang Zhenxing had already hung up the phone. Full of doubts, Chinyi redialed Wang Zhenxing's number and wanted to ask clearly. However, the phone indicates that the phone call has been turned off. Chinyi was so angry that his teeth itched, but he was a little helpless. It wasn't dark yet. Chinyi left the factory, took a taxi to the Yang'an cemetery, and according to Wang Zhenxing, successfully found Han Jia's father's grave. The tombstone has the name and photo of the deceased, as well as the name of the person who erected the monument, Han Mei. Chinyi carefully checked and confirmed that it was correct, and then pretended to worship, taking advantage of the feng shui of the cemetery, so that the descendants of the deceased in the tomb would not go well in the future. Han Jia, your good day has turned up. Chin Yi felt a sense of revenge in his heart, and he couldn't help but laugh. Host behind-the-scenes manipulation, causing Chinyi to destroy his father's graveyard feng shui and get a counterattack point of 500. The protagonist Chinyi's luck value is -50, and the host Chi luck value is +50. Wang Zhenxing, who had just arrived at Shu Yurro's house, suddenly received the news and couldn't help laughing. After Chinyi moved on Han Jia's father's tomb, he followed the road with his memory to find his father's tomb, and then worshipped. After the worship, Chinyi also explored the feng shui of this cemetery and found that the feng shui pattern of the cemetery was flat. It's no wonder that I didn't do things well before, and it wasn't sure that it was related to the feng shui in my father's grave. Chin Yi said silently, then carefully looked at the surrounding environment, and with some effort, changed the feng shui pattern here, so that his father's cemetery could hide the wind and water, from the original ordinary to a good feng shui good tomb. As long as a little time passes, the feng shui pattern is fully effective, and I will definitely be able to harvest both my love and career. After Chinyi did everything, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl, looking forward to his bright future. Okay, it's time to go back and see Mom. Chinyi thought of another thing, and the smile at the corner of his mouth couldn't help but converge. He had seen that Wang Zhenxing was guilty of peach blossoms before, but he felt that Wang Zhenxing had something wrong and could not do anything substantial, so he didn't care much. But when I called just now, judging from Wang Zhenxing's attitude, I should have developed quite well with Shu Yurro. Chinyi didn't want to see this happen. Even if Wang Zhenxing couldn't do anything substantial, Chinyi would still feel very uncomfortable in his heart. Chinyi left the Yang'an cemetery and took a taxi directly home. It was already 9:30 in the evening. Chinyi estimated that Wang Zhenxing had finished eating and left. After all, there is a problem with Wang Zhenxing. What is the use of staying? Chinyi just wants to take advantage of Wang Zhenxing's absence and talk to Shu Yurro alone. Knock knock. Chinyi came to the door and reached out to knock on the door, but after waiting for a while, there was no response. Knock. Knock knock. Mom, it's me, Xiao Yi, are you at home? Chinyi shouted while knocking on the door, but still did not get a response. Won't go out, right? Chinyi guessed, turning his head just in time to see the neighbor's door open, so he stepped forward to ask the neighbor if his mother Shu Yurro was out. Probably not. I heard a noise in your house just now, creaking, as if you were fixing something. The neighbor's aunt, who was a little behind the ear, replied to Chinyi. Is it? Chinyi was startled, and then took the liberty to go to the neighbor's house to listen to it. The neighbor's aunt is a good person and did not object. Chinyi walked into the neighbor's house, listened with his ear against the wall, and heard his mother Shu Yurro's voice, but this voice was a little strange. Taking out his mobile phone, Chinyi dialed a number to Shu Yurro suspiciously. Shu Yurro directly hung up the call, and then sent a message to Chinyi. When Chinyi looked at it, he knew that Shu Yurro had 3 hurries, so he didn't open the door in time. After getting the reason, Chinyi was not in a hurry, so he waited outside the door, and after about 20 minutes, Shu Yurro opened the door. I saw Shu Yurro's face flushed and sweaty. Mom, are you uncomfortable? Chinyi saw that Shu Yurro's expression was wrong, worried that she was sick. No, it's just too hot. Shu Yurro explained. Chinyi nodded. Now that the weather is relatively hot, it is impossible to install air conditioning in the bathroom, right? Chinyi walked into the house and glanced around each room, but did not see anything. Xiao Yi, what are you looking for? Seeing Chinyi's actions, Shu Yurro chuckled in her heart. Uncle Wang went back after eating, right? Asked Chinyi. Yes, he finished eating and left. Shu Yurro nodded. Mom, I have something to ask you, you have to answer honestly, don't lie to me. Chinyi saw that there were no outsiders and wanted to talk to Shu Yurro properly, so he said. Xiao Yi, what do you want to talk to me about? Asked Shu Yurro cautiously. Are you and Uncle Wang together? Chinyi looked into her eyes. No, no. Shu Yurro's gaze dodged. Then use Uncle Wang to swear, if you tell a lie, let him not die well. You kid, Uncle Wang is so good to our family, why curse people? Shu Yurro was angry. Look at what makes you anxious, you and Uncle Wang must have something. Chinyi was also very angry. Shu Yurro tried to calm herself down for a while, and then said, now that you know, then you should have more respect for Uncle Wang. I don't like Wang Zhenxing, this person, you broke off contact with him. Chinyi said solemnly. He is so good to you, why do you hate him so much? Shu Yurro was surprised, feeling that Chinyi was a little unconscionable. Since you marry my father, you should remain absolutely faithful. Chinyi found a high-sounding reason. When Shu Yurro heard this, she was immediately shocked. And said reasonably, your father has been dead for many years, and he died before you were born. Not to mention in modern times, even in ancient times, after the death of a woman's husband, she can marry someone else, let alone now. Marry from the husband, and the husband dies from the son. Mom, you should listen to me, anyway, I won't allow you to be with him. Xiao Yi, I can promise you everything else, but this one can't. Shu Yurro, who had always been weak, hardened his attitude. In short, there is him without me, you choose by yourself. Chinyi didn't want to back down, breaking the jar and breaking the road. Shu Yurro stumbled under her feet, tears slowly flowed out, and said sadly. Xiao Yi, you really broke my heart, your father went early, I was only 18 or 9 years old, I had to raise a child like you, do you know how difficult it is for me? It is indeed not easy for her mother to raise herself so big alone, and what she said just now is indeed too broken for her heart. Mom, I let you stay away from Uncle Wang, also for your own good. Chinyi changed his mind and put away his previous tough attitude. Why is this for my own good? Shu Yurro didn't understand. Uncle Wang, he has a problem, you are with you, there will be no happiness, platonic love, only exist in beautiful stories, unrealistic. Chinyi persuaded bitterly. Although he is a little white, Chinyi has heard a phrase called, 30 wolves, 40 tigers. Plato-like love, a girl may be able to accept, but Shu Yurro is not a girl. Xiao Yi, according to what you said, as long as Uncle Wang is not sick, then you don't object. Shu Yurro's eyes flashed with a hint of hope. Yes, that's right. Chinyi nodded like a chicken pecking rice. Wang Zhenxing's problem cannot be good in a short time, and he needs to take Chinese medicine for a long time. When Wang Zhenxing was about to get better, Chinyi had a way to let Wang Zhenxing's illness continue to prolong. Xiao Yi, that's what you said. Shu Yurro wiped her tears and suddenly laughed. Chinyi was stunned, and suddenly had a bad premonition. Revitalize, come out, said Shu Yurro with a smile and looked at the wardrobe in the bedroom. The words fell. Snap. The wardrobe opened abruptly. Wang Zhenxing, wearing pants, made a brilliant appearance. Although he walked out of the wardrobe, it did not affect Wang Zhenxing's charm and handsomeness in the slightest. It's just that because I wear a pair of big pants, I don't look so dignified. Chinyi watched Wang Zhenxing appear brightly, stunned, unable to say a word for a long time. He has 10 years of true qi, and his perception is not bad. The wardrobe is so close, he actually didn't notice the breath of someone in it. After thinking about it, Chinyi could only think that it was because he quarreled with Shu Yurro just now, which caused some excitement, so he didn't find that there was a person hidden inside. These are not the keys, though. Wang Zhenxing, what are you doing dressed like this, hiding in my closet? Asked Chinyi, jumping to his feet. It's all to blame on your mother. I wanted to make it clear to you, but she had to let me hide. Wang Zhenxing explained. It's okay now, Xiao Yi, he doesn't oppose us. Shu Yurro smiled. Wait, when did I say I didn't object? Chinyi was a little confused. Xiao Yi, you are an adult now, but if you want to talk, you say it yourself. As long as Uncle Wang is a normal person, you will not object to our affairs. Shu Yu said with a straight face. That's right, I mean. Chinyi suddenly stopped halfway through his words, realizing something. Xiao Yi, you are really my savior. Wang Zhenxing looked excited, holding Chinyi's hand and said, Divine Doctor, thanks to your medicine, my illness has finally improved. The medicine he prescribed to Wang Zhenxing was obviously very slow, and it would not be effective at all in a short time. Is your illness really better? Chinyi was a little suspicious. It's true, Wang Zhenxing replied. Chinyi didn't quite believe Wang Zhenxing's words, so he turned his head to look at Shu Yurro, hesitated slightly, and then asked, Mom, is Uncle Wang's illness really better? Chinyi looked at her expression, and he really believed it. The host caused the protagonist Chinyi's mentality to be damaged and obtained 300 counterattack points. Receiving the news, Wang Zhenxing felt a little surprised, and then excitedly held Chinyi's hand again, and said fakely. Xiao Yi, don't worry, although you are not my biological child, I will still treat you as my biological son. Mud Kai, I don't want you to be my father. Chinyi was very repulsed and threw away Wang Zhenxing's hand. Xiao Yi, what's wrong with you? There is no politeness at all. Shu Yurro saw that Wang Zhenxing was wronged, and immediately rebuked Chinyi. After reprimanding, he said softly to Wang Zhenxing, Zhenxing, I'm sorry, I didn't teach him well. It's okay, children don't understand things, I won't take it to heart. Wang Zhenxing waved his hand generously. You are so good, being with you is a blessing that I have cultivated for several lifetimes. Shu Yurro leaned on his shoulder. I'm also grateful to God for letting me meet you. Wang Zhenxing said softly. Enough. Seeing that there was no one next to them, and his heads gradually began to come together, Chinyi immediately screamed strangely, breaking this strange atmosphere. There is still something going on in the factory, I went to work. Chinyi regretted saying to Shu Yurro that Wang Zhenxing would not object if he was not sick, but the words he said were like water spilled out, and he couldn't take it back. If he continues to oppose it, the result will only be a stalemate with his mother Shu Yurro. You can only see and ear clean. After speaking, he turned around and prepared to leave. Xiao Yi, it's late, it's not safe to be alone, is it okay for Dad to drive you to the factory? Said Wang Zhenxing enthusiastically. Yes, let Dad send you. Shu Yurro also echoed. No need. Chinyi turned around angrily. Alas, this kid, don't be angry with you, it's that he doesn't understand things. It's okay, the little ones are rebellious, I can understand that. You're so nice, Jen husband, can I call you like that? Of course, don't you always shout that when we are there. Walking to the door, Chinyi also heard the voice of the two people in the house, and he couldn't help but slam the door and leave. The host caused the protagonist Chinyi's mentality to be damaged, and he obtained a counterattack point of 200. Chinyi left the community, did not take the car, but walked back to the electronics factory with anger, saw flowers and plants on the road, had to reach out to pull it, encountered cats and dogs, and couldn't help but kick it. When I arrived at the electronics factory, although my mood was still relatively bad, I vented, and my mentality was not as explosive as before. Xiao Yi, how do you look sullen? As soon as he entered the electronics factory, the director happened to inspect the workshop and saw that Chinyi who was approaching him looked a little wrong, so he asked with concern. Something unhappy happened at home. Chinyi said vaguely. Hearing this, the director of the plant did not ask the reason. The family has a difficult scripture, Chinyi's family affairs, it is best not to ask more. Xiao Yi, you have such powerful medical skills, staying in my factory, you really have some talent. The director suddenly sighed. I also want to treat people and save lives, but opening a medical center requires funds, and practicing medicine also requires a certificate, which is not so simple. Chinyi sighed, then his eyes brightened slightly, and said to the factory director. Factory director, how about you help me? The director said. This way Chinyi regretted. Although I can't figure it out, I have a friend who should be able to handle it. He has connections in the medical bureau. As long as he helps, he can definitely help you settle the qualification matter. The director smiled and said. Chinyi turned his worry into joy, and said with some excitement, this is great, factory director, can you help me with this? Since I told you this, I am naturally willing to help you, but only if I believe that you are skilled in medicine. This is useless, you need to make my friends believe it, then you can handle this matter. The director said with a smile. How can this be proven? Asked Chinyi. My friend is sick and can't be cured when he goes to a big hospital. If you can cure him, isn't that the best proof? Said the factory director. People who can be bosses are naturally human spirits. He went to find someone to help, it was to consume human favors. Although Chinyi had treated him before, he also paid Chinyi and promoted Chinyi to the deputy director of the workshop. Chinyi's business ability is not good, and he often leaves his job all day. The director turned a blind eye to these things. In the view of the director of the plant, the kindness of the previous treatment has been cancelled. Chinyi offered to help, but the director of the factory was not good to refuse, so he backhanded Chinyi with a difficult problem. If Chinyi can cure the other party, the factory director can also gain a favor. Director, what's your friend's name and what industry is it? Asked Chinyi. His name is Tang Zheng, his family is in the jade business, you should have heard of Tang's jade, right? Replied the factory director. Tang's jade is so famous, of course I have heard of it. Chinyi nodded sharply and said joyfully, Director, when do you have time? The director said. Good. Chinyi's previous depression disappeared by half, and his mood suddenly improved. As long as Tang Zheng is cured, not only can the matter of the qualification certificate be settled, but he will definitely get a large treatment fee. After all, Tang Zheng is such a big boss, I heard that he was still kind and charitable, and he cured his disease himself, he will definitely not skimp on the treatment fee. Night. Tang family mansion. In the warm bedroom with pink style, Tang Chinga, wearing a white precious silk dressing gown, couldn't sleep over and over. It has been a few days since the agreement with Wang Zhenxing, but he still did not wait for Wang Zhenxing to visit the Tang family and see his father Tang Zheng. Could it be that Uncle Wang didn't take this matter to heart at all, or simply forgot about it? Tang Chinga secretly guessed. Reaching out and pressing the bedside lamp, she got up and took out her mobile phone and flipped to Wang Zhenxing's number. It's 11 o'clock at night, isn't it too presumptuous to call Uncle Wang, in case someone is here? Tang Chinga said silently in her heart, a little hesitant, but she thought about it. Uncle Wang is not married, and he has no girlfriend, he must be the same as himself, what can he do except rest this night? In order to let his father Tang Zheng's illness be treated as soon as possible, Tang Chinga did not care about disturbing Wang Zhenxing's rest, and dialed Wang Zhenxing's phone. Uncle Wang, I'm really sorry to call you so late, didn't disturb your rest, right? After the phone was connected, Tang Chinga said embarrassedly. It's Xiaoya, I haven't rested yet. Wang Zhenxing replied. He was energetic, and it was only 11 o'clock at night, resting so early to do something. Then Uncle Wang, are you busy now? Tang Chinga did not directly say the request. Wang Zhenxing looked down at the back of Han Mei's head slightly, and then replied to Tang Chinga, oh, I'm working overtime. Uncle Wang, you are so diligent, no wonder the business is doing so well, at this point in time, you are still working overtime in the company. Tang Chinga said with admiration. I wasn't in the company, I was outside, and I took a part-time job. Wang Zhenxing told the truth. Uncle Wang, you are a big boss, and you still work part-time. Tang Chinga was amused, thinking that Wang Zhenxing was joking. What about the boss? This part-time salary is considerable, who will be afraid of more money? Wang Zhenxing said reasonably. With 120 million part-time jobs a month, how many people can refuse? Change cars for mansions, currently rely on this part-time job. Uncle Wang, you're busy, so talking to me on the phone won't affect you, right? Asked Tang Chinga. It doesn't matter, Xiaoya, you called so late, shouldn't it be to chat with me, is it to help your father heal? Wang Zhenxing only then remembered what he had promised Tang Chinga before. He has been too busy recently. It can be said that he has every opportunity. If it weren't for Tang Chinga's call, he would have forgotten about it. Uncle Wang, you really know when you are free? Asked Tang Chinga expectantly. Xiaoya, don't worry, I've always remembered this, but I've been too busy these days to get out. Tomorrow, I'll go to the company to arrange things, and then I'll come to your house right away. Wang Zhenxing said solemnly. Okay, tomorrow I will be at home waiting for Uncle Wang to come. Tang Chinga was delighted. That's it first, Xiaoya, I'm still busy here, so I won't talk to you more. Out of the corner of his eye, Wang Zhenxing saw that Han Mei was casting his eyes at him, as if complaining that he was not attentive at work, so he ended his chat with Tang Chinga. This is not for fear that Han Mei will deduct his wages. It was afraid that Han Mei would suddenly shout and let Tang Chinga hear it, then something big would happen. Early morning. As soon as the genius dawned, Chini woke up from the staff dormitory. Today, I want to go to the Tang family to treat Tang Zheng's illness. As long as things go well, I can not only get a large treatment fee but also solve the problem of medical qualification certificate. As long as the qualification certificate can be obtained, then he can open a medical center specializing in the treatment of incurable diseases, specifically for the treatment of rich people. With his medical skills, it was only a matter of time before he became rich. As long as his career is successful, is he afraid that he will not be able to catch up with Lin Ketching? Chin. Yi was full of longing in his heart, and went to brush his teeth and wash his face. When I brushed my teeth, I found that I had no toothpaste, and when I washed my face, I found that the towel hanging outside the window was blown away by the wind. He was slightly depressed, but it didn't affect Chin Yi's beautiful mood too much. Chin Yi simply rinsed his mouth with water, then rubbed his face with his hand as a towel, and then went to eat breakfast in the factory cafeteria. But when I walked into the factory cafeteria, I found that there was no breakfast today. Chin Yi asked the reason, only to know that the chef who made breakfast in the cafeteria accidentally broke his leg and couldn't make breakfast. However, in order not to let employees work hungry, the canteen found a way to make up for it a little, that is, each person was given a packet of instant noodles. Chin Yi took the instant noodles and went to the dormitory to boil hot water. But when the hot water is boiled, I find that there is no seasoning package in the instant noodles. What's going on today? Chin Yi frowned, barely ate a pack of tasteless instant noodles, and filled his stomach a little. After a while, the director of the factory called and said that he was waiting for him at the factory gate to go to Tang's house together. Chin Yi came to the gate of the factory and got into the director's Land Rover. The director drove the car and drove Chin Yi to the Tang family. The car was halfway down the road, and suddenly it shook. What's going on? It won't turn out the fire, right? Chin Yi was surprised. Don't worry, my car has been driving for 2 years, and it has never turned off halfway. The director was full of confidence, but as soon as the words fell, the engine stopped rotating, causing the car to stop in the middle of the road. Hell, it's really turned off, the director complained, turned his head to look at Chin Yi, wanted to complain about his crow mouth, but in the end he endured it and did not speak. This car won't break, right? Asked Chin Yi. It shouldn't be possible, just start it again. The director reignited, but found that he could not fight anything, got out of the car to open the hood and looked at it, and found that the engine was smoking and emitting a pungent smell. It seems that something is wrong with the engine. The director glanced at Chin Yi a little speechlessly, and then called someone to come over to tow the truck. Let's take a taxi to Tang's house. The director of the factory spoke with Tang Zheng on the phone this morning, saying that he would go over immediately, afraid that people would be in a hurry, and after calling the tow truck, he stopped a taxi on the side of the road to go to Tang's house. But in the process of going to the Tang family, there was a big traffic jam, obviously about 20 minutes away, but it took nearly an hour to reach the destination. After getting out of the taxi, the factory director and Chin Yi looked at each other suspiciously. The director of the factory is thinking that his car has not had any problems in 2 years, but Chin Yi sat in the car. There was a problem. Could it be that Chin Yi is a broom star? Chin Yi was thinking that he had just changed the feng shui of his father's cemetery, and everything should go smoothly, but when he woke up from the factory dormitory early in the morning, he encountered various problems, so he suspected that the factory director's obscurity affected him. However, without waiting for the two to say anything, a person came out of the Tang family's mansion to greet them. It is Tang Chinga, who has a noble temperament. Chin Yi's gaze was instantly attracted to the past, and he was immediately stunned, just for a second or two, and even thought about the names of the two children's future children. Tang Chinga came out to greet the guests on behalf of her father, with a polite and decent smile on her face. It's just that when he found Chinyi's obsessive look, he felt a little unhappy in his heart. However, she is a very cultivated girl. Even if she is displeased in her heart, she will not say anything to reprimand. "Uncle Lin, please come inside." Tang Chinga didn't look at Chinyi, but just said to the other person next to him. "Brother Tang is really a blessing to give birth to such a beautiful girl." Director Lin praised with a smile, walked to Chinyi's side, pulled his arm, and whispered, "Let's go, don't look." Director Lin is a personal essence. Seeing Chinyi looking at people like this, how can he not guess his thoughts? Tang Chinga, who studied in a prestigious university abroad, is the future heir of Tang Jade, and wants to inherit the billions of family property of the Tang family, and is a veritable proud daughter of heaven. Chinyi was really a little whimsical. At the very least, it's whimsical now. Chinyi now has no money or a name, just a nobody. Of course, although Director Lin thought so in his heart, of course, it was impossible to say it with his mouth, which made Chinyi displeased. After all, Chinyi's medical skills are indeed brilliant. What if this kid really cures Tang Zheng and becomes famous in the future? There was a maid who brought good tea to entertain. "Old Lin, wouldn't the doctor you were talking about be this young man?" Tang Zheng's face was full of surprise when he saw the person brought by Director Lin. "Don't underestimate him. I recently inspected the workshop for a sudden illness, and he treated me." Director Lin explained with a smile. Tang Zheng's expression slowed slightly, and he looked at the young and immature Chinyi. "Little friend, forgive me, may I ask, which famous doctor do you learn from?" Tang Zheng heard Director Lin say that Chinyi was not simple, so he was naturally curious about Chinyi's mentorship. "My master's name, you haven't heard it yet." Chinyi didn't want to mention the name of the fairy master to people. Besides, the fairy master was not a worldly person, and the people who said it here had not heard of it, so it was better not to say it. When Tang Zheng heard this, his expression darkened slightly. If there is no reputation, then it is not a famous doctor. It is estimated that it is a barefoot doctor. He went to many major hospitals and failed to cure this disease. It is a relatively difficult and intractable disease. Can a young man who looks less than 20 years old be cured? "Old Lin, if you come over early in the morning, you won't be looking for fun with me, right?" asked Tang Zheng as he looked at Director Lin and asked jokingly. "I'm not bored yet." Director Lin shook his head, and then gave Chinyi a wink, suggesting that he show his hand to prove himself. "Uncle Tang, I look at your appearance. If you guessed correctly, you should have a disease called cardiac neurosis. I don't know if I am right." Chinyi looked at Tang Zheng and quickly made a judgment. "Almost all my friends know what kind of disease I have." Tang Zheng's expression remained unchanged. His illness is no secret, and Director Lin is one of those in the know. "Your cause is because of qi stasis and blocking the heart pulse. If you want to treat it, you can use the method of activating blood stasis, channeling qi, nourishing blood and relaxing the liver. I can acupuncture for you. In a moment, you can cure most of your illness." Chinyi continued in order to win his trust. "Acupuncture." Tang Zheng glanced at Chinyi, only to see that he was empty-handed, and he didn't bring any medicine boxes or the like. Where is there a doctor who doesn't even want a medicine box? "That's right, acupuncture." Chinyi nodded towards Tang Zheng. "What about your silver needles?" asked Tang Zheng with some amusement. "I didn't bring it, please ask someone to buy a set." Chinyi only said to Director Lin last night that he would come to see Tang Zheng this morning, but he really didn't have this preparation, and he didn't have time to buy silver needles in advance. Tang Zheng couldn't help but smile, but unexpectedly at this moment, he suddenly felt some chest tightness and palpitations, and his face showed pain. "Lao Lin, I want to go to rest. Thank you for coming to visit. I have time to visit you." Tang Zheng issued an eviction order. "I can really cure your disease, you don't believe me," said Chinyi urgently. "As a doctor, you don't even bring the bare minimum things with you when you go to the clinic. How do you make me believe?" asked Tang Zheng, clutching his chest. "Of course I have these things, but I was in a hurry to go out and forgot to bring them. I don't believe you," asked Director Lin. Chinyi pinned his hopes for development on Tang Zheng. Of course, he was unwilling to leave just like that, so he pulled the calf and said, Yes, that's right." Seeing that Chinyi was confident, Lin Lang felt that he might really be able to cure Tang Zheng's illness, so he cooperated with him to lie. "Lao Lin, you better take him away. this kid may know some medical skills, but there must not be much. Last time maybe he accidentally hit and treated you. I won't believe him, let him acupuncture at will, I'm afraid I will die faster. Tang. Zheng is very uncomfortable now, unwilling to talk more, just wants to go to the bedroom to rest. Uncle Lin, I'll send you guys. Tang Chinga couldn't wait to speak. She has already made an appointment with Wang Zhenxing, and asked Wang Zhenxing to see her father. Naturally she will not put her hope in others. Beauty, your father's expression is a little wrong, it may be life-threatening, and he must be treated immediately. Chinyi did not leave, exaggerated Tang Zheng's condition, and said to Tang Chinga. Stinky boy, I don't know you, why curse me? Tang Zheng was angry. Although it was a little painful, it was not the first time he had such symptoms, and he naturally knew it in his heart. If you can't speak, say less. Director Lin pulled Chinyi's arm and asked him to pay attention to his words. Beauty, you believe me, I can really cure your father, we can make a bet, if I can't cure it, I will give you my life, if I cure it, you are my girlfriend, dare you bet? Chinyi said, looking at Tang Chinga like this. Although he used his life as a bet and the lottery was a little bigger, he had absolute confidence that he could cure Tang Zheng, and if he was cured, he would win a girlfriend. Blood is not lost. Boring Tang Chinga hummed, of course it was impossible to agree to this kind of gambling. Old Tang, I've been friends with you for so many years, it's impossible to bring someone over to harm you, right? Said Director Lin to Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng thought about it for a while, felt that it was reasonable, just let Chinyi acupuncture rashly, a little risky, thought about it and said. Boy, you have a kind, I promised you a bet, if after giving me acupuncture, there is no obvious improvement, your little life is mine. Of course, if I win, your daughter will be my girlfriend. Big hospitals are helpless diseases, if you can cure it, then it proves that you really have the ability, such an excellent teenager, it is okay to be my daughter's boyfriend. Tang Zhengdao. Dad Tang Chinga wanted to stop this outrageous gambling. Go get acupuncture, I'm really a little uncomfortable now, so let this kid try the needle. Don showed pain. What about people, Dad is here, why don't you come out to greet you? Before Tang Chinga could respond to Tang Zheng's words, she heard a burst of laughter and footsteps outside the door, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, thinking that she had finally arrived. When Chinyi heard this voice, he instantly gritted his teeth and looked hideous. Uncle Wang, you're here. Looking at the charming man who walked in, Tang Chinga's eyes were crooked with a smile, and she waved her little hand to greet her kindly. After Chinyi saw this man, his heart was crazy, and he opened his mouth to retort, I don't recognize you as a father. However, before Chinyi could shout, he heard Tang Zheng suddenly laugh and scold. You are here, you haven't asked me for a long time. When Chinyi heard this, he realized that Wang Zhenxing's words when he entered the door were not said to himself. Tang Chinga heard the laughter of the two elders and couldn't help but hide her smile. Father Tang Zheng and Wang Zhenxing have known each other for a long time, they were friends when they were young, often joked with each other, and called each other's father when they met. In this regard, Tang Chinga has long been surprised. Wang Zhenxing walked into the house and couldn't help but be a little surprised when he saw Chinyi. Tang Zheng and Chinyi came by taxi, and there were no strange vehicles parked outside the Tang family, so Wang Zhenxing naturally did not expect that the Tang family had guests. However, Chinyi appeared here, and Wang Zhenxing felt that it was very reasonable. In Shuangwen novels, the elders of the heroine often have a disease that is difficult to cure. And the protagonist who is proficient in medical skills can often be cured, thus brushing the favor of the heroine. Obviously, Chinyi was brought by Director Lin to see Tang Zheng. Uncle Wang, you came too timely, or you came to heal my father. Tang Chinga glanced at Chinyi with displeasure, and then said to Wang Zhenxing. Hearing this, Chinyi and Tang Zheng were shocked one after another, and said in unison, you still see a doctor. Uncle Wang was an ancestral physician who studied medical skills for many years, and now he has achieved success. Uncle Wang came here today, and I invited you to see your father. Tang Chinga ignored Chinyi and explained to her father for Wang Zhenxing with a smile. Lao Wang, it's really fake, don't you want to take the opportunity to kill me and then plot to seize my family property? Said Tang Zheng to Wang Zhenxing with a smile, originally a little chest tightness and panic, but being troubled like this, it was actually not so uncomfortable. What kind of thing is this about, will being a father harm his son? Asked Wang Zhenxing. Look at how you look like a dad, there is no wrinkle on your face, just like a young man. If the two of us go out, others will definitely think that I am your dad. Tang Zheng said reasonably, but as he spoke, he suddenly fell silent. It seemed that he had won, but in fact he lost. Obviously he was a contemporary. This guy is really well maintained. Dad, don't fight with Uncle Wang, who is the father. Let Uncle Wang see your illness first. Tang Chinga stopped the two elders from continuing to joke, so he said. Chinyi was not worried that the credit would be taken away, but that Wang Zhenxing would treat others indiscriminately, and the more serious the treatment, the more difficult it would become. After all, Chinese medicine needs the master to teach by hand, just reading books and groping, but it is only on paper. After Chinyi finished speaking, he also pulled Director Lin's arm. Director Lin looked at Tang Zheng. Old Tang, Chinyi is indeed proficient in medical skills. I have been treated by him. I have a say in this. After all, Lao Wang is self-taught, but who to let treat, or you decide for yourself. Dad, you'd rather trust strangers than Uncle Wang, would you? Tang Chinga felt that Wang Zhenxing was more reliable, so she persuaded her father. When Tang Zheng heard this, he hesitated and did not reply immediately. Uncle Wang, your self-taught medical skills, this is not reliable. What if something happens and treats people more and more seriously? Seeing Tang Zheng hesitate, Chinyi turned to Wang Zhenxing and said, trying to make him retreat. Wang Zhenxing did not answer immediately, but quickly communicated with the system and checked the item in Chinyi's information, which item of combat power value. Combat power value, 1534. After glancing at it, Wang Zhenxing was relieved. Chinyi's force is still the same as before, there is no change in the slightest, exactly the same as himself. If he secretly exerts true chi to affect Chinyi's treatment, Chinyi will definitely be difficult to find. Even if he found out that there was an outsider from the director of the forest factory present, Chinyi couldn't tell who was doing it. Xiao Yi, let you heal, are you 100% sure that it will be cured? What if it can't be cured? Hey, Uncle Wang, do you know him? Tang Chinga was a little surprised. Glancing at Chinyi, Wang Zhenxing smiled and replied to Tang Chinga, yes, he is the son of a good friend of mine. When Chinyi heard this, he couldn't help but grit his teeth. Chinyi was a little impulsive and wanted to expose Wang Zhenxing's affairs with his mother. But think about it, family ugliness must not be publicized. If you really tell this matter, it will not do you any good. Chinyi also counted on Wang Zhenxing to help broker the good things between himself and Lin Ketching. It is not a wise move to stalemate the relationship with Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing smiled, patted Chinyi's shoulder, and said, since you are so confident, then you should be bold and relieved to treat it. Seeing that Wang Zhenxing did not stop him, Chinyi looked at him a little and looked at him a little. Tang Chinga found a set of silver needles and handed it to Chinyi. After Chinyi disinfected with an open flame, he prepared to administer needles to Tang Zheng. Looking at such a long silver needle that emitted a shining light, about to pierce her father, Tang Chinga was a little uneasy, gently moved to Wang Zhenxing's side, and whispered. Uncle Wang, this person is younger than me, can he really heal? There are 2 strokes, but whether it can cure your father, it's hard to say, but Xiaoya, don't worry, if something goes wrong, I will take action. Wang Zhenxing tilted his head to Tang Chinga's crystal white ear and whispered in response. The warm breath of the speech fluttered on the ears and side of the face, making Tang Chinga, who had never had such contact with the opposite sex, tremble inexplicably, and some faint blush appeared on her face. Looking at that handsome and extraordinary face, Tang Chinga bowed her head slightly, and then quickly moved her gaze. Wang Zhenxing sat beside Tang Zheng, his fingers on his pulse, and at the same time monitored Chinyi's treatment. I saw that Chinyi's technique was extremely skillful, and he quickly applied needles on Tang Zheng's chest, which was dazzling. Director Lin and Tang Chinga were surprised when they saw each other. The speed of needle application is also a standard to measure the level of a person's medical skills. Doctors who are not skilled in medical skills, needles are often cautious, lest they prick the wrong acupuncture points and cause problems for patients. This technique of Chinyi applying needles can simply be described as moving clouds and flowing water. Wang Zhenxing saw it in his eyes, but he was very calm. Chinyi was the same as him, with the same level of medical skills, and both had high-level medical skills. If this level of medical skills is placed in ancient times, it is equivalent to the imperial court doctor, and if the speed of needle application is slow, it is strange. After a while, Tang Zheng was pierced like a hedgehog. Chinyi took out a silver needle again to disinfect, but when he put down the needle, he was not as casual as before, but began to concentrate. The tip of the silver needle actually began to tremble slightly. After seeing this scene, Wang Zhenxing's eyes froze. Chinyi gathered some of his true qi onto the silver needle. Wang Zhenxing, who has been paying attention to Tang Zheng's physical state, knows that as long as Chinyi's needle pierces Tang Zheng's tianqi acupoint, Tang Zheng's heart meridians are completely unblocked, and his condition will immediately improve by half, and then take some medicine to heal with a little conditioning. The tianqi cave is located 1 inch outside the chest between the 4th and 5th ribs, and 5 inches next to the anterior midline. Chinyi was preoccupied, and with a silver needle infused with true qi, he slowly pierced the tianqi cave. At the same time, Wang Zhenxing was also ready to secretly condense true qi with the intention of destroying Chinyi's needle. But before Wang Zhenxing could make a move, Chinyi's hand in applying the needle suddenly trembled strangely, causing the place where the needle was placed to shift slightly. Tang Zheng immediately showed pain, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead instantly. The so-called loss of 1,000 miles, Chinese medicine acupuncture is even more so. Chinyi infused the silver needle with true qi, but he failed to accurately pierce the tianqi cave, causing the true qi of the silver needle to sneak into Tang Zheng's body and wander around randomly. The painful Tang Zheng endured for a few seconds, and then suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Chinyi was facing him and was vomited blood. Everyone present was shocked, and Tang Chinga was even more frightened. Chinyi also couldn't care about the blood stains on his body and tried to remedy them. With his medical skills, the remedy is still in time. However, without waiting for Chinyi to make a move, Tang Chinga rushed forward, pushed Chinyi away, and then looked at Wang Zhenxing with a pleading gaze. "Xiaoya, don't worry, I'm here." Wang Zhenxing breathed a sigh of relief, and put his palm on Tang Zheng's body to dispel Chinyi's true qi, so as not to wander around indiscriminately and destroy Tang Zheng's meridians. Immediately afterwards, he quickly took out a silver needle from the side to disinfect, quickly condensed true qi, and accurately pierced Tang Zheng's tianqi cave. Within a moment, Tang Zheng felt refreshed, and the feeling of heart palpitations and chest tightness in the past was almost swept away. Wang Zhenxing called Tang Zheng again, and determined that Tang Zheng's heart meridians had been fully penetrated, so he quickly removed the silver needles on Tang Zheng's body. Post-cut who protagonist Chinyi to save Tang Zheng, affect the trend of the plot, get a counterattack point of 400, the protagonist Chinyi chi luck value -40, host chi luck value +40. Uncle Wang, you are really powerful. Tang Chinga saw her father's frown completely stretched, and couldn't help but grab Wang Zhenxing's arm and cheer. The heroine Tang Chinga's favorability to the host is +9, and the current total favorability is 49 close. A pair of little ya jumped around within a foot of the field of vision, and Wang Zhenxing's eyes were straight, but fortunately, because it was a sitting posture, this did not let the standing Tang Chinga notice. Lao Wang, there are 2 brushes, I have known you for so many years, or today I know that you can heal. Tang was trying to reacquaint himself with this old friend of many years. I went to work during the day, and the rest of my leisure time was spent studying the medical techniques handed down by my ancestors, and I studied until 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning for many years, and I finally achieved success in my studies. It is not a waste of effort to cure your disease. Wang Zhenxing grabbed Tang Zheng's arm and sighed. Hearing this, Tang Zheng couldn't help but feel a strong emotion in his heart. If you are younger, I will definitely marry my daughter to you. Wang Zhenxing is serious. Okay, the fertile water doesn't flow into the fields of outsiders. I have been hoping that you really call my father. If Xiaoya does not object, I have no opinion. Tang Zheng knew that he was joking, so he also cooperated and joked. Anyway, Xiaoya and him are inferior. It is impossible to like him, and it doesn't matter if he says hi himself. Dad, what are you talking nonsense? Tang Chinga stomped her foot in protest with a red face, but her beautiful eyes flashed brightly after secretly glancing at the charming handsome man next to her. The heroine Tang Chinga has a favorability of +1 to the host, and the current total favorability is 50 heartbeat. The host affects the plot trend, and obtains a counterattack point of 200, the protagonist Chin Yiki luck value is -20, and the host Chi luck value is +20. After receiving 2 messages in a row, Wang Zhenxing's eyes couldn't help but widen slightly, and turned his head to look at the blushing Tang Chinga. Lao Su almost let you be cured, what should I say now? Tang Zheng suddenly looked at Chinyi, who had a dead face, and said angrily. I just made a mistake, I can make amends myself, but my daughter stopped me. Chinyi hurriedly explained, and while speaking, he casually glanced at Wang Zhenxing, and suddenly woke up a little like a dream. He made a mistake in the needle. If he didn't have some medical skills, he couldn't remedy it. Judging from Wang Zhenxing's hand just now, Chinyi could judge that his medical skills were not bad, perhaps worse than himself. No wonder Wang Zhenxing's illness got better so quickly. It seems that it has nothing to do with his own medicine, or in other words, Wang Zhenxing's illness has actually been cured for a long time, and he has been teasing himself from beginning to end. After sorting these things out, Chinyi was angry at the same time, but also extremely sorry for his mother. HMPH, the man is willing to gamble and lose, why don't you admit it? Tang Zheng looked at Chinyi with a sneer. I didn't admit it, it's just Chinyi still wanted to explain, but found that someone pulled his arm, turned his head, and saw that Director Lin was frantically making eyes at himself. Old Tang, it's really unbearable. I think Chinyi's medical skills are good, that's why I brought him over, but I didn't expect that it almost hurt you. Director Lin said apologetically. That's it, for your sake, I don't care about this kid. Of course, Tang Zheng couldn't really ask for Chinyi's life, and even if he wanted it, the law wouldn't allow it. Don, you are really an adult, there are a lot of them. Director Lin smiled, but his heart was a little depressed. I originally thought that coming to the Tang family today would earn personal favors, but I didn't expect that human favors were not earned, and it also affected my friendship with Tang Zheng. Although Tang Zheng did not pursue it, after this matter, he must have a mustard for himself in his heart. Don't apologize to people yet, said Director Lin to Chinyi, wanting to save his friendship with Tang Zheng. Although I got a little crooked just now, it can really be remedied, don't you believe me? Chinyi was still entangled in what happened just now. Director Lin sighed after hearing this, secretly said Chinyi is really young and insensible, now it is not a question of whether it can be remedied, will you die if you bow your head and apologize? Old Tang, I won't bother you today, there is still something in my factory, so I will leave first. Director Lin smiled and Tang Zheng finished speaking, and then directly dragged Chinyi to leave. On the way to leave, Director Lin and Chinyi glared at each other, and complained to each other in their hearts. Director Lin complained that Chinyi was not good at learning an art, and he liked to brag with others. Chinyi complained that Director Lin had a decaying look and caused himself to be unlucky. At the critical moment when Tang Zheng put down the needle, his hand, which was originally as stable as Mount Tai, actually shook inexplicably, causing the position of the needle to deviate. Simmer for an hour, twice a day in the morning and evening, and drink for half a month to heal. Putting the pen down, Wang Zhenxing handed a freshly prescribed prescription to Tang Chinga. Stretching out her white and tender hands, Tang Chinga carefully took the prescription, her beautiful eyes looked at the atmospheric font on the paper, and couldn't help but praise. Good words. Put away the paper with the prescription written on it, Tang Chinga talked about the topic, and asked. Uncle Wang, you usually treat people, how do you charge? Wang Zhenxing smiled, turned to look at Tang Zheng, and said with a smile, is it old Tang? Tang Zheng couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, there is no money, there is not a penny, there are many stones. Xiaoya, you have time to take Uncle Wang to our gambling stone farm to have a look, he can pick it at will, if the shipment is earned, it is all his. The tone of his speech sounded stingy, but the scale of the Tang family's gambling stone farm was not small, and the total value of all the rough stones added up was probably hundreds of millions. Letting Wang Zhenxing pick at will is equivalent to acquiescing to giving Wang Zhenxing the rough stones of the entire gambling stone field. Hearing that her father used this as a diagnosis and treatment fee, Tang Chinga couldn't help but secretly approve. With the relationship between his father and Uncle Wang, even if he gave it to Uncle Qian, he would not accept it. But my father is a person who knows how to repay Uncle Wang in this way, and Uncle Wang should not refuse. Tang Chinga vaguely remembered that his father used to say that Uncle Wang liked to play gambling stones, but his hands were a little black, and he almost lost 9 out of 10. Simply put, it's both delicious and fun-loving. With the Tang family paying, this time Uncle Wang can play openly, and he will definitely be able to have fun. Uncle Wang, call me at any time when you have time, and I will accompany you to the gambling stone field. Tang Chinga said to Wang Zhenxing with a smile. Okay, with Xiaoya with you this time, I will definitely earn from 10 to 9. Wang Zhenxing rubbed his hands, a little eager to try. Hearing this, Tang Chinga covered her mouth and smiled, but she didn't think that she could bring Wang Zhenxing such good luck. Opening rough stones requires eyesight and luck, and it is simply impossible to open 9 losses. It's just that although he thinks like this in his heart, Tang Chinga can't say it, so as not to sweep away Wang Zhenxing's yaxing. The other side. After Chini left the Tang family, he returned to the electronics factory, and because he was in a depressed mood, he slept in the dormitory all afternoon and did not go to work in the workshop. In the afternoon, a safety accident occurred in the workshop, resulting in some employees being injured. Director Lin was very angry when he received the news, inquired about the reason, and learned that Chini was negligent in his duties. Just thinking of the previous rescue kindness, Director Lin did not pursue Chinyi's fault, but gave Chinyi 20,000 yuan in salary, wanting Chinyi, the broom star, to find another job. This morning, the dim sum chef in the canteen broke his leg. The Land Rover engine that had never had a problem on the way to Tang's house in the morning broke, and there was a safety accident in the workshop in the afternoon. These things that happened one after another, Director Lin could not help but suspect that it was related to Chinyi. When Chinyi heard that he was going to be fired, he directly accepted 20,000 yuan without saying a word. Even if Director Lin didn't mention it, he was ready to resign. Director Lin looked degraded. If he remembered to stay in this electronics factory, he might continue to be unlucky. The two were each pregnant with a ghost, so they hit it off. Chin Yimali's roll cover went home. When she arrived at home, Shu Yurro asked the reason suspiciously. Chin Yi vaguely said that he resigned and did not want to do it, and did not elaborate on other things. Shu Yurro always thought that Chin Yi was hammering screws in an electronics factory, and when he saw Chin Yi suddenly resign, he only thought that Chin Yi was lazy, and couldn't help but sigh secretly. Let Chin Yi go to the electronics factory to play screws is to temper his temperament, but he did not expect that Chin Yi would leave in less than a month. Shu Yurro was a little disappointed in Chin Yi, but she didn't say anything to accuse her son. After all, 90% of her current thoughts were on another man. Silently made dinner for Chin Yi. I'm so hungry, I can finally eat. Looking at the dishes on the table, Chin Yi's index finger moved, but as soon as he picked up the chopsticks, he saw Shu Yurro take off his apron and go to her bedroom. When Shu Yurro came out again, her homely clothes had been changed and replaced by a slim long skirt. Chin Yi has been using short videos recently, and the internet calls this kind of skirt stepmother skirt. In addition to wearing, Shu Yurro's face also changed, and she also specially put on makeup. Xiao Yi, you eat at home by yourself, your mother and girlfriends have an appointment, you want to go out to party, and it is estimated that at night it will not come back. Putting on high heels at the door, Shu Yurro instructed Chin Yi. Chin Yi could see at a glance that Shu Yurro was lying, dressed so beautifully. How could it be that he went to see his girlfriend, and it was almost the same to see his lover? Mom and Wang Zhenxing are now ripe for raw rice, and it is useless to oppose it. Blocking will only make Mom angry. Moreover, Chin Yi also counted on letting Wang Zhenxing help build bridges and match good things with Lin Ketching. First pretend not to oppose them, and after the good thing with me Lin Ketching is done, then turn his face with the surname Wang, Chin Yi calculated in his heart, and then stuffed his head to cook. Night. The female partner Shu Yurro has a favorability rating of +1 for the host, and the current total favorability is 91, unswerving to death. Wang Zhenxing does not feel tired at all, and is still in good spirits. Open the properties panel to see what you've seen recently. Host, Wang Zhenxing. Chi luck value, 675. Villain aura, 316 counterattack points, 3700. Combat power value, 1534. Charm value, 113. Ability skills, 10 years of internal skill, superior sword art, superior light skill, exploration technique. Fortune journey, primary peach luck, primary financial luck. Note, provided by Lin Ketching's Wangfu journey, valid for 15 days, 15 days not close to Lin Ketching, financial luck will gradually disappear. If you are always close to Lin Ketching, your fortune will continue to accumulate and upgrade. After glancing a few times, Wang Zhenxing nodded gratifyingly, and the gains from this period of hard work were not small. Especially the counterattack points, unknowingly reached 3,700. Opening the system mall, Wang Zhenxing spent 1100 points and exchanged it for Perspective Eye. As the golden finger of some cool protagonists, the benefits of Perspective Eyes are self-evident, can make a fortune, and can peep. Wang Zhenxing thought about it for a long time, but he was stretched thin before the points, so he didn't redeem them. Moreover, he currently has an appointment with Tang Chinga to go to the gambling stone farm to open the rough stone. After exchanging it, Wang Zhenxing directly extracted and used it and practiced it. When the see-through eye is opened, the field of view can not only penetrate obstacles but also night vision and farsightedness. In the entire hotel, the movement of every room could not escape Wang Zhenxing's eyes. Although it was night, there were quite a few people who exercised. After watching for a while, Wang Zhenxing felt a little spicy eyes. It's one thing to like fitness, but not everyone has a good body. People with good figures are fit, they look pleasing to the eye, and people with bad figures are fit, they are simply blind. Hey, wait, this is also too fierce. Inevitably his eyes were hot. Wang Zhenxing was ready to retract his vision, but at this time, his gaze inadvertently swept to a single standard room, and there was a stunning beauty whose ferocity was no less than Lin Ketching and Tang Chinga. Wang Zhenxing's eyes lit up, and he carefully looked at this woman, and he couldn't help but feel surprised. The young woman lived alone, writing something in her hotel room, apparently at work. Wang Zhenxing probably looked at the content of the paper on the case and guessed that he was writing a work report of a public office. As expected, the young woman should be a public official. But that's not the point. Such a beautiful beauty is unlikely to be a passerby, right? Wang revitalized the communication system and used probing techniques on this young woman. The scope of use of exploratory surgery only needs to be within the field of view. The see-through eye is considered to increase the casting distance of the exploration technique in disguise. Female match, Yang Yuchen. Chi luck value, 201. Female matching aura, 187. Combat power value, 39. Charm value, 99. Ability Goldfinger, strategizing. Fate fortune, official luck prosperous. It's actually a female match. After glancing at the information, Wang Zhenxing couldn't help but be a little surprised. He has read thousands of urban cool novels, and his experience is extremely high. Generally speaking, women who are excessively beautiful can be roughly divided into three categories. The first category is undoubtedly the heroine. The second category is female villains with key scenes. The third category is women who are directly related to the protagonist. In urban cool novels, the female relatives of the protagonists are generally very beautiful, such as the protagonist's sister, aunt, mother and so on. Yang Yuchen obviously belongs to the third category. Wang Zhenxing and Shu Yurro met when they were in college, and one thing is certain that Shu Yurro only has a son like Chini and no daughter. Moreover, the information panel showed that this woman's name was Yang Yuchen. This surname was not correct, and she was definitely not related to Chini. After sorting these out, Wang Zhenxing suddenly had a guess. Leave that alone, find a chance to meet her and make friends with her. Wang Zhenxing secretly decided in his heart. In this Yang Yuchen's fortune, there is the item of official luck and prosperity. Don't look at this Yang Yuchen as just a small public official now. As long as she is given some time, she will definitely be able to rise step by step and soar. Wang Zhenxing, a businessman, is of course extremely willing to deal with such people. It's just that it's already a big night, and it's definitely not appropriate to get acquainted in the past. Taking out his mobile phone, Wang Zhenxing flipped to Tang Chinga's number. As soon as the call goes out, it is answered directly in seconds. Tang Chinga was obviously fiddling with her mobile phone, otherwise she would not have been able to answer the phone so quickly. Xiaoya, I'm a little itchy in my hands, are you busy tomorrow morning? Asked Wang Zhenxing on the phone. What a coincidence, I don't have a trip tomorrow morning, I just wanted to call and ask Uncle Wang if you have time to go to the rough stone field, I didn't think you called first, is this called Xinyu? Tang Chinga was surprised, and replied with a smile on the phone, but when it came to the back, she immediately realized that the words were wrong, so she swallowed the last two words of, heart has a spirit rhino, back into her stomach. That's great, see you tomorrow morning, just in time for my new car to arrive today, let the driver drive to pick you up then. Wang Zhenxing said. Then I am so fortunate to be able to ride in Uncle Wang's new car. See you tomorrow morning. When Tang Chinga spoke on the phone, her eyes bent with a smile. Early the next morning, female partner Shu Yurro has a favorability rating of +1 to the host, and the current total favorability is 92, unswerving to death. After the morning exercise, Wang Zhenxing was in high spirits and left the hotel. When leaving, he suddenly remembered something, so he opened his perspective to check the room where Yang Yuchen was. It's just that there is no one in the room, and even Yang Yuchen's belongings have been taken away. Obviously, Yang Yuchen had already checked out and left. Wang Zhenxing is also not in a hurry. When Yang Yuchen checked in, she must have registered her identity information. And this hotel is Han Mei's property. As long as Wang Zhenxing is willing, he can even know where Yang Yuchen's family lives, and he is afraid that she will disappear. Informed the driver in advance, Wang Zhenxing just got out of the hotel, got on the Rolls-Royce Phantom, and then went to Tang's house to pick up Tang Chinga. Tang Chinga wore a light elegant dress, her naturally beautiful face was slightly greased, her crystal earlobes were wearing her own jade earrings, and the jade beads on the tail of the walking earrings swayed gently. Walking into the back seat of the car, Tang Chinga and Wang Zhenxing explained the knowledge about gambling stones, and unknowingly arrived at the Tang family's gambling stone field. In the process, Tang Chinga was fascinated, but Wang Zhenxing didn't listen to much at all, just looked Tang Chinga up and down. "Uncle Wang, I remembered everything I told you, right?" After getting off the car, Tang Chinga did not forget to ask, wondering how much Wang Zhenxing had listened to. Remembered all. Wang Zhenxing didn't remember the slightest, but he nodded repeatedly. "Then let's go and open the rough stones." Tang Chinga smiled brightly and led the way in front. It was only 9 o'clock in the morning, and there were only 3 or 2 guests in the rough stone yard. Coming to the place where the rough stones were placed, Wang Zhenxing directly opened the perspective to scan some of the rough stones closest to him. "Try this piece first." After looking at it for a few seconds, Wang Zhenxing directly pointed to a head-sized rough stone not far from his feet and said to Tang Chinga. Tang Chinga glanced at it, judging by her eyes, this rough stone was most likely to lose. The price tag for rough is 10,000. The value of the jadeite jade inside is estimated to not exceed 7,000. However, seeing Uncle Wang rising, Tang Chinga was unwilling to stop it, so as not to sweep away his interest. Wang Zhenxing had a good relationship with the Tang family, and now he still has a life-saving grace for Tang Zheng. Tang Chinga was naturally very grateful. Not to mention a 10,000 rough stone, even if Wang Zhenxing wanted to open all the rough stones worth millions here, Tang Chinga's brows would not frown. A master who opened the stone came over and held the rough stone under the cutting machine. A shrill noise sounded, and the gray-brown rough skin was cut. After a while, a piece of jadeite with a texture about the size of a fist was revealed. "Xiaoya, is this a loss or a gain?" Wang Zhenxing pretended not to understand and asked Tang Chinga. It is not the first time he has opened the rough stone, although he does not know much, but the quality of jadeite can still be clearly distinguished. Seeing that she looked away, Tang Chinga was slightly depressed, but this emotion only flashed away, and soon looked at Wang Zhenxing, congratulating with a smile. "This rough stone sells for 10,000, Uncle Wang, you have earned at least 50,000, and you have a good start. It's all Xiaoya, you taught well." Wang Zhenxing smiled, then casually pointed to a piece of rough stone with a price tag of 30,000, and said to the stone master waiting next to him. "Open this piece." "Howler, boss." The master of Kaishi shouted, and immediately got busy, and a few minutes later, another piece of jadeite with a good texture appeared. Tang Chinga opened her mouth slightly, a little surprised. "This luck is too good, even opened 2 rough stones to earn." Wang Zhenxing then selected. "However, it was too slow to come one by one, so I directly selected 10 rough stones in one go." "Uncle Wang, even if you pick Chinese cabbage, you have to look at it a few more times, like you will lose 100%. Tang Chinga saw that Wang Zhenxing, a well-known black customer, finally won 2 in a row, for fear of affecting Wang Zhenxing's stone opening experience, so he persuaded. "Before I went out, I went to burn incense in front of the ancestral tablet, and now the hand is so smooth, it must be the blessing of the ancestor. Of course, strike while the iron is hot." Wang Zhenxing rubbed his hands and said. Looking at his superstitious look, Tang Chinga couldn't laugh or cry. There are 8 stone masters in the rough stone field, and everyone is busy together and skillfully cutting rough stones. The noisy sound of multiple cutting machines starting up resounded in the rough stone field. As the stone master continued to cut, the skin of the rough stone was cut open. Within a few moments, the answer was revealed. Among the 10 rough stones, glass, ice, waxy and other types of jadeite were opened, and the quality was excellent. Tang Chinga valued the jadeite and compared the price of the rough stone to which it belonged, and found that 9 of the 10 rough stones were earned. And the one that lost it, the rough stone price was 8,000, and the jadeite opened was worth about 7,000. This loss, compared to the other 9 rough stones, is simply insignificant. Tang Chinga probably calculated that the 9 rough stone king revitalization at least made about 5 million. Uncle Wang, do you have any tips for opening rough stones? If you want to say that you have made all the money by opening a few rough stones, it may be said that it is luck, but it is absolutely impossible to be a coincidence that you have opened more than a dozen rough stones in a row, and only one of them has a small loss. What the know-how, thanks to the blessing of the ancestors. Wang Zhenxing said with a smile. Tang Chinga naturally didn't believe it, her big black eyes rolled around, and suddenly said, since Uncle Wang is so lucky, he will definitely continue to play, right? Wang Zhenxing nodded. Hearing this, Tang Chinga was overjoyed, thinking that she would keep an eye on him for a while and select the rough stone, and explore his trick for picking the rough stone. Wang Zhenxing continued to wander around the room where the rough stones were placed, pointing to the left for a while, and pointing to the right for a while. There was no slightest rule at all, and he didn't even come up to take a good look, so he picked it out. Tang Chinga followed closely, originally wanting to steal the master, but he was completely confused about Wang Zhenxing's words. After selecting another batch of rough stones, the stone master got busy again. This batch of rough stones is also 10, all of them have been shipped, and the record is amazing, 10 open and 10 earn. Overall, this batch of rough stone king revitalization is estimated to have earned about 8 million. It was only a short time since Wang Zhenxing actually made more than 13 million. The stone masters who had been working in the gambling stone farm for many years were stunned. Tang Chinga looked at Wang Zhenxing with envy and adoration. The Tang family is in the jade business, and to make these jade raw materials are naturally a necessity. Part of the jade raw materials purchased by the Tang family rely on foreign imports, and the other part is to purchase jadeite raw materials opened by customers through their own rough stone farm. But no matter which channel, the cost is relatively high. If you can master Wang Zhenxing's divine skill of opening the rough stone, then purchasing goods will become too simple. Just go abroad and buy rough stones, and then drive them yourself. The heroine Tang Chinga has a favorability of +5 to the host, and the current total favorability is 55 heartbeat. After receiving the news, Wang Zhenxing was silent. Uncle Wang, I am willing to pay for this technique of opening rough stones, and you will pay a price. After hesitating for a while, Tang Chinga suddenly whispered to Wang Zhenxing. No skill, pure ancestor blessing. Wang Zhenxing knew that he could not teach this technique, and of course he could not agree to this kind of thing. But your luck is too good, right? Said Tang Chinga. Maybe I burn more incense this year, I really don't have skills, don't you trust uncle? Said Wang Zhenxing. No, I believe you. Tang Chinga recognized Wang Zhenxing's personality, and after hearing him say this, she no longer doubted, but she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed in her heart, and at the same time, the kind of worship of Wang Zhenxing turned into envy. Wang Zhenxing is lucky, of course, she will only be envious, not worship. After all, luck is such a thing, and it cannot be transferred and taught. But the craft is different, this can be learned. The heroine Tang Chinga has a favorability of the host -5, and the current total favorability is 50 heartbeat. This is not covered with heat, why did it fall back? Receiving the news, Wang Zhenxing wondered. Xiaoya, actually, I didn't tell you the truth just now, there is a trick to choosing rough. After thinking for a while, Wang Zhenxing suddenly said to Tang Chinga. I just said, this can't be luck. Tang Chinga snorted softly, as if she was happy. I flipped through the ancestral medical books some time ago, and accidentally found a piece of leather paper recording the skill of gambling stones in the cracks of the medical books. I studied it carefully at that time. I didn't think it was much use, but I knew that trying it today, it actually had this effect. I was very surprised. Wang Zhenxing said thoughtfully. So that's the case, no wonder Uncle Wang, you always said just now that you were blessed by your ancestors. Tang Chinga suddenly realized. The heroine Tang Chinga has a favorability rating of +5 for the host, and the current total favorability is 55 heartbeat. Yes, so I actually don't completely lie to Xiaoya. Wang Zhenxing followed her words. Then this gambling stone skill, can you teach me? It's not a matter of money, it's about the life of the ancestors, and all the skills handed down by the ancestors must not be passed on. You are not my royal family, and if I teach it to you, I am sorry for the ancestors. Wang Zhenxing sighed, wanting to guide Tang Chinga's thoughts. Hearing this, Tang Chinga felt very regretful, but after silently reciting Wang Zhenxing's words, she seemed to think of something, and her eyes suddenly lit up. With her person, of course, it is impossible to force Wang Zhenxing to violate the ancestral legacy. But this divine gambling stone skill, she really wanted to learn. If you want the best of both worlds, there's only one way. There's nothing good here, change venues and see. Wang Zhenxing wants to continue to open the rough stones, but the stones that can be earned here are basically opened. I'll take you. Tang Chinga nodded, led the way for him, and walked towards the high-grade rough stone site. The value of the rough stones opened by Wang Zhenxing just now ranged from thousands to 100,000. The high-grade rough sites are hundreds of thousands or even millions of rough stones. After more than an hour, Wang Zhenxing continued to frantically open stones. A variety of rare and superb jadeite is constantly popping up. Among them, there is even the ultimate glass imperial green, and the size is not small, the valuation is about 180 million. Tang Chinga's small mouth didn't know how many times it opened wide because of surprise, causing it to be a little numb now, and even the eyes that looked at Wang Zhenxing changed. The heroine Tang Chinga has a favorability of +5 to the host, and the current total favorability is 60. Adoration, the host affects the direction of the plot and obtains a counterattack point of 300. The protagonist Chinyi luck value is -30, and the host Chi luck value is +30. After Tang Chinga's mood stabilized, he and the teacher of the original stone field together valued all the jade stones opened for Wang Zhenxing, and finally calculated a total value of 313.57 million. Wang Tang Chinga originally wanted to call Uncle Wang, but the words suddenly stopped, inexplicably disliked this title, but for a while, I didn't know what to call Wang Zhenxing, so I simply didn't say the title, and said directly. You shouldn't need the jade raw materials, right? Wang Zhenxing said in a grand manner. Today has already made hemp, naturally not a fraction of the little, just sell Tang Chinga a face. How can I take advantage of you in vain? Let me see it this way, when the finished product of that imperial green comes out, I will send you a few jade jewelry. What kind of jade jewelry do you prefer? Asked Tang Chinga with a smile. Bracelets, necklaces, bracelets. Of course, Wang Zhenxing himself did not need it, but planned to give it away as a family heirloom handed down by his ancestors. This will definitely move people to the core. Tang Chinga nodded, and then transferred 300 million to Wang Zhenxing through online banking. Host Kutu protagonist Yang Yuming sweeps the gambling stone field, affects the plot trend, and obtains 500 counterattack points. The protagonist Yang Yuming's luck value is -50, and the host's luck value is +50. The sudden news made Wang Zhenxing stunned. Another protagonist. After a brief stun, Wang Zhenxing also reacted quickly. I learned from the system earlier that this is a parallel world where many cool novels merge. In this world, of course, it can't be just Chinyi as a protagonist. It's just that what Wang Zhenxing didn't expect was that he hadn't met this protagonist Yang Yuming, and actually cut off his fortune plot. It is not difficult to guess that this Yang Yuming is most likely a protagonist with clairvoyant abilities, and the gambling stone plot is the standard for this type of protagonist. And now the rough stones that can be earned by the gambling stone farm, Wang Zhenxing is basically finished. When is the usual purchase of this rough stone yard in your house? Wang Zhenxing's heart moved, and he suddenly asked Tang Chinga. Every 2 months, a large number of rough stones will be purchased, counting the days. Tomorrow there will be a large number of new rough stones. If you want to continue playing, I can accompany you tomorrow, said Tang Chinga with some excitement. Of course, Wang Zhenxing was not in a hurry to open the rough stone to make money, but to judge the time when Yang Yuming appeared in the rough stone field. According to Tang Chinga, a large number of new rough stones will be found here tomorrow, so if Yang Yuming comes here tomorrow or any day after that to gamble on stones, he can still make a fortune. Although Wang Zhenxing has earned so much today, it will not affect Yang Yuming's fortune plot. In other words, the plot of Yang Yuming making a fortune through gambling stones is likely to be today. Because the rough stones that can be earned here today are gone. Yang Yuming will pounce when he comes here. After sorting these things out, Wang Zhenxing suddenly said to Tang Chinga. Let's see the situation tomorrow. I still want to continue to study the rough here, Xiaoya, your company should still have something busy, right? Hearing this, Tang Chinga was slightly disappointed. Because she could vaguely hear that Wang Zhenxing meant to drive people away. Did he notice my caution and wanted to keep his distance from me? Today, Wang Zhenxing always looked at her frequently, and always stared at some relatively rugged positions, watching as her breathing gradually became rapid. Tang Chinga found out in the car, but she didn't reject it, but she was a little happy, so she pretended not to know on the surface. For these reasons, Tang Chinga did not understand Wang Zhenxing's move to drive people. But after thinking about it for a while, I suddenly realized. He was a man of integrity, and he must have suppressed his emotions by reason, so he wanted to distance himself from me. Tang Chinga's brain supplement reason, the more I think about it, the more I think it is possible. After all, the two are indeed a generation apart. Okay then, I'll go first. Responding to Wang Zhenxing's words, Tang Chinga left with a heavy heart. Wang Zhenxing could feel that Tang Chinga was a little lost, but he didn't guess what she was thinking. In fact, the reason why Tang Chinga was allowed to leave was only to avoid Tang Chinga and Yang Yuming from seeing each other. Yang Yuming, the protagonist, is very likely to have clairvoyant abilities. And this kind of protagonist basically has a characteristic, that is, obscenity. Using clairvoyance to peep at others is simply commonplace. With the principle of the heroine can only be seen by me, and the protagonist must not be seen, Wang Zhenxing certainly supported Tang Chinga. After Tang Chinga left, Wang Zhenxing pretended to rest in a Rolls-Royce, quietly observing the guests who came to the original stone field, and prepared to wait for the rabbit. Will this protagonist Yang Yuming have anything to do with Yang Yuchen? Wang Zhenxing suddenly thought of the stunning beauty he had seen in the hotel before. It's already early morning, and the number of customers who come here to gamble on stones is gradually increasing. A taxi stops at an intersection near the gambling stone. In the car, a man and a woman walked. The man is slightly immature, looks less than 20, and looks quite handsome. The woman is slightly older, estimated to be in her early 20s, with black and thick hair tied into a ponytail, and her face is facing the sky, but it is difficult to hide her color. That's it, I checked it on the internet. This is one of the biggest gambling stone fields in our Qingling, and it will also be the place where I earn my first pot of gold. After getting off the bus, the young man who was less than 20 saw a high sign not far away and said with great interest. Yang Yuming, you really like to daydream, read books and learn a little knowledge of gambling stones, and think you are a master. The stunning woman rolled her eyes and crossed her waist to count the young man. Sister, just wait and see. Yang Yuming looked confident. I'll just save $1 million, or save money and save money, there is no more point. If this 10,000 yuan is lost, you give me a good study, don't think about things all day, otherwise I will beat you carefully. Said to Yang Yuming with a pretty face. Sister knows, sister, let's go. Yang Yuming knew that only by laying out the facts would her sister believe it, so she didn't refute it, but couldn't wait to walk towards the gambling stone field in front. When he was about to reach the gate of the gambling stone, a luxury car attracted Yang Yuming's attention. My God, Rolls-Royce Phantom, exclaimed Yang Yuming. Men don't like good cars, even a few young boys love toy cars. Yang Yuming was naturally no exception, and he excitedly circled around the Phantom and admired it. Xiaoming, you look like this. If you are seen by the owner of the car, people may think that you are going to steal the car. Yang Yuchen said urgently. Looking around, Yang Yuming found that no one was paying attention to this side. The owner is not afraid of anything, I just looked. Then you can pay attention, just look at it, don't get started. If you scratch someone's car, you can't afford to sell your sister. Yang Yuchen reminded angrily. Sister, do you say this car is magnificent? Asked Yang Yuming. Of course, it's magnificent. Yang Yuchen nodded. When I make a lot of money, I will give you one too. Yang Yuming had long thought that after he was developed, he would repay his sister well and let his family live a rich life. When you make a lot of money, I don't expect it to be the year of the monkey. Yang Yuchen smiled, never expected this younger brother to be promising. After all, his grades in school were the last in the class. You said, do you want this car? Said Yang Yuming again. Silly boy, it seems that you really don't understand. Rolls-Royce is not something that can be bought with money. People also need to review your identity and background conditions. for the kind of customers who suddenly make a windfall, people basically sell it. Yang Yuchen said. And this is exquisite. Yang Yuming was surprised, feeling a little more insightful. Sister, then what other wishes do you have? Yang Yuming felt that he was about to get rich, so he wanted to ask his sister in advance to repay him. My wish is that you don't talk about it and study well, said Yang Yuchen with a ponytail behind her head and widened her eyes. Cut. Don't say I also know. Your wish is nothing more than to find a good husband to marry. You still have a photo of a man hidden under your pillow. Look at the background of that photo, it seems to be a big boss. The girl's family is really not ashamed. Yang Yuming, who was reprimanded by his sister repeatedly, was a little backboned, and his hippie smile revealed his sister's shortness. A beautiful white cheek with a plain face quickly became rosy. Yang Yuchen was angry and wanted to reach out to pat Yang Yuming, but was deftly dodged by the other party. You dead boy, why did you go to my room to rummage through things? Said Yang Yuchen in embarrassment. I'm not that bored, I just accidentally saw it when I was helping you clean your room. Yang Yuming guarded against his sister from beating him, and explained something, and then, seeing that his sister's embarrassed expression eased slightly, he couldn't help but ask curiously. That man is quite handsome and looks very attractive, is he your dream lover? You also know that our family's economic conditions are not very good. When I went to college, I almost couldn't even pay the tuition fees, but fortunately there was a poverty fund to fund me, so that I could successfully complete my studies. Yang Yuchen explained the reason, but when she spoke, the blush on her face did not subside in the slightest. So sister, you are very grateful to him, so you are angry, I understand. Yang Yuming saw that something was wrong with her, and asked with a grin, I seem to think that person is a little familiar, his identity should not be simple, what is his name? Dead boy, I see that you are itchy. Yang Yuchen was angry and was about to chase Yang Yuming. Yang Yuming circled around the Rolls-Royce to avoid pursuit. Yang Yuchen chased for a while, but failed to catch up, so she gave up. Dead boy, don't you talk nonsense to me everywhere, did you hear that? The daughter's family's thoughts were secret, and Yang Yuchen didn't want to make everyone know, so she warned like this. I'm not a big mouth, and I certainly don't go around promoting who my sister likes, and I don't even know what his name is. Yang Yuming assured. His surname is Wang, the owner of a daily chemical company, and I am a girl from a poor family, and I am not worthy of others. Yang Yuchen's expression darkened. Sister, don't worry, when I make a lot of money, our family is a wealthy family, and then I will definitely arrest the boss surnamed Wang for you and let him marry you. Yang Yuming patted the Rolls-Royce Phantom next to him with his hand, and said arrogantly. But as soon as these words fell, a middle-aged man wearing a suit and white gloves hurriedly walked in the distance. Looking at the costume, it should be a driver. Yang Yuming and Yang Yuchen looked at each other, and suddenly felt bad, a little afraid that the other party would pursue them. What are you doing here? Don't affect my boss's rest. The driver came over and warned the two. There is actually someone in the car. Yang Yuming and Yang Yuchen were both startled. As if confirming the driver's words, the door suddenly opened slowly, and a man with a perfect figure and handsome man walked out of it. Well, it's familiar, it's the person in the photo collected by my sister. Yang Yuming quickly recognized it. Looking at Mr. Wang, who had funded his college studies, in front of him, Yang Yuchen's heart couldn't help but jump. It's okay. Wang Zhenxing said this to the driver, generously saying that he did not care about this matter. When Yang Yuchen heard this, she didn't feel the slightest surprise. Wang Zhenxing is a well-known benevolent person, how could he hold others accountable because of this little thing? Wang, Mr. Wang, you hello. Because of her emotions, Yang Yuchen stammered a little when she spoke. Looking at Yang Yuchen's reaction, Wang Zhenxing smiled secretly. He pretends to be resting in the car and is actually paying attention to the people around him. After Yang Yuchen appeared, Wang Zhenxing immediately recognized it. Although Lesel's sound insulation is excellent, Wang Zhenxing has previously learned lip language and read the chat between the two siblings. What Yang Yuming and Yang Yuchen said outside the car was known by Wang Zhenxing. Could it be that the peach is here again, was secretly crushed by the female partner, and Wang Zhenxing secretly guessed the reason? The junior peach luck can't make the heroine fall in love directly, but it still has a great impact on the female partner. Han Mei was like this before, and now there is another Yang Yuchen. Hello, have we seen it before? Looking at Yang Yuchen's somewhat gaffe, Wang Zhenxing asked suspiciously. You founded a charitable education foundation, I am a college student named Yang Yuchen who was sponsored by you. I should be seeing me for the first time. Thank you for your sponsorship. If it were not for you, I might not be able to complete my studies successfully. Yang Yuchen said to Wang Zhenxing with great gratitude. Counting up, Wang Zhenxing is actually seeing Yang Yuchen for the second time, but of course, it is impossible to say this kind of thing. My father taught me to be a good person from a young age. Helping more people in need is also my dream for a long time. Wang Zhenxing spoke slowly, his face was not red, and he was not breathless. After Yang Yuchen listened, she suddenly felt reverence in her heart. Such a good person is simply rare in the world. This is Wang Zhenxing looked to the side, the little rabbit cub who was glaring at him. He is my younger brother, his name is Yang Yuming. Yang Yuchen quickly introduced, but suddenly noticed that Yang Yuming looked at Wang Zhenxing with unkind eyes. This made Yang Yuchen very puzzled. Wang Zhenxing knows why. Although he and Yang Yuming didn't know each other before, as soon as they met today, they felt the urge to step forward and pump each other's big mouths. Presumably, Yang Yuming also had this thought. The protagonist and villain are worthy of being natural enemies. Even if there are no contradictions and conflicts, the first meeting can generate hostility to each other. It's just that Wang Zhenxing is good at expression management and will also control his emotions. And Yang Yuming, a young man, does not know how to hide it. Wang Zhenxing and Yang Yuchen continued to chat a few words. Yang Yuchen did not have the slightest defense, and quickly said what she meant. It turns out that I came here to play gambling stones. How much money is there? Asked Wang Zhenxing. 10,000. Yang Yuchen felt humiliated, but she didn't want to lie to Wang Zhenxing, so she could only answer hard. The luck component of the gambling stone is too big, even the master often walks his eyes, so don't waste money. Wang Zhenxing tried to persuade him to retreat. That's you haven't seen a real master never looks away. I am such a master, said Yang Yuming, feeling that he looked down on people, and his saliva splashed. What are you shouting? Be polite, Yang Yuchen reprimanded her younger brother. It's okay, it's quite a little kid with personality. Wang Zhenxing suppressed the urge to twist Yang Yuming's dog's head off, and said to Yang Yuchen with a smile. It just so happens that I am familiar with this place, let me take you inside and take a look. Wang Zhenxing saw that he could not be persuaded, so he could only change his strategy. I can't ask for it. Yang Yuchen couldn't wait to get along with him for a while, and immediately agreed. Wang Zhenxing led the way in front and took Yang Yuchen and Yang Yuming's sisters and brothers into the gambling stone field. Master, it's time to start picking your rough stones. Coming to the venue where the rough stones were placed, Wang Zhenxing said to Yang Yuming with a smile. Have ambitions not to be old, polish your eyes, today let you open your eyes and see what a real gambling stone master is. Yang Yuming began to select rough stones with confidence. Hearing Yang Yuming's bold words, Wang Zhenxing wanted to spit and mock a little, but in order to maintain his demeanor in front of Yang Yuchen, he laughed it off. Wang Zhenxing's original plan was to persuade Yang Yuming to leave the gambling stone field, and then use his ability to fly off the wall to go to Yang Yuming at night to talk about his heart. But Yang Yuming insisted on staying here, and Wang Zhenxing had to change his strategy. After saying the bold words, Yang Yuming began to select the rough stones that could be shipped within 10,000 pieces. As early as before coming here, Yang Yuming thought about it. First used to pick a rough stone within 10,000, open a good goods to earn, then sell it for money. With the money in exchange, continue to buy rough stones, and then open. And so on, money can snowball more and more. Yang Yuming thought it was quite beautiful, but after scanning the rough stones with a price of less than 10,000, he didn't see any good goods at all. It's really strange, how can such a big gambling stone field not even have a rough stone that can earn some money? Could it all be driven away? Yang Yuming scratched his head, very depressed. Wang Zhenxing saw Yang Yuming's face from a distance, and couldn't help but smile secretly. After watching it for so long, haven't you chosen it yet? Yang Yuming asked when she saw Yang Yuming coming with a gray face. Rough stones within 10,000 blocks, there is no good goods at all, there is no profit, let's go back. Yang Yuming said helplessly. When Yang Yuming was choosing the rough stone, Yang Yuchen had been chatting with Wang Zhenxing, quite happy. Hearing Yang Yuming shouting back, Yang Yuchen was a little unhappy, and said to her younger brother. Xiaoming, I don't have so much time to accompany you to the gambling stone farm, come here, you at least pick a cheap rough stone to prove yourself. I don't urge you either, you can pick slowly, look carefully and then buy. Hearing this, Yang Yuming could only turn around and pick the rough stone again. He has no financial resources, and he is hard to grind, so that his sister is willing to take out 10,000 gambling stones for him. Of course, he can't miss this opportunity. Even if you can't earn it today, you must at least let your sister believe that she is very talented in gambling stones. Yang Yuming wandered around for a while, and then picked a rough stone with a price tag of 800 pieces. After Yang Yuchen finished paying the bill, Master Kaishi was ready to start the machine. Sister, with my eyesight, I can be sure that there must be jadeite in this rough stone, but the volume is too small, it can only be made into jade rings and other processed products, and I estimate that this jade material should be around 500 pieces. Yang Yuming said resolutely. After accidentally having the ability to see, he began to read books about jade like crazy, and he also paid attention to the news of the jade market, knowing what kind of jade and how much it could probably be worth. If you buy 800 pieces of rough stones, the jade material can only be sold for about 500, that is, you will lose money, so you still buy it. Yang Yuchen rolled her eyes. Sister, I told you that there is no rough stone that can be earned here, but you have to let me prove myself, I can only do this. Yang Yuming spread his hands. It's the same as the truth, let's talk about it later. Yang Yuchen was suspicious. At this meeting when the two were chatting, the stone master had already begun to cut the rough stone, cutting off the rough skin little by little. Yang Yuming has perspective and can see the structure inside, and seeing such a cutting method as the master, it takes many times to open a small piece of jade inside. Master, you cut directly from here. Yang Yuming stepped forward and gestured at the rough stone. Master Kaishi said and began to cut towards the place where Yang Yuming was gesturing. Yang Yuming stood next to him, his eyes wide open, watching the cutting machine in action. Young man, don't get too close, it's dangerous. The safety-conscious Kaishi master reminded Yang Yuming. Master, you don't have to worry about me, just cut yours. Yang Yuming didn't pay attention to it at all, he just wanted the master to cut the rough stone quickly. When the stone master saw that he did not listen to the advice, he was too lazy to say it, and concentrated on cutting the rough stone. The cutting blade slashed through the rough and some debris splashed. The debris that is facing the baffle of the machine generally does not splash out. But somehow, a strange wind inexplicably appeared in the room. The strange wind blew the debris of the rough stone, splashing on Yang Yuming, who was watching the rough stone cut nearby, as well as in his eyes. Ah! Cried Yang Yuming in pain, covering his eyes with his hand in pain, and bright red flowed from between his fingers. The host successfully secretly calculated the protagonist Yang Yuming, the villain's halo points plus 100. The protagonist Yang Yuming's eyes are damaged and he loses his clairvoyance ability. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a counterattack point of 600. The protagonist Yang Yuming's luck value is minus 60, and the host's chi luck value is plus 60. Upon receiving the news, Wang Zhenxing almost applauded to celebrate a wave. The ability to see through can peak at the heroine. As a qualified villain, since Wang Zhenxing knew about Yang Yuming's existence, how could he be allowed to continue to have clairvoyance? If it weren't for the current limited level of technology, Wang Zhenxing even wanted to throw Yang Yuming into the Qingling River to feed fish. There was a sudden change in the field. Yang Yuchen was so frightened that her face was blank, and the six gods were masterless. The master of Kaishi was also panicked, thinking that it was caused by his own mistake, and quickly stopped the machine, and stood here in a panic, so flustered that he didn't know what to do. My eyes, yes my eyes, Yang Yuming shouted in pain and rolled on the ground. I will heal, let me see him. Wang Zhenxing stepped forward, said to Yang Yuchen with relief, and then stepped forward to check on Yang Yuming. Eyeball organic damage, it's okay. After checking, Wang Zhenxing was completely relieved. In this case, even advanced medical skills cannot restore his sight. Mr. Wang, my brother's eyes, asked Yang Yuchen tremblingly. I'm afraid he's going to. I want to go blind, but timely treatment should not be life-threatening. I studied Chinese medicine, not good at surgery. Wang Zhenxing finished speaking, and then casually helped to dial the emergency number. In about 10 minutes, the ambulance arrived. There were medical staff who carried Yang Yuming to the ambulance. You take my car, I'll go see with you. Wang Zhenxing said to Yang Yuchen enthusiastically. That's bothering you, Mr. Wang. Yang Yuchen was very grateful. Your brother has a foreign body in his eye, you must do surgery to clean it up quickly, otherwise once an infection occurs, it is likely to be life-threatening, and the operation fee is paid in advance for 100,000 yuan, and the operation will be arranged as soon as possible. Yang Yuming arrived at the hospital and was pushed to take various films, and after the doctor's diagnosis, he said to Yang Yuchen. Hearing this, Yang Yuchen felt that the sky had fallen. With a huge operation fee of 100,000 yuan, she couldn't take it out at all. The female partner Yang Yuchen urgently needs a medical bill, let her younger brother Yang Yuming undergo surgery, and ask the host to make a choice. Option 1, watch coldly. Reward: villain Halo points +1. Option 2, lend money to Yang Yuchen. Rewards: actor acting skills, Yang Yuchen's favorability +5. Wang Zhenxing received the news and weighed it up a little in his heart. As a villain, of course, he is not willing to pay for the protagonist treatment. It's a pity that watching coldly can only reap a little villain aura. But if you lend money to Yang Yuchen, you can get the acting skills of the actor in Yang Yuchen's favor. Although Yang Yuming is now the protagonist, he has lost his clairvoyance due to irreversible organic damage to his eyes, and there is no threat. And Yang Yuchen's fate is not simple, and befriending it is a very profitable investment. Don't worry about the money, I'll accompany you to pay the bills and let your brother have the operation as soon as possible. Wang Zhenxing made a decision and said to Yang Yuchen, who was anxious. The female partner Yang Yuchen has a favorability rating of +5 to the host, and the current total favorability is 65. Adoration. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the acting skills of the actor. Mr. Wang, thank you, I will definitely return this money to you. Yang Yuchen was grateful, emotional, and directly knelt down to thank you. It was not the first time Wang Zhenxing had seen a woman kneeling in front of him, but it was all in a private space and when there were no outsiders. What is such a big gift? Get up quickly, let's go to the window and pay. Wang Zhenxing hurriedly picked her up, took her hand and walked to the payment hall on the first floor. A small hand was held by another strong and warm big hand, and Yang Yuchen's heart surged with some security, and she did not struggle, allowing her small hand to be led by the big hand. After paying the fee, Yang Yuming was sent to the operating room for surgery. There were too many debris in Yang Yuming's eyes, and the operation lasted 6 hours before it was completed. During this period, Wang Zhenxing has been waiting outside with Yang Yuchen. After the operation, Yang Yuming was sent to a single ward. At this time, the strength of the anesthetic had not dissipated, and Yang Yuming was still in a coma. The younger brother suddenly and accidentally lost his sight, which made Yang Yuchen's heart numb. But things have already happened, and we can only be forced to accept this fact. Looking at Wang Zhenxing beside her, Yang Yuchen said gratefully, thanks to your help today, it's just that we don't know each other, why are you helping me so much? Although Wang Zhenxing is a well-known good person, it is understandable to contribute money, but it is really strange to contribute. Hearing this, Wang Zhenxing's eyes wandered a little, and he sighed lightly, you are very similar to an old man from my past. More than 6 hours of companionship was enough for him to come up with several scripts and pick the best one. Yang Yuchen was stunned, and looked deeply at the starry eyes of the man in front of her, and in the starry eyes, there were emotions such as sadness, longing, regret, etc. The actor's acting skills, terrifying, just the eyes, can show a variety of levels of complex emotions people can't help but touch. What kind of old man? Asked Yang Yuchen with great curiosity, clutching her heart. First love. Wang Zhenxing's tone was bitter, and the sadness in his eyes was even stronger. That's so is she okay now? Yang Yuchen looked at his expression, and couldn't help but be touched, and there was a guess in her heart, so when asking, she was very careful, lest it touch his sensitive nerves. She passed away. Wang Zhenxing's voice was hoarse. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to expose your scars. Yang Yuchen blamed herself very much, and hurriedly waved her hand to apologize. Although she has speculation, she just thinks that Wang Zhenxing's first love married someone else. But I didn't expect that he had passed away. It's okay, it's been 10 years. Wang Zhenxing smiled bitterly, seemingly relieved on the surface, but the sadness and pain in his eyes could not be hidden. Yang Yuchen was infected by this emotion, and while blaming herself, she also knew more about the man in front of her. 10 years have passed, but it has not been able to dilute the sadness in his heart, which is also too affectionate. I am afraid that there are few such men in the world. Yang Yuchen silently paid attention to Wang Zhenxing for a long time and knew his emotional state. I have been wondering why Wang Zhenxing is not married and has no girlfriend. It turned out that he couldn't let go of his lost love, so he was like this. After thinking about this, Yang Yuchen's heart hurt like a needle, and she wanted to comfort him, but in a hurry, she didn't know what to say to soothe the sadness in his heart. I have a request, can you grant me? Wang Zhenxing spoke, and his handsome and resolute face had all kinds of tenderness such as pleading, longing, and love. Well, you say. Although Yang Yuchen felt puzzled, she did not hesitate at all, nodded at him, and then prepared to listen with some apprehension. Can I kiss your eyes? The corners of Wang Zhenxing's mouth casually showed some smiles, as if recalling the sweet time with his lover in the past. My eyes look a lot like her, aren't they? Yang Yuchen's snow-white pretty face flashed a little red. Yes, very similar, Wang Zhenxing nodded, muttered softly, and looked at her. Being watched affectionately by the man in front of her, Yang Yuchen was overjoyed in her heart, and she could see that the man's eyes were scattered, and she couldn't help but be secretly lost. He wasn't looking at me. Yang Yuchen's expression darkened, whispered silently, and then slowly closed her eyes, responding to Wang Zhenxing's previous presumptuous request with actions. Soon, above the eyelids, there was a warm feeling like rain. Yang Yuchen could even feel the love contained in it. It's just that she knows that this love does not belong to her. But even so, Yang Yuchen's heartbeat was still uncontrollable and gradually accelerated. Because, Yang Yuchen found that the warmth that originally fell on her eyelids gradually shifted, to her face, and then to her lips. Out of the woman's intuition, Yang Yuchen understood that he seemed to be out of control. But Yang Yuchen did not stop it, and even had an inexplicable expectation in her heart. The female partner Yang Yuchen's favorability to the host is +5, and the current total favorability is 70, unswerving Yang Yuchen's. Emotions surged, and she inadvertently reached out to hug him, but suddenly found that she hugged him. When he opened his eyes, he found that Wang Zhenxing had taken a few steps back, with a look of chagrin and regret on his face. Sorry, I almost missed you for her. Wang Zhenxing said apologetically. No, it's okay. Yang Yuchen saw the strong pain under his eyes, not to blame, more of a heartache, the kind of pain of heartbreak. If you want, it could be her. Yang Yuchen's red lips opened lightly, calmly speaking, not an impulse but a firm choice. Although she had only known him for a day, Yang Yuchen felt that she had known him for a long, long time. Perhaps, some things are simply predestined. It was destined that he could not forget his first love, and then 10 years passed, and he met himself who looked like his first love. It just so happened that I also fell in love with him and devoted myself to him for a long time. Wang Zhenxing looked at Yang Yuchen, silent, and there seemed to be endless sadness welling up in her starry eyes. Yang Yuchen's heart was extremely painful, her eyes were red, there were tears flashing, and she said softly. She has been gone for 10 years, and you have been restraining yourself, which will only plunge yourself into a permanent painful mud. Don't live in pain, she has a spirit in heaven, and knowing that you are like this, she will definitely not be at ease. Let yourself go, okay. After softly persuading Wang Zhenxing, Yang Yuchen looked at him and waited for a reply. Wang Zhenxing estimated that the performance was almost done, silent for a while, and suddenly sighed, you're right, maybe it's time for me to let go. Seeing that he was willing to come out of the shadow of sadness, Yang Yuchen almost cried with joy. Can I really think of you as her? Asked Wang Zhenxing softly. Yang Yuchen nodded without hesitation. But that's a little unfair to you. I don't care. Yang Yuchen tried to make her tone firm. To say that you don't care at all, it's impossible, and no one wants to be a substitute for someone else. But compared to these, she hopes that Wang Zhenxing will come out of the haze, and she doesn't care about this small sacrifice. Perhaps, you are the angel she arranged to save me. Wang Zhenxing took Yang Yuchen's small hand and sighed. You are also an angel sent by God to save me. Yang Yuchen looked tender. Deep in love, both of them couldn't help themselves. Yang Yuming gradually regained consciousness, the anesthesia dissipated, and the pain in his eyes made him sweat cold on his forehead. Opening his dry mouth, he wanted to speak, but suddenly he heard the sound of water running from the bathroom. And in the sound of water, there are also some strange sounds. Who is watching action movies? Thought Yang Yuming in surprise. He had poor grades, often went to internet cafes to stay overnight, played games in the first half of the night, and watched movies in the second half of the night when others were sleepy. For this strange sound, it is naturally very familiar. After listening carefully, the voice was still a little familiar. Which foreign teacher? It seems to be the voice of her sister Yang Yuchen. Sister, sister, Yang Yuming hurriedly shouted. There was a sound of a slinging rope, the sound of water ceased, and then there was a sound of footsteps. The footsteps were scattered and detailed, and there seemed to be more than one person. Zhao Ming, you're finally awake. Soon, Yang Yuming heard her sister's familiar voice. Sister, what's wrong with my eyes? Am I blind and can't see anything in the future? The sharp pain in his eyes made Yang Yuming temporarily ignore the strange voice just now and eagerly inquire about the situation of his eyes. You calm down, the doctor has already done the operation on you, and the operation is very smooth. Yang Yuchen was relieved. Then when my eyes are better, will I be able to see? Asked Yang Yuming expectantly. Hearing this, Yang Yuchen hesitated and did not respond immediately. Wang Zhenxing on the side said, I can deceive him for a while, I can't deceive him for a lifetime, and if I hide it now, he will only be more painful in the future, and it is better to let him recognize reality. After unraveling Yang Yuchen, he said directly to Yang Yuming, you are blind, you will never see it, you will never see the beautiful scenery again, you will not see all kinds of people, you will not be able to watch TV movies, and you will not be able to play games. Host strikes the protagonist Yang Yuming, villain aura points +30. Yang Yuming heard that this was Wang Zhenxing's voice, and howled, you shut up, you are not allowed to curse me. Zhao Ming, I know that you are very uncomfortable when this happens, but do you know that when you are sent to the hospital, you need 100,000 yuan for the operation? Do you think your sister can take it? Yang Yuming's whole person was stunned, not surprised that Wang Zhenxing paid the medical bills in advance, but heard Yang Yuchen's title of brother Xing for Wang Zhenxing. This thought popped up in his mind, and Yang Yuming thought of some strange sounds just now. Sister, what were you doing with him just now? Asked Yang Yuming. I don't understand what you're talking about. Yang Yuchen was shocked and pretended to be stupid. Since he heard, then don't hide it from him. Reintroduce myself, boy, I am now your sister's boyfriend, your future brother-in-law. Wang Zhenxing interjected. Although I interacted with Yang Yuchen just now, it was only so far that it was not too much. After all, this is a hospital ward, and people will come at any time. However, looking at Yang Yuming's reaction, it is obvious that other pictures are made up through the sound brain. Sister, is what he said true? Yang Yuchen nodded. How long have you known each other? How did you get together? Yang Yuming didn't understand. It's complicated, I'll tell you later. In short, it's fate, and didn't you also hope before, he will be your brother-in-law? Said Yang Yuchen. Yang Yuming did say this before he met Wang Zhenxing himself, but after meeting Wang Zhenxing, he was inexplicably disgusted. How could he let Wang Zhenxing be his brother-in-law? Even if he heard that Wang Zhenxing had paid 100,000 yuan in medical expenses, he was still disgusted. Yang Yuming wanted to persuade her sister to turn back and not be with Wang Zhenxing, but the pain in her eyes became stronger and stronger, so she wanted to know the condition of her eyes more. Sister, am I really blind? Well, after hesitating for a moment, Yang Yuchen responded. Ah, impossible, how so ah? Sister's words, of course Yang Yuming did not doubt it, and suddenly lost control of his emotions and rolled on the hospital bed. Yang Yuchen was in a hurry and didn't know what to do. The steady Wang Zhenxing called the doctor directly. One shot of sedative, the whole world went quiet. He is blind at a young age, it must be difficult to accept. If the emotions are out of control, immediately call the doctor to give him an injection, although this thing is not good for the body, but it is better than him doing stupid things. Wang Zhenxing actually didn't think that Yang Yuming would do stupid things. After all, he was a protagonist and had luck to protect his body, so he could only pry Yang Yuchen and call the doctor to give Yang Yuming a few more injections. Sedatives hit too much of this thing, which will affect the nerves. Raising his wrist and looking at the gold watch, Wang Zhenxing said again, I still have business, so I will leave first, and call me if there is any situation. After that, Wang Zhenxing exchanged numbers with Yang Yuchen. Next time we'll find a place where no one disturbs and have a good chat. When leaving, Wang Zhenxing whispered to Yang Yuchen. Well, I want to hear your story with her too. Yang Yuchen was full of curiosity. After Wang Zhenxing listened, he secretly had a headache, and planned to have time to read bitter love novels and find inspiration from them. Revitalization of the group's headquarters. The restroom in the president's office, where sheets had been stolen, have now been replaced with new ones. Taking advantage of the lunch break, Wang Zhenxing went to try on new sheets to see if it was comfortable. After taking a nap, Wang Zhenxing's mobile phone received a message. It is a prompt message that the money has arrived. The balance displayed on the mobile phone is more than 2.4 billion. Of these more than 2.4 billion li, more than 100 million are Han Mei's salary, 300 million are earned by opening rough stones, and the remaining 2 billion or so are obtained through cashing out the company's shares. After the good thing with Lin Ketching was achieved, the stock price of Zhenxing Group soared, almost tenfold, from a billion market value to a market value of 10 billion. After reaching a market cap of tens of billions, the momentum began to stabilize. In the short term, the share price of Zhenxing Group should not rise sharply. Therefore, Wang Zhenxing sold some stocks to cash out, intending to use the money to make investments and make money with money. But what to invest in, he is still a little confused. Inadvertently looking at Lin Ketching, who was tying his hair next to the bed, Wang Zhenxing suddenly moved in his heart and asked, "Ching, I have a sum of money on hand, and I am going to take it for investment, do you have any good suggestions?" Hearing the question, Lin Ketching looked at Wang Zhenxing with a tender expression and said, "I'm a little secretary, where can I understand investment?" Hearing this, Wang Zhenxing naturally disagreed. Although Lin Ketching has worked for a short time, he has grown very fast and can already replace Wang Zhenxing in handling many company affairs. Even if Wang Zhenxing does not come to the company for half a month, the company can operate normally. Of course, competence is only one aspect. The reason why Wang Zhenxing asked Lin Ketching about the direction of investment was because she wanted to be a husband. Be bold, don't be afraid, it's just advice, it's up to me to decide. By the way, my investment budget is about 2 billion. Wang Zhenxing said. Hearing the investment budget of 2 billion yuan, Lin Ketching was taken aback, and then his small face showed serious thought, and then he said, "The live broadcast platform industry, I dare not say in the long run, but I think at least in 3 years, this industry should be on the rise." Okay, then invest in a live streaming platform. Wang Zhenxing immediately made a decision. Since Lin Ketching is wanted, the advice she gave is still relatively trustworthy. If this is a pit, Lin Ketching is not called Wangfu, but a pit man. Seeing Wang Zhenxing listening to the advice, Lin Ketching was very surprised, but he did not say anything to stop it. In addition to working hard every day, she also pays attention to economic trends, and judges that the live broadcast industry is most likely a money-making outlet in the next few years. Ching, help me pay attention to which live streaming platform is currently pulling investment or selling. Except for the things that must be done by yourself, the rest of Wang Zhenxing is now left to Lin Ketching to deal with, and he is happy. Lin Ketching was not tired, but felt that Wang Zhenxing cared about himself, trusted himself, and wanted to hone himself. There is one, the Shark platform is currently on sale because of problems with capital operation, but the price is a little high, about 3 billion. Lin Ketching recalled the information he saw yesterday, and after hearing Wang Zhenxing's problem, he immediately reported it. So then you help me contact this platform, if you can reduce the price, try to reduce the price, if you can't press, forget it, I will find a way to raise money. Wang Zhenxing instructed Lin Ketching. Well, I'll do it as soon as possible. Lin Ketching nodded obediently. Evening. Wang Zhenxing dialed Han Mei's phone and asked her to have dinner together. As soon as dinner was finished and she took a short break, Han Mei couldn't wait to let Wang Zhenxing go to work. Wang Zhenxing did not object, and began to go to work, but at the critical moment, he suddenly picked a strike and said to Han Mei, "I recently looked at a project, but it lacked money." "What project? How much money is missing?" asked Han Mei helplessly as she rolled her eyes at him. "I am ready to invest in the live broadcast industry and acquire the Shark live broadcast platform, but people ask for 3 billion, but I only have 1 billion on hand." Wang Zhenxing didn't tell the truth and deliberately cried poor. "I have also paid attention to the live broadcast industry before, but in my opinion, it is a bubble, and if you invest in the live broadcast industry, it is better to invest in real estate." 2 billion. Han Mei could take it out casually, but she didn't want to see Wang Zhenxing fall into the pit, so she persuaded it with good intentions. Wang Zhenxing thought a little. Han Mei really has a unique vision, and she began to invest in real estate more than 10 years ago, and she has long made a lot of money. It's just that this outlet has basically passed, and there is nothing to make money by investing now. In contrast, Wang Zhenxing is still more inclined to believe in Wangfu's Lin Ketching. But I want to invest in live streaming platforms, I don't want to invest in real estate. Wang Zhenxing insisted. Oh, I see, there are many young and beautiful sisters on the live broadcast platform, right? Seeing him so persistent, Han Mei seemed to understand something. Hearing this, Wang Zhenxing was slightly surprised, thinking that she actually guessed her thoughts. Investing in a live broadcast platform is mainly to listen to Lin Ketching's advice, and there are two secondary reasons. One is that, as Han Mei said, the live broadcast platform has a beautiful sister. The other is because some of the urban cool novels are related to the live broadcast industry. Some protagonists and heroines are even anchors of live streaming platforms. As one of the largest live broadcast platforms at present, if there is a protagonist and heroine of such a novel, it is likely to be related to the Shark platform. If you can acquire the Shark platform and become the boss of the platform, there will be more room for operation. Of course not, I'm all this age, I only like maturity, I don't like young. Putting away his thoughts, Wang Zhenxing responded to Han Mei's words, and after speaking, he still looked at her with tenderness. I know it's a lie, but I still love to hear it. That's it, I didn't intend to take care of your private life, but there is one thing, I want you to be careful. Han Mei said helplessly. Be careful with what? Don't worry, I'm clean. Wang Zhenxing packed a ticket and said, after all, not a woman can enter his eyes. It's too late now, I'll transfer 2 billion to you tomorrow morning, just as an advance to your salary. Han Mei said in an atmospheric manner. Wang Zhenxing nodded in satisfaction, and then began to get busy. The next day, the funds promised by Han Mei were successfully received. Seeing that Carrie now has more than 4 billion, Wang Zhenxing grinned with a smile. Lin Ketching has already contacted the Shark platform, as long as the details of the acquisition are negotiated, he can sign a formal acquisition. Wang Zhenxing was too lazy to worry about the negotiation, so he handed it over to Lin Ketching to handle. Wang Zhenxing is now at leisure, so he opened the mobile phone app store, downloaded a Shark platform app, registered an account, and then clicked on the beauty value and dance areas respectively and began to browse. Down company building. After Tang Zheng's illness improved, he often came to work in the company, and Tang Chinga no longer had to be busy all day like before. In the office, Tang was talking with his daughter about business, during which her daughter was often absent-minded. Xiaoya, have you been looking for a boyfriend recently? After the official discussion, Tang Zheng showed an old father's smile and asked his daughter. Didn't number, Dad, why are you asking that? Said Tang Chinga with a sharp shake of her head. It's not that you've been a little strange lately, so I'll ask you. Tang Zheng explained. I've only recently returned to China, and I don't know many people, how to talk about boyfriends. Tang Chinga shook her head. It just so happens that my friend has a son, similar in age to you, with a good personality, and quite handsome, that is, the other party's family is not very rich, but it doesn't matter, our family is recruiting a son-in-law anyway, I will find a time, arrange a meal for the two families, and let you meet people. Tang Zheng said with interest. His wife died early, and only Tang Chinga, the daughter, had long hoped that her daughter would get married soon, and then have a few more children to continue the incense of the Tang family. Blind date hearing. His father say in a roundabout way, and finally said the key point. Tang Chinga's snow-white pretty face showed some resistance. Not to mention that she already has a sweetheart, even if she doesn't want to go on a kiss. It's just that Tang Chinga has always been a good girl, naturally she didn't want to argue or even quarrel with her father because of this, and after thinking about it, she said. Dad, in fact, I have a boyfriend. In just a few words, I stammered several times, I was worthy of being a good girl, and I couldn't even sprinkle it. Tang Zheng naturally saw through it, but he also broke it, but smiled and followed his daughter's words. Well, that's great. We're just together, so we bring people with us come back, it will scare peoples. Tang Chinga wrinkled her little face and shook her head hard, wanting to refuse this proposal. The ugly son-in-law always wants to see the old man. I have to go on a business trip tomorrow, there is no time, the day after tomorrow you bring him back for dinner, let me pass the eyes. Tang Zheng directly set the time. But Tang Qingye used her brain and tried to make up reasons, but she was really not good at lying, but didn't answer for a long time. That's it, Tang Zheng decided. Tang Qingye sighed helplessly and frowned. Where does she have a boyfriend? She will definitely show her stuffing the day after tomorrow, and then she will be arranged by her father to go on a blind date. Leaving the office with a sad face, Tang Qingye received a call from the jade factory. The carving master said that a large number of jade raw materials sent a few days ago have already come out in small pieces. Hearing this, Tang Qingye immediately set off to rush to the factory. She had promised to send some jade jewelry to Wang Zhenxing. Coming to the factory, Tang Qingye carefully inspected the jade jewelry such as bracelets and necklaces made of the finest jadeite as the raw material, and found that they were very exquisite. So, people wrapped the jade jewelry and packed it in a bag. Tang Qingye carried the bag, and couldn't wait to send Wang Zhenxing over, and successfully begged Wang Zhenxing to be a lobbyist to persuade Tang Zheng to cancel the blind date. No, since the other day in the gambling stone field, he hasn't even called me. He must have deliberately kept his distance from me. I want to ask him to be a lobbyist. Not only will he not agree, maybe add oil and vinegar in front of my father, provoke my father, urge me to go on a blind date quickly, or even get married as soon as possible. When the vehicle arrived halfway, Tang Qingye suddenly figured out something, so she directly asked the driver to turn the car around and return to Tang's company. The next evening, Tang Qingye saw that she was about to leave work, so she took out her mobile phone and nervously dialed Wang Zhenxing's number. Uncle Wang, the jade jewelry promised to you has been prepared and placed in my house. Will you come over and get it when you have time? Said Tang Qingye on the phone. More than a day passed, and she had already thought of a solution to the dilemma at hand. Since she was a child, she has always been a good girl and listened to her father. But to marry someone who has no feelings, she really can't do this. Therefore, she wanted to rebel once. I'm a little tired after a day's work, let's go another day, I'm not in a hurry anyway. Wang Zhenxing saw Lin Ketching next to him, and was thinking about what to have dinner with him later, so he refused Tang Qingye on the phone. If Tang Qingye met alone, then he might consider agreeing. But if you go to the Tang family, then forget it. With Tang Zheng's old boy there, he couldn't do anything. Wang Zhenxing is not in a hurry, but Tang Qingye is very anxious. It's not for you to do hard work, you just come over. In addition to jade jewelry, I actually have a very important thing I want to ask you. You can ask Don directly, although I have always called him a rebel, but I have to admit that he does have a hand in business. While calling, Wang Zhenxing reached out and gently pinched Lin Ketching's white nose, causing her to make a cute grimace. My dad went on a business trip and won't be able to come back until tomorrow, but this matter is urgent, and I can only let Uncle Wang go out of your way. Tang Qingye is not a lie, she speaks very smoothly, and she does not stutter at all. The rebel son is on a business trip. Wang Zhenxing raised his eyebrows slightly, and then said solemnly, Xiaoya, don't worry, I'll come over in a moment. Well, that's waiting for you. Tang Qingye breathed a sigh of relief, hung up the phone, and immediately went to make preparations. Do you have something to be busy? Lin Ketching probably heard some and said to Wang Zhenxing with a sigh. My friend's daughter said that there was an urgent matter for me to come over to discuss. I have known my friend for many years, and his daughter has difficulties. I definitely can't ignore it. Wang Zhenxing said solemnly. Well, there you go, we'll eat together another day. Lin Ketching was well behaved and sensible, and did not entangle, but after speaking, he pouted slightly. Wang Zhenxing was willing, lived up to expectations, stretched out his head and pecked it with his mouth. The smile was like a flower, and soon it bloomed on Lin Ketching's beautiful face. Satisfied, she packed her things and left with her bag. Wang Zhenxing waited for a short while, slowly left the company, and took the Rolls-Royce Phantom to the Tang family. After coming to the Tang family, Tang Qingye took out the jade ornaments and first asked Wang Zhenxing to look at it to see if he was satisfied. The workmanship is delicate and exquisite, and you can tell that it is a masterwork at a glance. After Wang Zhenxing checked it, he commented, Uncle Wang, you really have an eye. Tang Qingye smiled approvingly. These jade ornaments for Wang Zhenxing were indeed from the hands of jade carving masters. The raw materials used to make these jade jewelry are all superb jadeite, plus it is a masterpiece. If you take it out and sell it, the price of each piece is at least 1 million. Tang Chinga is also generous, there are at least 12 jade jewelry here, and the total value is estimated to be nearly 20 million. For Tang Chinga's sincerity, Wang Zhenxing was naturally more satisfied. 12 jade ornaments, that is, 12 heirlooms, are enough to give 12 people. Ming-Er will give one to the little secretary first. Wang Zhenxing thought in his heart. Lin Ketching's work is relatively heavy, and he can't be idle during his lunch break. It's more hard, his knees have been red for a long time, and he has never subsided. To be reasonable, the 12 family heirlooms should certainly have her share. By the way, Xiaoya, what do you want to say to me? There are no outsiders now, let's talk. Wang Zhenxing talked about business. Tang Zheng was on a business trip, and there were only a few maids at home. However, the host's house was talking about things, and of course it was impossible for the maid to come and listen. It's almost time to eat, let's talk to you after eating. Tang Chinga's big eyes slipped a few times, a little eccentric, a little different from the usual image of a good girl. Something is wrong, what does she want to do? Wang Zhenxing wondered. The cooking aunt of the Tang family made a table of good dishes and served them to the table, and then retired. Tang Chinga invited Wang Zhenxing to eat at the restaurant and brought a bottle of red wine. Your father has treasured this red wine for many years, I have long wanted to drink it, but you opened it like this, aren't you afraid that your father will come back and be angry? Wang Zhenxing saw that the packaging of the red wine was a little familiar, so he fixed his eyes and immediately recognized it. This is Don Zheng's treasure collection of Romani Conti, worth more than 1 million. No, I have long asked, please show my dad. Tang Chinga stammered as she spoke. It's not that she didn't expect to take other red wine, but she was afraid that Wang Zhenxing wouldn't drink it. In this bottle of Romani Conti, she heard her father mention it, saying that Wang Zhenxing has been hungry for a long time. When Tang Chinga was a teenager, Tang Zheng even jokingly instructed, Xiaoya, Uncle Wang comes to our house, if you ask where our family's red wine is hidden, you must not tell him. However, there is no objection to opening this bottle of Romani Conti. Anyway, Tang Chinga took the initiative to take it out. If old Tang came back and found out, he would tell the truth, and it was none of my business. Tang Chinga took the bottle opener and wanted to open the Romani Conti, but his strength was weaker, and he twisted the bottle stopper for a long time and almost did not move. I'm coming. Wang Zhenxing said enthusiastically, took the red wine from Tang Chinga's hand, and then corked the bottle in 3 or 2 clicks. Tang Chinga took 2 goblets, poured a small half-cup each, and placed one of them in front of Wang Zhenxing. Rubbing his hands, Wang Zhenxing wanted to taste it immediately, this long-cherished Romani Conti. When the glass was brought to his lips, the movement suddenly stopped. Around the rim of the glass, smear something. After sniffing lightly, Wang Zhenxing roughly distinguished. This is not a poison, the main ingredient is similar to Mengkan medicine, if it enters the abdomen, it will cause a person to coma. Looking up at Tang Chinga, who looked a little uneasy across the table, Wang Zhenxing concluded that she was the murderer. After being looked at by Wang Zhenxing, Tang Chinga immediately lowered her eyes, and then took her glass of red wine with her slightly trembling little hand and took a sip. The taste of red wine is very rich and has a long aftertaste. It's just that Tang Chinga is nervous at the moment, and she can't taste it well at all. Uncle Wang, why don't you drink it? After fixing her mind, Tang Chinga looked at Wang Zhenxing and asked with a smile. Of course, good wine should be savored. Wang Zhenxing smiled, then took a slow sip, closed his eyes and savored it. With 10 years of true qi, his ability to resist poison is much stronger than that of ordinary people. Perhaps Tang Chinga was also worried that the amount of medicine would affect his health, so he didn't apply too much. Not to mention that it only touches a small part of the rim of the wine glass, even if he licks around the wine glass, he will not be stunned. Seeing Wang Zhenxing's action of drinking the red wine, Tang Chinga secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Subsequently, Wang Zhenxing naturally chatted, ate and tasted wine with Tang Chinga. After about 10 minutes, Wang Zhenxing pretended to be dizzy, covered his forehead, and then pillowed on the dining table. Although the sweat medicine on the edge of the wine glass is almost colorless and tasteless, drinking it with such high-quality red wine still slightly affects the taste. Wang Zhenxing was very glad that Tang Chinga was not stupid enough to add ingredients to Romani Conti to ruin the taste of red wine, but smeared it on the glass. He wanted to see what Tang Chinga wanted to do. Uncle Wang. Seeing Wang Zhenxing falling on the dining table, Tang Chinga did not feel surprised, but called softly. Uncle Wang. After calling, he waited for a few seconds and saw no response. Tang Chinga was slightly pleased, came to Wang Zhenxing's side, raised some voice, and called again. Still no response. It seems that I fainted completely. Tang Chinga said to herself happily. Then, she took a deep breath, puffed up her strength, and treated Wang Zhenxing as a mop, stopping and walking during the period, and it took 10 minutes to drag Wang Zhenxing to a pink bedroom. No way, Wang Zhenxing is tall, and her strength is small, so she can only use this way. But this suffered Wang Zhenxing, and was dragged all the way over, dragging his stomach almost to smoke. After arriving at the bedroom, Tang Chinga struggled again and moved Wang Zhenxing to the bed with difficulty. After doing this, Tang Chinga was so tired that she was covered in sweat. This girl won't be thinking. Although Wang Zhenxing closed his eyes, he could ignore the barrier of his eyelids and clearly see everything around him, and he suddenly had a guess in his heart. But when he was looking forward to it, Tang Chinga suddenly exited the bedroom. When Tang Chinga came back again, it was already 5 o'clock in the morning the next day. Tang Chinga was busy in the bedroom lightly, arranging the crime scene. In the process, I saw scenes that I shouldn't have seen but wanted to see. The heroine Tang Chinga has a favorability of +5 for the host, and the current total favorability is 65, adoration. Wang Zhenxing knows that this is because of the perfect body, and for women, it is simply who looks at who is confused. After the scene was arranged, Tang Chinga grabbed her hair and lay next to Wang Zhenxing. The soft morning sunlight gently spills through the window into the bedroom. Ah! A high decibel shrill cry broke the silence of the early morning. Wang Zhenxing was helpless, pretended to rub his forehead, and then woke up. Quote. Tang Chinga, who was disheveled, rubbed her eyes and cried. Wang Zhenxing rolled his eyes helplessly. This crappy and clumsy acting skill, it is estimated that the 18th line Dragon set actors can't help but baw when they see it. Tang Chinga really didn't have the slightest talent for lying and acting. However, Wang Zhenxing was too lazy to expose her, and decided to cooperate with her performance. Xiaoya, you how so wiped his sleepy eyes, and then took the surrounding scene into his eyes, quickly judged what happened, and the expression on his face gradually changed from confusion, doubt, panic, and the sense of layering was extremely clear. This is called a professional actor. Wu how can you do this to me? Wu Tang Chinga cried, but not a single tear flowed. Wang Zhenxing secretly complained, I said if you can't cry, please smear some chili water, you look like this, it's really difficult for me to cooperate with you to act. I obviously remember eating in a restaurant, and then suddenly I fell asleep, and when I was conscious, I was here. Wang Zhenxing recalled for a moment, and his face showed some doubt. Oh, dare to do it or not, right? Tang Chinga sobbed hard, and then deliberately pulled the quilt. On the light-colored sheets, several plum blossoms are revealed. Wang Zhenxing glanced at it, very speechless. Not to mention seeing what Tang Chinga did, even if he didn't see it, he could at least smell the smell of ketchup when he was so close. Even if the acting skills are clumsy, even the props are not careful. Xiaoya, since the matter has happened, let's talk about it, what do you want to do? Wang Zhenxing was a little unable to act, and directly skipped the argument with Tang Chinga and asked her. Wu you did something wrong, what do you say? After several dry howls in a row, Tang Chinga whimpered. Are you trying to make me responsible? Looking at Tang Chinga's big eyes that did not shed a single tear, Wang Zhenxing was speechless for a while, and then asked softly. You are doing this to me, how can I marry? Of course, I have to be responsible. Wiping the non-existent tears, Tang Chinga said. According to what you mean, as long as I am responsible, I will not be held accountable, right? Asked Wang Zhenxing. Although you are excessive, it is also because you drink too much, as long as you are willing to be responsible, I won't pursue it. Tang Chinga said. Then your father's side, what are you going to say? Wang Zhenxing gradually figured out Tang Chinga's intentions. Of course I won't tell my dad about your drunken murder, just say that we have a good feeling for each other, so we are together. Tang Chinga had already thought about it in advance, and when faced with the question, it was almost a second to answer. Although his acting skills are clumsy, Tang Chinga is not stupid, knowing that Wang Zhenxing has seen through that he is acting, but he did not choose to expose himself. Obviously, he also intends to take this opportunity to come together with himself. If it were not for this, the wall of worldly vision between the two would never have been broken. Tang Chinga still clearly remembered that at Han Jia's wedding, she asked Wang Zhenxing why she was not married. At that time, Wang Zhenxing said that he liked someone who was impossible to be with. Tang Chinga guessed that Wang Zhenxing was most likely because he was bound by morality, but when he asked who it was, he did not disclose the slightest information. Wang Zhenxing didn't know that Tang Chinga had so many inner dramas at the moment, but there was one point Tang Chinga guessed correctly. The person he blindly broke out at that time was actually based on Tang Chinga. I didn't expect that the lies that I had concocted together at that time would become the foreshadowing of today's events. Then do you want to tell your father about this? Asked Wang Zhenxing. My dad should be back at noon today, and I'll tell him when I get back. Tang Chinga can't wait. If she doesn't go to a showdown with Tang Zheng, it will mean facing a blind date. In other words, if it weren't for her father Tang Zheng's mention of blind dates, she wouldn't have done such a rebellious thing. If your father knows, it will be difficult to accept. What if he is angry, what can he do? Said Wang Zhenxing. Hearing this, Tang Chinga's delicate face showed some serious thinking, and quickly replied. After all, my father is a person who has gone through strong winds and waves, and his psychological endurance is very good. In case he really wants to be angry, isn't there still you? Hearing this, Wang Zhenxing almost gave a thumbs up and praised that old Tang really gave birth to a filial daughter. It was still early morning, and it was still early before noon. Wang Zhenxing and Tang Chinga manage the two companies separately, so naturally it is impossible to be idle and wait here all the time. It was agreed to eat here at noon, and Wang Zhenxing said goodbye to Tang Chinga temporarily. The morning passed in the blink of an eye. Tang Zheng got off the plane and came to the exit gate. The driver of the Tang family picked up Tang Zheng and returned to the Tang family mansion. On the way, Tang Zheng dialed his baby daughter's phone. Xiaoya, I have already said to my friend, the two families will have a meal together in the evening, and you will come with me when you arrive. Tang Zheng said to his daughter. Dad, didn't I tell you that I have a boyfriend? Tang Chinga said dissatisfied. You're my daughter, I don't know you yet, so don't lie to me, I don't believe you have any boyfriend. Tang Zheng smiled and said. I really have a boyfriend. Tang Chinga accentuated her tone. Well, I'll be home in a moment, and I won't believe it unless you call him to our house and let me see him. Tang Zheng said. Now to the Tang family mansion, there are still about 20 minutes away. Even if the daughter has a whim, it is too late to find an extra to impersonate. Dad, I called him over today and was about to let you meet. Tang Chinga said. Okay. Tang Zheng smiled, and then said to the driver, drive quickly, I can't wait to meet my future son-in-law. When the driver heard this, he slammed on the accelerator to speed up. The normal 20-minute journey took only 10 minutes to arrive. Tang Zheng strode into the hall to see how his daughter lied. In the hall, there were only two people. One is Wang Zhenxing, and the other is Tang Chinga. Lao Wang, you are also here. Tang Zheng greeted Wang Zhenxing, and then smiled at his daughter Tang Chinga and asked, Xiaoya, where is your boyfriend? Tang Zheng was stunned, looked left and right, did not notice that there were raw faces around, but suddenly saw Tang Chinga's eyes looking at Wang Zhenxing, and then came to consciousness. The boyfriend you said is your uncle Wang. Tang Zheng laughed heartily. Yes, we're together. Tang Chinga nodded sharply. Haha. Tang Zheng laughed hilarious and looked at Wang Zhenxing and said, Brother Wang, you are also true, an adult and a child messing around together. Wang Zhenxing also smiled, but did not say anything. Xiaoya, even if you want to find a shield, don't look for your uncle Wang, the ghost believes that you are looking at the right eye. Tang Zheng complained with a smile, and then said, don't mess around, go to dinner with you in the evening. Dad, I didn't lie to you, I'm really with my brother Zhenxing. Tang Chinga said with a serious face. Tang Zheng didn't bother to pay attention to his daughter, and smiled and stepped forward to put Wang Zhenxing's shoulder. Since you are here, stay here for lunch, our brothers haven't drunk together for a long time before. He finished speaking. Tang Zheng suddenly noticed that on the cabinet shelf in the hall, there was a bottle of very familiar red wine. Quickly stepped forward to take a look, and instantly broke the voice, who opened my Romani Conti. This bottle of Romani Conti he has treasured for almost 10 years, like a baby, has not been willing to drink. Last night was a special day, I held hands with my brother Zhenxing, he came to our house to eat, there was nothing to entertain at home. I opened this bottle of Romani Conti. Tang Chinga whispered. Brother Wang, you are not interesting. While I am not at home, I actually fooled Xiaoya into opening my Romani Conti. Tang Zheng looked at Wang Zhenxing with resentment. If I fooled Xiaoya into taking out your treasured Roman Conti, then you wouldn't have so much left of this wine. Wang Zhenxing spread his hands, indicating innocence. Xiaoya, there are a lot of good wine treasured in our wine cabinet. Why do you have to entertain Uncle Wang with Roman and Kangi? Dad, I told you just now, in order to commemorate my special day with my brother Zhenxing, I opened this bottle of Romani Conti to entertain him. Tang Chinga explained. Tang Zheng didn't believe that Tang Chinga and Wang Zhenxing were together, and said another question, why is there so much wine left in this bottle? So much wine left in this bottle. The wine is opened, and Wang Zhenxing has no reason to taste it and stop at least drink a small half bottle, which is normal. Looking at his daughter, Tang was curious and waiting for an answer. Because after drinking a little wine, brother Zhenxing suddenly pulled me into the room. Seeing that Tang Zheng did not believe the matter of the two, Tang Chinga directly threw out a heavy news. Hearing this, Tang Zheng was stunned, and went to his daughter's room suspiciously.